"Brother-in-law, you can't touch that." A soft, sweet voice whispered in my ear, pulling me from my half-sleep. I found myself lying on a bed. Before my eyes was a delicate-looking girl, around 17 or 18, barely clothed. She wore only a messy, thin shirt that couldn't hide her ample curves, making them all the more enticing. The pure white spring light was like a black hole, irresistibly drawing my gaze. Li Shui. My mind buzzed in shock. This scene felt so familiar. I looked around, my face reflecting shock. Could it be that I've returned? I'm too familiar with this scene. I've actually returned to Earth, back to the day I was framed. Ha ha ha. I laughed freely, tears streaming down my face, overwhelmed with excitement. I was once a rich second generation, but at 18, I fell gravely ill, and my parents were murdered. I was burdened with massive debts. To repay them and uncover the truth behind my parents' deaths, I married into the Li family. But my mother-in-law incited my sister-in-law, Li Shui, to scheme against me, attempting to force me to divorce my wife through infidelity. I was crippled on the spot and thrown out of the Li family, only to unexpectedly travel to the cultivation world, where 800 years passed in a flash. And now, I've surprisingly returned, completely recovering from the cause of my death in the cultivation world. After nurturing countless disciples for years, during my tribulation, I was betrayed by Li Shui. Betrayed and killed by my own, Xiaoming. I treated you well. You actually betrayed me. I was filled with murderous intent. Why aren't you holding me? Li Shui's cold voice pulled me back to reality. She lunged at me, her delicate body wrapping around me like an octopus, her face filled with allure. Hee hee, I chuckled coldly in my heart. In my past life, I was framed without understanding. Before I could react, Li Jia broke my legs and kicked me out of the Li family, not giving me a chance to explain. Using the divine stone, I sensed that there were indeed people lying in wait outside, just waiting to catch me in the act after marrying into the Li family. With no status, the entire Li family regarded me as worthless, subjecting me to all kinds of humiliation. Li Shui had been targeting me, often insulting and beating me. This incident was clearly a trap. I am Li Shui's sister. If anyone finds out I was involved with her, my reputation would be ruined. Li Shui exploited this point, even preparing people to catch me in the act. Alright, since you want to play, then let's play. I chuckled coldly in my heart. With divine might, the ambushers outside fell unconscious. Although my power was only 1/170,000 of its peak, I could still easily handle a few ordinary people. I wasted no time, flipping Li Shui beneath me, pinning her down with one hand. With my other hand, I reached into Li Shui's shirt, starting to play freely. Li Shui was taken aback, surprised that I actually dared to. Brother-in-law, I've liked you for a long time. It seems we're quite compatible. Let's consummate our marriage now. I feigned a look of pleasure, my hands roaming without restraint over Li Shui's exquisite body. At such a young age, she has such assets. I was enjoying myself comfortably. Li Shui panicked. She was just playing, but I had no intention of revealing myself. Brother-in-law, why are you in such a hurry? I'm not ready yet. Li Shui pouted, twisting her body in resistance, yet her posture revealed her desires. At the same time, she glanced toward the door, wondering why that group of idiots outside hadn't come in yet. I was about to be taken advantage of. Li Shui felt a surge of anger. Suddenly, she felt a chill below as her panties were pulled down. Oh no, brother-in-law. Stop it. Li Shui exclaimed in shock, while I grinned wickedly. Baby. Stop for what? Isn't this what you wanted? Li Shui panicked. What he wanted was not this. Looking at Li Shui's flustered expression, I felt immensely satisfied. You shameless woman, you've humiliated and insulted me for so long. Today, I'll collect some interest. I laughed in my heart, exploring Li Shui's body freely. The delicate softness was irresistible. Suddenly, I was startled. I sensed a pure energy within her. Upon closer inspection, I was both surprised and delighted. The Taiyin profound body is incredibly rare, even in the cultivation world, capable of autonomously gathering Taiyin energy. It's an exceptional treasure, coveted by countless people. Wow, I didn't expect Li Shui to be a Taiyin profound body. I won't hold back. My hand pressed against her lower abdomen. I immediately began to absorb the Taiyin energy within her. It felt so good. Brother-in-law, don't stop. The Taiyin energy within her was being absorbed. Li Shui's earlier resistance vanished, and she began to moan in pleasure, feeling incredibly relaxed. Overwhelmed with ecstasy, she couldn't help but cling to me, her delicate face displaying a teasing excitement. She even initiated a sweet kiss, which I did not refuse. While savoring the taste of the girl, while absorbing the Taiyin energy within her, the accumulated Taiyin energy from 18 years flowed continuously into my body. I quickly refined it into spiritual power, and under its influence, in a short time, my strength began to rise at an astonishing speed. I absorbed all the Taiyin energy within Li Shui in one breath. Unable to bear the pleasure any longer, she let out a high-pitched moan and fell asleep with a blissful expression. Ha ha ha. I stood up feeling refreshed, stretching my body with a series of pops. The sound was like popping beans, proving that the 18 years of accumulation from the Taiyin profound body was indeed extraordinary. With just one session of cultivation, I directly stepped into the innate realm. I couldn't stop smiling as I glanced at Li Shui, who lay on the bed with a blissful expression. I smirked. You really enjoyed that, but our debts aren't settled yet. Later, I'll slowly teach you. When you wake up and see the scene on the bed, you should be quite surprised. I laughed heartily, then left without hesitation. Just as I left, Li Shui slowly woke up, and upon opening her eyes, she noticed something. Li Shui let out a scream, pulling the nearby blanket to cover her naked body, only to see the bed in disarray. It looked like a fierce battlefield, filled with traces of what had happened. What is going on? How did I pass out? Where's that useless guy? Li Shui was in shock. Gradually, the memories from earlier came back to her, and Li Shui finally recalled what had happened. I actually revealed myself to that useless guy. Li Shui could hardly believe it. Just then, the door burst open, and a voice shouted, "Miss, are you alright?" Li Shui is furious. "You useless idiots, you're all a bunch of failures. I already left, why didn't you come in earlier?" The few of them exchanged awkward glances. "We accidentally fell asleep, you are truly incompetent. That useless jerk took all my advantages. Get lost, all of you." Li Shui screamed hysterically as a few people fled in embarrassment, while she remained exposed in the room. He was crazily smashing everything in the room as I just came down. I heard Li Shui's furious screams from the room on the second floor, and I couldn't help but smile at that moment. A sexy, mature woman hurriedly entered with someone. Her looks were stunning. Her graceful figure was just as good as Li Shui's, her chest rising and falling rapidly from her hurried breaths. "What are you doing here?" My family's Li Shui, Guan Menu was looking at me alone. I was momentarily stunned. "Wait, this useless person, shouldn't I be in the room?" "Ha!" I laughed out loud. "Of course, I came out once the task was done." "What did you just say?" Guan Menu was stunned. This was not how he planned it, and he immediately flew into a rage. "You have some nerve to lay a hand on Li Shui. She is your sister-in-law. How could you do something so beastly?" Guan Menu pointed at my nose and cursed. "Someone come break his legs." A group of muscular men in black surrounded me. "If you're going to act, then act." I took my time, arms crossed. "Wait, which I saw me with Li Shui? Don't talk nonsense without evidence." Guan Menu widened his eyes. According to her original plan, I should be in the room now. She appeared with people to catch me off guard, making it impossible for me to defend myself. But now, the situation was completely beyond her expectations. Here I was in the living room, leaving her speechless. "You dare to yell at me? You've got some guts, don't forget your place. You're just a useless son-in-law, you don't deserve my family's Jingmen." Guan Menu found an excuse to curse. "Ha, I scoffed. Whether I deserve it or not doesn't require your judgment. You keep calling me useless, you're the one who's truly bold." I stepped forward in a flash. A loud slap landed on Guan Menu's face, the sound echoing loudly. Guan Menu covered his swollen face, shocked. "You actually dared to hit me. So what if I hit you? I've put up with you for too long. If you dare to call me useless again, don't blame me for being rude, I won't show you any mercy. In my past life, I had no power and had to swallow my pride. But now I'm different." Guan Menu was furious. He looked at the surrounding muscular men in black and yelled, "What are you waiting for? Get him!" At his command, the muscular men in black surged towards me. I spoke disdainfully and charged right in. Facing a dozen men in black alone, Guan Menu watched, realizing I was overestimating myself. However, the next moment brought a shocking scene. I swung my fists. I moved like a tiger among sheep, and the dozen or so men had no power to resist. In just a few breaths, they were all down on the ground. Guan Menu was stunned, hardly believing his eyes. I had been submissive in front of him before. How could there be such a drastic change? I coldly smiled at the now dumbfounded Guan Menu. I felt incredibly relieved. This woman had humiliated me in my past life, but now the tables had turned. It was time to teach her a lesson. I stepped forward, grabbed her by the neck, leaned in, and whispered, "Don't think I don't know. Today is your witch's scheme. But let me tell you a secret. Li Shui is already under my control. If you don't want news of you sisters sharing a husband to spread, then from now on, behave and don't provoke me." Ha! After saying that, I laughed and left, leaving Guan Menu shocked and furious, sitting on the ground. What I just said struck him hard. He couldn't believe he had tried to scheme against me but ended up losing instead. Instead, he dragged his little daughter into this. "I won't let you off," Guan Menu seethed with anger. In a city park, I sat cross-legged on a stone. Weak spiritual energy slowly entered my body. After a long time, I opened my eyes, filled with disappointment. The spiritual energy on earth is too thin. After several hours of practice, I gained almost nothing. Last night, I relied on the Taiyin profound body to reach the innate realm. But this was the result of Li Shui's 18 years of accumulation. Such opportunities are rare and hard to come by. With no other choice, I had to get up and think of other ways. Luckily I had Li Shui's Taiyin profound body. From now on, if I cultivate with her once a day, I can at least ensure my progress. Li Shui's figure appeared in my mind. I had already thought of 10 ways to train that woman as I left the park. It was now 4 a.m., and more people were gradually arriving at the park. Suddenly, a figure caught my attention. A delicate, sickly beauty, a woman in her 20s, was walking towards me with an umbrella. She was stunningly beautiful, with a slender waist and ample breasts. Her aura was graceful. Her skin was as white as snow, the only downside being her frail figure, as if a gust of wind could blow her over. Her appearance clearly marked her as a sick beauty. Passers-by couldn't help but stop and watch, but no one dared to approach her. Standing beside her was a bodyguard, sturdy as an ox, wearing a suit and sunglasses, emanating a chilling aura. But at that moment, I walked up without hesitation, surprising many. The men showed admiration. What a brave man to approach such a beauty. Someone so desirable is not easy to approach. The women, however, looked on in disdain, a toad wanting to eat swan meat. The bodyguard in sunglasses stepped forward, looking unfriendly. My lady doesn't talk to outsiders, step aside. I ignored the bodyguard. At that moment, I was full of excitement, my eyes shining as I stared at the sick beauty, feeling ecstatic. An ice spirit body? Can it be an ice spirit body? Is such a rarity found on Earth? A rare special constitution in the cultivation world, and I encountered two so quickly. I was thrilled. The ice spirit body is also an excellent dual cultivation physique, like the Taiyin profound body, naturally accumulating ice spiritual energy. However, this constitution carries great danger. Excessive accumulation of ice spiritual energy can weaken the body. If not properly cultivated, the person won't live past 25. The sick beauty looked at me, a hint of smoke in her eyes, seeing yet another man coveting her beauty. "Ashan, get rid of him," said the sick beauty, her expression unchanged. The bodyguard respectfully nodded, stepping forward just as he was about to reach me. I calmly spoke, "I can cure your illness." "Wait," the sick beauty said softly, "Cure?" The bodyguard sized me up, noting I looked to be in my 20s. "What ability could you possibly have?" He looked disappointed and shook his head, refusing. "You're not a doctor, and I'm not sick. I don't need your treatment." I spoke up, "Don't be too quick to refuse. Didn't you faint once when you were 18? You felt cold and weak, as if you were in an ice cave. Ever since that day, your body has weakened day by day. Even under the blazing sun, you still felt cold and unable to warm up. And since you turned 18, on your birthday each year, you would faint from the coldness penetrating your body, and your condition has gradually worsened." Others nearby couldn't help but laugh. Who was this guy trying to flirt with a beauty using such a method? Did he think he was some kind of miracle doctor? It's hilarious. There's no such ridiculous illness in the world. It's much better than the cliché pickup lines. Many around couldn't help but laugh. But the sick beauty and her bodyguard both had different expressions, looking at me in astonishment. "How did you know? Who sent you?" the sick beauty asked, astonished and skeptical, as I maintained my confidence. "I can help you solve this problem. Give me 5 minutes, and I can improve your strange illness." The sick beauty paused for a moment, a storm of thoughts surging in her mind. Who was this person before her? He could see her problem at a glance. It wouldn't be hard if someone knew she had a health issue. After all, many knew she had a problem, but not everyone could describe the details of her strange illness so precisely. Rationality told her that this person was of unknown origin and not to be trusted. However, I exuded confidence. There was something uniquely compelling about me that made her want to believe. 5 minutes, okay, I'll give you 5 minutes. The sick beauty oddly agreed, perhaps yearning for salvation deep down. "Miss, this isn't okay," the bodyguard, a bit anxious, interjected. I smiled. I had just used a little magic to boost my credibility. "You made the right choice. Let's go to a hotel. I need a quiet place." The sick beauty gazed deeply at me, hesitating. "Give me a reason to trust you." "You have no reason to refuse me, do you?" I said confidently. "After so many years of seeking doctors with no results, wouldn't it be better to try? And you also have nothing to lose. The facts are indeed as I've said." After thinking it over, the sick beauty nodded, and the three of us left. Before long, under the guidance of the sick beauty, we arrived at a hotel where they immediately booked a room. The sick beauty then sat on the bed, removed her outer clothes, and lay down. The sick beauty frowned, lightly biting her lip as she slowly removed her jacket. Underneath, she wore only a thin-fitted garment, which showcased her exquisite curves, her skin as delicate as snow. I'll give you only 5 minutes. During this time, you can do anything to me. But if my condition doesn't improve when the time is up, the consequences won't be something you can bear, the sick beauty said coldly, her tone laced with threat. Confidence filled my face. I won't let you down. With that, I placed my hand on the sick beauty's shoulder. It was her first contact with a stranger of the opposite sex. The sick beauty couldn't help but tremble slightly, while I remained calm and composed. The true energy within me surged out, infusing into the sick beauty's body through my hands, causing her to widen her eyes in shock. She felt a warm current flowing through her shoulder, making her feel extraordinarily comfortable. How was this possible? I paid no attention to her expression. My hands began to roam across her body, her skin as delicate as a baby's. The sensation was exquisite. My hands seemed to be playing with the sick beauty's body. Onlookers might misinterpret the situation, while the sick beauty felt her body warming up, stirring excitement within her. Since contracting her strange illness at 18, she hadn't felt warmth again, let alone the current heat. In just a short time, she was drenched in sweat, soaking her already thin clothes. Her nearly perfect body curves were fully revealed. I admired the view while absorbing the ice energy within her. The visual and physical enjoyment was indescribably pleasurable as I absorbed a large amount of ice spiritual energy. This energy was then transformed into true energy stored in my dantian, and I displayed a satisfying expression as my power visibly increased. The sick beauty on the bed also had a look of enjoyment. She slightly parted her cherry-like lips, breathing a little heavily, her beautiful eyes half-closed. The warm, gentle sensation made her completely intoxicated, her defenseless demeanor resembling that of a lamb awaiting slaughter. Seeing the sick beauty in such a tempting state, I nearly lost control. Fortunately, I still considered myself a gentleman. If it were someone else, they would certainly take advantage of this sick beauty. Though I say this, my hands, however, began to act on their own, gradually roaming over the sick beauty's exquisite figure. I indulged in the moment, telling myself I was treating and saving her for free. It was reasonable to collect some compensation. With this thought, I felt even more justified in taking advantage. My hands roamed all over the sick beauty's body. Aside from her frailness, everything else was simply perfect. I was a bit captivated, freely absorbing the ice spiritual energy within her. My strength began to rise. After 2 hours, I had completely absorbed the ice spiritual energy within the sick beauty, and my realm successfully reached the mid-innate stage. After a long while, I slowly opened my eyes, my consciousness gradually returning. How do you feel? I asked as the sick beauty let out a long sigh. She felt more comfortable than ever. The coldness that once plagued her body had vanished, replaced by warmth and comfort. This is too amazing. Feeling the ease in her body, the sick beauty appeared much more spirited. She hurriedly stood up, excitedly saying, "Thank you." I smiled lightly. "Rather than thanking me, I think you need to take care of another matter first." The sick beauty was taken aback. "What matter?" I seriously examined her. Then I pointed at her body, indicating her clothes. I noticed her clothes were unexpectedly soaked, revealing her fair skin with a hint of redness. Softly pink and entirely tempting, she became aware of her current situation. Suddenly, the sick beauty's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, filled with shyness. It was her first time feeling this way in front of the opposite sex. The scene left her flustered. I smiled inwardly and sensibly stood up to leave the room. "I'll wait for you outside." The sick beauty was surprised, feeling a growing fondness for me as I patiently waited outside. After a while, the sick beauty came out again. "My name is Tang Yunyan. Thank you very much for your help. May I ask your name, esteemed doctor?" I waved my hand. "I can't accept that title. I don't really know much about medicine." Tang Yunyan smiled slightly, thinking I was being modest. "You're too humble, esteemed doctor. I will never forget your great kindness. Now that it's getting late, I'd like to invite you to dinner, esteemed doctor. Please do me the honor." I could see that Tang Yunyan was eager to befriend me, which aligned perfectly with my intentions. The ice spirit body can also produce spiritual energy, which is just what I need to replenish myself under Tang Yunyan's guidance. The two of us arrived at a mountainside restaurant that resembled a vacation resort. It was clear she was a regular there. As soon as we entered, a server warmly approached us to welcome us. At that moment, a unique aroma wafted through the air. "Miss Tang, what brings you here today to take care of my business?" The voice was mature and sensual, and a woman capable of such a voice must be a stunning beauty. Lin Shin turned his head and, as expected, a mature beauty dressed in red was walking towards him. She appeared to be in her 30s, with a slender waist and ample bosom, fair skin, and striking features. The allure of a mature woman was fully displayed in her, with a pair of willow leaf eyebrows framing a pair of captivating eyes that seemed to radiate charm. The red qipao she wore accentuated her curves perfectly. What a temptress! A glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he recognized that this woman possessed an alluring figure. Although it couldn't compare to the special physique of the ice spirit, it was undoubtedly a deadly attraction for men. Oh, it's quite rare to see Miss Tang bringing a man here. How unusual, the woman said, sizing Lin Chen up with a curious smile. Please arrange a private room for me. Today I want to treat Dr. Lin. Tang Yunya spoke. Her words surprised the beautiful proprietress before her. Dr. Lin? She looked Lin Chen up and down. He appeared to be in his 20s, youthful and handsome, with red lips and white teeth, and a pair of deep-set eyes that seemed to irresistibly draw her gaze. The beautiful proprietress couldn't help but blush slightly, her eyes lingering on him a moment longer. However, despite his good looks, this young man was far too young to be called a doctor. Could this Miss Tang have been deceived? Thinking this, the beautiful proprietress didn't show her thoughts and quickly arranged a tastefully decorated private room for the two. Dishes that were rich in color, aroma, and flavor were soon served, and the enticing smells made Lin Chen's appetite grow. Dr. Lin, please. Since I contracted this strange illness at 18, I have suffered daily. Today, thanks to Dr. Lin's miraculous hands, I have finally escaped the sea of suffering. There was a feeling in Tang Yunya's beautiful eyes. Lin Chen smiled. It's just a small effort. However, this is not an illness, rather, you possess a special physique, so today's treatment is merely a relief. You will need to come to me for a massage every 7 days, otherwise, the cold energy will return. This made Tang Yunya's cheeks flush slightly. A massage like the one earlier, needed every 7 days? She couldn't help but recall the intoxicating sensation from before, a feeling that was hard to resist. But reason told her that being too intimate with a man was not appropriate. Dr. Lin, is there no way to solve this once and for all? Lin Chen shook his head. This is a special physique, not an illness. There was, of course, a way. Embarking on the path of cultivation would allow her to draw upon the self-generating ice spirit energy for practice, which would not only prevent the cold energy from returning but also allow her to cultivate much faster than ordinary people. But he couldn't possibly tell Tang Yunya this, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take advantage of her. Hearing this, Tang Yunya felt a bit disappointed. She bit her lip and finally nodded. No problem. I hope Dr. Lin will guide me in the future. While they were chatting, the beautiful proprietress entered with the last dish. Dr. Lin is truly young and accomplished. I didn't expect someone so young to already possess such exceptional medical skills. It's truly admirable. The beautiful proprietress's alluring gaze fell on Lin Chen. Tang Yunya introduced, Dr. Lin, this is the proprietress of the Qingzhou restaurant, Lu Mei. Lin Chen nodded slightly. He could tell that Lu Mei didn't believe in his abilities, and her earlier words had a hint of testing in them. If I'm not mistaken, proprietress Lu should still be a maiden, right? Ha, ha. Lin Chen's words left the two women in the private room stunned. Tang Yunya was in disbelief, while Lu Mei was shocked that her secret had been revealed. How did you know? She blurted out. This had always been her secret. No one had ever known from childhood to now. In the past, she was the goddess in the hearts of countless people at school, her alluring figure captivating the souls of many men. The rumors about her boyfriends could circle the school. Now, over 30, she often hosted a variety of people due to her restaurant business, and the rumors about her only increased and intensified. Everyone was speculating about how many men she had. Who would have thought she was still a virgin? Such a seductive and enchanting beauty was still untouched. It would be hard for anyone to believe if it were said out loud. Dr. Lin, you must be mistaken? Lu Mei's smile was beginning to falter. Yes, Dr. Lin is joking. How could I possibly be a virgin? Lin Chen smiled mysteriously, using his spiritual sense to clearly perceive that Lu Mei still had her original Yin, which was the most definitive evidence. Dr. Lin, I wonder which esteemed master you learned from. Lu Mei's gaze towards Lin Chen had already changed. She initially thought the young man before her was some kind of fraud, given his youth. But after Lin Chen revealed a bit of his skill earlier, she realized he was likely not just a facade but truly had real talent. My teacher passed away long ago, there's no need to mention it. Lin Chen didn't want to elaborate. Lu Mei didn't say much more. At that moment, footsteps were heard from outside. Soon after, the door to the private room was pushed open, and a person walked in, dressed luxuriously, clearly of notable status. Yunyan, I didn't expect to find you here, it took me quite a while. The young man smiled as he approached and directly sat down next to Tang Yunyan. He reached out to wrap his arm around her shoulder, but she dodged away. Tang Yunyan's action displeased the young man, and his eyes, filled with desire, fixated on her alluring figure, as if his gaze could stick to her. Wang Long, don't get so close, our relationship isn't intimate enough for that. Tang Yunyan's expression instantly turned cold. Ha ha ha, Wang Long laughed heartily. Yunyan, what are you talking about? We are already engaged, and the wedding date is set. What's wrong with being a bit intimate now? Tang Yunyan's face stiffened, and the atmosphere in the private room suddenly became tense. Suddenly, Wang Long sensed something was off. He turned his head and saw Lin Chen, his expression instantly darkening. His fiancée was actually having a meal alone with a young man? Who are you? Wang Long's tone was filled with hostility. Tang Yunyan realized something was wrong and quickly explained. Wang Long, Dr. Lin is just my friend. Dr. Lin? What is he? Does he even deserve the title of doctor? Wang Long laughed out loud. Yunyan, you are my fiancé. I don't want you to be deceived by anyone. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the private room became stiff. Wang Long did not hide the sarcasm in his words, not noticing that Lin Chen's eyes were gradually narrowing. Tang Yunyan showed her displeasure. Wang Long, Dr. Lin is a true master of medicine. I won't allow you to insult him like that. This only made Wang Long sneer more. Yunyan, I see you're just desperate and grasping at straws. I know you're troubled by your strange illness. But you don't need to worry. I've found a real doctor for you. Tomorrow, I'll take you to meet Dr. Xue. This is an opportunity one worked hard to get. Tang Yunyan frowned tightly. No need. My condition has already been cured by Dr. Lin. Cured? Just by this barefoot doctor? Wang Long glanced at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with mockery and disdain. Enough! Wang Long, I don't want to repeat myself. I demand you apologize to Dr. Lin right now. Tang Yunyan's tone was icy, her attitude firm. Wang Long looked astonished. Are you crazy? You're actually arguing with me over some unknown guy? Dr. Lin is a master of medicine. I won't allow you to insult him. Tang Yunyan was unwavering. Her words were resolute, and Lu Mei beside her was astonished. Tang Yunyan actually trusted this man so much? Wang Long burst into laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He turned to Lin Chen directly. Divine Doctor? You think you deserve that title? Wang Long scoffed, sizing Lin Chen up and noticing he was only in his 20s and dressed plainly, his disdain growing even more pronounced. I don't know what trick you used to deceive my girlfriend. I'm giving you a chance now. If you can't prove yourself, you won't leave this private room today. Wang Long sneered, his tone dripping with threat. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, a chill flickering in them. He was not one to have a good temper, and anyone who bullied him would face retaliation. You want proof? Then watch closely. As he spoke, his right hand pointed out, striking lightning fast at Wang Long's throat. Wang Long felt a sharp pain in his throat, rage surging within him. You dare to lay a hand on me? Wang Long roared, but when he opened his mouth, he found he couldn't make a sound. This scene left everyone stunned. A few thought Wang Long was playing some trick, but upon closer inspection, they realized he seemed unable to speak. What's going on? Tang Yunyan and Lu Mei were both shocked, watching as the furious Wang Long suddenly appeared mute, their brows furrowed in surprise. Wang Long panicked, straining to shout, but no matter how hard he tried, it was all in vain. You bastard! What did you do? Wang Long's heart boiled with rage, his expression as if he wanted to devour someone. This was the first time he encountered such a situation, and soon his anger turned into anxiety. He looked flustered, his face a mask of confusion. Wang Long glared at Lin Chen with fury in his eyes. Although he didn't know what had happened, he was sure Lin Chen was up to something. Didn't the other party know his identity? How dare he lay a hand on him? He had no idea what method Lin Chen had used, just a simple point of his finger, and he was rendered speechless. Tang Yunyan and Lu Mei watched, both women equally astonished. Dr. Lin, how did you do that? Tang Yunyan couldn't help but ask. To be able to seal a person's voice with just a light touch was simply unheard of. Tang Yunyan looked at Lin Chen with amazement. It's just a minor trick. Lin Chen smiled slightly. He spoke the truth, such methods were indeed trivial in the eyes of cultivators, but Tang Yunyan and Lu Mei thought Lin Chen was being modest, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Lu Mei gleefully remarked, I never thought young Master Wang would also have a time when he gets dealt with. It's truly rare. Damn! Wang Long was furious, feeling utterly embarrassed under Lu Mei's mocking gaze, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. He was both shocked and angry, turning to slam the table, glaring at Lin Chen. You bastard, fix me right now. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Wang Long's eyes were filled with rage and threats, wishing he could kill Lin Chen with his glare. He. Lin Chen sneered inwardly, looking at Wang Long with a mocking expression. Isn't this the proof you wanted? Now, just endure it. I'll release you when I feel like it. Lin Chen taunted with a cold smile. This left Wang Long completely flustered. He didn't want to lose his ability to speak and become a mute. He gestured angrily, his expression clear to everyone. Lin Chen remained indifferent, only smiling coldly. Seeing this, Wang Long gritted his teeth. He had grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth, and had never suffered such a great loss. Today was truly a humiliation to the extreme. Damn it, this kid is trouble. Wang Long's heart raced with panic, realizing Lin Chen was not someone to be trifled with. The other party probably had some tricks up his sleeve. Amidst his fear, Wang Long understood that he wouldn't get the upper hand today. Losing face in front of two beauties made him extremely angry, but Lin Chen's methods were too strange, which made him dare not linger here any longer and hurriedly ran away. "Kid, you wait for me, I won't let you off," he threatened fiercely in his heart, disregarding his image as he fled in embarrassment. As the two left, the private room returned to calm, and Lu Mei's gaze towards Lin Chen had completely changed. "Dr. Lin's skills are extraordinary, truly eye-opening. I toast to Dr. Lin." Lu Mei's eyes sparkled with curiosity. How could someone so young master such exceptional skills? Lin Chen smiled slightly. With a beauty accompanying him, he naturally wouldn't refuse. "Dr. Lin's techniques are truly admirable. I will trouble you for a massage every 7 days." Tang Yunyan said gratefully. "The payment is 10,000 each time. What do you think, Dr. Lin?" Lin Chen nodded, "Sure. Dr. Lin's massage technique is so outstanding?" Lu Mei was surprised. She realized that this person had actually cured Tang Yunyan's strange illness. She had heard of Tang Yunyan's peculiar ailment. The Tang family had invited countless renowned doctors without success, and now Lin Chen had treated it, which was truly unbelievable. "Dr. Lin, I often work hard and feel fatigued. Could you help me with a massage to relax?" Lu Mei invited. She was filled with anticipation and curiosity, wanting to see how miraculous the massage technique that could cure Tang Yunyan was. Oh, Lin Chen was surprised. This enchanting beauty actually took the initiative to invite him? "No problem, I'll help you with a massage after dinner." Lin Chen smiled and nodded. With such a good opportunity presented to him, he certainly had no reason to refuse. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, the lunch banquet was a delightful affair for both host and guests. Once the meal was finished, Lin Chen exchanged phone numbers with Tang Yunyan. "Dr. Lin, Wang Long is someone who holds grudges and is very petty. You must be careful of his revenge," Tang Yunyan said apologetically. "Today's incident was caused by me. If you encounter any trouble later, please feel free to call me." Lin Chen smiled. "It's nothing, just a spoiled rich kid. I don't take him seriously." Now that he had reached the innate realm, although it wasn't much in the cultivation world, the spiritual energy on Earth was thin, so there surely weren't any powerful experts here. Moreover, as one of the 12 giants of the former cultivation world, his methods were far from simple on the surface. Not long after, Tang Yunyan left, and Lu Mei approached with an expectant look. "Dr. Lin, please follow me." Under Lu Mei's guidance, Lin Chen arrived deep within the villa, where there was a small villa. They went up to the second floor into Lu Mei's room, where she sat on the bed. "Dr. Lin, what should I do?" "You don't need to do anything, just lie down, and leave the rest to me," Lin Chen said as he walked in front of Lu Mei. Lu Mei nodded and lay down on the bed, while Lin Chen looked down at her. Lin Chen formed a hand seal and cast a simple spell, then placed his 5 fingers on Lu Mei's shoulders. Ah! A strange sensation like an electric shock instantly spread throughout Lu Mei's body, causing her to let out a delicate scream. Lin Chen's hands moved quickly over Lu Mei's acupoints like he was playing the piano. "What's happening?" Lu Mei's cheeks quickly flushed red. She bit her lip, trying to endure the strange sensations coursing through her body. "If it's uncomfortable, just shout it out. If you keep tensing up, it will reduce the effectiveness of the massage," Lin Chen said. At this moment, Lu Mei's cheeks were already completely flushed. Lu Mei found it hard to speak, but gradually, she began to indulge in the pleasure of her body. Hiss, ah! The room echoed with Lu Mei's increasingly loud moans of discomfort. Looking at the unintentional demeanor that Lu Mei exuded, Lin Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. No wonder she's a woman with charm, she's simply a nemesis for men. The massage lasted for half an hour, and when Lin Chen finally stopped, Lu Mei was already drenched in fragrant sweat. After a while, Lu Mei managed to open her eyes, her cheeks flushed. "Is it over already?" Lu Mei felt a lingering desire for more. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Chen, filled with a unique sparkle. For some reason, from the moment she first saw him, she felt that Lin Chen had a distinct charm that irresistibly attracted her. Could this be love at first sight? Lu Mei's face turned even redder, revealing a girlish demeanor. Her posture made Lin Chen secretly chuckle. Lu Mei possessed a captivating allure, and as a former giant of the immortal path, his unique aura had a powerful attraction for her. "Let's end today's massage here, I'll head back first," Lin Chen said. "Wait," Lu Mei instinctively called out. "What is it?" Lin Chen turned around in confusion. Lu Mei wished she could slap herself. Who knew why she called out to him? She simply felt an instinctive reluctance to see Lin Chen leave. Could it be that I really like him? How is that possible? We just met today. Lin the divine doctor, when is the next massage? Lu Mei couldn't help but ask. her heart even beginning to anticipate it. Lin Shen chuckled silently. It seemed this mature beauty had already started to fall for him. Let's wait until the weekend, I have a lot to do. From now on, you call me once a week, and each time will cost 1,000. Lin Shen said. After leaving that sentence, he turned and left. Just once a week? Lu Mei's expression fell, her face filled with a sense of unfulfilled desire. Pa! How could I be so shameless, clinging to a man wanting a massage every day? A blush flew to Lu Mei's cheeks. After leaving Qingzhou Villa, Lin Chen went straight back to the Li family villa. This villa was his new home after marriage. As soon as he returned, an enraged Li Shui had already come knocking. Bang! Li Shui kicked the door open. Lin Chen, get out here! Li Shui's furious voice echoed as she stormed into the villa, accompanied by several people. Glancing at the kicked-open door, Lin Chen frowned. Did your parents not teach you what manners are? Seeing her bring so many people, her intentions were clear. Lin Chen, you're a beast. How could you do that to me? You've ruined my life. Li Shui gritted her teeth, her gaze towards Lin Chen filled with anger. Put! Lin Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Lin Chen blinked innocently. Wasn't it you who climbed into my bed last night? This statement made Li Shui's expression freeze, completely caught off guard by Lin Chen's words. Watching Li Shui struggle to find a retort, Lin Chen laughed inwardly, reveling in her flustered state. With a teasing smile, Lin Chen's gaze roamed over Li Shui's curvaceous body. Today, Li Shui was dressed in a youthful and vibrant outfit, with a thin shirt on top and a super short skirt that barely covered her hips. Her long, fair legs were fully exposed, drawing much attention. Lin Chen stepped forward and directly pulled Li Shui into his embrace. Li Shui panicked instantly. Wait, what are you going to do to me? She struggled with all her might, but her strength was no match for Lin Chen's. Even with all her effort, she couldn't budge him an inch. Instead, her constant wriggling in Lin Chen's arms only made him feel even more pleased. Xiao Shui, I didn't expect you to like this kind of flavor. I know you're just pretending. What do you call this behavior? SM, right? Lin Chen chuckled lightly, his hands wandering over Li Shui's body without her noticing when it had started. Li Shui was both angry and aggrieved. She had originally intended to frame him and ruin his reputation, but unexpectedly, her plan backfired. Lin Chen suffered no loss at all, while she ended up in a terrible situation. Feeling Lin Chen's unruly hands, Li Shui panicked. Let go of me. But I'm your sister-in-law. Isn't being a sister-in-law a good thing? They say a sister-in-law is a brother-in-law's warm little cotton-padded jacket. I think that saying is quite accurate. Lin Chen laughed joyfully. Li Shui was about to explode with anger. She turned to the people behind her and scolded. What are you all standing there for? Get over here. A few bodyguards hurriedly stepped forward, wanting to take action. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen laughed heartily, quickly dispatching all of them and tossing them out of the villa. Bang! The villa's main door slammed shut, leaving only Lin Chen and Li Shui inside. Seeing this scene, Li Shui's face suddenly turned panicked. You! How can you be so strong, you useless waste? She couldn't believe that the bodyguards she had brought to teach Lin Chen a lesson had all been taken care of by him. Oh no! Li Shui realized the seriousness of the situation. Now that the bodyguards were gone, she had fallen into Lin Chen's hands. What would happen next was easy to imagine. Wait, let go of me. Li Shui struggled violently again. Lin Chen laughed mockingly. Baby, don't move around, let your brother-in-law take good care of you. Didn't you like me? Why are you struggling now? Don't worry, our relationship may be improper, but as long as we keep it a secret, no one will know. While taking advantage of Li Shui, Lin Chen spoke. Woo woo! Li Shui was on the verge of tears. What was happening now was completely different from what she had imagined when she came here. She had originally wanted to bring people over to teach Lin Chen a lesson to avenge last night, but she never expected to end up sending a sheep into a tiger's den. Lin Chen looked down at Li Shui, whose expression was as panicked as a frightened deer, and laughed heartily in his heart. Now let me take good care of you. A glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. No! Brother-in-law, I know I was wrong, please let me go. Li Shui was completely panicked. She felt Lin Chen's hands had already reached a certain part of her, and at that moment, he was even playing with it wantonly. Admit your mistake? Didn't you like this flavor? I get it, this is part of the game, right? I didn't expect your taste to be so heavy. But it's okay, your brother-in-law will cooperate with you. Lin Chen pretended to be foolish, then picked Li Shui up and walked toward the upstairs room. Ah! Li Shui screamed in terror, her delicate face turning pale in an instant. No, let go of me quickly. Panic and even fear surged in Li Shui's heart. She regretted it to the utmost. Had she known Lin Chen was this perverted, she would never have come today, no matter what. Lin Chen smiled wickedly, completely ignoring Li Shue's pleas for mercy. He just wanted to properly train this woman, and now was the beginning of that training. First, he needed to change his status in Li Shue's heart. He had been too useless in the past, to the point where she saw him as a worthless waste. Lin Chen ignored Li Shue's struggles and directly threw her into the room. Bang! He tossed Li Shui onto the bed, and she could no longer hold back, bursting into tears. Woo woo! I know I was wrong, brother-in-law, please let me go, I'm still just a child. Li Shui sat on the bed, crying loudly. What are you crying for? Don't you like me? You were the one who climbed into my bed yesterday. Lin Chen teased with a light laugh. Li Shui quickly shook her head, her expression filled with fear. No, I don't like you. All. As she spoke to this point, Li Shui immediately paused, realizing that what happened last night absolutely could not be exposed. Otherwise, if Lin Chen made a fuss, she would be in even worse trouble. If her mother-in-law and sister-in-law teamed up to scheme against her husband, it would definitely be a huge scandal if it got out. At that time, the old man of the Li family would never let them off the hook. Thinking of this, Li Shui's expression quickly changed, revealing a fawning look on her face. Sister, brother-in-law, I did come to find you, but I'm not feeling well today. Can you not bully me? Li Shui's expression was pitiful. Lin Chen chuckled lightly, walking over to sit beside Li Shui, who couldn't help but shiver. Baby, your attitude changes so quickly. Just now you were crying and refusing to acknowledge me, and now you admit you like me? Lin Chen teased Li Shui. Li Shui felt a mix of anger and grievance in her heart, but on the surface, she couldn't refute Lin Chen's words and could only force a smile. Brother-in-law, I still have some things to do. Can I accompany you next time? Li Shui said, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. Lin Chen smiled inwardly. How could he not see through Li Shui's thoughts? However, since she had come to him, did she think she could leave without paying a price? With that in mind, Lin Chen leaned down and kissed her. Li Shui's eyes widened in an instant, her mind filled with a single thought. It's over. My first kiss. She cried silently in her heart but couldn't resist Lin Chen's actions, only able to endure in silence. Lin Chen savored the taste of the girl in his arms while also absorbing the yin energy that had accumulated within Li Shui. Unfortunately, it had only been a day since he last absorbed yin energy, and the power accumulated in Li Shui's body was very scarce, completely devoured by Lin Chen in just a breath. Too little, not enough at all. Lin Chen felt very displeased. Such a small amount of yin energy was hardly enough to fill the gaps in his teeth. The spiritual energy on Earth was so thin that without external assistance, he might never step into the Foundation establishment realm in this lifetime. It seemed he needed to find a few more women like Li Shui who had special physiques. After indulging in Li Shui for a while, Lin Chen finally let her go. Woo woo! Li Shui was utterly aggrieved, looking pitiful as if she had just been bullied. What's wrong? You don't seem very happy? Lin Chen asked in return. Li Shui jolted, forcing a flattering smile. How could that be? I like you the most, brother-in-law. That's good. Next, accompany me out. I need to take care of something. Lin Chen said. Ha! Li Shui felt 100 unwillingness in her heart but could only comply. No, I must find a way to get rid of this guy. Li Shui gritted her teeth in her heart. The two quickly left the villa and arrived at the parking lot, where a bright red sports car was parked. After getting in the car, Li Shui asked, brother-in-law, where are we going? To Yunhai Pharmacy. I need to buy some medicinal materials. By the way, I don't have any money on me right now. Can you give me $1 million? Lin Chen said. What? Li Shui almost jumped up, furious. Why should I? Aren't we boyfriend and girlfriend? What's wrong with me using some of your money? Lin Chen said confidently. Or are you saying you don't really like me, and you offered yourself yesterday just to scheme against me? He looked at her suspiciously. Li Shui's heart suddenly raced, and she quickly changed her expression. How could that be? Of course, I like you, brother-in-law. I don't have $1 million in my bank account, at most, I only have 100,000. Lin Chen waved his hand in disdain. How can it be just this little money? Fine, 100,000 it is. After that, you can ask your mom for more money, otherwise, how can you support my expenses? Li Shui was so angry she almost cursed. Damn! This guy is really too much. He is indeed a good-for-nothing, having no other use besides living off others. Li Shui thought, gritting her teeth. She pressed down on the accelerator, and with a roar of the engine, the fiery red sports car shot out like an arrow, quickly disappearing at the end of the road. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the Yunhai Pharmacy. After parking the car in the lot, Lin Chen led Li Shui straight into the pharmacy. Brother-in-law, what are you doing at the pharmacy? Is there something wrong with your health? Li Shui asked, her tone even a bit cheerful. Lin Chen glanced at her. Are you happy if I'm sick? No, no. If you were sick, I would definitely feel heartbroken. Li Shui quickly waved her hand. He. Lin Chen scoffed inwardly. Although he found her attitude disdainful, he had to admit that Li Shui's reluctance was amusingly at odds with her outward compliance. What could be more enjoyable than watching an enemy suffer? Just as they entered the pharmacy, a petite nurse approached them. The cute nurse had a delicate appearance, looking like a finely crafted doll, her small frame appealing, and for those with particular tastes, such a legal loli might be a treasure. May I ask what kind of medicinal materials you would like to buy? The nurse flashed a sweet smile. Lin Chen looked the nurse up and down, his expression slightly strange. Does your Yunhai pharmacy still hire child labor? As soon as he said this, the nurse's smile froze. Sir, I am already over 18. The nurse retorted angrily. Ah, Li Shui beside her was also taken aback. The nurse was barely 1 meter 50 tall, cute in appearance, with twin ponytails, and her petite, delicate body combined with her youthful face made anyone think she looked at most 13 or 14. 18? Are you kidding? Sorry, I misjudged. Lin Chen stifled a laugh. He had no interest in lolis, and the cute nurse couldn't hold his gaze for long. Seeing the nurse's displeased expression, he took out a piece of paper and handed it to her. According to this list, give me 20 of each medicinal material. No problem. The cute nurse nodded and then bounced away. Lin Chen and Li Shui patiently waited on a bench. The nurse took the prescription deep into the pharmacy, where a woman in her 30s was working. Dressed in a white lab coat, the woman had a refined appearance. Despite not wearing any makeup, her stunning beauty was still evident. Senior sister, here is the list of items the customer wants to purchase. The nurse handed the list to her. Su Ling Shuang glanced at the paper and couldn't help but exclaim softly. This list seems to be some kind of nourishing formula. Su Ling Shuang noticed some clues and became intrigued. Whose list is this? Come, take me to meet him. Su Ling Shuang immediately stood up. Ha! What's so special about this list? Su Xiaoying's words were cut off as Su Ling Shuang pulled her away. The two quickly made their way outside, and under Su Xiaoying's guidance, Su Ling Shuang hurried to Lin Chen. Lin Chen first caught a faint scent of a woman's fragrance. When he looked up, he saw a beautiful woman with an air of confidence walking towards him. I am the chief physician of the pharmacy, Su Ling Shuang. Sir, is this list of medicinal materials yours? Su Ling Shuang asked. That's right, this list is mine. Is there a problem? Lin Chen squinted slightly. Upon hearing this, Su Ling Shuang began to scrutinize Lin Chen. Are you also in the medical field? Who is your teacher? Lin Chen immediately understood. She must have noticed something about his list and came to inquire. The medicinal materials he was purchasing were naturally for refining pills, as this body was too weak, and its physical strength was completely unsatisfactory. He would soon be cultivating with many women, and without an outstanding and strong body, how could that be possible? They say there are only overworked oxen, not overworked fields, but that is merely the case for ordinary people. He needed to refine some elixirs to assist in his cultivation. That's right, it's mine. If you want to ask anything more, there's no need to speak. I'm just here to buy medicinal materials, and you just need to sell them to me. Lin Chen said. Su Ling Shuang slightly pursed her lips and said, I'm very interested in various prescriptions. This one is something I've never seen before. I want to buy this prescription, name your price. Oh, Lin Chen was somewhat surprised but then smiled. This prescription of his was for body refining pills, which are generally used by body cultivators to lay a foundation in the cultivation world. Although it is not worth mentioning in the cultivation world, it has been modified by countless alchemists and is close to perfection. On Earth, it could definitely be considered priceless. This prescription is extraordinarily valuable. You can't afford it. Lin Chen directly shook his head. 1 million. Su Ling Shuang offered a price. Su Xiaoying was taken aback. Senior sister, are you crazy? You're willing to spend 1 million for a prescription of unknown origin. Master will definitely scold you if he finds out. Li Shui was also extremely shocked. She could hardly believe her eyes. The Lin Chen she had always seen as useless actually presented a prescription worth 1 million. Was she dreaming? Or was Lin Chen deliberately putting on a show for her? She felt a bit confused. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. You think you can buy a body refining pill for just 1 million? That's a bit unrealistic. Moreover, with your abilities, even if you buy this prescription, you won't be able to concoct it. Before Su Ling Shuang could react, Su Xiaoying couldn't hold back. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you know who my senior sister is? How can you say such things? There's no prescription in this world that my senior sister can't concoct. Su Xiaoying spoke with great confidence. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised and spread out his spiritual sense to immediately investigate Su Ling Shuang's condition. Upon seeing it, he was overjoyed. Another special physique. The 100-flower spirit body. This is a rare special physique even in the cultivation world. Such people can naturally absorb the spiritual essence from plants. Those with 100-flower spiritual chi have tremendous advantages in cultivating medicinal materials, and even in refining elixirs, they can be more exceptional than ordinary people. No wonder this little girl dared to say that there was no prescription in the world that this woman couldn't concoct. It turned out to be for this reason. In a short time, Lin Chen was already planning how to utilize the 100-flower spiritual chi within Su Ling Shuang. I won't sell you the prescription, but I can let you study it yourself, and I have a condition. Lin Chen smiled. Su Ling Shuang immediately asked, "What condition?" "I've been too tired lately and want to relax my muscles. Since you're a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, you must know how to massage and manipulate. I want you to give me a massage," Lin Chen said. Li Shue's eyes widened, immediately revealing a look of suspicion. This guy must be trying to take advantage of the opportunity to get close to a beautiful female doctor. "Okay." Su Ling Shuang immediately nodded in agreement, clearly not thinking too much. It was just a massage, this posed no difficulty for her. Lin Chen was very satisfied and patted Li Shue's head. "Xiao Shui, stay here obediently, I'm going to buy an orange." After saying that, he followed Su Ling Shuang into the depths of the pharmacy. Li Shue's face darkened, but being able to temporarily escape from Lin Chen also relieved her. "Follow me," Su Ling Shuang said. The two made their way to the treatment room at the back of the pharmacy, where there were no outsiders, just Lin Chen and Su Ling Shuang. "Lie down," Su Ling Shuang said calmly as she took a pair of gloves from the drawer. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, then took off his outer clothing and lay down on the bed. Su Ling Shuang walked over and stood at the head of the bed. From Lin Chen's perspective, the first thing that caught his eye was Su Ling Shuang's pair of enormous weapons. These weapons were so conspicuous that they completely obscured Su Ling Shuang's face. Su Ling Shuang's hands were already pressed against Lin Chen's temples, and she began to slowly massage him. Her hands were very nimble, and her grasp of the acupoints was quite precise, with just the right amount of pressure, making Lin Chen squint his eyes in comfort. Su Ling Shuang was seriously focused on giving Lin Chen a massage, her expression devoid of any other emotions. Lin Chen smiled inwardly and immediately began to take action. He slightly guided his true energy, and the 100-flower spirit chi within Su Ling Shuang began to surge. Su Ling Shuang's hands, which had been massaging, paused slightly as she felt something unusual in her body. What was going on? Su Ling Shuang had no idea what was happening. She only felt that something within her was stirring. This strange sensation made her blush a little. "Dr. Su, what's wrong?" Lin Chen pretended not to know. "It's nothing." Su Ling Shuang shook her head and continued to massage. She quickly relaxed all the acupoints in Lin Chen's head and then moved to his shoulders. Lin Chen once again mobilized his true energy, and the 100-flower spirit chi within Su Ling Shuang began to stir again. A thread of true energy flowed along Su Ling Shuang's arm into her body, and then, like a gluttonous beast, it began to devour the 100-flower spirit chi within her. This true energy belonging to Lin Chen roamed within Su Ling Shuang, quickly making her feel something unusual. Su Ling Shuang's cheeks began to flush at some point, and she felt a bit hot, as if some peculiar force was moving within her body. This strange feeling made it hard for her to settle down. Instead of stabilizing with the passage of time, it intensified. What was going on? Why was her body acting strangely? Su Ling Shuang's complexion gradually turned crimson, and her originally clear eyes began to mist over. She couldn't help but squeeze her legs together, the unusual heat within her body giving her an experience she had never felt before, making it difficult for her to control herself for a moment. "Dr. Su, you've stopped again," Lin Chen urged. He urged several times in succession. Every time Su Ling Shuang paused, he couldn't absorb the 100-flower spirit chi from her body. Su Ling Shuang's face was now completely flushed. Clearly, she was the one giving Lin Chen a massage, yet he showed no reaction, while she appeared strangely affected. What was going on? Why was she so helpless? Su Ling Shuang felt a bit confused, completely unaware of what was happening. Under Lin Chen's urging, she continued to massage. A look of enjoyment appeared on Lin Chen's face as he closed his eyes, savoring the beauty's massage while controlling his true energy to roam within Su Ling Shuang, wantonly devouring the 100-flower spirit chi within her like a gluttonous beast. So refreshing. So delightful. Lin Chen's heart was blooming with joy. This was the correct way to cultivate, requiring no hardship at all, effortlessly enhancing his strength. Lin Chen lay comfortably on the bed, enjoying himself, while Su Ling Shuang was already panting without realizing when it had happened. Her entire face was completely flushed, and Lin Chen's true energy seemed to possess a peculiar magic. Every time it roamed within her body, it made her feel an unusual heat. At this moment, Lin Chen also noticed something was off with Su Ling Shuang, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The cultivation method he practiced in this life was the top-tier dual cultivation technique known as Yin-Yang illusion record. With the spiritual energy on Earth being thin, there was no way to cultivate using normal methods, so he had to practice this renowned dual cultivation technique. He was well aware of Su Lingxuan's reaction. Under his yin-yang true energy, even a cold and indifferent stone woman would be unable to control herself. Dr. Su, are you alright? I see you're looking quite hot, why not take off your clothes? Lin Chen smiled at Su Lingxuan. Ah! Su Lingxuan only then noticed that she was drenched in sweat. Sorry to make you laugh. Su Lingxuan felt a bit embarrassed. She indeed felt extremely hot, thinking it might be due to the high air conditioning temperature, and she subsequently took off her white jacket. Underneath, she was wearing a thin t-shirt, which clung to her body due to the sweat, outlining an almost perfect figure. The most eye-catching were her large peaks, which immediately drew Lin Chen's attention. Goodness! Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Continue. The massage is only halfway done, Dr. Su, don't give up now. Lin Chen chuckled. He lay back on the bed, enjoying the unique charm of the beautiful woman before him, who was now glistening with sweat. Su Lingxuan's face turned red. As a woman, her instincts told her that the situation was inappropriate. Lin Chen's gaze from the bed seemed a bit too fiery. She looked down and realized her current appearance was quite revealing. She instinctively wanted to leave, but her duty as a doctor restrained her thoughts. The massage wasn't finished, how could she leave midway? With that in mind, Su Lingxuan gritted her teeth and continued the massage for Lin Chen. Lin Chen enjoyed both the visual and physical sensations, feeling immensely pleased. The massage lasted a full half hour, and Lin Chen looked refreshed, while Su Lingxuan was left breathless with flushed cheeks. After the massage was completely over, she could no longer control herself and leaned against the chair beside her. No! I can't do it anymore. Sorry, you can leave by yourself, I'll come out later. Su Lingxuan's voice was weak and breathy, completely unaware of how tempting her state was. Lin Chen chuckled silently, but he didn't take advantage of the situation. Rather than doing something beastly, he preferred to watch women come to him willingly. Su Lingxuan possessed a rare physique, and there was no doubt she couldn't escape his grasp. Alright, you can study that prescription on your own, whatever you come up with is yours. Lin Chen left this remark and then turned to leave. He walked away with great ease, showing no signs of lingering. He had already seen that this Dr. Su was definitely serious about her medical path. She wouldn't be able to derive anything from that prescription. After all, the list merely contained the types of herbs needed for the body refining pill. It was impossible to create the pill based solely on that list. When she realized she couldn't come up with anything, she would inevitably come looking for him. As he exited the ward, he happened to run into Su Xiaoying outside. Where's my senior sister? Su Xiaoying asked, puzzled. She's resting inside. Lin Chen replied with a smile. Resting? Su Xiaoying was even more confused. It was just a massage, why would she need to rest? She couldn't help but walk into the ward, only to see Su Lingxuan slumped in the chair, her face flushed. Senior sister. Su Xiaoying was taken aback and hurried over. Senior sister, are you okay? Did that man do something to you? Su Xiaoying, being an adult, immediately began to speculate upon seeing Su Lingxuan's state. She instantly showed an angry expression. That despicable man, I'm going to find him. Don't go, Su Lingxuan quickly grabbed Su Xiaoying. It has nothing to do with him, it's my own issue. That gentleman didn't do anything to me. Ha? Su Xiaoying looked confused. With Su Lingxuan's post-event appearance, it certainly looked like something had happened with a man. Seeing her junior sister's bewildered expression, Su Lingxuan felt extremely embarrassed, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. She didn't understand why she felt so vulnerable. It was just a massage for that person, and they hadn't done anything to her, yet she almost lost control. However, thinking about how Lin Chen didn't react even when he saw her in such a pitiful state, Su Lingxuan couldn't help but feel a bit of affection. Xiaoying, you can go out first, I'll just take a moment to recover. Su Lingxuan wanted to send her away. Alright. Su Xiaoying looked at her oddly, then nodded without asking too many questions. The ward was left with only Su Lingxuan, her pretty face growing redder, her mind filled with Lin Chen's image. After picking up the medicinal herbs, Lin Chen also bought a medicinal stove and then returned to the villa with Li Shui. By the time they arrived at the villa, it was already evening, and the lights were on inside. Oh, could it be that my sister is back? Li Shui exclaimed in surprise and joy, her heart racing as if she had seen a savior, and she rushed into the villa. She pushed open the villa's front door and saw a stunningly beautiful woman in professional attire in the living room. The woman appeared to be around 24 or 25, with willow-like eyebrows and cherry-red lips, her skin delicate and snow-white. She had a tall figure, at least 1. 75 meters, and her professional short skirt revealed long legs wrapped in black stockings. Those alluring long legs were so slender that any man's gaze would inevitably be drawn to them. She had a unique aura, and her exquisite makeup highlighted her competence and shrewdness. Anyone who saw her would think she was a business elite and a strong woman. "Sister!" Li Shui rushed over with a choked voice and threw herself into Li Jingwan's arms. "Xiao Shui, what's wrong?" Li Jingwan asked, puzzled. Li Shui felt extremely wronged, wanting nothing more than to tell Li Jingwan about what Lin Chen had done to her. But before she could speak, footsteps sounded, and Lin Chen walked in from outside. "Did you take Xiao Shui out to play?" Li Jingwan's tone was calm, as if the person who had just entered was a stranger, not her husband. Faced with Li Jingwan's attitude, Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he smiled. Although they were called husband and wife, in reality, they were just familiar strangers. Li Jingwan had been pressured by her family to marry, which had annoyed her greatly, while he needed the Li family's influence to help him investigate the truth behind his parents' deaths. They had come to an agreement and thus obtained a marriage certificate. "Yes, our relationship wasn't great before, but Xiao Shui is my sister-in-law, so I thought I would ease things up and took her to the amusement park for a round of fun," Lin Chen said with a smile. Li Shui couldn't help but shiver slightly, then smiled. "Brother-in-law took me to the amusement park today, and we had a great time." "Really?" This made Li Jingwan a bit confused. In her impression, her sister and Lin Chen didn't have a good relationship, and the former often mocked the latter. Li Jingwan was aware of how often Li Shui ridiculed Lin Chen, but since she was her sister, as long as it wasn't too excessive, she didn't pay much attention. However, it seemed that their relationship had eased today. Her sister, who had always looked down on Lin Chen, actually went to the amusement park with him, which was unprecedented. "Good, seeing you two get along so well puts me at ease. You are all my family, I don't like to see you fighting." Li Jingwan rarely showed a smile. Lin Chen laughed heartily, affectionately ruffling Li Shui's hair. "I'll go make dinner, you two can play in the living room." Li Jingwan nodded in satisfaction and turned to walk into the kitchen. In the living room, only Lin Chen and Li Shui were left. Li Shui suddenly felt uneasy and immediately wanted to find an excuse to escape, but before she could make a move, Lin Chen had already grabbed her. "Baby, why are you running away? Is it because Jingwan is here that you're shy and embarrassed?" Lin Chen teased with a smile. Li Shui's expression was stiff as she smiled, already feeling Lin Chen's hand had somehow found its way onto her body. Li Shui was taken aback. "Brother-in-law, stop it quickly, my sister is in the kitchen." "Ah!" Stimulated, Li Shui couldn't help but exclaim, then hurriedly covered her mouth. She stared wide-eyed in shock at Lin Chen, not expecting him to be so bold. Her sister was right in the kitchen, and this useless man actually dared to take advantage of her. Didn't he fear being discovered by her sister? "Don't worry, your sister is always serious about her work. Her attention will be on cooking, she won't notice us. And don't you think doing this in front of your sister would be even more exciting?" Lin Chen whispered in Li Shui's ear. Li Shui looked astonished, unable to resist turning her head to glance at the kitchen door, her heart racing. "It's over. If my sister really finds out, she will definitely be very disappointed in me." Li Shui couldn't help but plead, "Brother-in-law, please stop. We will definitely be discovered by my sister." Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh inwardly. "I have to say, playing with my sister-in-law in front of my wife is indeed very thrilling." Li Shui was almost in tears, desperately trying to struggle. Just as she was about to fight back, slap, Lin Chen smacked her on the backside, producing a crisp sound. Li Shui almost cried out, "Brother-in-law, are you crazy?" Li Shui was terrified and quickly looked towards the kitchen. Seeing that Li Jingwan inside hadn't heard anything, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Lin Chen noticed her expression, and his hands became even more unrestrained. "Boo-hoo!" Li Shui felt a wave of grievance in her heart but couldn't resist, fearing it would make too much noise. The three of them were each doing different things in the villa. Li Jingwan in the kitchen had no idea that her husband and sister were playing some unspeakable games in the living room. She skillfully prepared 3 dishes and a soup, and the enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen as she brought the food to the living room. "Oh, Xiao Shui, why are you all sweaty?" Li Jingwan looked surprised. Li Shui forced a smile, discreetly adjusting her clothes that Lin Chen had messed up. "It's nothing, just that the air conditioning is a bit too hot." Li Shui casually made an excuse. Li Jingwan glanced at the air conditioning on the wall, which showed a cooling temperature of 22, and her expression became somewhat strange. She looked at Lin Chen, who appeared unfazed. Lin Chen smiled and stepped forward. "I'll help serve the food." "Thank you." Li Jingwan nodded. Looking at Lin Chen so close, she suddenly felt something was off. "You seem a bit different?" Li Jingwan showed a look of suspicion. Lin Chen was surprised. He didn't expect Li Jingwan's intuition to be so sharp. The previous him and the current him were indeed different. Even Li Shui hadn't noticed anything wrong, yet Li Jingwan was the first to catch on. I just figured some things out. Lin Chen casually brushed it off. A table of 3 dishes and a soup was quickly prepared, and the 3 sat together to enjoy their dinner. The 4 dishes were full of color, aroma, and flavor, and just smelling them made one's appetite grow. Lin Chen savored the taste of the food, marveling inwardly. Although Li Jingwan was somewhat aloof, her abilities were indeed outstanding. She was a typical business prodigy, taking over a nearly lifeless company from her family and revitalizing it in just a few years, making it thrive. Not only was she strong in external affairs, but her cooking and household skills were also top-notch. What man wouldn't like a woman like that? After dinner, Li Shui couldn't wait to escape, her hurried steps suggesting she was afraid of being caught by Lin Chen. After the meal, Li Jingwan went to the kitchen to wash the dishes, quickly tidying up the house. After a busy day, a hint of fatigue appeared on her face. Jingwan, I've recently learned a bit about massage techniques. I can help you relax, Lin Chen said. Li Jingwan shook her head. No need, I'm going back to rest. You should get some rest too. After saying that, she returned to her own room. Although they lived under the same roof, they slept in different rooms. This is what it means to share a bed but have different dreams. Lin Chen didn't mind. Li Jingwan had already been regarded as his woman. The plan to win over Li Jingwan could start slowly. He wasn't in a hurry. Back in his room, Lin Chen began to refine body strengthening pills. He took out the alchemy furnace and then formed a hand seal with both hands. Whoosh! A burst of orange-red flames suddenly appeared in his hands, and the flames were thrown into the furnace. He took out the medicinal materials he had bought from the Yunhai pharmacy one by one and added them to the furnace in turn. Under the refining power of the true chi flames, the medicinal properties contained in the materials were gradually extracted, leaving behind ashes. When all the materials had been refined, small droplets of medicinal liquid floated in the furnace. These liquids began to merge gradually, eventually condensing into a pill about the size of a baby's fist. Half an hour later, Lin Chen opened his eyes again. He opened the furnace and took out pure white pills. A faint fragrance wafted from the pills, and just smelling it made one's blood boil. Not bad, although my strength is now only at the innate level, my ability to refine pills hasn't diminished. Lin Chen smiled with satisfaction. Although it was just a high-grade body strengthening pill, it was enough for his current use. The ability to refine high-grade pills was thanks to his strong alchemy experience and spiritual awareness. Although his current strength was less than 1/10,000th of his peak, refining a mere first-grade pill was still not difficult. Lin Chen placed all the pills into a prepared bottle and then quietly left the villa. He went to the park where he had met Tang Yunyan in the morning, finding a secluded spot. It was now midnight, and the park was silent and dimly lit. Confirming that no one was around, Lin Chen took out a pill and swallowed it directly, then began to practice body strengthening techniques. He struck one strange pose after another, his breathing following a peculiar rhythm. Gradually, sweat began to pour from Lin Chen, and in a short time, he was drenched, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. The medicinal power within the pill began to emanate, circulating through his body under Lin Chen's control, and he could keenly feel the changes occurring in his flesh. 3 hours later, Lin Chen concluded today's training, exhaling a long breath of turbid air. After a simple stretch, a series of popping sounds like frying beans immediately rang out. Refreshing! Lin Chen smiled with satisfaction. With the aid of the body strengthening pill, I can achieve innate physical body in at most a month. Innate, foundation establishment, golden core, primordial infant, transformation of spirit. These are the 5 realms of cultivation. In his previous life, his strength had reached the peak of the transformation of spirit realm, one of the 12 giants of the cultivation world, standing at the pinnacle above billions of beings. It's a pity that the spiritual energy on earth is too thin. In this life, wanting to return to the peak, or even ascend to the immortal realm, is basically impossible. Lin Chen felt a bit helpless. Suddenly, a faint sound came from afar, immediately catching his attention. He saw a disheveled figure quickly approaching, with several people chasing after it. Someone was being hunted? Lin Chen quickly discerned that the person being chased was a woman. He had no interest in meddling and swiftly hid in the nearby bushes. The woman in black, being pursued, rushed over, and seeing the park was dark and empty, she immediately looked for a place to hide. She quickly hid in the nearby bushes, but as soon as she crouched down, she realized that a man was staring at her. The woman in black widened her eyes in shock, instinctively wanting to get up and leave. Lin Chen pressed her down. Fool, don't move. I was just passing by. If you move, they'll find you. Lin Chen hissed in a low voice. He lunged forward, pinning the woman to the ground while covering her mouth with his hand. Lin Chen firmly controlled her limbs, his entire body pressing down on the woman in black. Where is she? Where did that woman run off to? At this moment, the pursuers had arrived, and the four of them exchanged glances, frowning at the dark park. She must be hiding in the park, using the dim light to conceal herself. Search for her, find this woman. One of them said coldly. Yes. The other three nodded in agreement. The four immediately began searching the park. In the bushes, Lin Chen frowned at the scene. He didn't want to get involved in any troublesome events. This was a habit he had developed in the cultivation world. In a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, getting into trouble meant attracting powerful enemies, and those who liked to stir up trouble would have long since perished unless they had a solid background. What a hassle! Lin Chen's expression darkened. He had only come to the park to practice his body refinement technique and hadn't expected to stumble into such a situation. Suddenly, the woman beneath him began to struggle violently. Lin Chen snapped, "What are you doing? They're searching for you outside. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." He shot her a glare and tightened his grip on her. The woman in black was completely pinned beneath him, their bodies pressed tightly together. In the summer, clothing was thin, and in this position, Lin Chen could clearly feel the woman's curvaceous figure. Wow! He didn't expect this woman to be so well endowed. He was somewhat surprised, then looked down. Under the dim moonlight, the woman's face came into view. Lin Chen was even more astonished. He hadn't expected to casually encounter another beauty. The woman beneath him had delicate and beautiful features, looking no more than 27 or 28. Beneath her willow-shaped brows were bright eyes, but at that moment, those eyes were filled with anger, along with a hint of shyness and embarrassment. He hadn't expected to casually run into another beauty. Could it be because he practiced the yin-yang illusion classic? Lin Chen was puzzled, but he hadn't heard that practicing the yin-yang illusion classic would increase a practitioner's romantic luck. The few men in black around them were still searching, pulling out flashlights for a thorough search. Damn, where did that woman run off to? Search! Young Master Wang has given a death order. We must find her. If we can't find this woman, we won't be able to escape. Damn it, this woman really knows how to run. When I find her, I'll make her taste my power. The men cursed. Finding a person dressed in black who was deliberately hiding in the dark was clearly not an easy task, especially in such an unfamiliar environment as a park. However, the pursuers were clearly determined not to give up until they achieved their goal, and their search was getting closer to where Lin Chen and the woman were. Hearing the approaching sounds, the woman in black trembled slightly. Lin Chen was curious about what this woman had done to be chased so relentlessly. Given her all-black attire, she looked quite like a thief. Young Master Wang? At that moment, Lin Chen noticed one of the men speaking not far away. Could it be that young Master Wang? He chuckled silently and leaned down to ask the woman beneath him, "Hey, is the young Master Wang they're talking about Wan Long?" The woman in black nodded slightly. Goodness! What a coincidence! Lin Chen laughed inwardly. Wang Long had left a rather poor impression on him. The other party was Tang Yunyao's fiancée, and Tang Yunyao was the woman he had his eyes on, so the two were enemies from the start. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Initially, Lin Chen had only intended to save the woman in black to avoid trouble, but now he had changed his mind. In the park, Lin Chen and the woman in black were hiding in the dense grass, their figures completely concealed. Lin Chen was pressing down on the woman in black, who seemed quite uncomfortable under the pressure, unable to help but squirm to break free. "Don't move!" Lin Chen whispered. The woman in black gritted her teeth, feeling both angry and embarrassed. She had never been this close to a man before. Pressed together like this, she could clearly feel the heat radiating from Lin Chen's body. The strong masculine aura almost enveloped her, making her head spin. The woman in black felt both shy and anxious. If it weren't for the urgent situation, she would have definitely tried to escape. At that moment, the pursuers nearby had already searched the area. Hearing the approaching footsteps, the woman in black's body stiffened, and she dared not move. Lin Chen also held his breath, ready for discovery. After all, it was nearly impossible for two living people to hide in the grass. Might as well take action. Lin Chen thought to himself, after all, the pursuers were just a few ordinary people and could not possibly be his match. Though he had this thought, Lin Chen was not in a hurry to act. What does this guy want to do? The woman in black was extremely anxious, feeling like crying without tears. Instinctively, she struggled to break free from Lin Chen's hold. She didn't want to be taken advantage of by a stranger in such a situation. "Don't move, I won't do anything to you," Lin Chen said softly. The woman in black shot him a fierce glare, not believing his words at all. How could she trust a man at a time like this? She was well aware of how attractive her body was to men, and she didn't believe this man could control himself. Thinking of this, the woman in black struggled even harder. This caused a commotion, immediately alerting the pursuers outside. Found her, that woman is hiding here. A loud shout rang out. Oh no! The woman in black's heart sank. The grass was then pushed aside, and several burly men in black suits surrounded them. Huh, why is there an extra person? No wonder you ran this way, it turns out you have an accomplice coming to help you. The leading man in black was initially startled when he saw Lin Chen, but quickly reacted. He sneered and pulled out a weapon. Upon closer inspection, it was a handgun. Click! The gun was loaded and aimed directly at Lin Chen. Come out! The leader said coldly. Lin Chen shrugged and shot a glare at the woman in black. It's all your fault, woman, for getting us discovered. The two stepped out from the grass, and once the woman in black was free, she looked at the scene and knew she couldn't escape. Wait! He is not my accomplice, this has nothing to do with him. Let him go. The woman in black's voice was cold yet ethereal. The leader scoffed, he has seen everything, you think he can leave alive? Bind them both and take them away. With his command, several of the men in black rushed forward. At this moment, Lin Chen finally spoke. She's right, I was just passing by. Blame your bad luck for running into me here. Lin Chen said something nonsensical. The men in black couldn't help but laugh, then charged at Lin Chen. Stop! The woman in black spoke urgently, he is innocent, don't hurt him. This statement surprised Lin Chen, he didn't expect the woman in black to be so kind-hearted. Seeing several men in black approaching him, Lin Chen wasted no time and took action. His internal energy surged, instantly filling his entire body. Lin Chen charged forward, swinging his fists like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. With one punch each, the four men in black barely lasted a breath. When the breath ended, all four were already lying on the ground, unconscious. The sound of heavy bodies hitting the floor echoed continuously. What? At this scene, both the woman in black and the armed black-clad leader were stunned, their faces filled with astonishment. How is this possible? You are an ancient martial artist? The black-clad leader couldn't help but take a step back. Ancient martial artist? Lin Chen squinted, it seems you know quite a bit. So what if you are an ancient martial artist? Can you move faster than my bullets? Kneel down immediately, or I will shoot. The black-clad leader coldly reprimanded. After a brief moment of shock, he had already regained his composure. The woman in black also looked extremely surprised, not expecting to encounter an ancient martial artist here. Could it be that the reason he appeared here at night was for training? I'm sorry for involving you, the woman in black said, her face showing deep regret. This is my fault. If we can escape this time, I will definitely make it up to you, you can ask for anything. Lin Chen turned to look at her, really? Absolutely. The woman in black said earnestly, but soon her expression turned to a bitter smile. But we can't escape. No matter how powerful an ancient martial artist is, they can't be stronger than firearms. Ha ha ha, that's not necessarily true. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. Seeing the two still chatting, the black-clad leader's face turned quite ugly. Have you two finished talking? Kneel down and come with me immediately, or I will shoot. The woman in black gritted her teeth and then made a bold move. She charged directly at the black-clad leader, saying, I'll hold him off, you hurry and leave, I don't want to involve innocent people. Damn! You're simply asking for death. The black-clad leader was furious at this sight. He lowered his gun and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out, accompanied by a flash of sparks, and the bullet shot out. The woman in black couldn't help but close her eyes in pain, but the anticipated pain did not come. Just as she was about to be hit by the bullet, a hand landed on her shoulder, pulling her away in an instant. The bullet whizzed past her, making the woman in black widen her eyes. Then, something even more shocking happened. Lin Chen, who had originally been behind her, had somehow moved forward and grabbed the wrist of the black-clad leader holding the gun. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed, and the black-clad leader screamed, the handgun falling directly to the ground. You! How could you be so fast? The black-clad leader was astonished. He hadn't even reacted when Lin Chen had already seized his hand. What the hell? Are ancient martial artists this powerful? Lin Chen casually picked up the handgun from the ground and toyed with it, a teasing smile on his face. Haven't you heard the saying, in 7 steps, the fist is fast? You shouldn't be this close to me. The black-clad leader's face stiffened, and then everything went black before he collapsed to the ground. The normal battle ended in an instant, and the woman in black finally reacted. You! She was about to say something when Lin Chen spoke first. Beautiful lady, can I really set the terms as you just said? Ha! The woman in black was momentarily stunned. Lin Chen smiled slightly, then took a step forward, directly pulling the woman in black into his arms and kissing her. The black-clad woman suddenly stiffened, her eyes filled with shock, not expecting Lin Chen to be so bold. Instinctively, she wanted to struggle, but then she remembered his earlier words and relaxed her body. Lin Chen felt the beauty in his arms cease her resistance, and his courage immediately grew. He embraced the black-clad beauty, shamelessly savoring her scent, one hand wrapped around her slender waist beneath the black fabric, while the other hand had unknowingly climbed to her peaks. The full mounds were toyed with in his grasp, causing the black-clad beauty to feel a mix of shame and anger. How could this person be like this? Wasn't kissing her enough? A strong masculine aura surged towards her, making her head spin. Lin Chen indulged in the taste of the black-clad beauty, his hands gradually becoming more daring, unknowingly unfastening her clothing. The cold wind of early morning swept through, making the black-clad beauty shiver involuntarily. She suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing she was half exposed without knowing when. Oh no! The black-clad beauty struggled violently, using all her strength to break free. What are you doing? I didn't say I would compensate you this way. The black-clad beauty was both shy and angry, her face flushed. She hurriedly put her clothes back on, unable to resist stepping away from the man in front of her. Lin Chen feigned innocence. You said yourself that I could make any request. The black-clad beauty was left speechless. It was indeed what she had said. Even if I said that, you can't do something so excessive. She bit her lip lightly. Her gaze couldn't help but linger on Lin Chen, and only then did she see his face clearly. In his 20s, with a good demeanor and excellent looks. For some reason, looking at Lin Chen's outstanding appearance and aura, her dissatisfaction dissipated significantly. This thought made the black-clad beauty feel embarrassed. Am I really that shallow woman who only looks at appearances? Lin Chen smiled. Although this had caused a bit of trouble, it also brought rewards. Not a loss. What happened? How did you get into trouble with those people? He was somewhat curious. The black-clad beauty didn't seem like the type to seek trouble. Upon mentioning this topic, her teeth clenched in anger. I went to take revenge on Wang Long. He destroyed my Tao family martial arts school, so I want to kill him. Her face was filled with rage and hatred. Lin Chen was slightly curious. A martial arts school? It's the 21st century, and there are still such ancient things? This made the black-clad beauty show a strange expression. Aren't you an ancient martial artist yourself? Ha! I'm not that kind of old antique. Lin Chen laughed. He was a cultivator. How could an ancient martial artist compare to him? The black-clad beauty's expression became even stranger. Then what are you? It's a secret. Let's talk about your Tao family martial arts school. I'm very interested. Lin Chen said, looking around. But this isn't a place to talk. Let's exchange numbers first, and we can meet tomorrow to discuss. The black-clad beauty nodded. Okay. They exchanged numbers and then left the park separately. As he was leaving, Lin Chen released a few streams of true energy, shooting like arrows into the brains of the black-clad men. After doing all this, Lin Chen finally revealed a satisfied smile and quickly left the park, leaving behind only a few cold corpses. The next day, early in the morning, Lin Chen received a call from the black-clad beauty. After agreeing on a location, he set off to meet her. He drove away in Li Shui's red sports car, arriving at the entrance of a tea house. Room 4. Lin Chen said to the tea house attendant, "Please follow me." Guided by the attendant, Lin Chen arrived at room 4. Pushing the door open, he saw a stunningly beautiful black-clad woman inside. She was tall and appeared to be in her 20s, with a beautiful combination of wheat-colored skin and delicate features. The aura of determination was evident between her brows, giving her a strong presence. The slightly tight white training outfit showcased her curvaceous figure perfectly, and her rounded, toned legs sparked the imagination. The woman in black turned her head at the sound, her gaze immediately landing on Lin Chen. Her face flushed slightly, and memories of the previous night flooded her mind. Lin Chen approached with a smile, noticing her shy demeanor, and couldn't help but tease her. He walked straight over and plopped down beside her, causing her to jump up like a startled deer. "Why are you reacting so much? I won't eat you." Lin Chen laughed. The woman in black, already blushing, turned an even deeper shade of red. "You're talking nonsense, you. Last night." Her words trailed off. "What about last night? I was just asking for compensation, that's all. If I hadn't had some skills, I would have died last night. Is it wrong for you to compensate me?" Lin Chen said confidently. The woman in black found herself at a loss for words, feeling a twinge of guilt. "I'm sorry." She bowed in apology. Lin Chen chuckled. "That's more like it." He then stood up again and pulled her into his embrace. "No." The woman in black was startled, and before she could finish her sentence, Lin Chen kissed her again. Ugh! She felt wronged and helpless. Acknowledging her own fault, she didn't resist this time, allowing Lin Chen to savor her taste. They kissed for over 10 minutes until the beauty in his arms was breathless, and only then did Lin Chen release her. The woman in black gasped for air, her exquisite face flushed. "Enough, you've kissed me twice already. She weakly tapped Lin Chen's chest, but her posture seemed more playful than angry. Lin Chen smiled broadly. Just twice? Is my life worth so little? And don't forget, I saved your life, otherwise, you would have died last night. You know very well what would have happened if you had fallen into Wang Long's hands. The woman in black was momentarily speechless, biting her lip, her face a deep shade of red. Fine, I'll let you kiss me a few more times, but you can't go too far. Lin Chen nodded eagerly. He sat down in a chair, holding the woman in black on his lap. One hand wrapped around her slender waist, which, despite being delicate from years of training, was surprisingly elastic. Don't touch me randomly, she protested helplessly. She felt weak, lying against Lin Chen, appearing as if she was ready to be picked. Let's talk business, I still don't know your name. I'm Lin Chen. The woman in black blushed and replied, I'm Tao Yuyan. I'm a bit interested in ancient martial artists, can you tell me more about it? Your Tao family actually runs a martial arts school, so you must know something about it. Lin Chen's tone became slightly serious, his hands mischievously caressing Tao Yuyan's waist. He was indeed curious about the extraordinary forces on Earth. Given the spiritual energy on Earth, he didn't think ancient martial artists were particularly powerful, he was merely curious. Are you really not an ancient martial artist? How can you be so strong? Tao Yuyan asked, astonished. Although it was dark last night, she had seen clearly that Lin Chen moved like a ghost. His speed was beyond what even a marksman could react to, an ordinary person couldn't achieve that. That's my secret. Just answer my question, Lin Chen replied. Tao Yuyan felt a bit displeased, but remembering they had only known each other for a day, it was normal for him not to share, and her irritation quickly faded. The ancient martial artist is a profession passed down from ancient times to the present. We hone our bodies and cultivate martial arts, allowing the human body to reach a higher level. Top ancient martial artists can contend with lions and tigers, and in ancient times, they could easily become military leaders. However, with the development of firearms, ancient martial artists quickly declined. No matter how powerful an ancient martial artist is, they cannot withstand firearms. Countless powerful ancient martial artists fell under gunfire, and the entire martial arts world suffered a heavy blow, gradually leading to no one practicing martial arts anymore. So weak? Lin Chen felt a bit disappointed. It seemed as he expected, the so-called ancient martial artists were indeed very weak, even failing to step into the door of immortality cultivation. The first realm of immortality cultivation is innate, while these martial artists were clearly only acquired. Mr. Lin, can I ask you for a favor? Tao Yuyan bit her lip, her expression somewhat conflicted. I can help, but have you thought about the price? You still owe me a life. Lin Chen teased her. Without thinking, he already knew what Tao Yuyan wanted to say. Tao Yuyan instantly understood Lin Chen's meaning, her pretty face turning even redder. No problem, I agree to be your girlfriend, but, Tao Yuyan nodded through gritted teeth. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Chen directly interrupted her. Wait, when did I ask you to be my girlfriend? Is this a price? That sounds like I'm at a disadvantage, and besides, I'm already married. Lin Chen said. What? Tao Yuyan showed a look of surprise, a bit angry. Since you're already married, why take advantage of me? What you're doing is clearly betrayal. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. I don't need you to teach me how to do things, do I? This is my personal matter. Tao Yuyan looked at Lin Chen with a sudden disgust. The good impression she had just vanished completely. She originally thought Lin Chen was a decent person, after all, he saved her life. She didn't expect him to be a scumbag who had a wife and was still playing around with other women. So tell me what favor you want me to help with. If I'm not mistaken, you want me to help the Tao family martial arts school, Lin Chen said. Lin Chen's guess was indeed correct. Tao Yuyan nodded. I hope you can join the Tao family martial arts school. Ancient martial artists have declined due to the rise of firearms, but there are still some forces left. Many martial arts schools have formed the Yunhai Martial Arts Alliance to support each other. However, the Martial Arts Alliance has a rule that every generation of martial arts schools must have a pillar figure. My Tao family martial arts school does not have anyone outstanding in this generation. In 7 days, the Alliance will conduct an assessment. If we cannot prove that the martial arts school is capable enough, it will be expelled. When she said this, there was a strong sense of helplessness on Tao Yuyan's face. Lin Chen smiled. I can agree to help, but my condition is that you must be my girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Tao Yuyan couldn't help but feel angry. You shameless scumbag. You already have a wife. Lin Chen was indifferent to her gaze. Although Tao Yuyan did not have a special physique, her character was decent enough to be a furnace. He practiced the yin-yang illusionary canon and wanted to progress quickly, so the more furnaces, the better. He looked down on ordinary women, but Tao Yuyan could meet his needs. Think it over. I can help your Tao family martial arts school. You wouldn't want the Tao family martial arts school to be expelled from the Yunhai Martial Arts Alliance, would you? Lin Chen smiled wickedly. His current demeanor was that of a true villain. Tao Yuyan looked at Lin Chen with anger. His behavior of using her weaknesses to blackmail her was repulsive. Lin Chen was completely unconcerned about Tao Yuyan's opinion. They say a forcibly twisted melon isn't sweet, but it quenches thirst. He had no interest in entering Tao Yuyan's heart. He only needed to enter her body. Alright, I agree, but you must do your utmost to help my Tao family martial arts school maintain its status and even rise to a higher level. Tao Yuyan bit her lip. No problem, the deal is set. Lin Chen nodded without hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, he lowered his head and kissed Tao Yuyan's enticing red lips again. Ugh, Tao Yuyan was annoyed, but faced with Lin Chen's strong arms, she ultimately could only go limp in the man's embrace. After savoring the taste of the beauty in his arms, Lin Chen reluctantly let her go. Tao Yuyan, her face flushed, straightened her disheveled clothes and said, "Now we should go to the martial arts school, right? I want to introduce you to the others there." "No problem," Lin Chen replied with a smile. Since he had promised Tao Yuyan, he naturally wouldn't go back on his word. He also wanted to see what level the Tao family's martial arts school was at. The two then set off, with Lin Chen getting into Tao Yuyan's car to head to the Tao family martial arts school. After passing through most of Yunhai City's downtown area, the car was nearing the outskirts. Is the Tao family martial arts school located so far out? Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. This question made Tao Yuyan's expression a bit awkward. The Tao family used to be very strong. Both the underworld and the upper world had to give us some face. He. Lin Chen chuckled lightly, the sarcasm evident. This mockery left Tao Yuyan feeling dissatisfied, but she couldn't find a way to refute it. Before long, they finally arrived at the Tao family martial arts school. It was a somewhat rundown commercial street, completely in the outskirts of Yunhai City, and the so-called Tao family martial arts school was merely a gym. Upon entering the Tao family martial arts school, what greeted them was a sight of old equipment, with a few scattered individuals training inside. Looking around, the walls of the school were peeling due to years of neglect. Senior sister. Senior sister. Seeing Tao Yuyan return, the young people in the martial arts school quickly surrounded her. So these are the students in the school? Lin Chen's gaze swept over the group. There were about 10 people, all young, but Lin Chen felt that they probably weren't there to practice martial arts. They were likely drawn by Tao Yuyan's beauty. Senior sister, who is he? A newcomer? One person couldn't help but ask. Just as Tao Yuyan was about to speak, Lin Chen stepped forward. "I am your senior sister's boyfriend, and from now on, I will also be the senior brother of the martial arts school." What? This statement instantly caused an uproar in the martial arts school, with the dozen or so students showing expressions of shock, all looking to Tao Yuyan for answers. Tao Yuyan nodded. "That's right, he is my man, and from now on, you all have to call him senior brother." This completely shattered the last fantasies of the students, and the atmosphere in the room exploded. "I refuse to accept this." A young man nearly 2 meters tall stepped forward. "Why is he the senior brother? And why is he the senior sister's man?" His words received agreement from others, and all eyes turned to Lin Chen with hostility. Tao Yuyan remained silent, stepping back to leave the scene to Lin Chen. The deal had been struck, and she had already begun to pay the price. Now it was time for Lin Chen to show his abilities. Lin Chen smiled and walked forward, his gaze sweeping the crowd. "Not convinced? Since we are all martial artists, let's communicate with our fists. I'll give you a chance to challenge me. As long as you can defeat me, I'll turn around and leave right now." The sturdy young man immediately nodded. "Alright, my name is Lu Hu, let me challenge you first." Saying that, he stepped onto the stage. Lin Chen leaped up directly onto the platform, and Lu Hu threw over a boxing glove. "No need to be so troublesome, it's just a matter of an instant." Lin Chen's attitude was relaxed. "Damn!" His nonchalant demeanor infuriated the male students present. "Lu Gu, teach this kid a lesson." "Yeah, smash his face. This pretty boy must have seduced the senior sister with his looks. Beat him up good. Get him out of the martial arts school." The male students all shouted loudly in support of Lu Hu, and the atmosphere was overwhelmingly against Lin Chen. Lu Hu quickly revealed a confident smile. "Brothers, leave it to me. I'll make this pretty boy roll away from senior sister." He put on his boxing gloves and charged directly towards Lin Chen with his tall frame. Lin Chen, who had just begun his body training, was only about 1.75 meters tall, while his opponent was a muscular man standing at 1.90 meters. The two looked like a fierce tiger facing a kitten. The difference was indeed vast. As Lu Hu's large body rushed over, Lin Chen remained calm, with his hands behind his back. He moved his feet and easily dodged Lu Hu's charge. Lu Hu turned around and threw a punch, but Lin Chen dodged again. After being evaded twice in a row, Lu Hu couldn't help but be surprised. He swung his fists, launching a continuous barrage of attacks. Straight punches, hooks, and jabs came at Lin Chen like a storm. Lu Hu's attacks were overwhelming, his fists striking with the force of a battering ram. The male students below cheered loudly, as if they had already seen Lin Chen being knocked down. However, the next moment, a shocking situation occurred. Lin Chen swayed, his whole body moving like willow catkins. Lu Hu's attacks landed on him, but they all missed. Lu Hu's offensive was fierce, but Lin Chen's movements were ghostly. No matter how he attacked, it had no effect. How is this possible? Lu Hu couldn't help but gasp, instantly realizing that Lin Chen was definitely a strong opponent. This was no pretty boy, he was clearly a martial arts master. Good! Tao Yuyan's cheers rang out, her beautiful eyes filled with excitement as she looked at Lin Chen. Outsiders watched the excitement, while insiders saw the essence. Tao Yuyan, limited by her female physique, was not strong in combat, but her insight was sharp and she could tell at a glance how powerful Lin Chen's evasive maneuvers were. Damn! This guy is actually a master. What terrifying evasion ability, Lu Ji's punches didn't hit once. Is this guy a monster? The male students were shocked, hardly believing their eyes. Do you want to keep fighting? Lin Chen asked. Lu Hu gritted his teeth, bring it on. He was unwilling to accept that he hadn't even touched his opponent once. He threw another punch, but this time it was Lin Chen's turn to counterattack. Whoosh! Lu Hu felt a blur in front of him, and a fist had already landed on his chin. Bang! Lu Hu instantly fell to the ground, his tall body crashing onto the ring. One hit, a direct knockout. Silence. The martial arts hall was dead quiet, the male students were dumbfounded. Who else wants to challenge me? Lin Chen's voice rang out. Everyone looked at each other, quickly shaking their heads, their gazes towards Lin Chen had completely changed. Very well, from now on, I will be the senior brother of the martial arts hall. You all should hurry and greet your senior brother. Lin Chen smiled. Senior brother. The students all bowed, each with a bitter expression. It's over. Now senior sister really has a boyfriend. The male students felt a pang of bitterness. They originally had a chance, but unexpectedly, senior sister suddenly had a boyfriend who was so powerful, leaving them with no possibility at all. Having easily dealt with the students, Lin Chen spoke casually. He glanced at the students and then went to the second floor of the martial arts hall with Tao Yuyan. After the two left, the male students on the first floor couldn't help but start discussing, speculating about Lin Chen's identity. Second floor. Tao Yuyan brought Lin Chen here. The second floor of the martial arts hall is where I usually live and train. Tao Yuyan introduced. What are your plans for developing the martial arts hall next? She was already a bit impatient. Lin Chen smiled as he reached out and hugged Tao Yuyan. No rush. Your martial arts hall is in such a dilapidated state, developing it won't be easy. You lack funds and skilled fighters. I see you don't even have a systematic boxing style. Lin Chen shook his head vigorously. He had taken a look when he entered. All these male students were practicing a hodgepodge of techniques. He thought the Tao family's martial arts school was just in decline, but he didn't expect it to be this bad. Tao Yuyan's expression was a bit awkward. Our family's traditional martial arts were lost during a previous chaos. Lin Chen felt a bit regretful. It's too difficult for your martial arts school to develop. Why don't we just cancel the agreement? Tao Yuyan was anxious. No way. A blush appeared on her cheeks. You've already taken so many advantages from me, we've kissed and touched, how could we possibly cancel the agreement? This task of yours is completely hellish, I'm basically making a losing deal. If you want me to truly pay up, just kissing and touching isn't enough. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Tao Yuyan bit her lip, she understood Lin Chen's meaning all too well. The atmosphere on the second floor suddenly became chaotic. If the male students on the first floor knew that their senior sister was doing such things for a man, they wouldn't know how jealous they would be. After a while, Tao Yuyan finally stood up and glared at Lin Chen fiercely. Are you satisfied now? My mouth is almost sore. She complained unhappily. Lin Chen wore a satisfied smile after feeling refreshed. Leave the development of the martial arts school to me. Within 3 days, I'll get you 5 million, and I'll write you a martial arts manual later. Don't let the students practice any more of that nonsense. 5 million? Tao Yuyan's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't expect the man in front of her to be so wealthy, but his attire looked ordinary, not like that of a rich second generation. I have my ways, Lin Chen said confidently. Half an hour later, Lin Chen left the Tao family martial arts school looking refreshed. He called Li Shui. The call connected quickly, and Li Shui's hostile voice came through. Lin Chen, why are you calling me? Lin Chen teased, baby, is that how you address me? Looks like I need to question your feelings for me. Li Shui sounded a bit flustered and quickly changed her tone, sweetly saying, brother-in-law. Now that's more like it. Lin Chen laughed inwardly. Li Shui still needed to be reminded and trained from time to time. Brother-in-law, what do you need from me? Li Shui asked sweetly. Lin Chen, I need money, give me 5 million. What? Li Shui was taken aback. If it weren't for maintaining her persona, she would have cursed Lin Chen out. Brother-in-law, where would I get that much money? Didn't I tell you to ask your mom? As a girlfriend, you're really useless. Lin Chen's tone was full of suspicion. This made Li Shui furious. She gritted her teeth and reluctantly complained, even if my mom spoils me, she wouldn't give me 5 million. How much can you get at most? Lin Chen pouted. 500,000. Li Shui thought for a moment. Lin Chen sighed, really useless. How are you going to support me in the future? Li Shui couldn't hold back anymore. Brother-in-law, everyone else has their husbands supporting their wives. Why are we reversed? Because I'm a son-in-law, of course, you sisters have to support me. Lin Chen said confidently. Li Shui, I can only get out 500,000. She was so angry she was shaking her fists. Lin Chen was indeed a waste. Fine, transfer it to my card tomorrow, I'm hanging up. Lin Chen directly hung up the phone. On the other end, in the sports car, Li Shui listened to the busy tone and screamed in frustration. Damn Lin Chen, go die, you waste. Li Shui vented her anger. In the passenger seat sat a quiet and graceful girl. The girl looked delicate, appearing to be around 17 or 18, with charming features and a lovely appearance. Her simple attire gave her an air of scholarly elegance. At this moment, the girl looked puzzled. Xiaoxue, was that your brother-in-law talking to you just now? Oh no! Li Shui instantly broke into a cold sweat, suddenly remembering her best friend was right beside her. She quickly explained, Xiao, you misunderstood. He's not my brother-in-law. But Lin Chen is your brother-in-law, right? I've seen him, and his voice is unmistakable. Zhang Ruo's expression grew even more peculiar. I think I just heard something incredible. Xiaoxue, you're not dating your brother-in-law, are you? Zhang Ruo's tone was filled with shock. Her hearing was quite good, and coupled with Li Shui's loud phone voice, she had clearly overheard their conversation. It's over. Li Shui's face turned pale. Seeing her best friend's strange gaze, she wished she could find a hole to hide in. Should she explain the truth to Shiro? No, absolutely not. If I explain, I will definitely be seen as a despicable and shameless woman in Shiro's eyes. Shiro hates schemes the most. With that thought, Li Shui could only brace herself. She grabbed Zhang Ruo, her expression pitiful. Shiro, we've been good friends for over 10 years. You must not tell anyone about this, especially my sister. Zhang Ruo was stunned, unable to believe that her best friend was actually dating her brother-in-law. Xiaoxue, you have some nerve. This kind of relationship is improper. What if your sister finds out? And Lin Chen is an adult too. If you're being reckless, does that mean he's not? Is he the one who seduced you? Zhang Ruo's face was filled with anger. Li Shui hurriedly tried to calm her down, which finally eased the furious Zhang Ruo. Shiro, I'm begging you, I will handle this myself. Li Shui pleaded desperately. Zhang Ruo couldn't help but sigh, speaking earnestly. Xiaoxue, you really are confused. Forget it, since we're good sisters, I will keep this a secret. Li Shui was overjoyed. Thank you, Shiro. Zhang Ruo felt helpless inside but secretly resolved to help her best friend get rid of the scumbag. She found an excuse to go to the bathroom, but in reality, she made a phone call. Find out about someone for me. After Lin Chen hung up on Li Shui, he showed a contemplative expression. He had promised Tao Yuyan 5 million, and now he only had 50,000. It seems I need to find another person. A charming figure quickly appeared in Lin Chen's mind. Given her background, 5 million shouldn't be a problem. He dialed Lu Mei's number, and soon the call was connected. Dr. Lin. Lu Mei's sultry voice came through, sounding somewhat delighted. MS. Lu, I'd like to borrow 5 million from you. Lu Mei agreed without hesitation. No problem. She was very straightforward, not even asking what Lin Chen needed the money for. But I have one condition. I've been very tired from work lately, and I want you to give me a massage every day for the next month. Lu Mei said softly. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. It seemed the last massage had left Lu Mei wanting more. With such a request from a beauty, he naturally wouldn't refuse. All right, he nodded in agreement. Shortly after hanging up, Lu Mei had already transferred 5 million to Lin Chen's account. Looking at the text notification, Lin Chen was surprised. That was fast. Ring, ring, ring. At that moment, his phone rang again. He initially thought it was Lu Mei, but upon answering, he found it was Tang Yuyan. Dr. Lin, I'm sorry to disturb you. Do you have time tomorrow? Tang Yuyan asked. What's the matter? Lin Chen squinted. I'm sorry, this trouble was caused by me. My fiancé, Wang Long, found a doctor with the surname Shui who heard that you cured my strange illness, so he's very interested in meeting you. Tang Yuyan's tone carried an apology. Lin Chen thought to himself, as expected, and agreed directly. He was also somewhat interested in the situation in the medical field. Have someone come to pick me up tomorrow. Lin Chen nodded without hesitation. Alright, see you tomorrow. Dr. Lin. Lu Mei joyfully ran over. As she ran, the large peaks on her chest rippled with waves, instantly capturing Lin Chen's attention. Goodness! What a tumultuous sight! I didn't expect Dr. Lin to arrive so quickly, let's hurry inside. Lu Mei said eagerly. Lin Chen followed Lu Mei into the restaurant, making their way to a small villa deep within. However, just as they entered the villa, a young girl walked out from inside. Cousin. The girl approached. She quickly noticed Lin Chen, who had come with Lu Mei, and upon a closer look, she was taken aback. Lin Chen? Zhang Ro couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Lu Mei asked suspiciously, Xiao Ro, do you know Dr. Lin? Dr. Lin? Can he really be called a doctor? Zhang Ro paused for a moment, her brows furrowing instantly. Cousin, what's going on here? Zhang Ro sensed something was off. Lu Mei smiled slightly. This is Dr. Lin, his massage skills are extraordinary. I specifically invited him to come and give me a massage. Cousin, I run the restaurant and it's really tiring. How can I not relax with a massage? A massage? Zhang Ro's expression became even more peculiar. At that moment, Lin Chen also recognized the girl before him. Aren't you Xiao Shui's best friend? I remember your name is Zhang Ro, right? That's me. Zhang Ro looked at Lin Chen with a hostile gaze. Her eyes shifted between Lin Chen and Lu Mei, instinctively telling her that something was amiss. From what she knew, her cousin, although charming, was still a virgin at over 30 and had never brought a man home. She would never invite a man over for a massage. And what kind of doctor? Pa! This was clearly an excuse. Zhang Ro revealed an expression that said she had seen through everything, and she couldn't hold back any longer. How could her cousin have such poor taste in men? Doesn't she know that this man is already married and is a scumbag who has his eyes on his own sister-in-law? Zhang Ro gritted her teeth. Although Lin Chen didn't know what Zhang Ro was thinking, he could keenly sense her obvious hostility towards him. What was going on? Had he offended this little girl? He ignored Zhang Ro and turned his gaze to Lu Mei. Lu, shall we begin? Okay. Lu Mei nodded without hesitation, her tone even a bit impatient. Zhang Ro, seeing this, became anxious. Cousin, why don't you go to a proper massage parlor if you're tired? Lu Mei smiled. Dr. Lin is truly a master of the medical arts. His massage skills are not something an ordinary masseur can compare to. Last time Dr. Lin gave me a massage, I felt completely relaxed. Zhang Ro rolled her eyes. What kind of massage could be so miraculous? And looking at Lin Chen, it was clear he wasn't a proper masseur. Alright, but I'm very curious about his massage techniques. I want to observe from the side. Zhang Ro's eyes shifted as she changed her mind. She thought that as long as she was present, no matter how bold Lin Chen was, he wouldn't dare to make a move on her cousin. She originally thought that Lin Chen would definitely oppose her statement, but unexpectedly, the one who opposed was Lu Mei. No! Lu Mei's cheeks flushed slightly. She knew that her state during the massage would be somewhat embarrassing. How could she let her cousin be present? If her cousin Zhang Ro saw that kind of posture, where would her dignity as an older cousin go? Xiao Ro, Dr. Lin's massage techniques are a secret art and cannot be taught to outsiders. It's not convenient for you to be here, Lu Mei said. Be good, go play by yourself. I'll come find you after the massage is over. Zhang Ro became anxious, feeling resentful in her heart. Silly cousin, you are really too foolish. Can't you see that this man is nothing but scum? What massage? He just wants to take advantage of you. Zhang Ro wanted to say something more, but was soon pushed and pulled out of the villa by Lu Mei. Bang! To avoid being disturbed, Lu Mei closed the villa door behind her. With Zhang Ro, who was being clingy, dealt with, Lu Mei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Dr. Lin, I'm really sorry. My cousin has been a bit rude, and I hope you can forgive her. Lu Mei apologized slightly. Lin Chen smiled lightly. Not at all, I am always very tolerant of children. Shall we begin? Sure. Lu Mei's face showed anticipation. The two then went to Lu Mei's room, and before Lin Chen could say anything, Lu Mei had already taken off her outer clothes and lay down on the bed. Dr. Lin, come on. Lu Mei's voice trembled slightly, and anyone could tell that she was excited and looking forward to it. She closed her eyes, presenting herself as if ready to be picked. Lin Chen walked over with a smile, not rushing to start, but first appreciating the alluring posture of the enchanting woman before him. Truly, A woman with charm is irresistible. Lin Chen's gaze wandered over Lu Mei's body, and then he extended his hands to begin the massage. The yin-yang true energy surged forth, slowly entering Lu Mei's body through his fingers. Ah! As soon as the yin-yang true energy entered Lu Mei's body, she couldn't help but let out a painful wail. How strange! Why is my body so sensitive? Clearly, Dr. Lin's massage has just begun, and I actually... Lu Mei's pretty face was flushed, feeling both shy and expectant about the upcoming massage. Lin Chen chuckled silently. He wasn't surprised by Lu Mei's sensitive reaction. Lu Mei was inherently charming, making her body more sensitive than others, and since she was in her 30s and had never been with a man, her sexy and mature body naturally craved attention. Lin Chen was unreserved, and his hands quickly began to treat Lu Mei's body. At that moment, outside, Zhang Ro climbed through the window to enter the villa. After being pushed out, she was worried about Lu Mei facing Lin Chen alone, so she thought of every possible way to sneak back in. She quickly made her way to Lu Mei's room on the second floor, and as she approached the door, she heard a series of embarrassing sounds coming from inside. Oh my god, is that my cousin? What are they doing in there? Zhang Ro's face couldn't help but turn a bit red. A series of inappropriate images flashed through Zhang Ro's mind. What was once just a guess was now confirmed. That shameless scumbag Lin Chen was indeed making a move on her cousin. No, I must stop them immediately. Zhang Ro felt furious. Wait, if I rush in now, won't that embarrass my cousin? It's better to record evidence, and later I can show it to Xiao Shui to keep her away from this scumbag. Zhang Ro thought. She cautiously approached, then gently pushed the door open a crack. Zhang Ro quickly took out her phone and switched to video mode, peering through the crack to see the situation inside the room. Oh my god! Zhang Ro felt a tremendous shock. She never expected her usually noble and dignified cousin to be like this. Zhang Ro couldn't help but want to cover her eyes, but curiosity drove her to keep watching. Inside the room, Lin Chen caught a glimpse of the door out of the corner of his eye and immediately noticed the peeping little girl. This little girl really doesn't give up. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He saw Zhang Ro filming him with her phone and laughed even more in his heart. Still trying to gather evidence against him? After years of navigating the world, how could he be so easily caught off guard? Lin Chen didn't even need to think to know what this little girl wanted to do. It was nothing more than to capture evidence of him fooling around with other women and then show it to Li Shui. Little did she know, the relationship between Li Shui and him was far more complicated than the girl imagined. However, if the video were to be exposed, that would indeed be a problem. With this thought, Lin Chen already had an idea in mind. He increased the output of his yin-yang true energy, the yang attribute energy surging within Lu Mei's body, making her already enchanting voice even more soul-stirring. His hands glided over Lu Mei's body like he was playing a piano, but only on her limbs and shoulders, leaving no room for anyone to find fault. Outside, Zhang Ro, who was peeking, listened to the sounds. Lu Mei's wails were like a siren's call to her ears. Heaven knows what kind of psychological impact these sounds would have on an innocent girl. Zhang Ro's cheeks were already flushed, her eyes fixed on the movements inside, her ears straining to listen. Why does my cousin's voice sound so strange? Zhang Ro's face turned even redder. She wanted to leave, but her legs felt weak, her whole body limp. Lin Chen remained unfazed, and suddenly, he stopped his movements. Ms. Lu, the massage is over, let's call it a day. Lin Chen said. Ha? Lu Mei opened her eyes, abruptly interrupted in her enjoyment, leaving her feeling extremely uncomfortable. Why did it suddenly end? Dr. Lin, don't stop, help me treat me a little longer. Lu Mei's tone was urgent, unable to resist getting up from the bed. Her delicate and charming voice carried a hint of pleading, her eyes filled with unfulfilled desire. But Ms. Lu, today's massage is already over. Lin Chen frowned slightly. That's not acceptable, I haven't enjoyed it enough, you must massage me a little longer. Lu Mei's tone was firm. Seeing this, Lin Chen could only nod. Alright then. Lu Mei finally revealed a satisfied smile, quickly lying back down, urging, hurry, hurry. Lin Chen nodded and continued to massage Lu Mei. However, this time Lu Mei felt something was off. Although Lin Chen's massage still restrained her, it lacked a deep, bone-penetrating pleasure. It felt like scratching an itch through a boot, making her feel even more uncomfortable. Dr. Lin, please be more serious. Lu Mei urged. Just massaging my limbs isn't enough, and it's uncomfortable through my clothes. You should take my clothes off. Lu Mei's words were bold. Lin Chen was taken aback and immediately refused with righteous indignation. How can that be? There are differences between men and women. Although I am a doctor, I am still a man and cannot go any further. Lin Chen had a serious expression. Lu Mei gave him a charming glare. If I'm not afraid, why should you be? Hurry up. Don't forget, I paid for this. Shouldn't you follow the customer's request? This. Lin Chen showed a troubled expression, sighing, I will do it. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, his face filled with shame and helplessness. Yes, just like that. Move your hands a little higher, don't be so stingy, be bolder. Lu Mei's face showed enjoyment. Her astonishing words spilled out frequently. Lin Chen's expression was one of indignation as he slowly removed Lu Mei's thin clothing, his hands gradually climbing up. Lu Mei's face was filled with satisfaction, even guiding Lin Chen's hands. Yes, just like that. Dr. Lin, press a little harder, don't hold back. Oh my god. Outside, Jiang Ro watched this scene, completely stunned, hardly believing her eyes. She had originally thought Lin Chen was a scoundrel deceiving her cousin, but now it seemed the situation was entirely different. It was clear that her cousin was the one with unfulfilled desires, forcing Lin Chen to serve her. Seeing the expression of grief and helplessness on Lin Chen's face, it was as if he was being forced. It turned out that his cousin was the real villain. From their conversation, it seemed to involve financial matters. Wait, I heard Xiaoxue mention before that Lin Chen's parents' company had issues, which led him to owe a large sum of money. Could it be that he borrowed money from his cousin? Now she is using that money to blackmail him, and he has to give her a massage this time? Jiang Ro was completely shocked. The massage scene in the room was becoming increasingly inappropriate, and Jiang Ro's eyes widened. Oh my, is my cousin really that big? Is it really that comfortable for a man to massage that area? Or does Lin Chen have some special massage techniques? Jiang Ro felt both curious and shy, her eyes fixated on the room, unwilling to look away. Inside the room, Lin Chen was laughing wildly in his heart. My acting skills are truly amazing. That little girl outside must be completely fooled by me now. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile, while his hands continued their work without slowing down. Half an hour later, the game in the room finally came to an end. Lu Mei was already sweating profusely, her expression full of satisfaction, panting and smiling. After Lin Chen covered her with a blanket, he walked out of the room, only to bump into Jiang Ro, who hadn't left yet. What are you doing here? Lin Chen feigned surprise, his expression changing involuntarily. Did you see everything? Jiang Ro's face turned red, caught in the act of peeping, especially at such a thing. She forced herself to calm down and quickly regained her demeanor as a quiet young lady. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you before. I thought you were a bad person trying to seduce my cousin, but I didn't expect. Jiang Ro's nose tinged with sadness, tears welling up in her eyes, as an image of a tall man enduring humiliation and working hard to pay off his parents' debts appeared in her mind. How despicable. Her cousin was truly too wicked. Mr. Lin was already in such a miserable state, yet she still bullied him like this. Thinking of this, Jiang Ro patted her unremarkable chest and said, Mr. Lin, don't worry, when my cousin wakes up, I will talk to her. I promise I won't let her bully you again, and I won't tell Xiaoxue about what just happened. Ha! Lin Chen almost couldn't hold back his laughter. It seemed this girl had filled in quite a bit of the story herself. He pretended to sigh, thank you, I didn't expect you to understand me so well. But there's no need to talk to MS. Lu, it's only natural to do business for money, I have my own professional ethics. Lin Chen's expression was righteous, and then he left directly. Jiang Ro watched Lin Chen's departing figure and couldn't help but sigh. At that moment, Lu Mei in the room slowly began to wake up. As she opened her eyes, she saw Jiang Ro walk in. Ah, Xiaro, why did you come in? Lu Mei's expression was somewhat awkward. She hurriedly crawled over to the side of the blanket to cover her exposed body. Cousin, I know you don't have a man, so it's inevitable to feel lonely, but I didn't expect your desires to reach this level. Mr. Lin is a good person, you shouldn't bully him anymore. You should find a man quickly. Jiang Ro's face was serious. Lu Mei looked puzzled, then realized that Jiang Ro must have seen what had just happened. Her face instantly turned red. She didn't expect her cousin to see her in such an embarrassing situation. Xiaro, didn't I tell you not to come in? You actually peeked at me. Lu Mei was both shy and angry. Jiang Ro stood her ground. I didn't come in, I was outside the door the whole time. Lu Mei felt shy in her heart. Cousin, I'm also a woman. There are times when I need a man. But you can't bully Mr. Lin like that. That behavior is really too bad. Jiang Ro's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Lu Mei nodded in agreement, then asked, what do you think about me finding Dr. Lin to be my man? What? Jiang Ro was taken aback, not expecting her cousin to be so terrifying. Forcing Mr. Lin to work for her was one thing, but now she wanted to possess him. How scary. Cousin, you are really too wicked. Jiang Ro scolded loudly, then turned and quickly left. Lu Mei was left alone on the bed, her face full of confusion, completely unaware of what had happened. The two sisters were chatting across the server, not knowing they had both fallen for Lin Chen's trick. The next day, early in the morning, a black sedan drove up, and a woman in a black business suit got out of the car and knocked on the villa door. "Dr. Lin, my name is Tang Lan, and our young lady sent me to pick you up," Tang Lan said. Lin Chen looked her up and down. Her hands were covered in calluses, clearly a bodyguard beside Tang Yunyan. He nodded. "Please wait a moment." After quickly changing his clothes, Lin Chen got into the black sedan and set off with her. Half an hour later, a classical-style villa appeared in Lin Chen's view. The black sedan drove into the villa, and as soon as he got out of the car, Lin Chen saw Tang Yunyan's figure. She was wearing a light blue fitted long dress today, her tall figure showcased perfectly by the dress, with her long black hair cascading down her back, and her beautiful face adorned with light makeup, further highlighting her beauty. Tang Yunyan approached with an apologetic expression. "Dr. Lin, I'm very sorry for involving you today." "It's okay, I'm a bit curious about the medical world. Who is that Dr. Shui?" Lin Chen squinted. Tang Yunyan replied seriously, "Dr. Shui's real name is Shui Changlin. He is the vice president of the Jiangnan Medical Association and has been practicing medicine for over 40 years, saving countless lives. Dr. Shui is very well respected in the entire Jiangnan medical community." This time, Wang Long also paid a considerable price to invite him here. "I heard that Dr. Lin has already cured my strange illness, and Dr. Shui is quite curious as well. Plus, with Wang Long's encouragement, we ended up with today's situation." Tang Yunyan's tone was filled with more apology. Lin Chen had cured her strange illness, yet she had dragged him into such troublesome matters because of her personal affairs, which made Tang Yunyan feel quite ashamed. "This trouble was caused by me, and regardless of today's outcome, I owe Dr. Lin a favor," Tang Yunyan said earnestly. Lin Chen smiled slightly. "Alright, let's go in." The favor of a beautiful woman is indeed quite valuable, especially since Tang Yunyan clearly had an extraordinary background. If used well, this favor could help him. Under Tang Yunyan's guidance, Lin Chen arrived at the Lotus Garden deep within the villa. The other two main figures were waiting in the pavilion at the center of the Lotus Pond. Inside the pavilion sat an old man and a young man, one of whom was Wang Long, while the other was an elderly man with graying hair. The old man wore a simple long robe, exuding an air of ethereal grace. As Lin Chen and Tang Yunyan entered, Wang Long's gaze immediately fell on them. "Lin Chen, you finally made it. Let me introduce you, this is our vice president of the Jiangnan Medical Association, Dr. Shui." "Dr. Shui, this is Lin Chen," Wang Long spoke first. Tang Yunyan shot a cold glance at Wang Long, giving him no good expression. In the pavilion, there was a stone table, and Shui Changlin was seated at the head. He looked at Lin Chen. "You cured the Tang family's girl's strange illness? Young man, you are quite remarkable. Who is your master?" Shui Changlin spoke in a steady tone. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged as he walked up and sat directly opposite Shui Changlin. "Impudent!" This action immediately drew a reprimand from Wang Long. "Lin Chen, how can you be so rude? You sat down in front of Dr. Shui without being invited." Wang Long laughed inwardly while putting on a stern face. Lin Chen was unhurried, smiling as he said, "Vice President Shui is not an elder of my family, right? We are merely strangers who have never met, so why the need for such formalities?" At this, Wang Long's expression instantly stiffened, and he quickly reacted. "Lin Chen, you are a person of the medical world, and there is no doubt that Dr. Shui is a senior in that field. As a junior, you should naturally show respect in front of your seniors, that is basic courtesy." "Ha!" Lin Chen laughed again. "Who told you? I am a person of the medical world? Ha!" As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room changed dramatically. From beginning to end, I never claimed to be a doctor, did I? Lin Chen had a teasing expression on his face. He had never said he was a doctor. "I already told Miss Tang before that I don't really know much about medicine. The reason I could treat her strange illness was merely coincidental." Lin Chen spread his hands, his expression very calm. Upon hearing this, Wang Long seemed to have grasped something crucial about Lin Chen and immediately scolded him. "Lin Chen, since you are not a doctor, why did you treat Yin Yin? This is clearly practicing medicine without a license. What if something goes wrong? Can you take responsibility?" Lin Chen scoffed. "When did I practice medicine? I just gave Miss Tang a massage for a while. Does that count as practicing medicine? Your standards for practicing medicine are too broad." "What? A massage?" Wang Long's face instantly turned green. Lin Chen actually gave Tang Yunyan a massage? Was it the kind of massage he was imagining? "Tang Yunyan, you actually let a strange man give you a massage." Wang Long was furious. He felt like he had been cuckolded. He hadn't even touched Tang Yunyan's body, and now she let Lin Chen have his way with her. How could he not be angry? In the face of Wang Long's accusations, Tang Yunyan's expression showed no change. Wang Long, you are just my fiancé, we are not married yet, so you have no right to control me. Moreover, I am friends with Dr. Lin, the massage was just a normal massage, so don't think too much of it. Tang Yunyan's face showed no sign of panic. Wang Long's expression had completely darkened, his eyes were fixed on Lin Chen. If looks could kill, he would have wanted to eliminate Lin Chen right then and there. Inside the pavilion, Shui Changlin watched this scene, his aged face unable to suppress a slight frown. Having lived a long life, he could easily see what was happening before him. He had no interest in the grievances and grudges between the young people, but Wang Long had actually invited him over for such a trivial matter, which made him somewhat displeased. Wang Long, what is going on here? I did not come here to help you resolve family matters. Shui Changlin's tone carried a questioning note. Wang Long hurriedly explained, Dr. Shui, please let me explain. This Lin Chen is a fraud, he uses massage as a cover to swindle people and even claims to be some kind of divine doctor. He has deceived me this time, and I cannot stand such things, which is why I invited you, Dr. Shui, to uphold justice. A fraud like Lin Chen, who deceives for money and lust, must be punished. Wang Long's words sounded righteous, but they made Lin Chen laugh out loud. Lin Chen, what are you laughing at? Wang Long was furious. Lin Chen scoffed, I laugh because you are too foolish. If you really think I am a fraud, why not just call the police? I am not a person of the medical world, what use is it to bring him here? Are you trying to blacklist me in the medical community? Lin Chen's gaze was mocking. How could he not see through Wang Long's intentions? Unfortunately, Wang Long underestimated him too much. He did not operate in the medical world, and the other party's threats were merely jokes to him. Wang Long was infuriated to the extreme, and at that moment, footsteps were heard outside the pavilion. Dad! A gentle and soft voice sounded, and then a mature and gentle beautiful woman walked in. The beautiful woman was very attractive, with a tall and voluptuous figure, her body curvaceous like a ripe peach, making one unable to resist the urge to take a bite. Shui Changlin's aged face wore a kind and amiable expression, which suddenly brightened with a smile. Xiaoru, what are you doing here? Shuiru chuckled lightly, I just passed by and was curious to take a look. As she spoke, her gaze turned to Lin Chen and the others. Shui Changlin's face was full of kindness, you're not well, don't run around all day. Go over there and rest well, we'll leave soon. Dad, my health isn't so weak that I can't handle it, Shuiru replied helplessly. Faced with his daughter's stubbornness, Shui Changlin felt a headache coming on, but being the indulgent father he was, he had no choice but to let her be. Lin Chen's gaze fell on the beautiful woman Shuiru, and he immediately noticed that there was something wrong with her body. Although she had a mature physique, her breath was unusually weak. Today's temperature was around 30 degrees, yet Shuiru was wearing a layer of special clothing. Tang Yunyao leaned closer to Lin Chen's ear, Dr. Lin, this woman is the daughter of Dr. Shui. She was a premature baby, and her mother died due to an accident while she was pregnant, so she has congenital deficiencies. It's said that she has been weak and sickly since childhood, and even though Dr. Shui has tried many methods, he couldn't restore her health. Lin Chen nodded slightly, if she was a premature baby, that would explain it. His spiritual sense fell on Shuiru, confirming Tang Yunyao's words in his heart. Moreover, Shuiru's condition was far more serious than Tang Yunyao had said, she had multiple congenital deficiencies, and under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for her to live past 20. It seemed that as a healer, Shui Changlin had nurtured her health since childhood, which was why she had survived until now. Suddenly, Shuiru's complexion turned pale, and her body collapsed onto the ground. Xiaoru! Shui Changlin was startled and immediately took out a medicine bottle, pouring a pill into Shuiru's mouth. He pressed his hands on her shoulders, seemingly massaging a certain acupoint. Dr. Shui, should we call an ambulance? Wang Long quickly asked. Shui Changlin stopped him, no need, calling an ambulance won't help. This is an old problem of Xiaoru's, she just needs to rest for a while. Perhaps the medicine was effective, Shuiru soon regained consciousness. Her lips were pale, and she looked ashen. Dad, did I faint again? I'm sorry to worry you. There was an apologetic tone in Shuiru's voice. It seems my body can't hold on much longer, I think I might be dying soon. Shui Changlin looked pained, Xiaoru, don't worry, Grandpa won't let you die. Saying this, he took out another pill for Shuiru to take. It's useless, she has congenital deficiencies. That kind of pill can only slow down the speed of her body collapsing. At this rate, she won't survive this year. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly spoke up. As soon as he said this, everyone present turned their gaze toward him. Tang Yunyao's expression changed slightly. Dr. Lin, you're being too blunt. Wang Long laughed heartily, as if he had caught Lin Chen in some sort of fault. Lin Chen, how can you speak like that? It's so impolite. Moreover, Dr. Shui is a master of medicine, there's no illness in this world that he can't cure. Are you looking down on Dr. Shue's medical skills by saying that? Tang Yunyao frowned. Wang Long, don't slander, Dr. Lin absolutely means no such thing. Shut up, Tang Yunyao. As my fiancé, you actually speak up for an outsider, you're simply embarrassing me. Wang Long was furious. Tang Yunyan had no interest in Wang Long's orders. She explained to Shui Changlin, Dr. Shui, Dr. Lin just speaks rather bluntly, he absolutely means no harm. Shuiru showed a look of helplessness and a hint of despair, while Shui Changlin's aged face wore an unpleasant expression as he turned to glare coldly at Lin Chen. Youngster, your words are rather excessive, aren't they? Lin Chen remained indifferent, lifting the teacup from the table and taking a small sip. Excessive? I'm merely stating the facts. She is inherently lacking in the water and wood elements. Although you use Tianshui Hua and Lu Yunmu to temporarily supplement these two forces, it only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. The fact that she has lived to this age is already a result of great effort. Unless these two missing elements are replenished, she won't survive this year. Wang Long laughed heartily. Dr. Lin, you are simply talking nonsense. You haven't even diagnosed Dr. Shue's daughter and dare to say such things. Tang Yunyan frowned slightly, her gaze filled with concern for Lin Chen. Lin Chen had cured her strange illness, so she had been thinking about how to repay him during this time. Wang Long's behavior aligned perfectly with her intentions. She had brought Lin Chen here today to introduce him to Shui Changlin. As the vice president of the Jiangnan Medical Association, having Shui Changlin as a guide would surely help Lin Chen make a name for himself in the medical field. However, given the current situation, it seemed that Dr. Lin's straightforward nature might offend Shui Changlin, which could lead to trouble. Wang Long laughed, as if he could already envision Lin Chen being thrown out by the furious Shui Changlin. Yet, the next moment, Shui Changlin's reaction surprised everyone. Lacking the water and wood elements? How do you know this? And how do you know I used Tianshui Hua and Lu Yunmu for Xiaoru? Have you had contact with her? Shui Changlin's expression turned astonished, and his gaze towards Lin Chen changed. What? Wang Long's expression froze, unable to believe it. Lin Chen actually guessed right? Tang Yunyan's earlier worry vanished, replaced by a smile. Truly, he is Dr. Lin. The psychological changes of the two were unknown to outsiders, while Lin Chen leisurely continued to sip his tea. Tianshui Hua and Lu Yunmu both have unique sense. Although faint, your daughter indeed carries them, which cannot escape my nose. If I'm not mistaken, the pills you gave your daughter should contain San Qian Chao, Ziyang Hua, Bai Hua. Lin Chen listed a whole bunch of herbal names as if he were reciting a treasured collection. Shui Changlin's pupils involuntarily constricted, and his gaze towards Lin Chen held a hint of shock. Who exactly are you? You can accurately name every ingredient in the Bu Yang Dan. Where did you learn all this? Shui Changlin was utterly astonished. Ha! Wang Long was also stunned. Lin Chen actually got it right? Wait, how did this kid know? Both of their expressions were filled with disbelief, while Shuiru's eyes lit up with curiosity. Lin Chen smiled slightly, his expression casual, looking quite pretentious. At this moment, Wang Long looked at Lin Chen with great displeasure, wishing he could rush up and punch him in the face. Watching Lin Chen show off was even more uncomfortable than being slapped himself. Young man, I truly underestimated you. I didn't expect you to discern so much. However, you are mistaken about one thing. With my medical skills, I can at least extend Xiaoru's life by 5 years. Shui Changlin spoke confidently. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. 5 years? You are too confident. If I'm not mistaken, you should have cultivated your internal energy, right? Now use your internal energy to sense your daughter's internal organs and make another judgment. You can actually tell that I've cultivated internal energy. Shui Changlin was even more astonished. Inner energy resides deep within the human body, and even with contact, it is difficult to determine whether someone has cultivated inner energy. How did this young man see through it? Shui Changlin quickly noticed the latter part of Lin Chen's words. He immediately placed his hand on Shuiru's back, and strands of inner energy surged forth, entering Shuiru's internal organs. The next moment, Shui Changlin's expression changed dramatically. How is this possible? Xiaoru's internal organs have actually deteriorated to this extent. Shui Changlin was horrified. What I said earlier about a year was somewhat conservative. I estimate she can live at most for a month. Lin Chen spoke again at this moment. Shui Changlin opened his mouth to refute, but upon carefully sensing Shui Xiaoru's condition, he found no grounds for rebuttal. Dad, can I really only live for a month? Shuiru asked, her face pale and her voice trembling. Shui Changlin was at a loss for words. Silence. At this moment, the atmosphere in the pavilion was extremely quiet. Tang Yunyan couldn't help but glance at Lin Chen, her curiosity reaching its peak. How did he do it? Without any contact, he was able to discern so much information. Even Shui Changlin, a master of medicine, had not discovered this, yet Lin Shen could determine it just by looking a few times. Tang Yunyan was astonished, feeling as if Lin Shen was shrouded in a layer of mist, igniting her desire to explore further. I'm sorry, Xiaoru, my abilities can only go this far. Shui Changlin's face showed sadness. Woo woo. Shui Xiaoru couldn't help but cry. The father and daughter fell into sorrow, and no one spoke, except for Lin Shen, who spoke again. Wait. I might have a way to help your daughter. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap in a clear sky. Wang Long laughed mockingly. Lin Shen, you have such a big mouth, even Shueshini can't solve this problem, yet you say you have a way. Do you think your medical skills are better than Shueshini's? Lin Shen smiled. Although I don't understand medicine, solving this problem is still within my capabilities. Ha! What does it mean to not understand medicine but still be able to solve the problem? The others were confused by Lin Shen's words. I can save her, although I can't completely cure her. Extending her life by 10 years is not a problem. Lin Shen's words were shocking. Shui Changlin's pupils slightly contracted. Young man, do you know what you're saying? Lin Shen, your tone is too arrogant. Wang Long sneered, not believing that Lin Shen could accomplish such a feat. I can do it. It depends on whether you are willing to believe me. You can choose to watch your daughter die in a month or hand her over to me for a chance. Lin Shen smiled. Shui Changlin's expression changed repeatedly. He couldn't help but ask, what will you do? This involves my secret. I can't tell you. Lin Shen shook his head directly. I can't possibly hand Xiaoru over to a stranger. Shui Changlin's tone was firm. Then just watch her die. Lin Shen spread his hands. The only reason he was willing to treat Xiaoru was that she was beautiful. It would be a pity for such a stunning and mature beauty to die, so he was willing to help. Shui Changlin's expression was not good. At that moment, Xiaoru stood up. Dad, I want to give it a try. How can this be? I know nothing about this person. What if he? Shui Changlin directly opposed. Dad, he's right, I'm already close to death. Rather than waiting to die, I might as well take a chance. Xiaoru's gaze was resolute. She walked up to Lin Shen. I am willing to let you treat me, as long as you can succeed, even if it's just to let me live a few more months. I am willing to pay a generous reward. Good. Next, prepare a quiet room for me, a set of silver needles, and some medicinal materials. Let's tentatively set the reward at 100 million. Also, all the medicinal materials I need during the treatment will be provided by you. Lin Shen said. Shui Changlin gritted his teeth and finally nodded. Alright, I agree to your terms. Soon, paper and pen were brought over, and Lin Shen quickly wrote down dozens of medicinal herbs. Shui Changlin took a look at the list. These herbs were not particularly precious, with only a few being slightly more expensive, while the rest were quite ordinary. I will prepare them right away, Shui Changlin said. Soon, the room and the herbs were arranged according to Lin Shen's requirements. Shui Changlin prepared a wooden tub large enough for 2 people and filled it with hot water. Mr. Lin, all the herbs you requested are ready, Shui Changlin said, bringing over a box. Good, hand me the herbs, and you all wait outside. Lin Shen took the herbs. Shui Changlin couldn't help but ask, is there anything I can help you with? No, your abilities are insufficient. You can't help me. Lin Shen waved his hand. Ha! This left Shui Changlin somewhat stunned. With his medical skills, to be deemed insufficient by Lin Shen? If he was insufficient, then what kind of person would be considered capable? Before Shui Changlin could respond, Lin Shen had already taken the herbs into the room. It was a full half hour before he came out again and said to Xiaoru, Miss Shui, you can come in now. Everyone else is waiting outside, and no one can enter without my permission. Xiaoru nodded and followed Lin Shen into the room. She was curious, not understanding how Lin Shen would treat her. Mr. Lin, what should I do? Xiaoru asked. Lin Shen walked over to the large wooden tub, took out the prepared medicinal liquid, and poured it all in. Soon, a strong medicinal fragrance began to fill the room. This scent was quite peculiar. It had no effect on ordinary people, but as Xiaoru inhaled it, she was surprised to find her body felt much more relaxed. What is this? Xiaoru exclaimed in astonishment. Take off your clothes, not a single piece can be left on, and then soak in the tub. Lin Shen instructed. As he spoke, he began to remove his own clothes. Ah, Mr. Lin, what kind of treatment is this? Xiaoru's face instantly flushed red. She felt a bit angry and immediately suspected that Lin Shen was trying to take advantage of her. I need to administer acupuncture to activate your body's potential so that you can perfectly absorb the medicinal properties. Otherwise, simply drinking the medicine will be ineffective. Not only is it inefficient, but it also won't provide proper treatment, Lin Shen said confidently. He spread his hands, now only in his underwear. I've already told you, if you want treatment, you must listen to me. If you can't accept that, you can turn around and leave now. Shuiru's face was already completely red. She never expected the treatment method to be like this. Medicinal baths were not strange to her. She had taken countless medicinal baths throughout her life. But this was the first time she would do it in front of a man, and in a completely undressed state. I accept. Shuiru gritted her teeth and finally nodded in agreement. She wanted to live, and some sacrifices were completely acceptable in comparison. Mr. Lin, could you turn around? Shuiru's face was flushed. Of course. Lin Chen turned around. Seeing this, Shuiru let out a slight sigh of relief. She reached out to start unbuttoning her clothes, removing them one by one. In no time, Shuiru had stripped off all her clothes. Are you ready? Hurry and soak in the tub. Lin Chen's voice rang out. Shuiru nodded gently, making a sound softer than a mosquito. She stepped towards the wooden tub and climbed in, submerging herself completely. This water seems too hot. Shuiru couldn't help but exclaim. That's exactly the temperature we need. Lin Chen turned around and walked to the edge of the tub. Ah, Mr. Lin, are you going to come in too? Shuiru's expression was a bit flustered. She was now completely naked, and Lin Chen in front of her was only wearing a pair of shorts. If both of them were to soak in the tub, wouldn't that be extremely dangerous for her? What else? How can I give you acupuncture if I don't get into the tub? Lin Chen retorted, then jumped directly into the tub. At that moment, Shuiru's face was flushed with shyness, and she immediately shrank to the other side of the tub. Aren't you a bit old for this? Why are you still so shy? Seeing Shuiru looking like a frightened little deer, Lin Chen was somewhat speechless. He hadn't done anything yet, and her reaction was like that of an innocent girl. I've never had a boyfriend. I've been weak since I was a child, and my dad has been very strict in protecting me, not allowing any man to get close to me. Shuiru explained shyly. Ha! Lin Chen was a bit surprised. He hadn't noticed before, but now hearing Shuiru say this, he realized that she was still a virgin. Goodness! Shuiru must be in her 30s. After a brief moment of surprise, Lin Chen's expression quickly returned to normal. I understand, I'll be gentler from now on. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Shuiru nodded lightly, her delicate face already flushed with color. Even though she was in the tub, she still couldn't help but cover her key areas with her hands. Being completely naked with a strange man in the same tub was something Shuiru found hard to accept. Seeing that Shuiru wasn't coming over, Lin Chen simply took the initiative to approach her. Ah! Shuiru let out a shy exclamation. Don't be nervous, I won't do anything to you. If you want to recover and continue living, these are things you must go through, Lin Chen explained. He wasn't lying. Shuiru's body was already on the brink of collapse, and the only reason she was still alive was that she hadn't reached her limit yet. As the saying goes, severe illnesses require strong medicine. If treatment wasn't administered quickly, once the collapse within Shuiru's body erupted, it would be like a house of cards falling down. By then, even he wouldn't be able to cure her. Lin Chen's hand reached out and rested on Shuiru's shoulder. Relax, don't be tense. Lin Chen gently patted her body. His hand pressed lightly on several acupoints on Shuiru's body, and the tension that had been so evident in her began to visibly ease. Shuiru felt her state and couldn't help but show a look of surprise on her face. Mr. Lin, how did you do that? Shuiru couldn't help but ask. Lin Chen didn't explain anything. He took out the prepared silver needles from the side. Getting ready to start. Lin Chen took out a silver needle, and with a flick of his finger, the needle shot out like an arrow, instantly piercing into Shuiru's body. Shuiru's body trembled slightly, followed by the second needle, the third, the fourth, and then several more. Lin Chen's speed of acupuncture was so fast that Shuiru could barely see it. Even though there was a layer of medicine, the silver needles Lin Chen shot always accurately hit her acupoints. This scene surprised Shuiru. She had grown up with various treatments and was very familiar with acupuncture. Her father, Shui Changlin, had also given her acupuncture many times, but even though he had to concentrate fully each time, he could never be as casual and relaxed as Lin Chen was. Did these silver needles really hit my acupoints? Shuiru had some doubts and couldn't help but reach out to touch. Don't move around, do you want to die? Didn't your dad tell you not to move during the acupuncture process? Lin Chen shot her a glare. As someone from a family of traditional medicine, how could she lack such basic knowledge? After being scolded by Lin Chen, Shuiru felt a bit wronged but quickly sat up straight, not daring to move again. 365 silver needles quickly filled Shuiru's entire body. When the last needle was placed, Lin Chen began the next step. He placed his hands on Shuiru, and the sensation was incredibly pleasant. Perhaps due to her frequent herbal baths, Shuiru's skin was exceptionally delicate, as tender as a baby's. Feeling Lin Chen's strong hands on her, the blush on Xueru's face returned. For some reason, she felt extremely sensitive, just the touch of Lin Chen's hands was almost unbearable. A strange sound escaped Xueru's lips. The treatment officially begins now. I have used a special needle technique to open the channels in your body, activating your potential and putting you in a special state. Next, I will use a special massage technique to further stimulate your body, allowing you to perfectly absorb the medicinal effects. By the end of this treatment, you will immediately feel your changes. Lin Chen's voice rang out. Xueru blushed and gently nodded. Mr. Lin, please be gentle. Her voice was soft and sweet, like a shy girl. She appeared completely at his mercy, her bashful and cute demeanor irresistibly drawing Lin Chen's gaze. What a stunning woman! Lin Chen took a deep breath. He immediately began to work, his hands moving in a special rhythm and technique to treat Xueru's body. Xueru's eyes widened in an instant. As Lin Chen began to massage her, she felt an endless stream of medicinal energy flowing into her body. Her face turned crimson, and the unprecedented comfort made her unable to contain herself. A faint sound escaped Xueru. She quickly closed her mouth. No, I can't embarrass myself in front of Mr. Lin. Lin Chen admired Xueru's expression while his hands roamed over her body. Not bad at all, though it's a pity she's a bit too frail. He shook his head in disappointment. Xueru's body was too thin, almost skin and bones. However, despite her frailty, her skin was incredibly delicate. His hands seemed to possess magic, precisely stimulating Xueru's body each time. Miss Xue, if you can't hold it in, just let it out. It helps release pressure. Tensing your body like this isn't good for the treatment, Lin Chen said. Xueru's face was flushed. She finally couldn't hold back, and a sound escaped her lips. The entire room echoed with Xueru's voice, a sound as enchanting as a celestial melody. She had lost all her strength and could only weakly lean against the wooden tub. Miss Xue, try to restrain your voice. If it gets any louder, people outside will hear. Lin Chen had to remind her. Although the beauty song was delightful, Lin Chen had to consider the consequences. Fortunately, the soundproofing of the room was quite good, but if Xueru's voice continued to rise, it might be heard by Xue Changlin outside. At that point, Xue Changlin would likely burst in. Hearing this, Xueru quickly closed her mouth but felt very uncomfortable. After enjoying the feeling of being able to release herself freely, how could she hold it in now? Just a moment later, Xueru couldn't help but let out another sound. No, Mr. Lin, I really can't hold it in. Xueru's tone carried a hint of a sob. Lin Chen glanced at her. It's up to you, as long as you don't mind if people outside hear. How can that be? Xueru was a bit anxious. She knew how strange the sounds she was making were. If anyone outside heard, her reputation would be completely ruined. After what felt like an eternity, the treatment finally came to an end. Lin Chen removed all the silver needles from Xueru's body. He leaped out of the wooden tub and dried himself with a towel before putting his clothes back on. Inside, Xueru still had her eyes half closed, her face reflecting a sense of reminiscence and comfort, her whole body feeling soft and weak. Miss Xue, today's treatment is over. How do you feel? Lin Chen's voice came through. Lost in the aftertaste of the treatment, Xueru quickly opened her eyes, and upon seeing Lin Chen in front of her, her face instantly flushed. Mr. Lin, just now you. Xueru couldn't help but say, her tone filled with playful reproach. But upon closer inspection, there was no hint of anger in her voice. If I hadn't covered your mouth, I'm afraid everyone outside would have heard you. Lin Chen explained, you should thank me quickly. Xueru. She was shy yet angry. Mr. Lin, clearly I was the one who was taken advantage of. She felt somewhat speechless, but in her heart, she couldn't bring herself to be angry at this man. Alright, get up quickly, don't just lie in the tub. Lin Chen naturally changed the subject. Xueru felt helpless, her cheeks flushed. I have no strength. Mr. Lin, can you carry me? This surprised Lin Chen. Xueru pouted. Anyway, you've already touched my body all over. What's the big deal about taking another look? Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. Since Xueru didn't mind, he wouldn't be polite. He reached out and directly lifted Xueru out of the tub, her soft body leaning against him. Without the cover of the medicinal liquid in the tub, Lin Chen could fully appreciate the delicate yet alluring figure in his arms. TSK. Even though her body was so frail, that pair of ample peaks was larger than that of an average woman. Lin Chen was amazed. Feeling the man's fiery gaze on her chest, Xueru's face turned completely red, and she couldn't help but cover her proud assets with her hand. Don't look, Xueru shyly protested. Lin Chen didn't tease Xueru any further. The stimulation she experienced today was already enough. He worried that if he continued, it might lead to problems for her. He took a towel from the side to dry Xueru's body and then helped her put on her clothes. After some time, everything finally came to an end. At this moment, outside the room, Shui Changlin was still waiting, along with Tang Yunyat and Wang Long. Shui Changlin was anxious, pacing back and forth outside the room. Seeing that nearly an hour had passed since the two entered, his urgency only intensified, making him even more nervous. Just then, the door to the room suddenly opened. Xiaoru! Shui Changlin's gaze shot over. He saw Lin Chen and Xueru walking out of the room together. Dad! Xueru smiled, her complexion rosy and her spirit high, looking much better than before. Shui Changlin hurriedly approached and began to check Xueru's condition. His internal energy quickly circulated through Xueru's body, and when he sensed her current state, Shui Changlin couldn't help but widen his eyes. You've really recovered a lot. That's great. Ha, that's great. Shui Changlin was overjoyed, tears streaming down his face. What? Wang Long beside him couldn't help but widen his eyes, hardly believing what he was hearing. Lin Chen, you really cured Miss Shui. Wang Long was simply shocked. Lin Chen's expression remained calm. It's still far from being a cure. I can only say she's slightly improved. It will take about 10 more treatments, and once those are done, Miss Shui will have no problem living another 10 years. Lin Chen said, 10 more treatments? Hearing this, a flush appeared on Xueru's cheeks. She found that she had no intention of resisting. Instead, there was a hint of expectation in her heart. How could this be? I'm not some loose woman, I just want to recover my body quickly. Xueru comforted herself with this explanation. Shui Changlin's expression was excited. Good. That's wonderful. Mr. Lin, your medical skills truly leave this old man in awe. I never expected that there would be someone in this world who could treat Xiaoru. Shui Changlin's aged face was filled with joy and excitement. After saying this, Shui Changlin deeply bowed to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, I had many misunderstandings and offenses towards you in the pavilion earlier. I hope you can forgive me. Wan Long was taken aback. Shuishini, what are you doing? Lin Chen is just a mere junior. Junior? Shui Changlin glanced at him. As the saying goes, there are no distinctions in learning, the accomplished are the teachers. I can't solve Xiaoru's problem, but Mr. Lin can, which is enough to prove that Mr. Lin's medical skills surpass mine. I might as well be considered Mr. Lin's junior. Ha! This left Wang Long completely stunned. Tang Yunyao smiled, feeling happy for Lin Chen. Lin Chen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Shui Changlin to be so open-minded. Mr. Lin, please do me the honor of joining me later. I've already reserved a table at the Qingzhou restaurant. Shui Changlin said. No problem. Faced with such a warm Shui Changlin, he nodded in agreement. Shui Changlin's status was quite good, which could help him prepare for his future entry into the medical field. Great! Shui Changlin laughed heartily. The group then set off for the Qingzhou restaurant, but Wang Long's expression was grim. He found an excuse and left in a hurry. Shui Changlin saw through Wang Long's excuse but didn't try to keep him, simply waving him off. The group soon arrived at Qingzhou Mountain Villa, and after several rounds of drinks and dishes, the meal was a delightful affair, and everyone was very satisfied. At the dining table, Xueru sat opposite Lin Chen, her eyes occasionally glancing at him, her beautiful eyes sometimes shy, sometimes filled with unusual emotions. Tang Yunyao, sitting diagonally across, clearly noticed Xueru's demeanor and immediately understood her feelings. She was somewhat surprised. She didn't expect that in just 1 hour, Lin Shini would capture Xueru's heart during their first meeting. Shui Changlin was completely oblivious to this. He was joyful and excited, occasionally raising a toast to Lin Chen. Lin Chen naturally accepted every toast. With his current innate strength, mere alcohol was not a challenge for him. Mr. Lin is truly exceptionally talented. At such a young age, his medical skills have already reached an extraordinary level, which is truly admirable. Shui Changlin exclaimed. Lin Chen merely smiled. He had lived for hundreds, even thousands of years in the cultivation world. Shui Changlin was just a fraction of his lifespan. With such medical skills, when does Mr. Lin plan to enter the medical field? I can be Mr. Lin's guide, as long as Mr. Lin is willing to enter the medical field. I believe he can quickly make a name for himself. Shui Changlin said. Lin Chen smiled. I'm not very interested in such fame, so there's no need to enter the medical field. He directly refused. Ha! Shui Changlin and Tang Yunyao were both somewhat stunned upon hearing this. But seeing Lin Chen's determined expression, they didn't say much, only feeling a bit regretful. Soon, they finished their meal and each left. Before leaving, Shui Changlin exchanged phone numbers with Lin Chen and agreed on the next treatment in a week. Mr. Lin. Xueru looked at Lin Chen, who was about to leave, and couldn't help but speak up. What is it? Lin Chen turned around. Shui Ru blushed. I want to invite Mr. Lin to go out and have fun tomorrow, but I don't know. No need, your body hasn't recovered yet, so it's best not to wander around. Let's talk about it after the treatment is over. Lin Chen refused. Shui Ru felt a bit disappointed, then watched as Lin Chen got into Tang Yunyan's car and left. Shui Changlin looked at his daughter beside him. Being wise with age, he could easily see what his daughter meant. Xiao Ru, do you like Mr. Lin? Ha? I don't. Shui Ru showed a little girl's demeanor, quickly denying it. Ha ha ha. Shui Changlin laughed heartily. If you like him, you should act quickly, otherwise, a man as outstanding as Mr. Lin will soon be snatched up by another woman. I think Miss Tang seems to have a good impression of Mr. Lin. This made Shui Ru tense up. Miss Tang? Isn't she Wang Lan's fiancé? If Mr. Lin is willing to speak up, the engagement between Tang Yunyan and Wang Long can be dissolved. Shui Changlin said. Shui Ru's face showed signs of anxiety. She bit her lip, her eyes filled with shyness. How can that be? I just met Mr. Lin. Seeing his daughter's response, Shui Changlin felt helpless. He had protected Shui Ru so well that she had no life experience at all. Although she was in her 30s, her temperament was still like that of a teenage girl, completely innocent. In this situation, how could she compete with other women? My silly daughter. Shui Changlin sighed in pain. Meanwhile, Tang Yunyan drove Lin Chen to the villa's entrance. After Lin Chen got out and said goodbye, he went straight back inside. As soon as he returned to the villa, he found that Li Jingwan was also at home. Jingwan, why are you back so early? Lin Chen asked in surprise. Given Li Jingwan's workaholic nature, she usually worked late into the night. Looking closely, he saw that Li Jingwan was frowning on the sofa, her face filled with worry and distress. What happened? When Li Jingwan saw Lin Chen return, her expression quickly returned to normal. It's nothing, just some issues at the company today. Are you hungry? I'll make you dinner. Li Jingwan stood up. Lin Chen waved his hand. No need, I've already eaten out. He smiled and walked over, but as he passed by Li Jingwan, she immediately sniffed the air. Why do you smell like a woman? Li Jingwan frowned instantly. Lin Chen was taken aback. He didn't expect Li Jingwan's sense of smell to be so sharp. Just as he was about to explain, Li Jingwan waved her hand. Forget it, I don't want to care about this. We're just contractual spouses. As long as you're not messing around outside, I won't interfere. With that, she went straight upstairs. Watching Li Jingwan's departing figure, Lin Chen shrugged and said nothing more. Since Li Jingwan didn't care, he had no problem either. In the afternoon, Tao Yuyan called. Uni, there's trouble at the martial arts school, can you come over? Tao Yuyan's tone was a bit anxious. After Lin Chen nodded in agreement, he quickly hailed a taxi to the Tao family martial arts school. In no time, he arrived at the entrance of the school and, as soon as he walked in, he saw a few uninvited guests inside. Uni! Tao Yuyan called out and quickly jogged over to him. Lin Chen comforted Tao Yuyan in his arms, then turned his gaze to the unfamiliar faces in the martial arts school. Are you the new master of the Tao family martial arts school? Tao Yuyan, I didn't expect you to sell the Tao family martial arts school to someone else. If your ancestors knew about this, they would probably be furious. A strong middle-aged man stepped forward, looking at Tao Yuyan with a cold smile in his eyes. There were 4 people in front of him, each with a robust physique, clearly frequent gym-goers. They all had well-defined muscles, giving a strong visual impact. Tao Yuyan faced the man's mockery without any change in her expression. Yuni is my man, so of course he can become the master of the martial arts school. Moreover, how I arrange things in the martial arts school is not for you to comment on. Tao Yuyan retorted without hesitation. Humph. The middle-aged man let out a cold snort, and the eyes of the 4 fell on Lin Chen, sizing him up with disdain. This kid seems a bit too weak. He looks like he hasn't trained at all. You actually handed the martial arts school over to someone like him. You must be crazy. One person scoffed. Lin Chen turned to Tao Yuyan. What is going on? These people are from the Nanshan martial arts school. They are under the Wang family, and they are here to challenge us, Tao Yuyan explained. That's right. The middle-aged man stepped forward. Let me introduce myself. I am Lu Nanshan, the master of the Nanshan martial arts school. I am indeed here to challenge you. According to the rules of the martial arts world, the Tao family's martial arts school cannot refuse, and if you lose, your school must close for a year. Lu Nanshan smiled slightly, his expression full of confidence. Tao Yuyan leaned closer to Lin Chen and lowered her voice. Lu Nanshan wants to force us to close the school by challenging us. If we lose, we must close for a year, and then he can come back to challenge us every year, which means our school will never be able to reopen. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He found it amusing that the martial arts world had such rules. He stepped forward. A challenge, huh? No problem. I'll take it all on. Who wants to go first? I'll go. A confident young man stepped forward, leaping onto the competition stage, then arrogantly beckoned Lin Chen with his hand. Come on up, pretty boy. I'll show you that the martial arts world isn't a place for someone like you. The man sneered, and if one listened closely, there seemed to be a hint of envy and jealousy in his tone. He. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. He didn't take the provocation seriously, casually removing his outer clothing and stepping onto the competition stage. Come on, Lin Chen said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man charged forward without hesitation, throwing a jab aimed at Lin Chen's face. The speed of this jab was quick. An ordinary person who hadn't trained would surely fall to the ground from such a blow. Bang! A dull sound echoed, and one person on the competition stage fell to the ground. Ah fei! The three below were taken aback, and one hurriedly went to help the fallen young man up. It turned out that the one lying on the ground was the boastful young man. Lin Chen glanced at the remaining three. Who's next? The expressions of the three changed instantly, and Lu Nanshan's demeanor became serious. Young man, I truly underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have some real strength. The young man's strength was not clear to him as the master, and he didn't expect that he couldn't even withstand a single move from Lin Chen. Master, let me go up, one person said. Lu Nanshan waved his hand to refuse. No, I want to do it myself. After saying that, he immediately walked onto the competition stage, standing in front of Lin Chen. With the master personally taking action, this kid is definitely no match for him. The two below smiled, their words filled with confidence. Lu Nanshan assumed a martial arts stance, his sharp eyes fixed intently on Lin Chen. Lin Chen, on the opposite side, appeared completely relaxed, seemingly full of openings. Ha! Lu Nanshan let out a light shout, charging at Lin Chen like a rampaging bull. He raised his left hand in a hook punch stance, while his right hand was positioned horizontally in front of him, seemingly preparing to attack with a hook punch. Lin Chen's expression remained calm, showing no change at all. Taking a step forward, he threw a punch. Bang! The fist, clad in a glove, struck Lu Nanshan's chin heavily. Just moments ago, Lu Nanshan had been brimming with confidence, but now his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the competition stage. Master! The two people below exclaimed in shock, hardly believing their eyes. It seems your strength isn't as formidable as your words. Carry your master away, and don't come back to embarrass yourselves. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, wearing a look of disdain. The two members of the Nanshan Martial Arts School were stunned, their faces filled with disbelief as they stared at Lin Chen. This is impossible. With the master's strength, he was knocked down with a single punch. Their expressions were filled with existential doubt. They hurriedly rushed forward to lift Lu Nanshan, glancing back at Lin Chen still on the stage, and without daring to linger, they quickly carried the unconscious Lu Nanshan away. Good! Tao Yuyan exclaimed excitedly, rushing forward and throwing herself into Lin Chen's arms. Yuni, I knew I didn't misjudge you. Tao Yuyan's face was flushed with excitement. Lin Chen smiled slightly, wrapping his arms around Tao Yuyan's slender waist, his hands beginning to wander. Feeling the mischievous hands on her body, Tao Yuyan's face turned a bit red. What are you doing? It's still daytime. Tao Yuyan's eyes began to glisten with moisture. Lin Chen scooped her up and headed straight for the third floor. Half an hour later, Tao Yuyan emerged with a face full of grievances. Lin Chen laughed heartily. I saw that the second floor martial arts school was empty. What happened? Where are the other students? Lin Chen asked, puzzled. Tao Yuyan looked helpless. Those students have all cancelled their memberships. Ah, Lin Chen was at a loss for words, but quickly understood. They must have come for your beauty, but now that they see you are taken, they simply left. With Tao Yuyan's beauty, even he found her irresistible. Ordinary people would naturally be unable to resist. It seemed that the Tao family martial arts school hadn't closed down before solely because Tao Yuyan was holding it up with her looks. Let them leave, I don't mind. Now that I have the funds you provided, I plan to renovate and expand the martial arts school. Tao Yuyan spoke with determination. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. He admired her tenacity. If she were just a pretty face, she wouldn't pique his interest. Go brush your teeth, we're going out next. Lin Chen patted Tao Yuyan's perky backside. The feel is fantastic. Tao Yuyan asked in confusion, where are we going? To challenge the school. A glint of excitement flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Half an hour later, at the Nanshan Martial Arts School, Lin Chen and Tao Yuyan stepped out of the car and walked straight to the entrance of the Nanshan Martial Arts School. Compared to the Tao Family Martial Arts School, the Nanshan Martial Arts School was far superior in both scale and grandeur. The Tao Family Martial Arts School was located in a remote suburb, while the Nanshan Martial Arts School was within the second ring road, situated on a bustling commercial street. Just the facade alone completely overshadowed the Tao family martial arts school. The two walked in, and a voluptuous receptionist immediately approached them. Do you two need to sign up for training? Our Nanshan Martial Arts School is currently holding an event. If you sign up for a year, you get a free personal training session. The receptionist smiled. Lin Shin smiled slightly, and in the next moment, he leaped up, directly tearing down the sign of the Nanshan Martial Arts School. Bang! The 100-pound sign crashed heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud that instantly startled dozens of students on this floor. Challenge the school. Lin Chen's voice echoed throughout the martial arts school. Wow! The martial arts school erupted in excitement. Many students were thrilled, as challenges like this were quite rare. They quickly gathered around, intrigued. The receptionist was momentarily dumbfounded and hurriedly stepped back several paces. Does your Nanshan Martial Arts School have anyone who can breathe? Come out and accept the challenge. According to the rules of the martial arts world, if your Nanshan Martial Arts School loses today, you must close for a year. Lin Chen single-handedly lifted the 100-pound sign and walked directly into the martial arts school. Wow, someone really came to challenge us. Ha ha, looks like there's going to be a good show today. This guy looks pretty strong. He lifted that nearly 100-pound sign so easily. No wonder he has the guts to come here. I hope this kid has some real skills. I don't want him to get knocked down by the coaches right away. The students inside the martial arts school were buzzing with excitement, many of them wearing expressions of eager anticipation. Tao Yuyan followed behind Lin Chen, watching his imposing figure with surprise and admiration. A man as powerful and domineering as him was exactly her type. Who wants to challenge? A steady and powerful voice rang out, and the students quickly parted to make way for a muscular giant who stepped forward. The giant stood at nearly 2 meters tall, his explosive muscles resembling steel, creating a striking visual impact. So it's you who wants to challenge? You really have some guts. Don't you know what kind of place Nanshan Martial Arts School is? The muscular coach spoke with anger and disdain. Of course I know this is Nanshan Martial Arts School, which is why I'm here to challenge. Lin Chen replied with a smile. The coach's pupils slightly contracted. You're here specifically for my Nanshan Martial Arts School? You've got guts. Let me see how strong you really are. The two stepped onto the competition stage and put on their gloves. After a simple fist bump, they faced each other. The muscular coach looked significantly more robust than Lin Chen. They weren't even in the same weight class. Coach Su, go for it. Knock that kid down. Students cheered for the muscular coach. The atmosphere was lively with shouts of encouragement. Let's get started, the muscular coach said confidently. Lin Chen wasted no time. He stepped forward with incredible speed. So fast. The muscular coach was taken aback, realizing it was too late to defend. Before he could react, Lin Chen's fist had already struck his chin. Bang! The muscular coach fell to the ground instantly, and the entire venue fell silent. What the hell? He took him out in an instant? The students were shocked, hardly believing their eyes. The apparent weight class difference was like that between an antelope and a tiger, but unexpectedly, the antelope struck first, and the tiger was instantly defeated. Is there anyone else? Lin Chen shouted. Another coach stepped forward. I'll take you on. Coach Su was just unprepared, that's why you caught him off guard. This time, you won't have such an opportunity, the second coach said. He. Lin Chen smiled inwardly, too lazy to explain anything. Rather than talk, it was better to just take down his opponent. Let's begin, the coach said. Lin Chen stepped forward again and threw another punch. Bang! Another dull sound echoed as the second coach fell to the ground. Is there anyone else? Lin Chen asked. Hiss! A series of gasps filled the air as all the students were stunned. What the hell? Who is this challenger? Two coaches went up and were instantly defeated. This combat power is just too exaggerated. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing that no one else stepped up, Lin Chen provocatively taunted, why is no one coming up? Are the coaches of Nanshan Martial Arts School a bunch of useless people? Just two down and you're too scared to fight? Then you might as well close up shop. Lin Chen directly insulted them, prompting a coach to step up in anger. Bang! Once again, with a familiar punch, the third coach fell on the spot. Bang! 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 With 3 consecutive sounds of fists hitting flesh, it was clear that a group of coaches had already fallen on the competition stage. Lin Chen simply moved his body a bit. Is there no one left? This is only the 5th one. You guys from Nanshan Martial Arts School can't even handle 5 coaches in a wheel battle. Isn't that a bit pathetic? Wow! Incredible! The students present were already shocked, having never seen anyone so fierce. Who on earth is this person? Could he be a professional martial artist? His combat power is just too overwhelming. The martial arts hall was in an uproar, and the attitudes of the many students had completely changed. When Lin Chen walked in, they were just watching a show, but now that all the coaches from Nanshan Martial Arts School had been taken down by Lin Chen alone, these people directly switched sides. Big shot, awesome, someone shouted, and the whole place erupted in cheers. Awesome, ha ha ha, so powerful. Damn, one person took down 5 coaches. Brother, you're simply invincible. Big shot, teach me martial arts. I want to be your disciple. Many people shouted excitedly, their expressions filled with enthusiasm and admiration. The few coaches on the ground looked at their own students being so fervent towards an outsider, each wearing a bitter smile and feeling helpless. In the audience, Tao Yuyan watched this scene, her cheeks flushed with excitement and thrill. Lin Chen's imposing figure, taking down one opponent after another, was deeply etched in her mind, making her body feel hot. Tao Yuyan couldn't help but squeeze her legs together, her eyes filled with tenderness, wishing she could jump onto the competition stage and throw herself into Lin Chen's arms right then and there. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. What's going on? Who's causing trouble here? The voice was unmistakably Lu Nanshan. He had just woken up and immediately heard the cheers coming from the martial arts hall on the second floor, so he rushed downstairs to check the situation. As soon as he reached the bottom, he saw Lin Chen on the competition stage and the coaches sprawled around him. Lin Chen! Lu Nanshan immediately realized what had happened, his expression changing drastically. You actually came to challenge the school. Lin Chen looked at him with a teasing smile. What? Can't I come to challenge the school? Director Lu, why don't you send out any more experts from your side? If your Nanshan Martial Arts School can't defeat me today, then you will have to close down. Lu Nanshan was furious, his eyes turning red. Lin Chen, you're simply going too far. He was seething with rage. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen laughed heartily. Going too far? When you came to my school to challenge, didn't you think it was going too far? I'm just returning the favor in kind. You. Lu Nanshan was left speechless by this retort. Alright, I don't have time to waste with you. Hurry up and send someone out. If not, you can come up yourself and get beaten by me again. Lin Chen waved his hand, his tone completely unceremonious. Lu Nanshan gritted his teeth, his face alternating between green and white. The students nearby were astonished. The director actually lost to this person? That's too exaggerated. The students were shocked and excited. Director Lu, don't waste my time. Are you going to fight or not? Lin Chen asked again. Lu Nanshan's expression kept changing, facing Lin Chen's urging. He knew very well that if he went up, he would just get beaten again. Lin Chen, do you have to be so aggressive? He gritted his teeth. That's right, I'm just that aggressive. What are you going to do about it? If you're not convinced, then come up and fight me. Do you have the strength for that? Lin Chen directly mocked him. Wow, so domineering. The students nearby were stunned. Lu Nanshan was almost so angry he would spit blood. He never expected karma to come so quickly. It had been less than an hour since he had gone to provoke Lin Chen, and now he was being beaten at his own door. I admit defeat. Lu Nanshan struggled to say these 3 words. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen laughed freely. Good, then according to the rules of the martial arts world, your Nanshan Martial Arts School must close for a year, unless you can defeat me again, otherwise, you cannot reopen. Yu Yan, let's go. Lin Chen waved his hand and left with Tao Yuyan. All the students quickly made way, their faces filled with excitement as they watched Lin Chen's back. Lu Nanshan stared in disbelief as Lin Chen left with victory, his teeth nearly grinding in frustration. Lin Chen, don't get too carried away. The two of them left directly and returned to the parking lot. As soon as they got in the car, Tao Yuyan could no longer contain her fiery excitement and directly leaped onto Lin Chen. What are you doing? Lin Chen was taken aback by Tao Yuyan's enthusiasm. Don't talk, kiss me. Excited and thrilled, Tao Yuyan initiated a passionate kiss and turned to sit on Lin Chen's lap. Goodness, this woman is so forward. Lin Chen chuckled in surprise, but since the beauty was so eager, he naturally wouldn't hold back. After rolling up the car window, he naturally wrapped his arms around Tao Yuyan's slender waist while savoring the taste of the beauty in his arms. Lin Chen indulged in the delightful moment for quite a while before finally letting her go. I can't take it anymore. Tao Yuyan, blushing, gasped for breath, her body weakly leaning against Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at her with a teasing smile. Can't take it so soon? Weren't you very proactive just now? Tao Yuyan's face turned even redder as she recalled the earlier frenzy, her eyes filled with shyness. Who told you to be so domineering and impressive? I just couldn't help myself. Tao Yuyan pouted. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen laughed proudly and kissed her cheek again. Now you can't just say stop and expect me to stop. Tao Yuyan shot him a playful glare. At that moment, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was a call from the medical beauty Su Lingshuang. Hello? Lin Chen answered the call. Su Lingxuan's voice came through. Mr. Lin, sorry to disturb you with a call. May I ask if you are free tonight? I would like to invite you to dinner. You want to discuss the prescription, right? Lin Chen directly pointed it out. Without Su Lingxuan needing to say it, Lin Chen could guess she was looking for him because of the prescription issue. The reason he had given the prescription to Su Lingxuan was indeed for this purpose. That's right, I came because of the prescription. Su Lingxuan's tone was a bit shy. No problem, then let's meet tonight. Lin Chen agreed with a nod. After they set the time and place, they hung up the phone, and Lin Chen leaned back in his seat, continuing to enjoy Tao Yuyan's company. Soon it was evening, and Lin Chen took a taxi, eventually arriving in front of a restaurant. Room 3. Lin Chen walked in, gave his name, and was led to the private room by a waiter. He pushed the door open and walked in, only to see Su Lingxuan sitting inside. She was dressed simply in casual attire, wearing a white shirt on top and jeans on the bottom. Despite the plain outfit, her exquisite features shone through, making even this simple attire look stunning. Mr. Lin. Su Lingxuan smiled and stood up. Lin Chen walked over and sat down across from her, and the waiter quickly handed over a menu. He casually ordered a few dishes and then looked at Su Lingxuan. How's your research on the prescription going? Su Lingxuan showed a helpless expression. That prescription is too profound. I can't make heads or tails of it. That's why I sought you out, Mr. Lin. Although I can't understand that prescription, I can tell it must have high value because the combination of herbs is very intricate. As she said this, Su Lingxuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She seemed quite enthusiastic. Lin Chen chuckled. It was quite rare to see someone so passionate about medicine. So what do you want? Lin Chen shrugged. Su Lingxuan replied directly, I want a truly specific prescription. I already told you, the value of this prescription is very high, you can't afford it. Lin Chen did not give any discounts just because the other party was a beauty. Although the body refining pill was considered a low-tier elixir in the cultivation world, on Earth, it could definitely be called a divine medicine, and the value of such a prescription was naturally priceless. Su Lingxuan did not show any signs of surprise. She lightly bit her lip and said, Mr. Lin, I know I can't offer anything of sufficient value to buy this prescription. However, I don't want to buy the prescription, I just want to learn and study it. Lin Chen smiled lightly, not doubting her intentions. Su Lingxuan was clearly a fanatic about medicine. Impossible. He directly refused. I cannot give the body refining pill prescription to outsiders. Su Lingxuan showed a hint of conflict on her face, as if she was lost in thought, contemplating something. Seeing that Su Lingxuan was silent, Lin Chen was not in a hurry. After a while, the waiter brought in a series of dishes. The chef at this restaurant had decent skills, and Lin Chen leisurely enjoyed the food, while Su Lingxuan across from him appeared quite conflicted, as if making a decision. Once Lin Chen finished eating, Su Lingxuan finally spoke up. Mr. Lin, I understand your meaning now. Lin Chen was puzzled. What had he said that made Su Lingxuan understand his meaning? I am willing to marry you, Mr. Lin. Su Lingxuan's words were shocking. Lin Chen was taken aback. Had he said anything that implied that? Wait. He remembered that he had just said he wouldn't give the body refining pill prescription to outsiders, so Su Lingxuan had interpreted it this way? He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, but his gaze scanned Su Lingxuan from head to toe. He had to admit that Su Lingxuan was indeed very beautiful, her features were exquisite, and in terms of appearance, she was no less than the other women he knew. Perhaps due to her serious demeanor, Su Lingxuan had a unique aura about her, reminding him of Li Jingwan. Both women were serious in their work, but one was wholly devoted to her company, while the other was engrossed in the study of medicine. I am already married. Lin Chen shook his head with a smile. Su Lingxuan's face showed shock. She quickly furrowed her brows and then gritted her teeth, saying, Then I will be your mistress. Are you serious? Now Lin Chen was genuinely surprised. You really want the body refining pill prescription that badly? You're willing to make such a huge sacrifice. Lin Chen found it hard to understand. Su Lingxuan's expression was serious. Reaching the pinnacle of medicine is my lifelong dream, and I am willing to pay any price for it. Mr. Lin, you must have a high level of skill in medicine. If I could be your woman, I would definitely receive guidance. Interesting. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. He nodded directly. Alright, since a beauty like you is willing to come to me, I certainly won't refuse. Su Lingxuan frowned at his words, her gaze towards Lin Chen showing some disdain, but that look quickly disappeared from her sight. When will you give me the body refining pill prescription? Su Lingxuan asked, her tone somewhat impatient. Let's go to your house later, I will write the prescription for you then. Lin Chen replied. Okay. Su Lingxuan immediately nodded. quickly finishing her dinner before eagerly pulling Lin Chen away. The two walked out of the restaurant, and then Lin Chen got into Su Ningxuang's car. Su Ningxuang pressed the accelerator, and the car's engine roared, shooting out like an arrow, quickly disappearing from sight. Half an hour later, Su Ningxuang drove into a villa community and finally stopped deep within the area. The two got out of the car, and looking at the villa community, Lin Chen couldn't help but be a bit astonished. "You live here?" "Yes." Su Ningxuang nodded. Lin Chen smiled because Su Ningxuang's villa was surprisingly in the same community as his. However, this villa community was quite large, with dozens of villas, which was why they had never met before. As they entered the villa, Lin Chen quickly caught the faint scent of various medicinal herbs. Looking around, the villa was somewhat messy, with traces of herbs everywhere. Several medical books were scattered on the table, and Lin Chen even saw quite a few medical instruments, as well as some animals and human organs preserved in formalin. Goodness! Was this a villa or some kind of medical clinic? But thinking about how Su Ningxuang was so passionate about medicine that she was willing to trade her body, Lin Chen found it reasonable. "When do we start learning?" Su Ningxuang looked at Lin Chen with eager anticipation. Lin Chen smiled slightly. "Aren't you supposed to fulfill your promise first? Since you agreed to be my lover, you should prove it first. Otherwise, if you take the prescription and back out, wouldn't I be at a huge loss? I'm not the kind of woman who doesn't keep her promises." Su Ningxuang frowned slightly. She nodded. "Alright, since you want my body, then come on. But after it's over, you have to teach me the secrets of the body refining pill right away." Lin Chen nodded. "No problem." Before he could do anything, Su Ningxuang had already taken the initiative to walk up to him and hug him. Lin Chen was not polite either. He wrapped his arms around Su Ningxuang's slender waist and lifted her up. "Where's the bathroom?" "Of course, we need to take a shower before doing that. It's in my room on the second floor." Su Ningxuang pointed the way, and Lin Chen carried her directly to the room on the second floor. Soon, the sound of running water began to echo. "You can undress yourself." Lin Chen set Su Ningxuang down, then crossed his arms, ready to admire the beauty before him. Su Ningxuang's expression was slightly unnatural, but she didn't hesitate, reaching to unbutton her clothes. As each button was undone, a blush gradually crept up on Su Ningxuang's face. Even though she was willing to offer her body for the sake of medicine, it was still her first time undressing in front of a man. However, Lin Chen was a man who had seen and experienced a lot. Although Su Ningxuang's figure was indeed very tempting, it wasn't to the point where he couldn't control himself. Feeling Lin Chen's fiery gaze fixed on her, Su Ningxuang's blush deepened. Finally, the last button was undone, and there was no longer any covering. How embarrassing! Su Ningxuang felt an overwhelming shyness. She had agreed so readily earlier, but now that it was time to actually give herself, she realized it was more difficult than she had imagined. However, she had already agreed and was halfway undressed. Even if she wanted to back out now, it would be of no use. "TSK, TSK, TSK. This is really nice." Lin Chen admired the view before him, his eyes unwilling to look away. His words made Su Ningxuang even more bashful. After a long while, Su Ningxuang finally managed to undress completely. I've taken it all off." Su Ningxuang's face was flushed. She couldn't help but want to close her eyes, but her curiosity was too strong to resist. Su Ningxuang's face was so red it seemed like it could bleed. The two soon saw each other in their entirety. Lin Chen lifted Su Ningxuang and they both lay down in the bathtub. Su Ningxuang's bathtub was large enough. Although it was a bit cramped for two people, it was still bearable. Being so intimately embraced by a man was a bit too stimulating for the inexperienced Su Ningxuang. She was helplessly held in Lin Chen's arms. Her previous seriousness and composure completely vanished, leaving her no different from an ordinary girl. "Your face is so red. I thought you wouldn't be shy," Lin Chen teased. Su Ningxuang was so shy that she couldn't help but lightly punch him with her hand. "I'm not that kind of shameless woman, how could I not feel shy?" Su Ningxuang's tone carried a hint of reproach. "Ha ha ha." Lin Chen laughed heartily, then lowered his head and kissed Su Ningxuang's red lips directly. Su Ningxuang's whole body stiffened at once, and Lin Chen took the opportunity to savor the taste of the beauty in his arms. She was completely unguarded, fully embodying the meaning of being at one's mercy. Lin Chen enjoyed her taste thoroughly, only releasing her when Su Ningxuang was gasping for air. Freed, Su Ningxuang took deep breaths of fresh air. I almost suffocated." Su Ningxuang's tone was dissatisfied. "It's your own fault for being so foolish. You can breathe while kissing. It seems you have no experience at all," Lin Chen teased. Su Ningxuang rolled her eyes. "I've never had any interest in men, my only focus is on medicine. Many men have pursued me before, but I turned them all down." When she said this, her tone was somewhat melancholic. So many men had never even gotten a little advantage from her, yet Lin Chen had completely taken control of her, and now he was going to devour her whole. Lin Chen chuckled, kissing her again and tasting Su Ningxuang's flavor. The two engaged in a playful exchange, and when Lin Chen felt it was enough, he picked up the weak Su Ningxuang and walked toward the bed in the room. Is it happening? Su Ningxuang looked at the approaching big bed, her heart involuntarily tightening with nervousness. Wait a minute. Su Ningxuang spoke up nervously. What's wrong? You wouldn't regret it at this point, would you? Lin Chen smiled. Su Ningxuang shot him a glare. How could that be? I've been completely undressed by you, how could I regret it now? I want you to turn off the lights. I'm a bit shy. Seeing Su Ningxuang's bashful appearance in his arms, Su Qing smiled and nodded. He flicked his fingers, and a strand of true energy shot out, turning off the switch from a distance. Ah, how did you do that? Su Ningxuang looked surprised. When you completely become mine, you'll know. Lin Chen placed Su Ningxuang on the bed and pounced on her like a hungry wolf. Since his rebirth, he hadn't been with a woman, and during this time, he had been surrounded by beauties, which had left him pent up. Although Tao Yuyan had served him a few times, it couldn't compare to real intimacy. With Su Ningxuang, a beauty, tonight, he could finally enjoy himself. Lin Chen savored Su Ningxuang's taste, but just as he was about to take the plunge, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Ring, ring, ring. The ringing echoed in the room, abruptly interrupting Lin Chen's actions. Who the hell is calling at this time? Lin Chen was somewhat annoyed. It might be an important call, why not check it out? Anyway, I won't run away tonight, so there's no rush. Su Ningxuang reassured Lin Chen. Lin Chen was very displeased, he was just about to have some fun, and now he was interrupted, naturally feeling frustrated. He got out of bed to grab his phone, and the caller ID clearly showed it was Li Jingwan. What did she want? Hello? Lin Chen hesitated for a moment before answering the call. Given Li Jingwan's personality, she wouldn't call him without a reason, perhaps there was something important. Yuni, where are you right now? I need you to come pick me up. Li Jingwan's voice seemed a bit urgent, and there was a lot of noise on her end, as if she was in a bar. A bar? What was Li Jingwan doing at a bar in the middle of the night? Lin Chen immediately woke up and quickly replied, which bar are you at? I'll come right over. Room 12 on the 3rd floor of the Rose Club. Li Jingwan quickly provided the name and address of the bar. After hanging up, Lin Chen hurriedly got dressed and was about to leave. On the bed, Su Ningxuang sat up, pulling the nearby blanket to cover herself. Was it her on the phone? Su Ningxuang asked. Yeah, I need to step out for a bit. We'll continue later, Lin Chen said as he rushed out the door, leaving Su Ningxuang behind on the bed. He hurriedly made his way to the Rose Club. Meanwhile, inside the Rose Club, Li Jingwan was hiding in the restroom. Her face was flushed, not from shyness, but more like the effects of alcohol. A strong smell of liquor emanated from her. She had lost track of how much she had drunk, and her steps felt a bit unsteady. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, footsteps were heard outside, followed by a man's voice. Manager Li, you've been in the restroom for several minutes. Are you okay? The man's voice sounded young, probably in his 20s. There was a teasing tone in his voice as he approached and knocked on the restroom door. Li Jingwan fought against her drunkenness, trying to make her voice sound normal. I'm fine, just feeling a bit unwell. I'll rest for a bit, I can be out in 10 minutes at most, Li Jingwan said. She estimated the time, the distance from her home to the Rose Club wasn't far, and if Lin Chen came right away after her call, 10 minutes should be enough. The man outside laughed. Manager Li, why didn't you tell me you were unwell? How about I take you to the hospital? You can't just keep dragging this out. What if something happens? I'll feel guilty. As he spoke, the man kept knocking on the door. Manager Lu, I'm really fine, just a small issue. You all keep drinking, I'll be out soon. Li Jingwan tried to calm herself. However, the sound of the man twisting the doorknob grew louder, as if he intended to force his way in. Manager Lu, wanting to force your way in isn't very gentlemanly, Li Jingwan advised, trying to stall him. Ha, you've misunderstood me, I'm just concerned about you. But you're right, I'll have one of your female employees come to take care of you. The young man turned and left. Soon, footsteps of a woman were heard outside. Manager Li, are you okay? Manager Lu sent me to take care of you. A female employee in professional attire came to knock on the restroom door. Upon closer inspection, her clothes were slightly disheveled, and even the buttons of her top were undone, revealing her fair skin. I'm fine, just wait outside for a bit. I'll be out shortly, Li Jingwan said. But, the female employee hesitated. Li Jingwan's tone immediately turned stern. No buts, just do as I say. The female employee fell silent, her gaze shifting to the young man beside her. The young man smiled, realizing that Li Jingwan was hiding in the restroom and refusing to come out, understanding her intentions. Managerly, your voice sounds like you really need help. Sorry, I have to force my way in, please don't take offense. The young man said, then suddenly stepped forward and slammed the restroom door open. Bang! A loud noise echoed as he barged into the restroom without hesitation. What are you doing? Li Jingwan exclaimed in shock and anger, scolding him. She tried to get up to leave, but her body weakened, nearly causing her to fall. Managerly, look at you, you can barely stand and still say you're fine. Let me help you. The young man smiled and then reached out directly to grab Li Jingwan's hand. Li Jingwan looked at him extending his hand, feeling a deep sense of disgust. She could see the desire in his eyes clearly. If he really caught her, her purity tonight would likely be compromised. I was so careless. Had I known that the trusted ones in the company had been bought off, I would never have come to this party tonight. She forced herself to muster strength despite her weakness, pushing the young man away with all her might, then seizing the opportunity to dash out of the restroom. After bursting out, Li Jingwan immediately ran towards the exit without a word. Damn! Seeing Li Jingwan about to escape the private room, the young man couldn't help but curse. Go, catch her! He shouted, rushing after her himself. Li Jingwan, weak as she was, had barely taken a few steps before being caught by a female employee. Let go of me. Zhou Yan, what are you doing? I command you to let me go right now. Li Jingwan shouted angrily. Zhou Yan looked apologetic. I'm sorry, General Managerly, but President Shin is a good man, he means you no harm. Li Jingwan was almost laughing in anger. Was this situation really not considered harmful? Zhou Yan, I have never treated you poorly, I can't believe you would betray me. Looking into Li Jingwan's furious eyes, Zhou Yan felt a wave of guilt wash over her. But thinking of President Shin's promises, the guilt that had just arisen vanished without a trace. She needed that money, after all, it was a full million. Li Jingwan struggled to break free from Zhou Yan's grip, but in her current weak state, she couldn't manage it. Shin Jia also came out of the restroom, a broad smile on his face. General Manager Li, why are you running? I won't do anything to you. I just want to have a good conversation with you. Shin Jia emphasized the word conversation, and as he spoke, his gaze couldn't help but linger on Li Jingwan. The sexy and mature Li Jingwan exuded a cold elegance, and her exquisitely beautiful face, especially the stubborn look as she bit her lip, was particularly captivating, drawing Shin Jia's attention firmly. The women he had encountered before had all eagerly climbed into his bed. With just a beckon, they would strip off their clothes and come to serve him. But Li Jingwan was different. He had pursued her for half a year. Although he knew she was married, he didn't care. He had already had his fill of docile sheep, now he wanted to try taming a wild stallion, which only fueled his desire to conquer. Seeing the greedy look on Shin Jia's face, Li Jingwan's heart sank. She bit her lip and said coldly, Shin Jia, what you're doing is illegal. If you really do something to me tonight, I will definitely not let you off. Ha ha ha. This made Shin Jia burst into laughter. But let me off? After this is over, you probably won't think that way anymore. Shin Jia took out a camera, a wicked smile on his face. I will capture the whole process on film. It's over. Li Jingwan's face turned pale, a flash of fear crossing her eyes. She was a proud person and naturally cared deeply about her reputation. Shin Jia's threat made her feel a bit scared. Shin Jia noticed the change in Li Jingwan's expression, which only made his smile grow wider. Even if you really tell someone, I wouldn't care. What can you do with your little influence? If I really had my way with you, do you think your family would be thrilled to have you come to me for reconciliation? Don't forget, your Li family is just a second-rate family in Yunhai. Being my woman would be your honor. Shin Jia's words were reckless and arrogant, his entire demeanor exuding a domineering attitude. Li Jingwan's eyes flashed with a hint of despair upon hearing those words. Shin Jia walked directly over, excitedly extending his hands, ready to touch Li Jingwan. He reached for her full, towering peaks, which he had longed to grasp and play with. Li Jingwan struggled desperately, trying to evade Shin Jia's clutches, but behind her, Zhou Yan held her tightly, leaving her no chance to escape. Li Jingwan felt utterly hopeless, a wave of sorrow washing over her. Ha ha ha! Shin Jia's excited laughter echoed throughout the private room. Just at that critical moment, the previously closed door of the room was suddenly kicked open, startling Shin Jia, who was about to make his move. He immediately exploded in anger. Damn it, who dares to interrupt me at this time? As soon as he finished speaking, a figure rushed in from outside the room, accompanied by a strong aura of killing intent and coldness. The newcomer was Lin Chen, who, upon bursting into the room, was met with a scene that ignited his fury. Li Jingwan was restrained by another woman, while a man with an excited expression was preparing to lay his hands on her. Damn it! I haven't even touched Li Jingwan's body yet, how dare this bastard! Lin Chen's anger surged, Without hesitation, he charged forward and delivered a kick directly to Shin Jie's chest. Crack! The sound of a bone breaking echoed as Shin Jie flew back like a kite with a severed string, crashing hard against the wall. Ah! The intense pain and impact made Shin Jie scream, nearly losing consciousness on the spot. Gingwan! Lin Chen quickly rushed to Li Jingwan's side. Who are you? Zhou Yan exclaimed in shock, staring at Lin Chen in disbelief. Get lost! Lin Chen showed no mercy to this accomplice, striking her face with a slap. Zhou Yan cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground, half of her face completely swollen. Li Jingwan's body went limp, and she slumped down. Lin Chen acted swiftly. Before she hit the ground, he had already caught her in his arms. Yuni! Li Jingwan looked at the man before her, a surge of joy filling her heart. The relief of surviving the ordeal made her eyes slightly redden, but she quickly composed herself. Yuni, hurry and take me away, this is not a place to stay. Li Jingwan spoke urgently, regaining her composure. However, at that moment, Shin Jie's furious voice rang out. Leave? I want to see who can leave here today. He pulled out his phone and made a call, and soon, hurried footsteps could be heard from outside. A group of strong men in suits burst in, completely blocking the exit of the private room. Shin Jie, filled with rage, glared at Lin Chen. Who the hell are you? How dare you jump out and ruin my good time, and you even dare to hit me? Lin Chen's expression was cold as he looked at Shin Jie as if he were a dead man. I am Li Jingwan's man. Who the hell are you, dog, to lay hands on my woman? Lin Chen's tone was icy. Li Jingwan's man? Shin Jie was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted, bursting into laughter. Haha, so you are that useless son-in-law of the Li family. A mere useless son-in-law dares to lay hands on me? You really must be tired of living. Come here. Shin Jie laughed mockingly, then immediately called for help. At his command, the bodyguards in black at the door stepped forward. Seeing them about to make a move, Li Jingwan's face turned anxious, and she hurriedly said, Wait, stop. With so many of Shin Jie's bodyguards around, given his temperament, he might really have them beat Lin Chen to death. Although she had no feelings for Lin Chen, he was still her man, and moreover, he had come to save her. Shin Jie chuckled coldly. Jingwan, do you want to save your useless husband? If you want to save him, it's not too much to ask. As long as you serve me well tonight, I can let him go. Otherwise, I'll have someone break his hands and feet, and he will become a true cripple from now on. Li Jingwan's pupils constricted, but Shin Jie's expression told her he was not joking. With this playboy's reckless nature, he would definitely do it. Li Jingwan bit her lip, a look of helplessness flashing in her eyes. Alright, I agree. But you must let Yuni go. Shin Jie burst into laughter. Don't worry, Shin Jie, keep my word, but he needs to watch you serve me here. Only after everything is over can he leave. Shin Jie, you are simply going too far. Li Jingwan was both shocked and angry. For Lin Chen to watch her serve Shin Jie? This was a huge humiliation for both her and Lin Chen. You have no choice but to agree. Shin Jie laughed wildly, his excitement evident on his face. Come, take that useless Lin Chen down. I want him to watch me play with his woman. Ha ha ha. Shin Jie laughed maniacally. The bodyguards around him stepped forward without hesitation, ready to take action against Lin Chen. At that moment, Lin Chen, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Wait! He suddenly called out, drawing everyone's attention. Li Jingwan looked apologetic, shamefully saying, I'm sorry, Yuni, I didn't call you over. Lin Chen smiled slightly, patting Li Jingwan's back. What are you talking about? I'm your man, of course, I have to come protect you when you're in danger. You don't need to worry about anything, a mere playboy can't touch me. Li Jingwan couldn't help but show surprise. In her mind, Lin Chen had always been submissive and brooding, but she didn't expect him to say such responsible words. She looked up and saw Lin Chen's serious and determined expression, showing no sign of joking. Ha ha ha, Shin Jie seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. Alright, what a big mouth. I didn't expect a useless son-in-law like you to be so confident. Just now, you only succeeded by ambushing me, do you think you can do it again? Shin Jie laughed. Now, if you kneel and bow to me 10 times, I might let you go for Jingwan's sake. Lin Chen turned his head, squinting at him. Those who knew him understood that if Lin Chen showed such an expression, it meant he was genuinely angry. Let me go? With a playboy like you probably don't have that ability. Soon, you'll be kneeling on the ground begging me to let you go. Lin Chen said coldly. Arrogant. Shin Jie was furious. Get him. Break this kid's hands and feet. Li Jingwan was horrified. Don't touch him. The black-clad bodyguards charged forward, 7 or 8 burly men rushing towards Lin Chen like raging bulls. Anyone else would have been scared to the point of trembling at such a scene. Li Jingwan's face turned pale. She couldn't bear to watch what would happen next. Lin Chen held Li Jingwan in his arms, his expression calm and unhurried, then he charged towards the group of bodyguards. In the next moment, Lin Chen was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. He didn't strike, but his legs kicked out like iron whips. Bang! 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 In just a few breaths, all the bodyguards were knocked to the ground, each one howling in pain. What? As this scene unfolded, Shin could hardly believe his eyes. His bodyguards were all strong and capable fighters, yet they had been so easily defeated by Lin Chen. You actually have such skills? Are you a martial artist? Shin was both shocked and furious. Li Jingwan, who was in his arms, opened her eyes at the commotion and was stunned by the sight before her. Lin Chen looked at Shin with a cold smile. Weren't you going to break my hands and feet? It seems you might not have the ability to do so. Shin was enraged. So what if you're a martial artist? You can only fight a bit. Kid, I advise you not to be too arrogant. You still have time to kneel and apologize to me. Lin Chen's gaze turned completely icy. You really don't know when to quit. He placed Li Jingwan on the nearby sofa and walked directly towards Shin Yun-yi, don't touch him. Shin is from the Shin family, someone we can't provoke. Li Jingwan hurriedly said, her tone urgent. Shin was smug. Did you hear that from Li Jingwan? My Shin family is one of the 3 major families in Yunhai. Even if the 3 Li families combined, they wouldn't be a match for my Shin family. If you dare to touch a single hair on my head, I will make sure you don't live past. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Chen had already struck. With a hand that shot out like lightning, he grabbed Shin shoulder. What a Shin family you are. This kind of threat might work on ordinary people, but to flaunt your power in front of me, Lin Chen? You're not worthy. Lin Chen scoffed. Crack. With a slight squeeze of his fingers, the crisp sound of bones breaking echoed instantly. Ah! My hand! Shin let out a painful scream. It's not over yet. Weren't you going to break my hands and feet? Then let me show you what that feels like. Lin Chen said coldly. Crack! 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 His hands moved relentlessly over Shin limbs, breaking the bones one by one. Ah! It hurts so much, stop! Lin Chen, let me go quickly, or I'll kill your whole family. Shin was in excruciating pain. Even at this point, he was still threatening Lin Chen. Lin Chen's strikes became even more merciless, a surge of true energy bursting from his fingers and directly entering Shin limbs. The sound of bones breaking continued in succession as Lin Chen forcefully crushed all the bones in Shin right arm. The intense pain made Shin screams echo endlessly. At first, he could still curse Lin Chen, but soon his mind was completely consumed by agony. By the time Lin Chen broke his right arm, he had lost all strength to insult him. Can't take it anymore? This is just the beginning. Lin Chen revealed a devilish smile. No! Shin screamed in terror. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out again, echoing throughout the private room. Lin Chen showed no mercy, crushing every bone in Shin hands and feet until the last bone was completely shattered, and only then did he stop. At that moment, Shin had fainted from the unbearable pain. Lin Chen glanced at the pale, unconscious Shin snorted coldly, and turned to pick up Li Jingwan from the sofa. Jingwan, let's go home. Lin Chen said gently. Half an hour later, Lin Chen carried Li Jingwan back to the villa. He pushed the door open and placed Li Jingwan in her room. It was actually Lin Chen's first time entering her room. The entire room was decorated very simply, without any overly extravagant decorations, which suited Li Jingwan's personality perfectly. Li Jingwan felt weak all over, and a slight flush had appeared on her face without her noticing. She bit her lip, trying to suppress the strange feelings within her. Yun-yi, why? Li Jingwan couldn't help but want to ask. She looked at Lin Chen, who was so close, as if she was seeing him anew. You don't really know me that well, do you? Lin Chen said with a smile, spreading his hands. Li Jingwan was somewhat at a loss for words, because Lin Chen was right. Although they were called husband and wife, in reality, they were not much different from strangers. It was only then that she realized Lin Chen actually had such good skills, easily dealing with 7 or 8 burly men as if they were sheep. A martial artist? Is this Lin Chen's ability? Yun-yi, you are too impulsive. The Shin family's background is extremely powerful. In Yunhai, it can almost be described as having the ability to cover the sky with one hand. Only 2 other families can compete with the Shin family. What you did to Shin today, given his vengeful nature, he will definitely not let you off. While the Shin family hasn't reacted yet, you should quickly buy a train ticket and leave. The Shin family's power is limited to Yunhai City. As long as you stay away from Yunhai City, even the Shin family won't be able to do anything to you. Li Jingwan urged anxiously. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, a mere Shin family can't do anything to me. My abilities are stronger than you think. Really? Li Jingwan's expression was filled with skepticism. At that moment, she felt her body growing hotter, and a strong impulse and desire surged within her, instinctively tightening her legs, her delicate face already flushed crimson. "Yuni, you should go back and rest, I want to sleep too," Li Jingwan said, blushing. Seeing Li Jingwan's appearance, Lin Chen immediately understood what was happening to her. Aphrodisiac combined with a muscle relaxant. That dog Shin Jie is quite skilled. "Jingwan, you're being a bit heartless, I took such a big risk tonight for you. I just saved you, and you want me to leave?" Lin Chen feigned a sad expression. Li Jingwan felt guilty upon seeing this and quickly said, "No, I didn't mean that. I'm just not feeling well." "Really? Just so happens I know a bit of medicine, let me take a look at you." Lin Chen pretended not to notice and walked directly towards Li Jingwan, then lifted her clothes, revealing her flat abdomen without an ounce of excess flesh. Ah! A strong masculine aura rushed over, a huge shock for Li Jingwan at that moment. Her face instantly turned crimson, and her mind felt a bit dizzy. "No, don't!" Li Jingwan struggled to resist the dizziness in her head. Even under the stimulation of the aphrodisiac, she still maintained a clear consciousness. "You've been affected by a special drug, I think you know what this drug is. Although you could handle it yourself, you've also been hit by the muscle relaxant. It must be extremely difficult for you to even move your arms right now. The potency of the aphrodisiac is working in your body. If you don't release your desires, it will definitely cause serious harm to your body," Lin Chen said seriously. What he said was indeed the truth. Li Jingwan felt utterly helpless. She tried her best to move, but as Lin Chen said, she was completely powerless, relying entirely on Lin Chen. "What should I do?" Li Jingwan bit her lip, struggling against the desires within her. But as time passed, she could feel the desires within her growing stronger, a sensation as if her body was being burned by fire, making her feel extremely tormented. Lin Chen sighed, "You're in a very inconvenient situation right now. Since you can't do it yourself, I can only help you." "Ah, how can that be?" Li Jingwan was anxious. "What else can we do? Do you have any electric toys here? That could also be useful, although it's not as good as me doing it myself. At least it can help you relieve some pressure," Lin Chen said seriously. Li Jingwan's face was as red as if it were about to bleed. She shook her head with great effort. "How could I possibly have that kind of thing? Then there's no other way. Either you suffer alone until your body collapses after it's over, or I help you release it," Lin Chen said with a smile. "Don't worry, I only use my hands, that should be acceptable, right?" He chuckled to himself, wanting to see the conflicted and helpless expression on Li Jingwan's face. In reality, with his abilities, he could easily resolve this level of aphrodisiac and bone-loosening powder. But if he just solved it like that, wouldn't it be too boring? A beauty under the influence of an aphrodisiac and bone-loosening powder in his arms, how could he not play with her properly? Li Jingwan was suddenly faced with a huge choice, her heart in turmoil. But she quickly thought that Lin Chen was only using his hands, and he had saved her from the abyss tonight. Letting him play with her hands was no big deal, she could consider it a reward in compensation. Li Jingwan bit her lip lightly, letting out a sound smaller than a mosquito's. At that moment, her face was completely flushed, and a large amount of sweat flowed down her body, soaking her clothes. Since the beauty had already agreed, Lin Chen naturally would not hold back any longer. "It's over. Now I have completely lost all face in front of him." Such thoughts flashed through Li Jingwan's mind. She let go completely, since she had already lost face, there was no need to hold back any longer. Lin Chen couldn't help himself and directly leaned down to kiss Li Jingwan's enticing red lips. Li Jingwan's eyes widened in an instant. She instinctively wanted to struggle, but her body was too weak to resist. It was unclear how much time had passed, but the room fell completely silent. Li Jingwan lay on the bed, utterly powerless, her eyes tightly shut, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, her face a deep crimson. After a long while, she barely regained some awareness. Everything that had just happened replayed in her mind, and she forced her eyes open, feeling both shy and helpless. "See, can you go out now? I want to take a shower," Li Jingwan managed to say. Lin Chen smiled. "You probably haven't regained your strength yet, how about I help you wash?" "No, I can wash myself," Li Jingwan quickly refused. She had already been thoroughly cleaned. If they were to undress and see each other naked, their relationship would become completely strange. She wasn't ready for that mentally yet. Seeing the obvious resistance on Li Jingwan's face, Lin Chen nodded and didn't press the issue. He wasn't someone who liked to force others. Anyway, Li Jingwan was already in his grasp, and it wouldn't be a problem to take things further later. With that thought, Lin Chen got up and left the room. The room was instantly left with only Li Jingwan, who was blushing and somewhat at a loss, her mind involuntarily recalling the series of embarrassing events that had just occurred. "What a shame. He probably thinks I'm a shameless woman now. Li Jingwan felt helpless in her heart. She bit her lip and looked down, realizing that her posture was quite unseemly. Originally, Lin Chen held no significant place in her heart, but after what happened tonight, even Li Jingwan herself didn't notice that her attitude towards Lin Chen had quietly changed. Meanwhile, Li Jingwan quickly got up and slowly walked towards the bathroom to wash herself, while on the other side, the seriously injured Shin Jie was urgently sent to the hospital by his subordinates. After examining Shin Jie's condition, the doctor couldn't help but change his expression drastically. All the bones in his body are broken, he must be taken for surgery immediately. The attending physician's face was grave. Are you the patient's bodyguards? Notify the patient's family right away. The subordinates dared not delay and quickly informed Shin Jie's parents. In no time at all, accompanied by a series of hurried yet steady footsteps, a stern-looking middle-aged man quickly walked down the corridor. Mr. Shun. The head of the bodyguards hurriedly stepped forward. Slap. The middle-aged man, with a dark expression, raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to the bodyguard captain's face. How are you doing your job? I pay you to protect my son, so why has he been so seriously injured? Shin Shangchen's gaze was as if it could devour a person, his cold eyes filled with intense anger and a chilling light. The bodyguard captain didn't dare to breathe, explaining, Mr. Shun, we did our utmost. The young man who injured young Master Shin is simply too powerful, he is a martial artist, and we were easily defeated by him. A martial artist? Shin Shangchen's gaze remained icy, so what if he is a martial artist? A waste is still a waste, how dare you shift the blame? The bodyguard captain didn't dare to argue further, as Shin Shangchen was clearly furious. Shin Shangchen looked at the group of bodyguards he had hired. There were 7 or 8 of them, all injured. To defeat so many by himself? It seemed this martial artist indeed had some skill. But no matter what, you should never have laid a hand on my son, Shin Shangchen thought, a terrifying chill surging within him. What exactly happened tonight? Tell me the complete details, Shin Shangchen said coldly. The bodyguard captain didn't dare hesitate and quickly recounted the events. Li Dingwan? The Li family? Shin Shangchen's tone was frigid. He immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. The next day, a red sun climbed up from the horizon. Lin Chen had just finished his evening breathing exercises and opened his eyes, exhaling a mouthful of stale air. Feeling the almost negligible increase in his internal energy, Lin Chen's expression was somewhat helpless. The spiritual energy on Earth is really too thin. He had lamented this more than once. Compared to the cultivation world, the concentration of spiritual energy on Earth was simply unbearable. He got up, washed up, and went downstairs. As soon as he reached the bottom, he caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. You're awake. Go wash your hands and get ready for breakfast. Li Jingwan came out of the kitchen holding 2 bowls of noodles. You're actually still at home? Aren't you going to the office today? Lin Chen was a bit surprised. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 8 o'clock. In his impression, Li Jingwan was a workaholic, someone who would rather stay at the office for 24 hours a day. Usually, she would leave before dawn and return only after dark. There was a small issue at the company, so I took a 3-day leave. Li Jingwan said calmly. Lin Chen showed a knowing expression. So that's why you went to find that flashy young man last night? You want him to help you? Li Jingwan nodded. The Shin family has a huge influence in Yunhai. If we can get their help, the company will definitely get through this tough time. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you, you need to leave quickly. After what you did to Shin Jie last night, the Shin family will definitely not let you off. Li Jingwan's tone was slightly urgent. Lin Chen smiled slightly, unhurried, and teased, Are you worried about me? Li Jingwan couldn't help but frown. What time is it, and you're still saying this? If you don't leave now, when the Shin family arrives, you won't even be able to leave if you want to. He. Lin Chen smiled inwardly, walking down the stairs to stand in front of Li Jingwan, reaching out to embrace her. Li Jingwan turned to dodge, but before she could move, Lin Chen said, What are you doing? I took such a big risk to save you yesterday. What's wrong with letting me hug you now? Li Jingwan. Lin Chen reached out again, and this time Li Jingwan did not evade. He wrapped his arms around Li Jingwan's slender waist, gently caressing her. In his embrace, Li Jingwan felt a familiar scent wafting towards her, and her mind involuntarily recalled the events of the previous night, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Don't move! I only allowed you to hold me for a moment, Li Jingwan said stubbornly, biting her lip. No problem, I promise I won't move. Lin Chen laughed heartily, and although he said that, his hands had no intention of being obedient, still caressing Li Jingwan's waist. Li Jingwan felt helpless inside. I'm not joking with you, the situation with the Shin family is really serious. I don't know when you learn martial arts, but your strength is useless in front of the Shin family. Lin Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. That's not necessarily true. I've already undergone a transformation, you just don't understand it yet. A mere Shin family can't hurt me. Such confident words from Lin Shen made Li Jingwan pause, unable to believe he had such confidence. Just then, footsteps suddenly sounded from outside, and turning her head, she saw Guan Menu. "Mom!" Li Jingwan exclaimed. Guan Menu hurriedly walked in, and as soon as she entered, she saw Li Jingwan and Lin Shen in each other's arms. "Lin Shen, you have some nerve. Let go of my daughter." Guan Menu scolded angrily. Lin Shen scoffed inwardly and turned to her, "Is this how you speak to me? It seems you've forgotten the lesson I taught you last time." Upon hearing this, Guan Menyu's expression changed, and her anger intensified. "Lin Shen, you really think you can get away with this? I am your mother-in-law, who gave you the right to speak to me like that? You can go aside for now, I don't have time to waste on you today." After saying that, Guan Menu looked at Li Jingwan. "Jingwan, did you have a conflict with Shin family's young master Shin Jie last night? Did you even hurt him?" Li Jingwan's expression changed slightly as she realized the Shin family had come to hold them accountable. "That's right, it was all my doing." She nodded without hesitation, taking all the responsibility upon herself. Guan Menu was both shocked and angry. "Jingwan, are you out of your mind? Don't you know how powerful the Shin family is? You actually dared to lay hands on their young master. Now the Shin family is furious and demands that we hand you over. You need to come with me to see the old man right now." Li Jingwan nodded slightly and was about to follow Guan Menu out. "Wait, Jingwan, I'm going with you," Lin Shen said. Li Jingwan immediately refused. "No, this has nothing to do with you, don't get involved. You need to leave Yunhai right now." Li Jingwan's tone was firm, clearly wanting to bear the consequences alone and not drag Lin Shen into the turmoil. However, her demeanor only made Lin Shen like her more. Such a beautiful, gentle, capable woman with excellent cooking skills, what man in the world could refuse her? "It was me who hit Shin Jie last night, how can it not be related to me? Let's go, we'll see the old man together." Lin Shen smiled. Li Jingwan grew anxious, her face showing urgency, but no matter what she said, it was ineffective. Lin Shen simply followed her. The three of them got into a car and headed to the Li family's old residence. Before long, an old courtyard appeared before them. Several luxury cars were already parked at the entrance, indicating that other members of the Li family had also arrived. The three of them got out and entered the courtyard, where they saw 7 or 8 people gathered. An elderly man with gray hair and beard was reclining in a chair facing several pairs of middle-aged men and women. The atmosphere in the courtyard was tense and urgent, with the Li family members discussing among themselves, each face showing concern. At this moment, a person turned their head and looked at Lin Shen and the others who had just entered the courtyard. "Jingwan is here. Let's just ask her directly." Her words instantly drew the attention of all the Li family members in the courtyard. "Jingwan, what on earth happened last night? Why did the Shin family call us in anger? How could you dare to offend the Shin family?" A man questioned on the spot. A middle-aged woman beside him also furrowed her brows. "We heard that Shin family's young master, Shin Jie, has been hospitalized. What did you do? Do you know how powerful the Shin family is? How could you dare to lay a hand on their young master? Jingwan, you have really brought us disaster this time. How could you be so impulsive? I received a call from the company early this morning saying that someone is secretly targeting us." "Yes, my company has also been targeted. I've already lost hundreds of thousands this morning." A group of people chimed in, each complaining and venting their grievances. Everyone looked angrily at Li Jingwan, wanting an explanation. "Enough!" At this moment, the old man in the chair spoke up. "Everyone quiet down, what kind of scene is this?" The old man's reprimand made the crowd quiet down for a moment, and a young man complained, "Old man, this time cousin has really caused a big mess. You can't keep favoring her. Although I'm an old bone, I'm not senile yet. I know what to do." The old man's tone was heavy. He looked at Li Jingwan. "Jingwan, what exactly happened between you and Shin family's young master last night?" Li Jingwan hesitated slightly, then described what had happened the previous night. "What? Shin Jie actually wanted to do that to you?" The crowd was shocked. Li Shi was overjoyed. "This is a good thing. Jingwan, to be noticed by Shin family's young master is your fortune. If you can enter the Shin family, that would be a huge blessing." Li Jingwan frowned at his words. "Uncle, what are you talking about? What am I talking about? Am I wrong? The Shin family has such power. If you become the young mistress of the Shin family, you won't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. By then, you won't need to work hard managing the company every day. Isn't that a good thing?" Li Shi spoke with conviction. His tone was filled with disappointment. "Jingwan, you are really confused. Such a good opportunity is right in front of you, and you actually let it slip away. Wang Fen nodded in agreement, her eyes filled with envy. Yes, Jingwan, your uncle is right. If you enter the Shin family, we can all benefit from you. This is a great opportunity to bring glory to our ancestors. How could you be so foolish to refuse Shin family's young master? Their words received agreement from the other Li family members. Guan Menu was furious. Jingwan, how could you be so stupid? You were favored by Shin family's young master, and you actually rejected him? What were you thinking? The crowd nodded in agreement, blaming Li Jingwan for not recognizing the opportunity. Wait, what happened after you rejected Shin family's young master? How did he get injured later? Guan Menu hurriedly asked. Li Jingwan's expression remained unchanged. After I rejected him, Shin Jie tried to force himself on me, so I fought back and beat him up, sending him to the hospital. What? Guan Menu and the others were shocked. Crazy. Li Jingwan, you are simply insane. What kind of status does Shin family's young master have? How could you lay a hand on him? No wonder the Shin family is so furious. Guan Menu was both shocked and angry. Li Shi and Wang Fen's expressions changed, and only then did everyone understand what had happened last night and the reason for the Shin family's fury. Li Jingwan, you are so bold. You even hit Shin family's young master. Do you know how much trouble your actions will bring us? Li Shi immediately scolded angrily. Wang Fen gritted her teeth. Li Jingwan, you are too selfish. You hit Shin family's young master. The Shin family will definitely not let us off. Because of your actions, the entire family is suffering misfortune along with you. Don't you feel even a little guilty? No wonder the Shin family called to demand we hand you over. It turns out you've caused such a huge mess. The members of the Li family looked at Li Jingwan with shocked and angry expressions, their tones filled with blame. Guan Menu felt a mix of anger and panic in her heart as she grabbed Li Jingwan's arm. Jingwan, let's go apologize to the young master of the Shin family. As long as you sincerely apologize, I believe he will definitely forgive you. The Shin family won't just swallow this. While they haven't completely lost their temper, we should take the initiative to apologize to defuse the situation. Hearing this, Li Jingwan felt a deep sense of helplessness. At that moment, Lin Chen, who had been silent, suddenly stepped forward. Wait! He spoke up directly. Hearing his words, the Li family members finally noticed Lin Chen. Lin Chen just divorced Jingwan. You can see the situation now. Jingwan is in trouble, and the only way to resolve this is for her to marry the young master of the Shin family. I know this will definitely be unfair to you, but during your 2 years with our Li family, we haven't treated you poorly. Let's part on good terms, Li Shi said. His words received agreement from others. Guan Menu nodded as well. That's right, I'll go handle the divorce paperwork for you right away. I don't agree, Lin Chen said directly. Guan Menu was instantly furious. Lin Chen, don't be ungrateful. We're not asking for your opinion. Don't forget your own status. You're just a son-in-law of the Li family. We took you in out of pity back then. What qualifications do you, a mere waste, have to be a son-in-law of the Li family? If you really care for Jingwan, you should divorce her. Jingwan is in trouble now, and there's no other way to resolve it besides this. Don't drag her down. Lin Chen crossed his arms, unhurried. What if I have a way to solve the Shin family's problem? This statement was shocking. Everyone in the Li family was stunned, followed by uproarious laughter. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen, you really have a big mouth. You actually say you can solve the Shin family's troubles. A year ago, when you became a son-in-law of the Li family, you were almost begging on the street. In just a year, you dare to say such arrogant and ignorant things. Li Shi laughed loudly. Wang Fen was laughing so hard she nearly fell over. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Lin Chen, who gave you the confidence to make such bold claims? You think you can solve the Shin family's problems? You're simply overestimating yourself. The Li family members mocked Lin Chen coldly. Li Jingwan frowned slightly. Uni, don't be stubborn. I know you want to help me, but this is something you can't resolve. If you really want to help me, then leave Yunhai and never show up again. That would be the best help for me. Guan Mengyu nodded. Lin Chen, did you hear what my Jingwan said? My Jingwan is kind-hearted and doesn't want you to throw your life away, which is why she wants you to leave. You better be sensible and not bring more trouble to my Jingwan. Facing the questioning gazes of the crowd, Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged, still confident and smiling. I said, I will solve the Shin family's problem myself. After all, this trouble was caused by me. Guan Mengyu's heart sank, while Li Jingwan's expression changed drastically. Uni, don't say it. There's nothing I can't say. I broke Shin Jie's limbs. I deliberately used heavy hands and shattered all the bones in his arms and legs. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be a waste for the rest of his life. Lin Chen said. Boom! Everyone in the Li family was shocked. They could hardly believe their ears, each looking at Lin Chen with expressions of disbelief. Lin Chen, you must be crazy. Do you even know what you've done? Guan Menu glared at Lin Chen, her eyes filled with incredulity. The other members of the Li family were nearly dumbfounded. At that moment, the old master of the Li family received a phone call, and upon checking, it was indeed from the Shin family. After answering, the old master nodded repeatedly, his expression quite complex. After a while, he hung up, and the others in the Li family hurriedly asked, "Old master, was that a call from the Shin family?" Guan Menu quickly inquired. The old master nodded, "That's right, it was Shin Shangchen calling. He wants us to bring Jingwan and Lin Chen to see him tonight." Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Li Shi quickly said, "Old master, this trouble was caused by Jingwan, she must take responsibility for it. And Lin Chen too, he has to go with us tonight." Wang Fan also nodded in agreement, "Exactly, we haven't done anything wrong, so we can't be the ones to suffer. Since they caused the trouble, let them deal with it." The decision was made, and Lin Chen and Li Jingwan were directly left in the courtyard, not allowed to leave until it was time to go to the Shin family that evening. This was clearly a form of house arrest, especially for Lin Chen, who was even locked inside a room. Inside, Guan Mengyu continued to mock Lin Chen coldly. "Lin Chen, this is all your fault. If you hadn't acted so harshly, my Jingwan wouldn't be in trouble because of you. You're just a troublemaker." Guan Mengyu gritted her teeth. Li Jingwan frowned slightly, "Mom, stop it. I should be the one to blame. Yuni acted against Shinjie for my sake." Guan Mengyu became anxious, "My foolish daughter, why are you still defending this useless Lin Chen? You must divorce him. Since the young master of the Shin family has taken a liking to you, marrying him would be the best option. You'd have a worry-free life, and I could benefit from it too." As she said this, a look of anticipation appeared on Guan Mengyu's face. She turned to Lin Chen, "Lin Chen, you heard what we said, right? If you're a man, take all the blame and don't drag my Jingwan down with you." Lin Chen sat leisurely in a chair, glancing at Guan Mengyu with a sneer in his heart. His mother-in-law was truly superficial. Since he had no power, she looked down on him completely, while she couldn't wait to send Li Jingwan to Shinjie's bed, even after he nearly did something wrong to her. The reality was truly absurd. "Who are you to teach me? Just take care of yourself," Lin Chen replied bluntly. Guan Mengyu was furious. "Lin Chen, how dare you speak to me like that? You have no respect." "Ha!" Lin Chen didn't hide his sarcasm, scoffing openly. His demeanor only infuriated Guan Mengyu further. Seeing the two about to argue, Li Jingwan quickly stepped forward. "Mom, why don't you go out? I'll talk to Yuni." "Humph. It seems I won't hold this against you for Jingwan's sake, but you better know your place and not have any delusions," Guan Mengyu said mockingly before turning to leave the room. Only Lin Chen and Li Jingwan remained in the room. Li Jingwan said, "Yuni, I'm sorry for the trouble you faced. You got into conflict with Shinjie because of me, so I will take full responsibility for this." Her tone was resolute. Lin Chen smiled slightly, standing up to walk over to Li Jingwan and wrapping his arms around her waist. Li Jingwan frowned slightly, twisting her body and struggling a bit, but Lin Chen held her tightly, and seeing that she couldn't break free, Li Jingwan stopped trying to leave forcefully. "Forget it. This time, I owe him, so let him take advantage of it as compensation," she thought to herself. Lin Chen's smile appeared very confident. "The trouble I, Lin Chen, caused doesn't need my woman to bear the responsibility. It's just the Shin family, I'll handle it." These words came from Lin Chen's mouth, but how could Li Jingwan possibly believe him? It was just Lin Chen putting on a brave face for the sake of his pride. With both hands holding Li Jingwan, he gently felt her slender yet strong waist, and his hands began to wander. "Don't move," Li Jingwan said somewhat unhappily, slapping away Lin Chen's right hand that had already reached her hips. "I'm just touching a bit. We are husband and wife, and I helped you a lot yesterday." Lin Chen brought up what happened last night. Li Jingwan felt helpless, with a sense of guilt in her heart. She had no choice but to stop refusing and let Lin Chen do as he pleased. He. Lin Chen chuckled inwardly, immediately taking full advantage, his hands starting to roam over Li Jingwan's body, and before long, they had even climbed to her proud peaks. "Don't. That's not okay." Li Jingwan's cheeks had turned completely red without her realizing it. Her body began to soften, and she leaned against Lin Chen, breathing slightly heavier. The experiences from last night in bed began to surface in her mind, and the physical stimulation made it somewhat hard for her to bear. Watching the beauty in his arms blush and breathe lightly, Lin Chen didn't hesitate to lower his head and kiss Li Jingwan's slightly parted, tempting red lips. Li Jingwan's eyes widened. She struggled gently, but Lin Chen's strong hands were unyielding, and no matter how she fought, it was futile. Gradually, Li Jingwan's body softened completely, turning into a puddle of soft clay, fully nestled in Lin Chen's embrace. Lin Chen indulged in the taste of the beauty in his arms, his hands also busy, unknowingly slipping inside Li Jingwan's clothes. "Sister!" At that moment, footsteps suddenly came from outside, and then Li Shui pushed the door open and barged in. Ah! As soon as Li Shui entered, she saw Lin Chen and Li Jingwan locked in an embrace, kissing. What are you doing? Li Shui exclaimed in shock, hardly believing her eyes. In her mind, her sister, pure as a goddess, was now being held and kissed by Lin Chen without restraint. Li Jingwan, lost in the kiss, quickly reacted and pushed Lin Chen away with force. Xiao Shui is here, let go of me, Li Jingwan said urgently. Lin Chen chuckled inwardly, this time not holding onto Li Jingwan forcefully, allowing her to escape his embrace. Li Jingwan hurriedly tidied her appearance, only to realize that her clothes had somehow been undone by Lin Chen, revealing her full, rounded peaks, and her face turned completely crimson. Xiao Shui, what are you doing here? Li Jingwan forced herself to calm down. Li Shui looked incredulous. Sister, when did you become so close to this guy? You actually let him hug and kiss you, and even. Li Shui was furious, her heart filled with pain. It's over. My sister has been defiled by this scoundrel. Woo woo. Li Shui was both angry and anxious, unable to help but glare fiercely at Lin Chen. Li Jingwan quickly explained, Xiao Shui, don't think too much. Nothing happened between me and Yun Yi. Nothing happened? Then why were you hugging and kissing? And he was touching you like that? If I hadn't come, would you have ended up in bed together? Li Shui questioned angrily. Li Jingwan felt somewhat helpless. Xiao Shui, what are you talking about? Lin Chen chuckled to himself and said, Xiao Shui, Jingwan and I are husband and wife. It's quite reasonable for us to roll onto the bed, right? Aren't we also? Before he could finish his sentence, Li Shui was startled and quickly shouted, brother-in-law. Li Shui showed a pitiful expression, pleading with her eyes for Lin Chen not to mention what happened that night. Lin Chen immediately laughed, while Li Jingwan looked puzzled. Did something happen between you two? Nothing, just that one day Xiao Shui was very disobedient, so I taught her a lesson. Lin Chen replied. Li Jingwan sighed and patted Li Shui's hair. Xiao Shui, Yuni is your brother-in-law, you can't be too unruly. Li Shui felt wronged and wanted to cry. Clearly, she was the one being bullied, but she couldn't reveal the truth. I'm sorry, sister, I'll get along well with brother-in-law. Li Shui forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Li Jingwan nodded in satisfaction. With her husband on one side and her sister on the other, she naturally hoped they could get along harmoniously. Alright, you two sisters can chat slowly, I'll make a call. Lin Chen waved his hand. He walked to the side and took out his phone to call Tang Yunyan. Beep, beep. The call was quickly connected, and Tang Yunyan's gentle and cool voice came through. Dr. Lin. Miss Tang, I've encountered some trouble recently and might need your help. Lin Chen got straight to the point. On the other end, Tang Yunyan's tone became serious. Dr. Lin, feel free to speak, you are my lifesaver, and I will never refuse anything I can do. I want to know about the Tang family's influence in Yunhai City? Lin Chen asked. Tang Yunyan replied confidently, I don't know if Dr. Lin has heard of the three major families in Yunhai. My Tang family is the foremost among them. Great. Lin Chen smiled inwardly. With Tang Yunyan's words, the troubles with the Shin family would be no problem at all. The other two families should be the Shin family and the Wang family, right? Lin Chen guessed. Tang Yunyan nodded, that's right. What trouble have you encountered, Dr. Lin? Last night, Shin family's young master Shin Jie drugged my wife in an attempt to violate her, but I interrupted him and broke his limbs. Lin Chen stated directly. Tang Yunyan was taken aback. Is your wife alright? She's fine, I arrived in time, but in my anger, I was a bit heavy-handed. Lin Chen's tone was calm. Tang Yunyan's mind immediately started racing. Being from the three major families, she naturally knew Shin Jie and had heard of his misdeeds, but she didn't expect him to run into Dr. Lin's wrath this time. Dr. Lin, rest assured, Shin Jie is notorious for his wrongdoings. Since he targeted your wife first, it is only right for you to teach him a lesson. I will have my family intervene. I will not let Shin Jie act with impunity. Tang Yunyan declared with righteous indignation. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Good, the Shin father and son have invited me over tonight. I will trouble you to help me then. No problem. Tang Yunyan agreed with a nod. The two then hung up the phone. At that moment, Li Shui's voice came through. Brother-in-law, who are you calling? Lin Chen turned around to find that only Li Shui remained in the room, while Li Jingwan had disappeared. Where's your sister? She went to sleep in the next room. Li Shui replied. Lin Chen smiled slightly and looked at Li Shui. Your sister went to sleep next door. Do you dare to stay here alone? As soon as he said this, Li Shui's expression changed. Without saying a word, she turned to leave, but before she could take a step, Lin Chen pulled her back. Ah! Li Shui couldn't help but let out a sharp scream. You're just in time, Jingwan just ignited my flames, and since she's gone to sleep, you can help me. Lin Chen revealed an evil smile and then began to unbutton Li Shui's. Ah, no, this isn't right. Li Shui's face changed dramatically. She pleaded, "Brother-in-law, I'm begging you, please don't do that here. I'm not mentally prepared for it today." "Sure, we can skip it, but you have to help me solve something," Lin Chen said with an evil smile. Li Shui pouted, looking aggrieved. I've never done that kind of thing before." "No worries, I'll teach you." Lin Chen patted Li Shui. Reluctantly, Li Shui struggled to get away, but how could her strength compete with Lin Chen's? "Xiao Shui, it seems you don't like me, otherwise, why would you refuse? If you don't like me, then why did you climb into my bed? Could it be that you?" Lin Chen used the same trick again. Li Shui panicked and quickly said, "No, I really like my brother-in-law." "Then help me solve this. If you refuse, it means you don't like me." Lin Chen had Li Shui right where he wanted her. Li Shui. Woo woo. Li Shui felt wronged, but faced with Lin Chen's threat, she was helpless. Night fell, and the full moon hung high. Tonight was the night of the full moon. The bright moonlight poured down from the night sky, like countless silver sands falling. A red sports car sped down the road, finally arriving at the entrance of a high-end restaurant. The car door opened, and Lin Chen and Li Jingwan got out, along with Guan Menu. Both Guan Menu and Li Jingwan had a hint of nervousness on their faces, while Lin Chen appeared completely calm, showing no signs of tension. The three entered the restaurant, and a waiter quickly approached. "Excuse me, are you Miss Li? Please follow me," the waiter said. The three followed the waiter to the entrance of a private room on the top floor of the restaurant. Two burly bodyguards in suits stood there. "Knock, knock, knock." The waiter knocked on the door, and soon a steady, powerful voice came from inside. "Come in." With a light creak, the waiter opened the door and led Lin Chen and the others into the private room. Inside the room sat only a middle-aged couple, with no one else present. The man had a stern face, exuding a calm demeanor, and his tall figure gave off a strong sense of pressure, an invisible dominance radiating from him, clearly someone who had long held a high position. Beside him sat a beautiful woman in her 40s, her face showing signs of gloom and anger, her cold gaze directly landing on the three. Guan Menu put on a flattering smile and quickly stepped forward. "You must be Mr. Shin Shangchen, the father of young Master Shin, right?" "I am Jingwan's mother, Guan Menu." "I'm very pleased to meet you, Mr. Shin and Mrs. Shin, here today." Before Guan Menu could finish her sentence, she was directly interrupted by Shin Shangchen. "Don't waste time with boring pleasantries, I'm not interested in hearing that," Shin Shangchen said coldly. The expression on Guan Menu's face stiffened. Li Jingwan stepped forward. "Mr. Shin, yesterday's incident was my responsibility. I will take full responsibility." "Responsibility? What can you use to take responsibility? Do you know how serious my son Ajie's injuries are? All the bones in his body were broken, and the doctor said he might never be able to get up again, possibly becoming a useless person for life. How can you take responsibility for such a big problem?" The beautiful woman spoke with anger, scolding Li Jingwan. As she spoke, she looked Li Jingwan up and down, snorting coldly. "Indeed, you are a beauty that brings disaster to the country. No wonder Ajie likes you. It's your honor to be liked by Ajie. Why not just submit to him? Why resist? If you hadn't resisted, there wouldn't have been a series of events afterward." The beautiful woman scolded. Li Jingwan frowned tightly, and the beautiful woman wanted to say more, but was stopped by Shin Shangchen's hand. "Enough, I will handle this matter," Shin Shangchen said in a deep voice. Li Jingwan's tone was low. "Mr. Shin, I wonder how you plan to deal with us. How do you think it should be dealt with?" Shin Shangchen retorted. Li Jingwan bit her lip lightly. "You can do whatever you want to me, but I hope you won't target the Li family, and Yuni is innocent." "I am willing to take on all the responsibility." Shin Shangchen's gaze flickered slightly, and he sneered coldly. "You alone cannot bear all the blame. I can refrain from attacking the Li family, but the one who truly harmed my son, I will never let him go." After saying this, Shin Shangchen's gaze turned to Lin Chen. "You are Lin Chen, right? You haven't spoken since the beginning. Do you think you can escape? You let your woman take the front. This is not something a man should do." Facing Shin Shangchen's questioning, Lin Chen remained expressionless, his demeanor calm and composed. He stepped forward and sat down directly opposite Shin Shangchen and his wife. "Lin Chen, what are you doing? Get up." "Mr. Shin hasn't spoken. Who allowed you to sit down?" Guan Menu was taken aback. Li Jingwan was also anxious, not expecting Lin Chen to make such a bold move. Shin Shangchen frowned slightly, his gaze instantly turning cold. "Young man, you really have some guts. I want to know where your confidence comes from, to dare sit in front of me at this time." Shin Shangchen's tone was icy. Lin Chen spread his hands leisurely. "Of course, it's strength." "Strength? Ha ha ha." Shin Shangchen laughed heartily. "What strength? Don't think I haven't investigated your identity." Bang! Shin Shangchen directly threw a file in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen opened it to find all his past information recorded in detail. This information was quite thorough, even noting which kindergarten he attended as a child. Your parents went bankrupt and died 3 years ago. Your family's peak assets were only a few tens of millions. This level of power is indeed impressive for an ordinary person, but compared to my Shin family, you're just a beggar. Lin Chen, I'm curious where your strength comes from to say such things in front of me? Shen Xiangchen's gaze was deep. Li Jingwan showed a worried expression, while Guan Menu was already as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Lin Chen, are you crazy? Get up! What identity do you have to act so pretentiously in front of Mr. Shen? Don't put my Jingwan in danger. Guan Menu scolded. Lin Chen glanced at the time. Wait 10 minutes. Soon you will know where my strength comes from. Oh. Upon hearing this, everyone present, whether it was Li Jingwan, Guan Menu, or the Shin couple across from them, was somewhat astonished. Alright. I'll wait for you for 10 minutes. If after 10 minutes you still can't show your strength, then today I will break your hands and feet. Whatever injuries my son has suffered, you will endure the same pain. Shen Xiangchen threatened coldly. Lin Chen smiled lightly, no problem. The few of them then waited patiently. The atmosphere in the private room was extremely tense, a heavy and oppressive air permeating the space. Guan Mengyu was already sweating nervously, and Li Jingwan was anxious, filled with deep confusion. She couldn't understand where Lin Chen's confidence came from. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Time passed second by second. The private room was silent, so quiet that even a pin dropping on the floor could be heard clearly. 10 minutes quickly passed. Shin Shangchen glanced at the clock, his gaze instantly turning cold, and he said in a deep voice, 10 minutes are up. The strength you mentioned has not yet been displayed, so don't blame me for being rude. Come, break his hands and feet. I want him to be a useless person for the rest of his life. With a command from Shin Shangchen, the bodyguards who had been waiting outside immediately walked in. The person who entered the private room was a burly middle-aged man with a dark complexion. His arms were thick, and his muscular body seemed to be forged from steel, exuding a fierce aura. Lin Chen, I heard you are a martial artist. Is this your confidence to dare to lay hands on my son? Young people really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. With a bit of strength, you think you can act so arrogantly. Today, I will teach you what it means to be humble and polite. Shin Shangchen's tone was low and cold. Away, make your move. He issued the command directly. The person referred to as Away was clearly a trained fighter, as evidenced by the powerful muscles visible beneath his clothing. His eyes, filled with a fierce light, resembled those of a terrifying beast, enough to send chills down the spine of an ordinary person with just a glance. Away hesitated not a moment to strike, but Li Jingwan, who was beside him, changed her expression drastically upon witnessing this scene. Wait, Mr. Shen, what happened last night was all my fault and has nothing to do with Yunyi. Li Jingwan bit her lip, her gaze resolute. I am willing to take Yunyi's punishment. Shin Shangchen glanced at her. I don't need you to teach me how to do things, and besides, my son wasn't the one you injured. Do you think your words can make me let Lin Chen go? Li Jingwan's face turned pale. She couldn't help but close her eyes, unable to bear to witness the impending tragedy. Guan Menu, on the other hand, looked somewhat excited. She hadn't forgotten how Lin Chen had mocked her last time. She had long been dissatisfied with him, viewing him merely as a useless son-in-law. Now, seeing Lin Chen about to face misfortune, Guan Mengyu felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Away wore a cold smile as he stepped forward to strike. However, at that moment, hurried footsteps suddenly approached, followed by a voice from outside. Stop! Bang! At the moment the voice fell, the door to the private room was kicked open, and a beautiful and delicate woman quickly walked in. Who dares to interrupt at this time? Shin Shangchen frowned, turning his head to see a look of astonishment appear on his face. Yunyan? Shin Shangchen's tone was surprised. The newcomer was none other than Tang Yunyan, slightly out of breath, clearly having rushed upstairs. Accompanying her was Tang Lan, who had left the bodyguards outside and followed Tang Yunyan into the private room. Uncle Shin, good evening. Tang Yunyan greeted politely. She said, Mr. Lin is my friend, and I hope Uncle Shin can let Mr. Lin go for my sake. What? This statement was astonishing. Everyone in the room, except for Lin Chen, was extremely surprised. The esteemed young lady of the Tang family, Tang Yunyan, actually appeared at this moment to plead for Lin Chen. How could that not be surprising? Guan Mengyu was taken aback and quickly asked Lin Chen, how do you know Miss Tang? Li Jingwan was also astonished, unable to help but scrutinize Lin Chen, feeling that the man before her was so unfamiliar. Although they had been married for a year, Li Jingwan realized at this moment that she knew nothing about him. Lin Chen not only possessed good skills but also seemed to know the young lady of the Tang family. As one of the three major families in Yunhai, Tang Yunyan was not someone just anyone could get to know, let alone invite her to come here today to help. Lin Chen smiled, facing the questioning gazes of Guan Menu and the others, but he did not explain. At this moment, Shin Shangchen realized the seriousness of the situation. His expression darkened, and his tone was low. Yunyan, are you the helper Lin Chen invited? Do you know what Lin Chen has done? Tang Yunyan's expression was calm. I know, Mr. Lin has already told me everything about last night. Uncle Shin, Mr. Lin is not at fault in this matter. If the person who was bullied yesterday had been Auntie, how would you have reacted? Her rhetorical question immediately darkened Shin Shangchen's expression. Wang Fun's face showed displeasure. Yunyan, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that my son Jie deserves this? I didn't say that. I'm just asking both of you to consider the situation from another perspective. What happened last night was originally Shin Jie's fault. I believe any man in that situation would find it unbearable. Mr. Lin's actions were understandable, and I am willing to represent him and offer 1 million as compensation, Tang Yunyan stated. Wang Fun's tone was furious. 1 million? Does the Shin family lack a million? Yunyan, do you know how serious Shin Jie's injuries are? His limbs were all broken. The doctor said he will only be a useless person from now on. All of this was caused by Lin Chen. I don't care who was right or wrong last night. As a mother, I only know that Lin Chen harmed my son, and he must pay the price. Wang Fun coldly declared her stance. Upon hearing this, Tang Yunyan frowned slightly. Wang Fun's unreasonable demeanor displeased her and made her feel somewhat challenged. Shin Shangchen's tone turned icy. Yunyan, you shouldn't interfere in today's matter. I don't know what your relationship with Lin Chen is, but you don't need to ruin our family's relationship for a friend. Tang Yunyan's tone was firm. Mr. Lin has done me a great favor, and I will not give up. If Uncle Shin really intends to take action against Mr. Lin today, then you can take action against me first. With that, Tang Yunyan walked directly to Lin Chen's side and sat down. At this statement, everyone, Shin Shangchen, Wang Fun, Li Dingwan, and Guan Menu looked astonished. What kind of relationship did Lin Chen have with Tang Yunyan that warranted such words from this young lady? Shin Shangchen's expression darkened as he struggled to contain his anger, his tone now laced with threat. Yunyan, are you really going to obstruct me? The Shin and Tang families have always had a good relationship. Are you really going to ruin our friendly ties for a friend? Tang Yunyan remained unfazed. My stance has been made very clear. I will not give up. Seeing Tang Yunyan's unwavering attitude, Shin Shangchen's gaze turned icy to the extreme. Fine, fine, fine. He repeated the word 3 times, then turned his gaze to Lin Chen. Today, for Yunyan's sake, I won't take action against Lin Chen. I will discuss this matter with your father later, and we can talk afterward. Shin Shangchen left, and the others followed him out, quickly disappearing from Lin Chen and the others' sight. In that moment, the atmosphere in the room became extremely tense, as the confrontation between Shin Shangchen and Tang Yunyan had left Guan Menu too afraid to even breathe. Once Shin Shangchen and the others had completely exited the room, the previously tense atmosphere began to ease slightly. Tang Yunyan also let out a small sigh of relief as she turned to look at Lin Chen and the others. She glanced at Li Dingwan and Guan Menu, then said to Lin Chen, Mr. Lin, let's talk. Okay, Lin Chen nodded. Jingwan, you and your mom should head back first, I'll return later. Li Jingwan's expression was somewhat complicated. She nodded and left with the even more complicated-looking Guan Menu. After the two left, Tang Lan immediately closed the door to the room. Only the 3 of them remained inside, and Tang Yunyan got straight to the point. Dr. Lin, today's matter is not over. Shin Shangchen only left temporarily to avoid conflict with me. He will definitely contact my father later. Although I support you, my family may not. Sorry, my ability to help you is quite limited. I suggest you leave Yunhai tonight. Tang Yunyan's tone carried a hint of regret. The strength of the Shin family is just like my Tang family, confined to Yunhai. Once you leave Yunhai, the Shin family will be out of reach. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Miss Tang, you are being too polite. You have already helped me a lot tonight. I won't make things difficult for you. I will find a way to handle the matters that follow. Tang Yunyan frowned slightly. Dr. Lin, I'm not joking. Shin Jie is the only son of Shin Shangchen. Now that Shin Jie is completely incapacitated, he will definitely not let this go easily. Lin Chen smiled faintly. There's no need to worry. I naturally have my own solutions. This statement left Tang Yunyan puzzled, unable to grasp what Lin Chen meant by his solution. She opened her mouth to say something, but Lin Chen interrupted her. How has your body been these past few days? Lin Chen looked at Tang Yunyan's body. Upon mentioning this topic, a smile returned to Tang Yunyan's face. After your treatment last time, I haven't felt cold at all these past few days. But it seems my body temperature is starting to drop again. It's not as good as it was at the beginning. Tang Yunyan looked a bit troubled. Lin Chen shrugged, there's nothing to be done about it. You have a special constitution, this is not a disease, so it cannot be cured. Since your body is getting cold again, let me help you with treatment once more. Okay, thank you, Dr. Lin. Tang Yunyan eagerly agreed. Ever since Lin Chen had given her a massage last time, she had felt warmth again, a feeling she had long missed. After experiencing such comfort, how could she return to the hell she had before? So now, even just feeling a bit cold, she already felt uncomfortable. Even if Lin Chen hadn't mentioned it, she would have come back tomorrow. The three of them then left and went to the nearest hotel to book a room. Alan, you wait outside, Tang Yunyan said. Tang Lan nodded and turned to stand outside the door, like a guardian deity watching over the two inside. Only Lin Chen and Tang Yunyan remained in the room, and Tang Yunyan couldn't wait to ask, Dr. Lin, should I lie on the bed? You should take a hot shower first. Warming up your body will make the treatment more effective, Lin Chen replied. Alright, Tang Yunyan nodded. She walked into the bathroom, and soon the sound of rushing water filled the room. Lin Chen sat patiently on the sofa, appearing idle, but in reality, he was already contemplating how to resolve the issues with the Shin family. There was no doubt that Shin Jie's situation was troublesome. Relying solely on Tang Yunyan would not suffice. Although Tang Yunyan held a position in the Tang family, it was clearly impossible for her to persuade the entire family to help her alone. Unless he was willing to demonstrate his strength to the Tang family, thereby gaining their support. No, that would be too troublesome. Instead of persuading the Tang family to help me, I have a simpler method. As the saying goes, if you can't solve the problem, then eliminate the one who posed it. As he spoke these words, a faint smile curved Lin Chen's lips, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Lin Chen waited patiently in the room, and soon half an hour passed. Finally, Tang Yunyan finished her bath, emerging from the bathroom enveloped in steam, her cheeks slightly flushed from the warmth. Dr. Lin, sorry to keep you waiting, I'm ready now. Tang Yunyan's tone was filled with anticipation. Lin Chen turned his head and saw Tang Yunyan wrapped in a towel, her body only covered by the bath towel. Tang Yunyan, just out of the shower, exuded a unique charm. Her skin, as white as, still carried a hint of moisture, and the thin bath towel barely covered her important parts. Her long, dark hair cascaded down her back, truly resembling a beautiful woman emerging from a bath. Lin Chen watched the scene, his eyes instinctively brightening. Goodness! Tang Yunyan really didn't treat herself as an outsider. He had let her wash up to clean her body for the massage later, but he hadn't expected her to come out wrapped in just a towel without even putting on clothes. Does she trust me this much? Faced with such trust from Tang Yunyan, Lin Chen felt a bit awkward. However, this awkwardness quickly vanished, especially when he saw the alluring figure of Tang Yunyan just out of the bath. Lie down on the bed. This massage should keep you warm and comfortable for the next week. I will activate some of your body's potential to make you healthier, Lin Chen said. Tang Yunyan's expression of anticipation deepened. Dr. Lin, you truly are a master. Please, I'll trouble you now. After saying this, Tang Yunyan lay down on the bed, allowing Lin Chen to work on her. A beautiful woman, just out of the shower and wrapped in a towel, lay before him. The temptation was undeniable. Faced with such temptation, Lin Chen's self-control held strong. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary man, he would have already pounced. Lin Chen stepped forward to the foot of the bed, the yin-yang true energy within him surging to his fingertips. He placed his hands on Tang Yunyan's shoulders, warm and even hot yin-yang true energy flowing into her body. Tang Yunyan's face instantly relaxed. She felt joyful, as if Lin Chen's hands possessed some magical power. She had received massages before, but none of the previous masseurs had the same enchanting touch as Lin Chen. His hands, though male, brought her no discomfort. Instead, she felt incredibly comfortable. This comfort was not just physical but also a mental relaxation and enjoyment. A stunningly beautiful woman lay before him. How many men in the world could resist such temptation? Lin Chen's hands initially massaged Tang Yunyan carefully, but gradually they began to stray. What a captivating enchantress! Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Tang Yunyan's skin was incredibly delicate, feeling soft and fragile to the touch. Though her body was slender, it was perfectly proportioned where it mattered. Tang Yunyan slightly parted her red lips, feeling as if her mind might explode. Oh my! So comfortable! No, this is too comfortable. Tang Yunyan was completely immersed in the pleasure. This scene is simply irresistible. Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel. Fortunately, he still had some principles. It was merely a feast for the eyes and a fleeting indulgence. If it were another man, like Shin Jie, he would have likely made a move on Tang Yunyan by now. The massage therapy lasted for half an hour, and a high-pitched sound escaped from Tang Yunyan's lips as she could no longer hold back, reaching her peak in an instant. Finally, the room fell completely silent. Tang Yunyan was drenched in sweat, with streams of perspiration flowing down her body, soaking the sheets beneath her. Her cheeks were flushed, her beautiful face filled with expressions of enjoyment and happiness. Lin Chen pulled over the towel that had slipped to cover Tang Yunyan. After doing all this, he washed his hands and then left the room. At the door, Tang Lan was still guarding. Seeing Lin Chen come out, she immediately stepped forward. "Dr. Lin, has the treatment ended?" "It's over. Miss Tang will wake up soon. After she wakes up, please let her know that I appreciate her help with the Shin family's matters today. I will handle the rest myself," Lin Chen said. Tang Lan nodded. "Thank you, Dr. Lin. I still need to take care of the young lady, so I won't see you off." Lin Chen lightly nodded and then turned to leave. Tang Lan then walked into the room, looking at Tang Yunyan, who was lying on the bed, drenched in sweat. She quickly approached to check, and after confirming that Tang Yunyan was fine, she felt relieved. However, she was still a bit uneasy about leaving a man alone with the young lady in a room. But seeing Tang Yunyan's somewhat strange appearance and the odd smell in the air, Tang Lan couldn't help but feel puzzled. "What is that smell?" Tang Lan wondered. After a long while, Tang Yunyan slowly began to awaken from her peak of pleasure. "Miss, you're awake. Do you need me to help you take a bath?" Tang Lan immediately walked to Tang Yunyan's side. Tang Yunyan shook her head to clear her mind, looked around, and asked, "Has Dr. Lin already left?" "Dr. Lin left 10 minutes ago," Tang Lan replied. Tang Yunyan nodded, got up from the bed, and looking at her sweaty appearance, she quickly entered the bathroom to wash herself. Soaking in the bathtub, the warm water brought a look of enjoyment to her face, and memories of the pleasure from the massage treatment flooded her mind. Tang Yunyan couldn't help but blush, still feeling a bit unsatisfied. "What kind of skill does Dr. Lin have with his massages that makes me feel so good? It's a pity that once a week is too infrequent. It would be great if it could be every other day," Tang Yunyan thought greedily. The image of Lin Chen appeared in her mind, and a smile crept onto her lips. Meanwhile, after leaving the hotel, Lin Chen slightly closed his eyes, seemingly sensing something. Soon, his gaze turned towards the north. "Found you." Lin Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Solving the problem is not as effective as solving the one who raises the problem. This has always been the truth. Since you, Shin Shangchen, are unwilling to let me go, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Chen sneered. In fact, he had already used his true energy to place a spell mark on Shin Shangchen when he left. As someone who had fought his way to the peak in the cultivation world, Lin Chen was never a good-natured person. Or rather, good-natured people simply do not exist in the cultivation world. The higher one is in the cultivation hierarchy, the colder their methods become. Because cultivation itself is an act against the heavens, how can one truly reach the peak of the cultivation world without competing and fighting? After confirming the location of the spell mark, Lin Chen immediately headed towards it. He took a taxi and soon arrived near the location of the spell mark. It was a villa community, and in Lin Chen's perception, the marked spell was within this community. After getting out of the car and paying, Lin Chen did not directly enter the villa community. Instead, he took a detour to a slightly secluded area. He formed a hand seal with both hands, and then a surge of true energy emerged, enveloping Lin Chen in a strange power. Invisibility. The cultivation world has many spells, and while invisibility is a basic spell that cannot fool powerful cultivators, it poses no problem in deceiving ordinary people. Invisibility not only allows one to disappear from the sight of ordinary people but also conceals one's scent, making it an essential spell for home, travel, and even for committing crimes. He was highly skilled in invisibility, as in his previous life. When he first started mingling in the cultivation world, he often relied on invisibility to do various things, gradually honing his proficiency to a very high level. Even with only innate level strength, Lin Chen was confident that he could be seen through by anyone at the innate realm. He leaped into the air, instantly soaring over the several-meter-high community wall and entering the villa area. Lin Chen swaggered down the road in the community, following the fluctuations emitted by the magical imprint, and soon stopped in front of the most luxurious villa deep within the area. He climbed to the second floor and entered the villa through the floor-to-ceiling window. At this moment, someone was still completely unaware that death had arrived. Shin Shangchen had just finished showering and walked out of the bathroom when the phone rang. After he answered, a voice came through. "Boss, have you found out how Lin Chen got involved with Tang Yuyan?" Shin Shangchen's tone was somber. The person on the other end replied respectfully, "I found out that Lin Chen seems to have some skills. It appears he cured Tang Yuyan's strange illness. Tang Yuyan even calls him Dr. Lin on a regular basis." "Dr. Lin? Ha!" Shin Shangchen couldn't help but scoff. "A wet behind-the-ears kid dares to call himself a doctor? That's a bit too ridiculous." His tone was filled with disdain. Many thoughts flashed through Shin Shangchen's mind. Although he let Lin Chen go tonight because of Tang Yuyan, it didn't mean he truly forgave him. Earlier, in the private room, Tang Yuyan insisted on protecting Lin Chen, and he didn't want to have a direct conflict with her, which was why he gave the younger generation some face. After hanging up the phone, Shin Shangchen's gaze turned icy. I only have one son, and now he has become a useless person. I want you, Lin Chen, to pay with your life. Shin Shangchen spoke coldly, his words laced with intense killing intent. Oh really? Just then, a mocking voice entered Shin Shangchen's ears. What? Shin Shangchen's pupils constricted slightly as he turned his head, only to find that someone had appeared in the room without him noticing. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Lin Chen. How did you get in here? Shin Shangchen was both shocked and furious, his expression twisted in anger. How did Lin Chen sneak in? What were his subordinates doing? He was furious, his gaze icy as he looked at Lin Chen. What do you want from me? Are you here to beg for mercy? Lin Chen laughed. Beg for mercy? You think you deserve that? This made Shin Shangchen's expression grow even colder. Young man, you really don't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Do you really think you can act recklessly? Don't think that just because you have some strength, you can do as you please. This world is not something you can toy with. Shin Shangchen's gaze towards Lin Chen was filled with mockery. Ha! Lin Chen laughed inwardly, he enjoyed seeing his enemies display such self-assured expressions. Little did they know, the truly foolish one was the other party. Where's your wife? Lin Chen asked. He had just walked around the villa and hadn't found the beautiful woman. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. If Shin Shangchen were to walk the path to hell alone, it would be a bit too lonely. Why do you ask that? Shin Shangchen frowned. I just want to reunite you as a couple, Lin Chen teased. Even Shin Shangchen, no matter how foolish, understood Lin Chen's purpose for being here upon hearing that. Ha ha ha, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. You actually came here to kill me? Bang! As Shin Shangchen's laughter echoed, the door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man named Away rushed in from outside. Boss. Away immediately stepped forward to stand in front of Shin Shangchen. Shin Shangchen revealed a cold and sinister smile. Young man, you are far too confident. But since you have come to me, don't think about leaving today. You broke my son's limbs before, turning him into a complete invalid. I want you to feel that same pain, even more. Shin Shangchen said sternly, Away, capture him for me. I want to break his bones inch by inch. Yes, boss. Away replied respectfully, then without hesitation, he walked towards Lin Chen. When he was 3 meters away from Lin Chen, he suddenly unleashed a powerful force. Away's speed was astonishing, his leap was as swift and fierce as a tiger pouncing on its prey, and in an instant, he was in front of Lin Chen. He spread his arms wide, his hands claw-like, and directly grabbed at Lin Chen's shoulders. Interesting, you do have some strength. A smile curved at the corners of Lin Chen's mouth. Even as Away lunged at him, his expression remained unchanged. Away's hands pressed down on Lin Chen's shoulders, his fingers exerting force, a confident smile on his face. He had specifically trained in claw techniques, and his grip was strong enough to crush an ordinary person's bones. Countless people had fallen under his claw skills. Lin Chen offered no resistance, allowing Away to exert his strength. The next moment, Away's smile froze, shock and disbelief flashing in his eyes. He felt as if he were squeezing a rock. Lin Chen's shoulders seemed indestructible, and no matter how hard he tried, it had no effect. How is this possible? Away was utterly shocked. He quickly reacted, changing his technique to strike Lin Chen's chest with a palm. Bang! A dull sound echoed, followed by the sound of bones breaking. But the one who screamed in pain was not Lin Chen, it was Away. Ah! Away cried out, his right hand twisted in an irregular shape, but at that moment, the pain of his broken bones was nothing compared to the shock in his heart. Impossible! That power just now. Could it be the legendary True Chi? Away exclaimed in disbelief. Just as his palm struck Lin Chen's chest, he immediately felt a terrifying force erupting from Lin Chen's chest, directly shattering the bones in his arm. This kind of power was exactly like the true Chi described in legends. A congenital expert. Away was utterly shocked, hardly believing his eyes. Oh, it seems you have some knowledge. Lin Chen looked at Away with interest. Being able to recognize true Chi, this Away seemed to have some skill. With the spiritual energy on Earth so thin, those who could cultivate true Chi were extremely rare. Away's recognition indicated he had a discerning eye. Lin Chen casually slapped Away as if swatting a mosquito. Ah! The next moment, Away screamed as he was sent flying, crashing hard against the wall opposite. Poof! He spat out blood, nearly fainting on the spot. This is impossible. Shin Shangchen looked at the scene before him, his expression one of shock. Coughing violently, Away struggled to get up, his demeanor completely changed. the pride and confidence he once had turned into fear and terror, mixed with excitement. A congenital expert. I never expected there would really be congenital experts in today's world. Wei spoke with excitement. He turned to Shin Shangchen and said, I'm sorry, boss, I quit. I don't want to die opposing a congenital expert. Shin Shangchen's expression stiffened, both shocked and angry. Wei, what nonsense are you talking about? I spend money to support you every year, not for you to betray me at this critical moment. Wei said nothing. In his eyes, Shin Shangchen was already a dead man. Offending a congenital expert, Shin Shangchen could not possibly survive. Lin Chen smiled. Wei, you really know how to read the situation. I'm sorry, senior, I was disrespectful just now. I hope you can forgive me. I am willing to offer 5 million for my life. I hope senior can show mercy. I, as a junior, will always look up to you, senior. Whatever your command, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Thud. Wei knelt directly before Lin Chen, without a hint of hesitation. Interesting. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. He was quite surprised that Wei could be so perceptive. He dismissed the thought of dealing with him. Wei's strength was decent, at least much stronger than that South Mountain martial arts school he had encountered before, and he could barely be taken on as a subordinate. Get up. Work for me for a year, and I will forgive your offense today, Lin Chen said lightly. Wei's face showed joy. Thank you for your magnanimity, senior. Very well, your first task for me is to kill Shin Shangchen and his wife. This is your token of loyalty, Lin Chen stated. Upon hearing this, Wei's pupils constricted, and he immediately understood Lin Chen's meaning. Without hesitation, he stood up and walked towards Shin Shangchen. At this moment, Shin Shangchen had already clenched his fists, unable to suppress the anger on his face. Wei, you traitor! You betrayed me! Wei looked at him coldly. Sorry, boss, but you offended someone you shouldn't have. With that, Wei lunged forward and punched Shin Shangchen in the chest. Ah! Shin Shangchen screamed as he fell to the ground, his eyes wide open, quickly losing their light. His expression froze, filled with anger and a hint of regret. He had underestimated Lin Chen. Had he known Lin Chen was this strong, he wouldn't have sought revenge for that foolish son. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Shin Shangchen dead. Senior, I've taken care of him. Wei turned back. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Transfer 5 million to my card, and also take care of Shin Shangchen's wife. Since they are a couple, they should go together. That way, they can keep each other company. Wei nodded and asked, what about Shin Jie? That waste is not worth worrying about. Living is the real suffering for him. Lin Chen sneered inwardly, leaving that remark behind as he turned to leave. Watching Lin Chen's departing figure, Wei's eyes were filled with deep fear. Living is the greatest pain? Yes, losing both parents, being left as a cripple with no limbs, wasn't that the greatest suffering? This senior must not be offended. Wei's eyes were filled with intense reverence. An hour later, Lin Chen returned to the villa and found the lights still on. In the living room, Li Jingwan was watching television. When she saw him come back, a trace of worry flashed across her face. Has the matter with Miss Tang been resolved? Li Jingwan asked. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, walking over to sit beside Li Jingwan, naturally wrapping his arm around her waist. Don't move, Li Jingwan said with a hint of helplessness, struggling slightly but ultimately allowing Lin Chen to hold her. How did you get involved with Miss Tang? Li Jingwan couldn't contain her curiosity and confusion. In her mind, Lin Chen had always been an ordinary young man, and the reason for their marriage was merely out of pity for his unfortunate background and his honest nature. But now it seemed she completely misunderstood Lin Chen. He was not only a martial artist but also acquainted with someone as significant as the eldest daughter of the Tang family. The Tang family was one of the 3 major families in Yunhai, while the Li family could only be considered a second-rate family in comparison. I once helped Miss Tang with a favor. She owes me a big one, Lin Chen said vaguely. Is that so? Li Jingwan's gaze held some skepticism. What kind of favor could possibly bring the Tang family's eldest daughter to help with such a matter? This was definitely not something that could be explained by mere favors. Li Jingwan sighed inwardly, looking at Lin Chen with guilt. I'm sorry, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have gotten into such big trouble. Lin Chen smiled slightly. If you really want to thank me, then you have to treat me better from now on. Li Jingwan frowned slightly. We are husband and wife, yet you never let me touch you. How can a couple be like this? You're all tied up with troubles. How can you still think about that kind of thing? No way, men are like this, either they're being lewd or on the way to being lewd. Lin Chen spread his hands, looking like a carefree rogue. Seeing his nonchalant demeanor, Li Jingwan couldn't help but feel annoyed. I'm not joking with you. Ha ha ha. Li Jingwan's annoyed expression made Lin Chen laugh heartily, his face full of smiles. Don't worry, you don't have to be concerned about Shin Shangchen anymore. I've already asked a friend to help me with this matter. You'll receive news by tomorrow. Ha! Li Jingwan's curiosity deepened. What friend? You'll know tomorrow. Lin Chen revealed a mysterious smile. He gently held the beauty in his arms, his hands starting to become restless. The waist is a sensitive spot for women. How could Li Jingwan not feel Lin Chen's mischievous hands? Don't mess around. Li Jingwan protested unhappily. I want compensation. Lin Chen declared with conviction. Just that one sentence instantly deflated Li Jingwan. She bit her lip, fully aware of what Lin Chen wanted. No way, I'm not ready yet. Lin Chen spread his hands. What should I do? I'm feeling very uncomfortable. You have to help me out. I want compensation. Lin Chen emphasized again, while his hands, which were originally around Li Jingwan's waist, began to move upward and slipped inside her clothes. Feeling the delicate skin of the beauty in his arms, Lin Chen's smile grew wider. Don't touch me, I haven't agreed yet. Li Jingwan twisted her body in protest. Lin Chen paid no mind, he clearly had Li Jingwan under his control. He had saved her without regard for his own safety, so what was wrong with taking a little advantage now? With this thought, Lin Chen felt even more justified. Ah! Li Jingwan exclaimed, like a startled fawn, hurry and take it out. This isn't allowed. Li Jingwan felt helpless in her heart. She weakly resisted, but against Lin Chen, who was like a rogue, her protests were completely ineffective. Yuni, I'm not ready yet. Li Jingwan's tone carried a hint of pleading. I'll just touch a little. I definitely won't go further. Lin Chen said. Really? Li Jingwan's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Really? Just kidding. He thought to himself. Lin Chen laughed inwardly, realizing how adorably naive Li Jingwan was. How could a man's words at such a moment be trusted? Li Jingwan clearly believed him. She stopped protesting, resting her head on Lin Chen's shoulder and allowing him to act as he pleased. Gradually, Li Jingwan's cheeks turned redder, and her breathing became more rapid. Seeing the opportunity ripe, Lin Chen didn't hesitate to lower his head and kiss Li Jingwan's red lips. Liar, you said you wouldn't go further. Li Jingwan felt helpless and a bit wronged, but her body quickly softened, allowing herself to lean into Lin Chen's embrace. After a long while, their lips parted. Li Jingwan's cheeks were already flushed, and her eyes were filled with tenderness and shyness. Liar! Li Jingwan was 7 parts annoyed and 3 parts shy, lightly punching Lin Chen's chest. He. Lin Chen chuckled, a man's words are deceiving, don't you understand such a simple truth? This made Li Jingwan roll her eyes at him. Lin Chen spoke, let's go back to the room. No way, you've already gone too far, this absolutely cannot happen. Li Jingwan firmly rejected him, her dissatisfaction evident. Lin Chen feigned a look of grievance. What should I do? You have to help me a little. Li Jingwan's previously firm attitude instantly deflated, and she finally softened. Just this once. The next day, Li Jingwan got up early as usual to cook. After a simple breakfast, she prepared to head to the company. Quickly changing into her professional attire, Li Jingwan knocked on Lin Chen's door. Yuni, I've made breakfast and left it in the kitchen. Get up early to eat, she called out. After saying this, she went downstairs to get ready to leave for the company, but at that moment, the phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and was surprised to see it was a call from Guan Menu. Mom! Jingwan, something big has happened. I just received news that President Shin and his wife died last night, and the murderer is his bodyguard, away. Guan Mengyu's words were urgent, her voice filled with shock. What? This made Li Jingwan's mind race, doubting whether she had heard correctly. President Shin? Is it Shin Xianqin from the Shin family? Is there a second President Shin in Yunhai besides him? The news has spread throughout Yunhai. I heard the Shin family is furious and has offered a 10 million reward for Awei's capture. Our issues are resolved now. With Shin Xianqin dead, the Shin family is busy chasing the murderer and has no time to deal with us. This is great. Guan Mengyu's tone was excited, but at the same time, she felt a bit disappointed. With Shin Xianqin dead, her dream of having Li Jingwan marry into a wealthy family was completely shattered. Li Jingwan stood frozen in place, her mind involuntarily recalling what Lin Chen had said last night. I'll have a friend help deal with this matter. After hanging up the phone, Li Jingwan was still in shock. Could the friend Yuni mentioned be Awei? But how is that possible? Isn't that Awei the personal bodyguard of Shin Xianqin? Li Jingwan felt a bit lost. She took a deep breath to suppress her shock and turned to ask Lin Chen. But just as she took a step, she stopped, her expression very complicated. How did Yuni manage this? How many secrets is he hiding from me? No, we rarely communicated before. Although we are married, I have never asked Yuni about his personal matters. Li Jingwan bit her lip and ultimately gave up the idea of asking. She realized she didn't know how to face Lin Chen. Their previous relationship was quite awkward. After hesitating for a moment, Li Dingwan finally turned and left, driving to the company. Meanwhile, in the room, Lin Chen was still fast asleep. He slept until the sun was high in the sky, and the urgent ringing of the phone woke him up. Lin Chen opened his eyes and picked up the phone. It was Tang Yunya calling. "Hello, Dr. Lin, good news. Last night, Shin Shengchen's bodyguard rebelled and killed him and his wife. You no longer need to worry about your troubles." Tang Yunya's tone was filled with surprise. She clearly hadn't expected such an event to occur. Although it was a bit strange, her appearance at this moment was evidently a great help. Lin Chen chuckled softly, his reaction calm. "Okay, I already know." After saying this, Lin Chen hung up the phone, leaving Tang Yunya a bit confused by his indifferent response. In her expectations, shouldn't Lin Chen be very happy about this? Tang Yunya didn't think too much about it, just assuming Lin Chen hadn't fully woken up yet. In the room, Tang Yunya had also just gotten out of bed not long ago. When she first heard the news, she was equally shocked. As the core figure of the Shin family, she never expected Shin Shengchen to die like this, especially at the hands of his own bodyguard. If she hadn't confirmed the authenticity of the news multiple times, she wouldn't have dared to believe such an outrageous event had occurred. Tang Yunya lazily stretched, her semi-transparent nightgown outlining her sexy, mature figure. Tang Lan walked over, frowning. "Miss, I think there might be some hidden truth behind Shin Shengchen's incident." "Oh?" Tang Yunya was a bit puzzled. "What hidden truth?" "I don't think Shin Shengchen was killed by Wei, because he is Shin Shengchen's personal bodyguard. If Shin Shengchen didn't trust him enough, he would never have become his bodyguard," Tang Lan said in a low tone. The reason for her thoughts was that she herself was Tang Yuyan's bodyguard, and because of this, she couldn't believe that Wei would actually kill Shin Shengchen. Tang Yuyan smiled slightly. "Alan, I won't distance myself from you because of this. We are good sisters." "Miss, that's not what I meant," Tang Lan explained, though she felt a bit touched. "Dr. Lin is really lucky. Now that Shin Shengchen is dead and Shin Jie is incapacitated, with Shin Jie's own abilities, he won't be able to take any revenge on Dr. Lin, so I don't have to worry about anything." Tang Yuyan couldn't help but chuckle. Tang Lan nodded in agreement. At that moment, in the First People's Hospital of Yunhai, in a certain ward, Shin Jie, who was lying on the hospital bed with all his limbs broken, received the news of his parents' deaths. "What?" Shin Jie's voice suddenly rose by 8 degrees, his expression shocked as he looked at his subordinate in front of him. "Boss and madam are really dead, the murderer is away," the man said. "Impossible." Shin Jie was instantly filled with extreme agitation, disbelief written all over his face. "What kind of joke is this? How could Wei kill my parents? That's absolutely impossible. You have some nerve to deceive me about something like this. You can quit your job, get out of here right now," Shin Jie shouted in fury. At that moment, someone walked in from outside. "Jie, he didn't lie, your parents are indeed dead." The newcomer was a middle-aged man. "Uncle Wei, what on earth is going on? How could my parents suddenly be killed by Wei? Wei has been my dad's bodyguard for 5 years and has never made any mistakes." Shin Jie couldn't accept it. Shin Wei's face darkened, anger flashing in his eyes. "I don't know, it seems Wei has ulterior motives. No matter what reason he had for killing my brother and sister-in-law, the Shin family will never let him go." As he said this, Shin Wei gritted his teeth. Shin Jie was completely stunned, unable to come to his senses for a long time. In just one night, Shin Shengchen and Wang Fan had died, and they were killed by the very bodyguard he trusted. It was simply unacceptable. "This is fake, it can't be true. There must be some hidden truth behind this." Shin Jie gritted his teeth, unable to accept the situation. Seeing Shin Jie's frantic state, Shin Wei sighed and held down the struggling Shin Jie on the bed. "Jie, I know you can't accept this, but don't worry, I will definitely catch Wei. Besides that, I will help you take revenge on whoever hurt you. Who exactly injured you?" Upon hearing this, a flash of insight crossed Shin Jie's mind, and Lin Chen's figure appeared before him. "That's right, Lin Chen. This must have been done by Lin Chen. Wei has always been trusted by my dad, he wouldn't have harmed him. But if it was Lin Chen, then it's possible. He is a martial artist and could have killed my parents." "Uncle, the one who killed my parents must be Lin Chen," Shin Jie said excitedly. "Lin Chen?" Shin Wei frowned slightly. Shin Jie, in an agitated state, explained who Lin Chen was to Shin Wei, and after listening, Shin Wei was somewhat astonished. He frowned. "Lin Chen is the murderer? Is that really possible? If he is indeed the murderer, how did he get past Wei to kill your parents?" Shin Jie replied excitedly. "I don't know, but the murderer must be Lin Chen. Uncle, let's directly capture Lin Chen and interrogate him. We will definitely find out the truth." Shin Wei nodded and said, "I will handle this matter." You just focus on recovering. After reassuring Shinjia, Shinwei left the hospital room and made a phone call as he walked out. Inside the villa, Lin Shin slept until noon before leisurely getting up to eat. Just after he finished washing up, Su Ningxiang called. Mr. Lin, have you finished with the matter from the night before last? Hearing Su Ningxiang's words, Lin Shin finally remembered her. The night before last, he was looking forward to enjoying the company of this beautiful woman, but unexpectedly, the incident with Li Jingwan occurred. This had delayed him for 2 days, and if Su Ningxiang hadn't called, he might have almost forgotten. I've finished here. I'll come find you shortly, Lin Chen replied. Su Ningxiang's tone carried an apology. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I have to leave Yunhai for a couple of days. Let's complete the transaction when I return. How does that sound? Alright, but don't keep me waiting too long. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. He wasn't someone who rushed. Since she had matters to attend to, he would let her be busy. After all, with the temptation of the body refining pill, as long as Su Ningxiang wanted the prescription, she wouldn't be able to escape. After hanging up, Su Qing went to the kitchen and made a simple lunch for himself. At that moment, another call came in, this time from Tao Yuyan. Yun-yi, are you free now? The Nanshan Martial Arts School sent someone, they want to challenge you again. The Nanshan Martial Arts School. Lin Chen immediately felt bored. The Nanshan Martial Arts School was simply too weak. Fighting them would be no different from a professional boxer beating up kindergarten kids. However, since he had already agreed to Tao Yuyan, he naturally wouldn't go back on his word. I'll be at the martial arts school right away. Lin Chen nodded. After a quick lunch, Lin Chen prepared to head to the Tao family martial arts school. But before he could leave, Li Shui walked in. Brother-in-law, are you going out? Li Shui asked curiously. Just stepping out for a bit, Lin Chen replied casually. Upon hearing this, Li Shui's eyes flickered, and without hesitation, she said, I want to go with you. Oh? Lin Chen looked at Li Shui with interest. Ever since yesterday, she had been avoiding him, and now she was actively wanting to go out with him. He couldn't help but smile and stepped forward to hug Li Shui. Brother-in-law, it's daytime, don't mess around. Li Shui's cheeks instantly turned crimson, and she struggled to escape Lin Chen's embrace. But with her little strength, it was futile. No matter how she struggled, it had no effect. What's wrong with daytime? There's no one around here anyway. Lin Chen teased, looking her up and down. Today, she was dressed in a standard JK outfit, with a simple t-shirt on top and black stockings paired with a super short skirt. The fair skin between the short skirt and black stockings was a perfect display of youthful beauty, showcasing the vibrancy and charm of her youth. Seeing Lin Chen openly appraising her, Li Shui's face turned even redder, and memories of what had happened between them yesterday flooded her mind. Brother-in-law, stop looking, Li Shui said shyly, feeling a mix of anger. Lin Chen was simply a guy with only lewd thoughts in his head, always bullying her whenever they met. Gritting her teeth, she wished she could escape from this place immediately. He. Lin Chen chuckled inwardly. Everything he did to Li Shui was intentional, aimed at properly training this woman. He hadn't forgotten what she had done to him before, and their accounts were far from settled. Until it was truly over, he wouldn't let this woman go. With his current strength, getting revenge on Li Shui was easier than ever. However, seeking revenge in a conventional way was simply too boring, so he intended to properly train Li Shui, gradually destroying her self-esteem until she willingly knelt at his feet. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen patted Li Shui's perky bottom. Don't you want to follow me? Then let's go together. Saying this, Lin Chen took Li Shui away. Li Shui felt a bit anxious. She had no idea what Lin Chen was planning to do. The two quickly got into the car, and Li Shui asked, Brother-in-law, where are we going? Lin Chen handed her the address of the Tao Family Martial Arts School. Just drive. Li Shui glanced at the address on the navigation, which clearly stated Tao Family Martial Arts School. A martial arts school? What does this guy want to do there? Is he going to work out? Li Shui thought to herself as she pressed the gas pedal, and the car shot off like an arrow, disappearing from the road in no time. Half an hour later, Li Shui arrived at the entrance of the Tao Family Martial Arts School. The two got out of the car, and then Li Shui followed Lin Chen into the martial arts school. Upon entering, she noticed that there were already quite a few people inside. Looking around, she saw that they were all from the Nanshan Martial Arts School. The atmosphere in the entire martial arts school felt heavy and oppressive, with a dozen or so men with fierce expressions standing inside, each one looking robust and intimidating. Li Shui was startled by this scene. Brother-in-law, did we come to the wrong place? This seems a bit off. Feeling a bit scared, she couldn't help but move closer to Lin Chen. He's here, that man is here. The moment Lin Chen appeared, one of the Nanshan Martial Arts School members shouted, Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, everyone in the martial arts school turned to look, their fierce gazes all landing on Lin Chen. Ah! Li Shue's face turned pale with fright, and she quickly hid behind Lin Chen. She was taken aback. Brother-in-law, it seems we are in trouble. She was shocked, completely unaware of what was happening. Being stared at by a dozen burly men was undoubtedly quite overwhelming for a 17 or 18-year-old girl like Li Shue. At that moment, Tao Yuyan quickly walked over from the crowd. Yuni, you finally made it. Seeing Lin Chen, Tao Yuyan instinctively felt a huge sense of relief, her face breaking into a smile as she hurried to Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen approached with a smile, his gaze sweeping across the room until he quickly spotted Lu Nanshan, the head of the Nanshan Martial Arts School, along with a stranger among the group. Lin Chen, you finally came. Last time you came to challenge our Nanshan Martial Arts School, we lost, so according to the rules, the Nanshan Martial Arts School is temporarily closed. However, we have a chance to challenge again. If I win today, you must apologize to us, and our Nanshan Martial Arts School can reopen. Lu Nanshan stepped forward with a cold expression, his gaze towards Lin Chen filled with intense hostility, his tone even gritting his teeth. A few days ago, Lin Chen had come to challenge them and defeated all the students in front of everyone, a crushing defeat that undoubtedly caused serious damage to the reputation of the Nanshan Martial Arts School. Lu Nanshan was here today to reclaim his honor. Only by defeating Lin Chen could the reputation of the Nanshan Martial Arts School be restored. Lu Nanshan's attitude was aggressive, and his loyal disciples stepped forward, each one looking coldly at Lin Chen. The atmosphere was quite oppressive. If it were an ordinary person here, they would likely have been scared into retreating. He. Lin Chen wore a smile, crossing his arms. You want to challenge me? I'm always ready. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the unfamiliar man standing next to Lu Nanshan. The man was exceptionally tall, standing over 2 meters high, his solid physique resembling a wall, exuding a strong sense of oppression just by being there. His gaze was cold and sharp, like that of an eagle. Is he the helper you brought? Lu Nanshan smiled confidently. That's right, Along is my eldest disciple. He has been studying the essence of other martial arts schools abroad for these years and just returned yesterday. Last time you came to challenge, Along wasn't here, otherwise, how could you have been so arrogant? This made Lin Chen scoff inwardly. He looked Along up and down, who stepped forward to meet Lin Chen's gaze. You must be Lin Chen, right? I'm here to play with you today. If you lose, don't blame me for being ruthless. Along's face twisted into a sinister smile. The other disciples of Nanshan Martial Arts School around them became excited, their eyes filled with anticipation. On the other side, Li Shui was already a bit dumbfounded at this scene. She thought Lin Chen had come here to work out or learn martial arts, but unexpectedly, he was here to accept a challenge. Moreover, from what this group was saying, it seemed Lin Chen had recently come to challenge them and had defeated everyone on the other side. How could that be possible? I must be hearing things. How could this waste of Lin Chen have such ability? Li Shui couldn't help but mutter to herself. Tao Yuyan, who had good hearing, caught Li Shui's words. Little sister, who are you? Tao Yuyan asked. Li Shui replied, that guy is my brother-in-law. So that's it. Tao Yuyan suddenly understood, her face breaking into a friendly smile. She originally wanted to build a good relationship with Li Shui but quickly realized something was off. The way this girl looked at Lin Chen was not the gaze of a normal sister-in-law towards her brother-in-law, it was more like that of an enemy. Was this girl on bad terms with Yuni? Seeing this, Tao Yuyan decided to remain silent to avoid making any awkward mistakes. While the two were talking, Lin Chen and Along had already stepped onto the competition stage. Go, big brother. Teach Lin Chen a good lesson. Come on, big brother, defeat Lin Chen and let him know the power of our Nanshan Martial Arts School. This kid Lin Chen is definitely going to be unlucky this time. Last time, he was only able to act so arrogantly because Big Brother wasn't here, but now that Big Brother is back, he stands no chance against him. The many disciples of Nanshan Martial Arts School were chattering, all cheering for Along, filled with confidence in him. Along leaped onto the competition stage, his towering figure forming a stark contrast with Lin Chen. Although Lin Chen had been practicing body training techniques these past few days, he was still just starting out. His physique was gradually becoming stronger, but compared to Along, who was over 2 meters tall and resembled a small mountain, he was clearly incomparable. The huge difference in their sizes created a striking visual impact. Anyone who looked would think Along could kill Lin Chen with a single punch. Seeing this, Li Shui couldn't help but feel excited. She suppressed her desire to cheer for Along, eagerly anticipating Lin Chen being beaten to death in the ring. Ha ha ha, that guy Lin Chen is done for. This time, he won't just be hurt, he'll be in serious trouble. Li Shui was thrilled. Yesterday, she had been severely bullied by Lin Chen, and her heart was filled with anger and gritted teeth. But because Lin Chen had a hold over her, she couldn't do anything to him. Now, seeing Lin Chen about to face disaster, how could she not feel excited? Tao Yuyan noticed Li Shue's expression and felt something strange in her heart. Why was this little sister-in-law acting so oddly? It seemed she was looking forward to seeing Yuni get taught a lesson. Wasn't a sister-in-law supposed to be a brother-in-law's close little cotton-padded jacket? Tao Yuyan shook her head inwardly, unconsciously developing a dislike for Li Shue. The tense atmosphere on the competition stage had already begun to spread. Along took off his shirt, revealing muscles as tough as steel, and his expression was fierce, with a menacing gaze that looked as terrifying as a demon. Lin Chen, are you ready? Let me say this first, I absolutely won't hold back later. If you're scared, you can surrender now. If you kneel and admit defeat, crawling through my legs, then I might let you go today. Otherwise, once the fight starts, I can't guarantee you'll be able to live normally afterward. Along mocked coldly. Ha ha ha. The disciples of the Nanshan martial arts school around them laughed excitedly, all eagerly anticipating seeing Lin Chen defeated. Lin Chen, facing Along, couldn't help but laugh out loud at those words. What are you laughing at? Along questioned. Lin Chen scoffed, I'm laughing at how foolish you are. We haven't even fought yet, and you already think I'll lose? I originally just wanted to defeat you easily, but because of what you just said, I've decided to teach you a lesson. I'll just break one of your hands. Along was furious upon hearing this, arrogant. Lin Chen, can't you see the gap between us? You think you can break one of my hands? That's just a dream. Along burst into laughter, feeling as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Lin Chen shrugged, too lazy to explain. Compared to talking, he preferred to prove things with facts. Come on. Lin Chen beckoned Along with his finger. Along revealed a sinister smile. Since you're seeking death, I'll grant you that. The moment the words fell, Along charged directly at Lin Chen. His speed was fast, the distance of the competition stage was crossed in just 2 or 3 steps. His tall figure charged forward, resembling a heavily armored tank, unstoppable in the eyes of ordinary people. In an instant, Along was in front of Lin Chen, swinging his fist like a cannonball directly at Lin Chen's chest. This punch was powerful and heavy, too fast for an ordinary person to react. Interesting. When an expert makes a move, you can tell right away. From Along's displayed strength, it was clear he was already close to the late stage of the acquired realm. The strength of the late acquired realm was enough to crush ordinary people, but it was still far from enough to defeat him. Bang! Lin Chen did not dodge or evade, directly meeting Along's punch. The collision of the 2 fists, one large and one small, produced a dull sound. Lin Chen, you're too arrogant to dare to punch Along. Let's see how you. Lu Nanshan became excited. But before he could finish his sentence, the situation on the competition stage changed. Ah! Along let out a painful cry, his steps retreating repeatedly. Pain appeared on Along's face as he looked down to see that the bones in his right fist had shattered completely. Impossible! Along gritted his teeth against the pain, his expression filled with shock. The crowd below erupted in chaos. The disciples of the Nanshan martial arts school, who had just cheered for Along, now all changed their expressions, especially Lu Nanshan, who was utterly shocked. This is impossible. In a fistfight, shouldn't the injured one be Lin Chen? How could it be Along? Lin Chen, what trick did you play? Lu Nanshan angrily questioned. Lin Chen scoffed, I'm fighting barehanded. What trick could I possibly play? It's just that Along is too weak. He couldn't even withstand one punch from me, yet he dares to boast about defeating me. It's truly laughable. Lin Chen openly mocked, and his laughter echoed throughout the martial arts school. Boom! His words were like dropping a deep water bomb into a calm lake, instantly stirring up huge waves. Good! Tao Yuyan's delicate face was filled with joy, her expression brimming with excitement. It's fake, this must be fake. You so frail, how could you possibly unleash such incredible power? Along found it hard to accept. He glanced at Lin Chen's ordinary physique and then at his own towering figure over 2 meters tall, momentarily questioning his life. Ha! Lin Chen sneered inwardly. He had no interest in explaining anything to Along and walked directly towards him. Wait, don't come over. Along panicked. The pain in his hand told him that Lin Chen's strength was terrifying. Although he didn't know what kind of means the other party had used, it was definitely stronger than his own. Just a single clash had already revealed the disparity in their strengths. This was no longer a battle of equals, it was Lin Chen unilaterally crushing Along. What are you running for? Weren't you so arrogant just now? Why are you hiding like a turtle now? Lin Chen mocked. Along's face instantly turned red, he gritted his teeth in anger. Lin Chen, don't go too far. Trash, how dare you challenge me? I always mean what I say. Since I said I would break one of your hands, I will definitely break one of your hands. Lin Chen had lost patience to waste words with Along. He stepped forward, and this time it was his turn to take the initiative. He directly grabbed Along's hand. Along was taken aback. He exerted all his strength to break free, but no matter how much power he used, he could not escape Lin Chen's grip. Lin Chen's hand was like an iron clamp, holding him tightly. Crack! A sound of a bone breaking echoed, resonating in the ears of everyone present. Ah! Following that was Along's piercing scream as he knelt on the ground, clutching his twisted and broken right arm, his face filled with pain. Along! Lu Nanshan was shocked and hurriedly ran up to the arena. Upon seeing Along's broken right hand, he was both shocked and furious. Lin Chen, you were too heavy-handed. Martial artists should know when to stop, but you used such heavy hands. You have no martial ethics at all. Lu Nanshan scolded loudly. Lin Chen coldly laughed. Martial ethics? Who was it just now that said he wanted me to kneel and crawl through his legs? Is humiliating your opponent the martial ethics you speak of? Since you can humiliate me, why can't I break his hand? Lin Chen was not one to suffer losses. He immediately countered. Lu Nanshan was left speechless by this retort, momentarily stammering and unable to respond. Got nothing to say? If you have nothing to say, then get lost. I am magnanimous and have no interest in quarreling with the defeated. If you still want to challenge me, I'm always up for it, but next time, don't let such trash come to me. It's a complete waste of my time. Lin Chen taunted. Lu Nanshan gritted his teeth, and Along's face turned an even deeper shade of red with anger. Lin Chen actually called him trash. It was an immense humiliation. Lin Chen, you are really too much. Lin Chen scoffed, looking down at the injured Along who was half kneeling on the ground. What? Do you, a mere defeated opponent, have any questions? If you are unconvinced, I allow you to get up and fight me again. As long as you can win, I will kneel and bow to you without any problem. Lin Chen's mockery was at its peak, and he wore arrogance on his face. This nearly drove Along and Lu Nanshan mad with anger. Especially Along, who had always been the one to defeat others and mock them. He never expected that the tables would turn, and now it was his turn to be mocked by Lin Chen. Alright. Saying alright 3 times was enough to show how furious Lu Nanshan was. Lin Chen, don't think you're invincible. Today, my Nanshan Martial Arts Hall will definitely take revenge for this grudge. Let's go. Lu Nanshan dropped this harsh remark and then left in a huff. He helped Along to his feet, and the disciples of the martial arts school around them hurriedly followed Lu Nanshan out, looking like frostbitten eggplants. In no time, the martial arts school became quiet again, leaving only Lin Chen and the other two. Yan Yi. Tao Yuyan couldn't contain her joy and quickly rushed over, her face flushed with excitement. In her exhilaration, she leaned in for a kiss. With a beauty initiating a kiss, Lin Chen naturally did not hold back, wrapping his arms around Tao Yuyan and savoring her taste. While enjoying the sweetness of Tao Yuyan's cherry lips, Lin Chen's hands naturally slipped inside her clothes. The two were passionately kissing, while nearby, Li Shui was left dumbfounded. This guy Lin Chen actually has this kind of relationship with this woman. Li Shui was both shocked and angry. How could Lin Chen do this to her sister? Watching this scene, Li Shui gritted her teeth, wishing she could rush over and separate the two. But thinking of Lin Chen's strength when he had knocked Along out with a single punch, Li Shui quickly calmed down. After kissing for more than 10 minutes, Lin Chen finally let go of Tao Yuyan. Once the passion was released, Tao Yuyan also calmed down and suddenly remembered that her sister-in-law, Li Shui, was still watching. She quickly turned her head and indeed saw Li Shui looking at her with a cold gaze. Instantly, Tao Yuyan's expression turned extremely awkward. Tao Yuyan didn't know how to explain. Lin Chen patted Tao Yuyan. Don't worry, this kid Shui won't talk nonsense. Right, Shui. Li Shui gritted her teeth. Brother-in-law, you are going too far. You are clearly already married to my sister, and now you have a mistress outside. Lin Chen spread his hands. My marriage with your sister is just a formality. Besides, she told me before that as long as I don't cause any major trouble, it's completely fine for me to play around with women outside. What? This shocked Li Shui. Is this true? My sister actually said such a thing? Li Shui was stunned. Of course, if you don't believe it, you can call her and ask. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Li Shui couldn't help but believe it, as this kind of talk had a hint of Li Jingwan's style. Li Shui was furious. Even so, you can't be like this. What? I'm just looking for a few mistresses. Besides, aren't you also my mistress? Lin Chen teased with a smile. If your sister knew you were with me, she would definitely be very sad. Li Shui was taken aback, suddenly remembering her role as Lin Chen's mistress. Brother-in-law, don't tell my sister. Li Shui showed a pleading expression. Lin Chen smiled wickedly. He had long figured out Li Shui's weakness, and now with just a few words, he had her under his control. Watching their conversation, Tao Yuyan was somewhat confused. Yun-Yi, what is your relationship with this child? Tao Yuyan was puzzled. Lin Shen smiled slightly. Shui is also my girlfriend. This kid has admired me for a long time and climbed into my bed a few nights ago to offer herself. Seeing her so deeply in love, I couldn't bear to refuse, so I let her be my secret lover. Ah! Upon hearing this, Li Shui couldn't help but scream. She squatted down, covering her face, wishing she could find a place to hide. Brother-in-law, why did you say this out loud? Li Shui was going crazy. Lin Shen still wore a smile. Yuyan is not an outsider, and she is not a gossip, she won't spread it around. Tao Yuyan had a strange expression. She looked at Lin Shen, then at Li Shui, feeling something was off. She had secretly observed Li Shui just now, and she hadn't seen any affection for Lin Shen in her. Even her intuition told her that Li Shui seemed to dislike Lin Shen quite a bit. What kind of thing happens in the middle of the night, where someone takes the initiative to offer themselves? But right now, Li Shui did not deny it, clearly indicating that this was indeed the case. But how could this be? This girl clearly hated Lin Shen, yet she went over in the middle of the night to offer herself and was even willing to be his lover. This complicated situation left Tao Yuyan bewildered. She shook her head to suppress the matter and then slightly straightened her expression. Yun-yi, you have defeated the Nanshan Martial Arts School again this time. I think they won't come looking for trouble in the short term. Last time you gave me 5 million, and I plan to rent a new place as the venue for the martial arts school. This place is too remote. Even if we open a martial arts school, there won't be many people coming to practice. Lin Shen lightly tapped his chin, and an idea quickly formed in his mind. Why not open the martial arts school right across from the Nanshan Martial Arts School? That way, we can draw their students over. Lin Shen proposed an outrageous suggestion. Tao Yuyan looked astonished and hesitated. Isn't that going to attract too much hatred? Opening a martial arts school right across from someone else's is no different from direct provocation. Opening a martial arts school and recruiting students is competition. We've already embarrassed the Nanshan Martial Arts School multiple times. Do you think not stealing their students will spare us their resentment? Lin Shen countered. Alright, then I'll go see if there are any vacant places for rent later. Tao Yuyan quickly understood and nodded without hesitation. Lin Shen thought for a moment and then said, I'll introduce you to someone. His skills are quite good, and he can come to the martial arts school as a coach. Saying this, Lin Shen contacted Wei. In his view, Tao Yuyan was already his woman, so it was no trouble to help her out a bit more. Wei's skills were good enough to be a coach. Otherwise, relying solely on Tao Yuyan, it would be impossible to run the martial arts school. Okay. Tao Yuyan nodded. Lin Shen nodded in satisfaction, reaching out to embrace Tao Yuyan. I've helped you again today, so you must show your gratitude. Tao Yuyan's face involuntarily flushed. How could she not understand Lin Shen's meaning? Let's go to the room. No, right here. Xiao Shui, come over and help. Lin Shen waved to Li Shui, who was not far away. Li Shui quickly stepped back, her heart filled with anger. Brother-in-law, are you crazy? I don't want to do that kind of thing with other women. Li Shui was furious, gritting her teeth. At the same time, she felt wronged. As a young girl, after serving Lin Shen once yesterday, he still felt it wasn't enough, and now he wanted her to serve him with other women. It was simply perverse. That despicable man. Lin Shen smiled slightly. Are you disobedient so soon? You weren't like this in bed that day. If you don't want to, then let's break up. I'll tell your sister when we get back tonight. Ah! Li Shui panicked and quickly said, Don't. If my sister finds out, she'll definitely be heartbroken. Brother-in-law, I beg you, don't tell my sister about us. Then it depends on your performance. Lin Shen teased. Li Shui felt utterly wronged, and under Lin Shen's threat, she had no choice but to reluctantly walk over. Tao Yuyan watched this scene, her previous suspicions becoming even more certain. Soon, strange sounds echoed within the martial arts school. An hour later, Lin Shen and Li Shui walked out of the Tao family martial arts school, Lin Shen looking refreshed, while Li Shui wore a face full of grievance. They got into the car, and Li Shui held back her feelings of injustice. Brother-in-law, where are we going? To the 5S store. I want to buy a car. Otherwise, it would be too inconvenient to take a taxi every time I go out. Lin Shen said. He remembered that he still didn't have a vehicle. Previously, his status in the Li family was very low, and of course, they wouldn't provide a car for this useless son-in-law. Now that he had the ability, he naturally wanted to buy a car that matched his status. Do you have money? You can't be asking me for money, right? I'm already broke. Li Shui showed a wary expression. Lin Shen shot her an unhappy glance. Xiao Shui, you're really useless. You can't even afford a car that I want. How are you going to support me in the future? This nearly made Li Shui explode with rage. She forced a smile while suppressing her anger. Brother-in-law, I'm a girl. Shouldn't you be the one buying me a car? But I'm a live-in son-in-law. Lin Shan retorted confidently. Li Shui, Hurry up, ask your mom for some money. I want to buy a car, and it has to be at least $1 million, Lin Chen said. Li Shui clenched her fists, feeling like she was going crazy. Lin Chen was really pushing his luck. This man was indeed useless. Bullying her physically was one thing, but now he wanted to drain her wallet. I have no money, Li Shui protested angrily. Lin Chen shrugged. Since you have no money, I guess I'll just have to ask Jing Wan for it. Wait. Sister's company is having financial difficulties right now. She can't come up with the money. Brother-in-law, you're really useless. As my sister's man, not only do you not help, but you also drag her down. Li Shui gritted her teeth, furiously scolding Lin Chen. I'm a live-in son-in-law. Lin Chen repeated this phrase again. Just that one sentence left Li Shui speechless. She was going crazy inside. If she could take Lin Chen on, she would have rushed over to scratch his face. Seeing that Lin Chen was about to call Li Jingwan, Li Shui had no choice but to compromise. Wait a minute. I'll find a way to get some money. Li Shui gritted her teeth. She took out her phone and dialed a number. Lin Chen watched the scene with amusement. He loved seeing Li Shui helpless yet furious. Beep beep beep. A busy signal came through, and then the call connected, revealing a familiar voice. Xiao Shui. Xiao Rou, can you lend me some money? Li Shui said, her tone a bit aggrieved. That voice. It was Zhang Rou. Lin Chen immediately recognized it. Zhang Rou on the other end replied with a smile, of course, no problem. How much do you need? 300,000. Li Shui said helplessly. Ha? Zhang Rou was taken aback. Xiao Shui, why do you need so much money? Li Shui hesitated, but there was no way she could directly tell Zhang Rou the reason. Xiao Rou, please don't ask. I have something very important that I need the money for. Li Shui pleaded. Zhang Rou frowned slightly. I can lend you the money, but I need to see you first. Where are you now? Li Shui felt a bit flustered. If Zhang Rou found out she was borrowing money to buy a car for Lin Chen, she didn't know what she would think. But before Li Shui could speak, Zhang Rou firmly said, if you don't meet me, Xiao Shui, I won't lend you the money. Alright, I'm at. Li Shui had no choice but to give her location. After hanging up, Li Shui forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Brother-in-law, Xiao Rou is coming over soon, so you must say it's you who wants to buy the car. Zhang Rou? I know that girl too. Anyway, she's your good friend. It doesn't matter if you say it, right? I don't care about anything. Lin Chen laughed. Li Shui quickly stopped him. That won't do. She showed a pleading expression. Brother-in-law, I'm begging you. If Xiao Rou knows I'm borrowing money to buy you a car, she will definitely refuse. Lin Chen smiled. Alright. Before long, Zhang Rou had already driven over. After the three met, Zhang Rou immediately recognized Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, what are you doing here? Zhang Rou was a bit surprised. Her expression became somewhat complicated. Could it be? You two are on a date? Li Shui couldn't help but cover her face. Having her good friend know about this made Li Shui feel extremely embarrassed, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. That's right, it seems you know about my relationship with Xiao Shui, Xiao. This child is quite shy and hopes you can keep it a secret. Lin Chen said with a smile. Zhang Rou's expression stiffened a bit. She hadn't forgotten what her cousin Lu Mei had said last time, and her gaze towards Lin Chen immediately changed. This man turned out to be a playboy. He was clearly already married, yet had a relationship with his sister-in-law, and even her cousin Lu Mei seemed interested in him. What charm did he possess? Zhang Rou couldn't help but scrutinize Lin Chen from head to toe, but no matter how she looked, apart from being slightly better looking than average, he was otherwise utterly unremarkable. Are pretty boys really that popular these days? Xiao, don't ask too many questions. Just lend me 300,000, Li Shui stepped forward. Zhang Rou nodded, okay, but I want to go with you. Li Shui was almost in despair. Wouldn't that mean losing face in front of her good friend? Alright, she could only nod in agreement. Zhang Rou made a phone call to have the family servant bring the car back, then got into Li Shui's red sports car. With a roar of the engine, the sports car shot out like an arrow. Half an hour later, Li Shui drove to a 5S dealership. So Xiao Shui, you're buying a car? But don't you already have one? You're not buying it for Mr. Lin, are you? Zhang Rou guessed with a strange expression. Li Shui. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Yes, Xiao Shui insisted on buying it because I don't have a car. I've advised her several times, but it was no use. This child just can't stand to see me suffer a bit. She's really too good to me, Lin Chen said as he pulled Li Shui into his arms and directly kissed her cherry lips. Li Shui's eyes widened in an instant. Zhang Rou was right next to her. How could this guy kiss her? She wanted to struggle but found herself strangely weak all over, unable to resist Lin Chen's actions. In the back seat, Zhang Rou watched the two kiss directly, her face involuntarily flushing red. She quickly turned her head but soon couldn't help but look back out of curiosity. Watching Li Shui enjoy herself in Lin Chen's embrace, Zhang Ro was filled with curiosity. What charm did this man have that could make Xiaoshu so infatuated? After a while, Lin Chen finally let go of Li Shui, who was now completely flushed, especially seeing Zhang Ro's curious expression. Her heart sank even more. It's over, it's over. There's no way to clean this up now. The three quickly got out of the car and walked into the 5S dealership together. Lin Chen held Li Shui's hand. She struggled a bit but found she couldn't shake off his large hand, so she had to give up. A salesperson immediately walked up with a smile on her face. Sir, madam, which of you is looking to buy a car? It's me. Which is the best car you have here? Lin Chen asked directly. The salesperson's eyes lit up. This was a big client. She immediately led Lin Chen to the deepest part of the dealership. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Lin Chen? Hearing a somewhat familiar voice, Lin Chen turned around and saw a flamboyantly dressed young man over there. He let Li Shui and Zhang Ro look at cars while he walked over. Who are you? Lin Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. The person looked familiar but he couldn't recall. The young man smirked coldly. Young Master Lin really has a short memory. It's only been 2 years since high school graduation, and you've already forgotten my name? His tone was sarcastic. I heard your parents died in an accident, and your company went bankrupt, so you didn't even get into college. What a pity. You were the star of the class back in school. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, everything has changed, which is quite lamentable. Now that your family is bankrupt and you have no ability, I suppose you've had a pretty miserable 2 years, which is really quite pitiful. Listening to the young man's words, Lin Chen finally remembered the identity of the person in front of him. Yu Zion, so it's you. You still don't like to speak properly. I remember I taught you a lesson back then. It's only been 2 years, and you've already forgotten the pain after the scar healed? Lin Chen shot back directly. He was not someone who liked to be at a disadvantage. The person in front of him was his high school classmate. Back then, before his family faced a major change, he was a prominent figure in class, relying on his wealthy background, and many classmates flattered him. Yu Zion, seeing Lin Chen's glory, felt jealous and had deliberately made sarcastic remarks several times, only to be severely reprimanded by Lin Chen. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Yu Zion's expression instantly darkened. Lin Chen, don't bring up old scores. I remember very clearly how you bullied me back then. Back then, your family was rich, so you could act all high and mighty. Now that your family has gone bankrupt, what are you still so proud of? Yu Zion gritted his teeth. He puffed out his chest. You probably don't know, but I've already been accepted into Yunhai University, the best university in Yunhai. Once I graduate from Yunhai University, I can easily find a job with a monthly salary of tens of thousands. As for you, haha, I heard that when your parents' company went bankrupt, they owed a huge sum of money. You probably can't even afford to eat now. Yu Zion laughed mockingly, his gaze towards Lin Chen filled with sarcasm and ridicule. Ha! Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Yu Zion's show-off demeanor was truly laughable in his eyes. Yunhai University? It seems you're doing quite well, no wonder you dare to flaunt in front of me. Lin Chen scoffed. Yu Zion frowned. Lin Chen's indifferent reaction made him quite unhappy. He looked Lin Chen up and down and sneered. Lin Chen, what are you doing here today? You're not here to apply for a sales position, are you? This is a top-tier 5S store. Even the lowest sales position requires a college degree. Your skills aren't even enough to come here and clean the toilets. Lin Chen rolled his eyes at him. Who told you I came to apply? I'm here to buy a car. Buy a car? Ha ha ha. You, with a mountain of debt, can still afford a car? And from this 5S store? The cars here are even too expensive for me. What right do you have to say such things? You're making me laugh to death. Yu Ziong seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world and burst into laughter. Is that so? Then you might be disappointed. I really can afford it. Lin Chen's face showed a teasing expression. While speaking, he waved to Li Shui, who was not far away. What are you two doing over there? Come here quickly. Lin Chen shouted. Yu Ziong turned his head, and when he saw the two girls, Li Shui and Zhang Ro, his eyes lit up. What beautiful girls! Both Li Shui and Zhang Ro were stunning beauties. One was youthful and vibrant, while the other was graceful and quiet, presenting two different styles. At 17 or 18, they were at the age of blooming beauty, and with their exquisite looks and curvy figures, they could make any man stop in his tracks. Brother-in-law, who is he? Your classmate? Li Shui walked over, her tone somewhat puzzled. What? Hearing Li Shui's words, Yu Ziong was somewhat shocked. Lin Chen, you got married? Which woman is so blind as to marry you? Before Lin Chen could react, Li Shui exploded in anger. Four-eyed guy, how can you talk like that? My sister has great taste, it's not up to you to talk nonsense. Li Shui shot back immediately. Yu Ziang was taken aback and felt a bit angry. Am I wrong in what I said? Your sister actually likes someone like Lin Chen. She must be a 300-pound fat woman. Li Shui was furious and immediately pulled out a photo of Li Jingwan from her phone. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. Is my sister a 300-pound fat woman? Li Shui shouted in anger. Yu Ziang took a closer look, and his eyes widened instantly. The woman in the phone was undoubtedly an intellectual beauty, her stunning looks rivaling those of the girl in front of him. She lacked a bit of youthful innocence but gained a touch of maturity. Her dignified and capable aura made her appear even more outstanding, to the point where Yu Ziang couldn't take his eyes off her. Impossible. How could a beauty of this level be Lin Chen's wife? Yu Ziang denied. Li Shui snorted lightly, choosing not to speak again. Seeing this, Yu Ziang burst into laughter. See, I told you they must be lying to me. How could someone like Lin Chen possibly attract a beauty? It's just hilarious. Lin Chen couldn't help but shake his head, unable to suppress his laughter. Why is it impossible? Even if I'm down on my luck, I'm still different from you. Fine, I'll show you the evidence. With that, Lin Chen took out his phone and pulled up his wedding photo with Li Jingwan. Upon seeing the wedding photo, Yu Ziang was instantly dumbfounded. How is this possible? Fake, it must be fake. Lin Chen, you actually used such photo editing tricks. Yu Ziang exclaimed. Lin Chen scoffed and waved his hand. Forget it, if you don't believe me, I can't be bothered to explain. Xiao Shui, Xiao Rou, let's go. Lin Chen directly reached out and wrapped his arm around Li Shui's shoulders. This action made Yu Ziang's eyes widen in shock, and he immediately scolded, Lin Chen, what are you doing? Take your hands off. You actually have the audacity to take advantage of someone else's girl. Lin Chen shot him a glare. What are you barking about? She's my girlfriend, why can't I hug her? What? Yu Ziang was taken aback, then burst out laughing. But the next moment, Lin Chen lowered his head and directly kissed Li Shui on the cheek. Li Shui stood quietly, showing no sign of opposition. Brother-in-law, don't make my face all wet with saliva, Li Shui said helplessly. Yu Ziang. This is impossible. Yu Ziang's eyes nearly popped out. Such a beautiful top-tier beauty was actually Lin Chen's girlfriend. Wait, why does she call you brother-in-law? Lin Chen replied matter-of-factly, because she's my wife's sister, of course she calls me brother-in-law. You actually got involved with your sister-in-law? Yu Ziang's eyes widened in disbelief. Why not? As long as both parties are willing, it's fine. You look so shocked, it's clear you've never seen the world. Don't you know what it means to have both sisters? Lin Chen looked at him with a teasing expression. Yu Ziang clutched his heart and took several steps back, his face filled with shock and disbelief. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How could this waste of Lin Chen possibly win the favor of such a pair of top-tier sisters? I must be seeing things. Yu Ziang muttered to himself, his expression frozen in shock. Watching Yu Ziang fall into a daze from the blow, Lin Chen felt bored. Really, so fragile, can't handle it so quickly. Lin Chen said dismissively, then left with Li Shui and Jiang Rou. The three of them, led by the salesperson, arrived in front of a luxury car at the deepest part of the showroom. It was a striking sky-blue Lamborghini, its streamlined body shining brilliantly under the lights, radiating a bright glow. What a beautiful car! Jiang Rou's eyes lit up. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it's quite nice. I'll take this car. Xiao Shui, pay for it. Li Shui had a constipated expression as she walked over to check the price, nearly having a heart attack. 4 million? The salesperson smiled and approached. Miss, this car is the new model just released by Lamborghini, and the on-the-road price is only 4 million. You only need to pay a 30% down payment to take it home. Our 5S store will handle everything else. You just need to come by tomorrow to drive it away. Li Shui nearly jumped up. No way, this is too expensive. 4 million clearly exceeded Li Shui's expectations. Brother-in-law, let's look at another car. Li Shui looked at Lin Chen with pleading eyes. Lin Chen glanced at her and said, No, I want this one, you buy it for me. Li Shui suppressed her anger and coaxed, Brother-in-law, this car is too expensive, the down payment is 30%, which is 120,000. Where would anyone have that much money? I don't care, you figure it out. Lin Chen spread his hands, looking helpless. Seeing this, Li Shui gritted her teeth in frustration, wishing she could stab Lin Chen to death right then and there. Jiang Rou, watching this scene, looked even more perplexed. Why did Xiaoshui seem so humble in this relationship, while Lin Chen bullied her like this? Mr. Lin, how can you make Xiaoshui buy such an expensive car? This is completely beyond her means. Jiang Rou couldn't help but speak up. Lin Chen was unapologetic. Xiao, this has nothing to do with you, go play somewhere else. This made Jiang Rou a bit angry. Mr. Lin, that's a bit excessive. I'm Xiaoshue's good friend, I can't just watch her be bullied by you. She looked adorably furious, and although she was angry, her demeanor remained as graceful as a lady. Lin Chen secretly laughed and said to Li Shui, Xiaoshue, hurry up and think of a way, I must buy this car today. If you don't buy it, I'll call Jingwan. At that point, just let Jingwan sell the company, it's worth over 10 million, selling it would easily cover this car. Li Shui nearly exploded upon hearing this. Brother-in-law, how can you do this? Then hurry up and think of a way, or I'll call your sister right now. Lin Chen had a tough attitude. He was deliberately making things difficult for Li Shui, otherwise, how could he feel at ease? Li Shui showed a look of grievance and helplessness, almost on the verge of tears. The salesperson, unable to watch any longer, said, Sir, your behavior is a bit excessive. If I buy this car, you can get a nice commission, don't you want that money? Lin Chen replied. The salesperson. One sentence left the salesperson speechless. Between conscience and money, the salesperson ultimately chose money. Zhang Ro couldn't stand it any longer. Feeling furious, Xiaoshue, let's go, don't mind him. No way. Li Shui shook her head in refusal, showing a pleading expression. Xiaoro, can you lend me 120,000? Xiaoshue, are you crazy? That's 120,000. You can't spoil him like this. Zhang Ro couldn't believe it. Why was Li Shui being bullied by Lin Chen without resisting? What was the reason? In her mind, Li Shui was not the kind of person to be easily pushed around. Please, Xiaoro, help me just this once. Li Shui pleaded. Sigh. Zhang Ro sighed inwardly and then took out a bank card. Alright, I'll help you this once, but we need to talk later. Li Shui was overjoyed. Thank you. Zhang Ro took out a black bank card. Swipe it. The salesperson was thrilled and quickly began processing the paperwork. Under the allure of money, the entire car buying process was very simple. All the documents were quickly prepared for Lin Chen, and he just needed to sign them. Sir, everything is taken care of. We'll handle the car's paperwork for you. Just leave an address, and we'll deliver the car to you tomorrow, the salesperson said excitedly. Okay. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, leaving the address of the villa. He bought the sports car outright, a brilliant smile on his face. Meanwhile, Li Shui looked like a wilted eggplant. 4 million, a full 4 million. With a down payment of 120,000, she would have to pay back thousands in loans every month, but the car would be in Lin Chen's name. Li Shui was almost in despair. Such a large sum of money was simply an unbearable weight for her. Looking at Lin Chen's smiling face beside her, an impulse to perish together with him surged in her heart. This useless man is simply bullying me. I can't let him control me like this. Li Shui gritted her teeth, her anger erupting like a volcano. The three of them left the 5S store and got into a car to leave. At this moment, Zhang Ro said, Mr. Lin, now that the car has been bought, you can go back first. I want to have some fun with Xiaoshui. Alright, have fun. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. He looked deeply at Zhang Ro for a moment, then took a taxi and left. If nothing unexpected happened, Zhang Ro would definitely stir up trouble, but he didn't care. As long as he had a hold on Li Shui, she would be in his grasp. Even if Li Shui was really persuaded by Zhang Ro to play some tricks, with his strength, he could easily suppress her. Seeing Lin Chen leave, Zhang Ro couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. For some reason, standing next to Lin Chen always made her feel an inexplicable pressure. He seemed to possess a certain aura that instinctively made her fearful. Clearly, he was just a pretty boy living off women, yet he could give her such a feeling, which left Zhang Ro puzzled. Xiaoshui, let's go. We need to find a place to talk. Zhang Ro said seriously, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Li Shui shrank her neck. She wanted to escape, but looking at Zhang Ro's serious expression, she had to give up the idea. The two had been best friends for several years, and she knew very well that once Zhang Ro showed such a serious expression, she would become very terrifying. Alright. Li Shui nodded obediently. This time, Zhang Ro drove, taking Li Shui to a cafe where they reserved a private room. Inside the room, it was just the two of them, and the waiter quickly brought over 2 cups of coffee. Zhang Ro took a light sip and then looked at Li Shui. Xiaoshui, does Mr. Lin have any hold over you? Zhang Ro hit the nail on the head. Li Shui was taken aback and quickly waved her hand. How is that possible? Xiao Ro, you must be mistaken. Don't lie to me. I can see it. You actually don't like Mr. Lin, do you? We've known each other since middle school, and I know your personality very well. You wouldn't like a man like Mr. Lin. You don't like him at all. If a woman likes a man, her demeanor wouldn't be like yours. As she said this, Zhang Ro couldn't help but think of her cousin Lu Mei. Lu Mei truly had the expression of someone who liked a man. Thinking of this, Zhang Ro felt a bit of a headache. Her best friend and her cousin were actually involved with the same man, and that man was a useless pretty boy, which was truly frustrating. Zhang Rou couldn't help but sigh. Li Shue's expression stiffened, and then she burst into tears. Woo woo! She could no longer hold back and directly threw herself into Zhang Rou's arms, crying loudly. Seeing this, Zhang Rou couldn't help but show anger on her face. Did Mr. Lin really threaten you? She felt heartache, comforting the sobbing Li Shue. Li Shue cried very sadly, as if she wanted to cry out all the grievances she had suffered from Lin Chen in the past few days. After a long while, she slowly calmed down, and Zhang Rou couldn't help but say, Xiao Shui, tell me what hold he has over you? I will help you. Li Shui hesitated, opening her mouth but then shaking her head. Xiao Rou, brother-in-law didn't have any hold over me. This made Zhang Rou's expression helpless. Xiao Shui, we are good friends, yet you won't even tell me the truth. What exactly does he have on you that makes you unwilling to speak the truth? Li Shui almost cried again. She stammered, her expression becoming extremely complicated. Xiao, I can tell you, but will you promise not to hate me once I do? Li Shui looked at Zhang Rou with hopeful eyes. Zhang Rou was taken aback. What? What does that mean? Isn't this matter Mr. Lin's fault? She was very clever and had keenly sensed the problem from Li Shue's words. Li Shue's expression became awkward. She bit her lip and then revealed everything. I'm sorry, Xiao, I'm not a good girl, actually, this whole thing is my fault. I don't like Lin Chen at all, I even hate him, I've always hated him. My sister is so outstanding, yet she married a useless person like Lin Chen, so I wanted to drive him away. That day, Mom came to find me, and then, Li Shue described the events. What? Upon hearing Li Shue's words, Zhang Rou's expression was one of shock. She could hardly believe what she had just heard. You actually used this method to get rid of Mr. Lin? Do you know what would happen if this actually succeeded? Zhang Rou's face was complicated. Li Shue was at a loss for words and started crying again. I'm sorry, I was too stupid at the time, so I agreed to Mom's suggestion. I didn't consider the consequences at all, I just wanted to drive Lin Chen away. Zhang Rou sighed, even if you want Mr. Lin to divorce your sister, you can't use such a method. This method is simply too foolish, it's like killing 1,000 enemies while harming yourself 800. Not only will you get hurt, but even if your sister really misunderstands Mr. Lin and divorces him, she will be heartbroken because her man hurt her sister. Li Shui. She was completely stunned. Listening to Zhang Rou's analysis, Li Shui finally understood how foolish her actions had been. Woo woo! Li Shui cried heartbreakingly, regretting to the utmost at that moment. Zhang Rou felt both pity and anger, but seeing Li Shui cry so sadly, she ultimately comforted her. Xiao Shui, I think you need to explain this matter clearly to Mr. Lin. Although he is a kept man, he is still your brother-in-law. If you continue like this, you won't be able to hide it forever. Zhang Rou said. Li Shui hesitated. How can that be? If the truth comes out, he will definitely tell my sister. By then, my image in my sister's heart will be completely ruined. She will definitely hate me. Zhang Rou helplessly said, but dragging this out isn't a solution either. Why not leave this matter to me? I will talk to Mr. Lin. As long as we negotiate the terms well, there will be a peaceful solution to this matter. Li Shui raised her head. Really? Leave it to me. Zhang Rou spoke confidently. Li Shui was immensely grateful. Xiao, thank you, you are truly my best friend for life. Zhang Rou playfully slapped Li Shui on the backside. From now on, you are not allowed to do such foolish things again. If there is a next time, I won't care about you anymore. Li Shui nodded like a chick pecking at rice. After discussing, Zhang Rou then dialed Lin Chen's number. Mr. Lin, I want to talk to you. Half an hour later, Lin Chen arrived at the cafe. As soon as he pushed open the private room door, he saw Zhang Rou and Li Shui inside. Li Shui's eyes were red, with a hint of tears at the corners, clearly having just cried. Seeing this, Lin Chen immediately understood. It seemed Li Shui had told Zhang Rou about their situation, and Zhang Rou had come to him today probably to resolve this matter. He chuckled inwardly and walked over to sit in the chair opposite the two girls. Go ahead. What do you want to talk about? Lin Chen got straight to the point. If I'm not mistaken, it's about Xiao Shui, right? Li Shui couldn't help but shrink her neck a little. She didn't dare to look into Lin Chen's eyes. Zhang Rou sat beside her, her expression serious as she said, That's right, I'm here because of Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui has already told me everything, Mr. Lin. In fact, Xiao Shui doesn't like you at all, everything before was a misunderstanding. Oh? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, still smiling. I know. What? At this, both Zhang Rou and Li Shui were momentarily stunned. You know? Li Shui was taken aback. Is that strange? Our relationship has always been terrible. From the very beginning, you looked down on me and mocked me constantly. But that night, you suddenly climbed into my bed, and your attitude did a complete 180, saying you like me. In that situation, as long as I'm not an idiot, I can see that you're deceiving me, Lin Chen scoffed. Li Shue's expression instantly stiffened. She could hardly believe her ears, her tone filled with shock. Since you know I don't like you at all, why did you deliberately go along with what I said? Of course, it's to play with you, otherwise, what do you think it was for? If I'm not mistaken, that night you definitely played a trick on me, thinking I didn't know you had people lying in wait outside? You deliberately climbed into my bed to frame me, you specially arranged for someone to catch us in the act, aiming to ruin my reputation. Do you think I can't see through that? Lin Chen's tone was icy. He laid everything bare. Since Jiang Rou had already exposed the situation, continuing to play along was pointless. It was time to move this game into the next phase. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Li Shue was nearly dumbfounded. You actually knew from the beginning. How is that possible? Li Shue was utterly shocked. Don't think I'm that stupid. The facts prove that you are the real fool. Lin Chen mocked wildly. Li Shue was both shocked and angry. You knew from the start, so everything you've done to me these days was just to play with me on purpose. Yes, I was deliberately playing with you. You set a trap for me to ruin my reputation, so why can't I play with you? Allowing you to do despicable things, does that mean I can't fight back? Lin Chen's single sentence left Li Shue speechless. Li Shue stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. She looked at Jiang Rou with a face full of grievance. Jiang Rou felt helpless. Things were more complicated than she had anticipated. Lin Chen had seen through Li Shue's scheme from the very beginning, completely toying with her these days. The car purchase earlier was probably also intentional, just to make Li Shue bear 4 million in debt. Not only that, Lin Chen understood Li Shue very well. He knew her weakness was her sister, Li Jingwan, and had been using that to control her. To see through the scheme from the start and to manipulate Li Shue so easily, was this really the wasteful son-in-law Li Shue spoke of? With this thought, Jiang Rou became much more serious. She immediately understood that the upcoming conversation would likely not be so easy. Jiang Rou took a deep breath and said earnestly, Mr. Lin, first of all, I apologize on behalf of Xiao Shui. I don't expect you to forgive her mistakes, as she indeed did wrong in this matter. I just hope to resolve this issue, and for that, Mr. Lin can propose his own conditions. Lin Chen stroked his chin, looking deeply at Jiang Rou, a smile on his face. Compared to Xiao Shui, you're much smarter. That girl is just a clueless idiot. Lin Chen chuckled. Li Shui. She couldn't help but cover her face. She found no way to refute Lin Chen's words at all. So you want me to let Xiao Shui go and resolve the conflict from now on? Lin Chen spread his hands. Jiang Rou nodded. That's right. Please state your conditions, Mr. Lin. Lin Chen smiled playfully and then said, 100 million. What? Jiang Rou's expression stiffened slightly, doubting whether her ears were malfunctioning. 100 million RMB? No, I mean 100 million US dollars. Lin Chen said, give me 100 million US dollars, and this matter will be settled. This statement left Li Shui and Jiang Rou stunned. Li Shui almost jumped out of her chair, furious. Lin Chen, are you crazy? You actually want 100 million US dollars. Where would I get that much money? Then I can't help you. I've already stated my condition, it's this number. Either give me 100 million US dollars, and we will clear our grievances. Or you continue to be my girlfriend and let me play with you as I please. Lin Chen was unapologetic. Li Shue's face turned crimson with anger, and she gritted her teeth. Lin Chen, you pervert. I won't let you play anymore. Lin Chen laughed. Then I'll go tell your sister, and explain the whole situation to her. Can you imagine what expression your sister would have if she knew about this? Suddenly, Li Shue's expression changed. Her anger vanished completely, replaced by fear and pleading. Don't tell my sister. If she finds out, she will be very disappointed in me. Li Shue pleaded. Lin Chen sighed. Alas, Xiao Shui, I'm also very disappointed in you. I believe I haven't done anything wrong to you. Since I married your sister, you've never given me a good face, often insulting and cursing me, calling me useless. I admit my abilities are indeed lacking, but if you were cursed as useless every day, what would you think? Li Shui fell silent, and even Jiang Rou beside her couldn't help but go quiet. Alas! Jiang Rou sighed inwardly, feeling a bit of blame towards her good friend. Xiao Shui, you really did something foolish this time. Woo woo. I'm sorry. Tears streamed down Li Shue's face. Lin Chen's smile returned. No need to apologize to me. Even if you cry, it won't change anything. My conditions haven't changed at all. I've given you 3 choices. You can pick any one. You only have today to consider. If you don't give me a response by tomorrow, I'll assume you choose the 3rd option. After saying this, Lin Chen stood up and left directly. Wait a moment, Mr. Lin. Jiang Rou wanted to say something, but Lin Chen ignored her completely. His figure quickly disappeared from the sight of the two women, leaving only Li Shui and Jiang Rou in the private room. Li Shui cried like a flower in the rain. "Xiao Rou, what should I do?" "Alas!" Jiang Rou looked helpless. "What can I do? He clearly isn't planning to forgive you. You really can only choose one of those three options." Li Shui burst into tears. On the other side, after leaving the cafe, Lin Chen went straight back to the villa. He didn't care much about Li Shui's situation, he didn't think she could escape his grasp, and he had no intention of forgiving her. If apologies were useful, what would the police be for? The real mastermind behind the night was my good mother-in-law, she is the true culprit. In comparison, Li Shui is just a tool. Lin Chen squinted, thinking about how to deal with Guan Menu. If Li Shui was merely dissatisfied with him as her brother-in-law due to her sister complex, and her nature wasn't entirely bad, then Guan Menu truly looked down on him. This woman had a very sinister heart. Guan Menu is truly the kind of person who looks down on others, and this is fully demonstrated by the matter with Shin Jie. The Shin family is powerful, and she wishes nothing more than to marry Jingwan off to Shin Jie, even though Shin Jie is not a good person. This way, she can climb up the Shin family's branches. In the past, I had no abilities, so she looked down on me and never regarded me as a person. Such a woman is utterly disgusting. In her eyes, even Li Dingwan is merely a tool for climbing the social ladder. As Lin Chen spoke these words, there was a strong chill in his gaze. There was no doubt that Guan Mengyu had to be punished, but he currently had no good ideas on how to deal with this woman. If I were to go directly to her and kill her, it would be very simple for me, but sending her off like that would be too easy on her. To truly make someone feel pain, it's better to start from the heart. Guan Mengyu is not just vain and seeking power, so I will approach her from that angle. A smile involuntarily crept onto Lin Chen's lips. Just then, a sound suddenly came from outside. Someone rang the doorbell of the villa. Lin Chen walked out to see a black business van parked outside, and several men in black suits were getting out. "What do you want?" Lin Chen stepped forward. The leading man in black looked at Lin Chen. "You are Lin Chen? Our boss wants to see you, come with us." "Oh?" Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. "Your boss is from the Shin family, right?" Although it was a guess, Lin Chen's tone was very certain, as the Shin family was the most powerful among those he had offended. The man in black did not nod. "You'll know when you meet our boss." "Ha!" Lin Chen couldn't help but sneer. "What are you guys? Why should I go with you? You don't have the strength to refuse," the man in black said coldly. In the next moment, he snapped his fingers, and the other men in black instantly drew crossbows, aiming them at Lin Chen. "I know you have good skills, but can you escape from 4 crossbows?" the man in black mocked. "Interesting." Lin Chen sneered inwardly. He naturally didn't care about 4 crossbows. His current strength was at the mid-stage of the innate realm, already possessing power beyond that of ordinary people. Although it couldn't compare to the peak of his previous life, he still didn't care about 4 crossbows. "Fine, I'll go with you." Lin Chen did not refuse. Since they had come to invite him, he had no reason to decline. He wanted to see who from the Shin family wanted to deal with him. Those who know how to adapt are the true talents, the man in black said. Following them, he got into the black business van, which quickly drove away. They traveled through most of Yunhai, and the black business van finally stopped at a high-end tea house. The door opened, and Lin Chen stepped down under the watch of several men in black. "Let's go," the man in black said. Lin Chen's expression was calm as he casually followed behind the man in black. Under their guidance, Lin Chen arrived at the deepest part of the tea house. The environment of this tea house was quite nice, with an overall retro and elegant decor, and a faint scent of sandalwood in the air. Those who could enter such a high-end tea house were certainly either rich or noble. Lin Chen glanced around casually before retracting his gaze. When the man in black stopped, a private room appeared before him. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the private room was knocked on, and a steady and powerful male voice soon came from inside. "Come in." With a creak, the door opened, revealing a middle-aged man around 40 years old inside. The middle-aged man bore some resemblance to Shin Shangshan, and upon closer inspection, aside from this man, there was also an old acquaintance sitting in a wheelchair beside him, none other than Shin Jie. Lin Chen. Upon seeing Lin Chen appear, Shin Jie immediately revealed a look of anger and hatred. His eyes were fixed on Lin Chen, as if he wished he could swallow him alive. Lin Chen smiled slightly. "Isn't this young Master Shin? Why do you look so miserable?" "Tisk tsk, looking at you, it seems all your limbs are broken. You'll probably be a useless person for the rest of your life. How pitiful." Lin Chen filled his words with mockery and sarcasm. Faced with such ridicule, Shin Jie could no longer hold back. "Lin Chen, you still dare to be so arrogant here? Today, I will make sure you have no place to be buried." "Ha ha ha." Lin Chen laughed out loud, as if he had heard a funny joke. With you? You're not even qualified. Shin Jie was furious. Lin Chen, you are too arrogant. He looked at the middle-aged man beside him. Second uncle, this is Lin Chen. A few days ago, he was the one who broke my hands and feet. Today, I must take revenge on him. I want him to wish he were dead. Shin Jie's face was twisted with rage, his hatred reaching its peak. Shin Wei frowned slightly, dissatisfied with Shin Jie's loss of composure. Jie, your emotions are a bit too intense, Shin Wei said disapprovingly. Shin Jie took a deep breath to suppress his anger. Sorry, second uncle. Shin Wei patted Shin Jie on the shoulder. Don't worry, second uncle will help you take revenge today. He turned his gaze to Lin Chen, sizing him up. Lin Chen, Jie is right, you are indeed a bit too arrogant. You dare to mock Jie like this on my territory? Don't you fear that I will take action against you? Lin Chen appeared relaxed as he walked forward, sitting down opposite Shin Wei, then picked up the teapot on the table to pour himself a cup of tea. After taking a sip, Lin Chen said lightly, I've already said, you're not qualified. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire private room fell silent. What a lack of qualification. Young people really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. I'm really curious where your confidence comes from. I've checked all your information, you're just a son-in-law of the Li family, and the Li family is merely a second-rate family in Yunhai, not even worth mentioning in front of my Shin family. Is your reliance on your strength? Don't be ridiculous. What use is a martial artist in this day and age? Shin Wei scoffed. Snap. He snapped his fingers, and immediately several people walked in from behind the screen and outside the private room. 7 or 8 bodyguards in black surrounded Lin Chen, each holding a pitch-black hand crossbow. All the crossbows were aimed at Lin Chen, the sharp bolts glinting coldly in the sunlight, seemingly carrying the breath of death. Ha ha ha, Shin Jie laughed out loud. Lin Chen, let's see how you escape this time. Aren't you good at fighting? Let's see you try again. I want to see if you can still be arrogant under the threat of 8 crossbows. If you dare to move, they will turn you into a sieve right here. Shin Jie was smug, his gaze towards Lin Chen filled with mockery. Shin Wei also wore a smile. However, when the uncle and nephew looked over, they saw Lin Chen's expression remained calm and indifferent. He even had a hint of a smile on his face. Lin Chen, what are you laughing at? Shin Jie shouted angrily, you're already surrounded and have nowhere to escape, yet you still dare to laugh in front of me. Today, I will definitely torture you severely. The pain you inflicted on me, I will make you repay 100-fold. Lin Chen chuckled, as if he hadn't noticed the crossbows surrounding him at all. You think these things can make me submit? I thought you could bring out a few handguns, but it turns out it's just a few crossbows. You really disappoint me. It seems your Shin family's power is nothing more than this. Lin Chen mocked and ridiculed. Shin Wei's expression instantly turned cold. What a mere nothing. Although the power of a hand crossbow is not comparable to that of a handgun, it is enough to deal with you. At this point, you're still being glib. It seems I have to teach you a lesson. Come here, break one of his legs. As soon as Shin Wei finished speaking, a bodyguard in black immediately stepped forward with a baseball bat in hand. He raised the bat high and then swung it down hard towards Lin Chen's right leg. The force was tremendous. If it hit, an ordinary person's leg would be broken on the spot. In that critical moment, Lin Chen acted. He lunged forward with incredible speed, leaping over the entire table in the blink of an eye to stand before Shin Wei and his nephew Shin Jie. The two of them hadn't even reacted when Lin Chen first slapped Shin Jie across the face, then pressed down on Shin Wei's shoulder. Crack! The sound of a bone breaking echoed as Shin Wei's right hand was instantly twisted off. Ah! Shin Wei couldn't help but let out a scream. Boss! Boss! The surrounding bodyguards in black were utterly shocked, unable to believe their eyes. Impossible! Shin Wei was equally horrified. But it wasn't over yet. Lin Chen smiled slightly and lunged forward again. Fast! His speed was so extreme, like a gust of wind or a tiger descending the mountain, that all the black-clad bodyguards were sent sprawling. Shoot him, everyone shoot him dead! Shin Wei ordered. Whoosh! 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 The other bodyguards immediately aimed their crossbows at Lin Chen, but they found his speed too fast to target. They could only pull the trigger based on instinct. The bolts shot out instantly, missing their mark. Bang! 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 The sound of fists hitting flesh rang out, and by the time Lin Chen stopped, there was not a single person left standing in the private room. Ouch, my hand. Ah, my leg is broken. All 8 black-clad bodyguards lay on the ground, wailing in pain, their expressions of agony clear for anyone to see. Impossible. Shin Jie looked at this scene, his face marked with a slap, filled with shock. Shin Wei was equally horrified, staring at Lin Chen with disbelief. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something. It's you! You killed my brother. Shin Wei realized instantly. Lin Chen chuckled mockingly. Don't talk nonsense. What does your brother's death have to do with me? Who else could it be? You have enough strength to kill my brother, and you have a grudge, so it must be you. As for Wei, he must have been framed by you. Shin Wei was furious. Lin Chen sneered, it seems you're not particularly stupid. I always do things simply and directly. If I can solve a problem with the simplest means, I won't complicate it. So I killed Shin Xiangchen directly. I thought your Shin family wouldn't pursue the matter further, but I didn't expect you to come looking for trouble. Lin Chen laughed coldly, then walked toward Shin Wei. Shin Wei was horrified, cold sweat pouring down. He wasn't a fool, he understood Lin Chen's meaning all too well. Wait, you can't kill me, you've already killed my brother. If you kill me again, others will know it was you, and the old man will definitely spare you. Shin Wei was filled with anger and fear. He. Lin Chen coldly laughed, his gaze icy and mocking as he looked at Shin Wei. Don't worry, you won't be lonely on the road to the underworld. Besides you, I will send the rest of your Shin family down to accompany you. Upon hearing this, Shin Wei's eyes widened in shock. His gaze was filled with disbelief. Madman, you are simply a madman. To act by directly killing people, and even wanting to wipe out an entire family, what kind of lawless person exists in modern society like this? The Shin family is not some insignificant group, but Lin Chen in front of him is someone who acts without restraint, a person he has never encountered before. Lin Chen, wait. Shin Wei wanted to say something more, but before he could finish, Lin Chen's hand had already tightened around his neck. Crack! The sound of a bone breaking echoed, and Shin Wei's neck was directly snapped by Lin Chen. Even in death, his face retained the expression of his life, his eyes filled with regret and anger. Second uncle. Shin Jia watched in horror as this scene unfolded, his body trembling uncontrollably. Fear, panic, terror. He looked at Lin Chen with shock, never expecting the other party's audacity and strength to reach such a level. Having broken his limbs, killed his parents, and now murdered his second uncle Shin Wei, he was now going to destroy the entire Shin family. Lin Chen, how dare you? Shin Jia shouted in rage, as if he had gone mad. Lin Chen turned his cold gaze and walked directly in front of Shin Jia. Crack! Another sound of a bone breaking rang out, and Shin Jia's body fell to the ground with a thud, dead on the spot. You, a dying person, have so much to say. Lin Chen's voice was chillingly cold. He then glanced at the other black-clad bodyguards in the private room and killed them all. In the large private room, there was no one alive besides him. Corpses lay scattered on the ground. If outsiders were to see this scene, they would be utterly shocked. Lin Chen formed a hand seal, and true energy surged forth, transforming into flames that shot from his hands. Boom! 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 The magical flames ignited everything in the private room and the bodies on the ground, and in just a moment, a fierce fire had erupted. Thick smoke billowed out, quickly attracting the attention of others in the tea house. Fire! There's a fire in the private room, quick, put it out! Panic-stricken voices rang out in the tea house, and many waiters and customers rushed to escape. In no time, the raging fire had consumed the entire tea house. In a corner, Lin Chen witnessed everything without a care, and after arriving at the parking lot, he drove away in Shin Wei's car. Rumble! The engine roared, and the car quickly sped away like an arrow, ultimately disappearing at the end of the street. Soon after, fire trucks arrived to extinguish the flames, and by the time the fire was put out, the entire tea house had been reduced to ruins. Firefighters entered the wreckage of the tea house and, after searching, found 10 corpses in the private room. When the fire chief saw that all 10 bodies were in one private room, his expression changed. Check these bodies immediately, the fire chief ordered. A firefighter approached, and with a casual glance, he discovered that the neck bones of the corpses were completely broken, not just one, but all 10 were the same. Chief, these people were all murdered, their necks were all snapped. The man reported. The fire chief's face changed dramatically. Murdered? Then this is not a fire accident but a case of arson after a murder. Notify the police immediately. The police arrived quickly, verifying the identities of the deceased, and when they discovered that 2 of the 10 dead were members of the Shin family, they understood the severity of the situation and immediately called the Shin family. The Shin family received the news, and the entire clan was in shock. What? The second son has been killed? The Shin family was shaken. As night fell, Lin Chen took advantage of the darkness to go out, driving to the villa where the Shin family was located. Creak! Accompanied by the piercing sound of brakes, Lin Chen parked the car about 200 meters from the villa. He then got out of the car, and not far away, a villa loomed in the darkness. Although it was already midnight, the villa was still brightly lit. A night of murder under a dark moon and high winds. A faint smile curved at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. Shin Xiangchen, Shin Jia, and Shin Wei, the 3 core figures of the Shin family, had all died at his hands, and he did not believe the Shin family would let it go easily. If the Shin family traced it back to him, it would surely bring him trouble. What is the best way to solve trouble? It is to eliminate the troublemakers in advance. As long as he wiped out the Shin family, the matters concerning Shin Shangchen and the others would naturally become unsolved cases, and no matter how others investigated, they would never trace it back to him. Don't blame me for being ruthless, blame your Shin family for not managing your own kin, raising an idiot like Shin Jie. Lin Chen sneered. Snap. He casually snapped his fingers, and the invisibility spell was instantly released, enveloping him completely. Lin Chen walked directly towards the Shin family villa, glancing at the time, it was exactly midnight. His speed was swift, and he entered the Shin family villa almost silently. He ignored the patrolling bodyguards inside the villa, casually grabbed one person to inquire about where the important figures of the Shin family resided, and then Lin Chen began his slaughter for the night. He was as agile as a monkey. The seemingly secure Shin family villa was like an unguarded realm before him. He easily infiltrated a villa and then crept up to a room on the second floor. A middle-aged woman was sound asleep on the bed, completely unaware that death had quietly arrived. Put! Lin Chen drew a sharp dagger and gently sliced across the woman's neck, severing her trachea and carotid artery, causing a torrent of blood to gush forth. After finishing this, Lin Chen left directly, completely ignoring the woman who was clutching her neck and struggling in pain on the bed. He repeated the process, moving like a ghost in and out of various villas within the Shin family estate. The patrolling bodyguards outside still had no idea that their employer had already been dealt with. Half an hour later, Lin Chen walked out of the Shin family villa. He got into his car and quickly left, his figure ultimately disappearing into the depths of the night. The next day, inside the Shin family villa, the maids had prepared breakfast early but noticed something strange. Normally, at this time, the Shin family members would already be up, but today there was no sign of activity. It seems the old master hasn't gotten up yet. Maybe we should go check, in case something happened, one maid suggested. After saying this, she went to knock on the old master's door. Knock! 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 The door was knocked on, but no sound came from inside. Old master! Old master? The maid's voice carried a hint of confusion. Other maids gathered around, exchanging glances filled with deep suspicion. One maid couldn't help but say, "Could something have happened? I think we should force our way in and take a look." Her words alerted the others, and after some discussion, they decided to break the door down and see. Bang! They forcibly broke the door open, and upon looking inside, they saw the scene in the room. The old master of the Shin family had long since died, a large pool of blood flowing from his neck, staining the bed and the floor. The blood had even begun to dry, and the old master's face was pale, twisted in pain, his eyes devoid of any light. Ah! Several maids couldn't help but scream in terror. The old master is dead, hurry and notify the others. The maids were utterly shocked, hardly believing their eyes. Someone immediately went to inform the other members of the Shin family, but when they arrived, they discovered that the dead were not just the old master. Dead, everyone is dead. The maids and bodyguards of the Shin family were all in shock. In a single night, without alarming any bodyguards, everyone in the Shin family was unexpectedly killed. It's over, the Shin family is finished. At a certain villa, Lin Chen finished a night of cultivation and got out of bed. After washing up, he went to the living room and found that Li Jingwan had not yet gone to work. Jingwan, isn't there anything going on at your company today? Lin Chen asked, somewhat surprised. Li Jingwan was a workaholic, usually getting up very early and not returning home until dark. Upon closer inspection, Li Jingwan's complexion seemed off, her expression appeared somewhat lost and dejected. I've been fired, the family has taken back the company, and I have nothing to do for now, Li Jingwan said, her tone a bit forlorn. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback but quickly understood that it was likely due to the Shin family's situation that the Li family was cautious, so they simply took back the company to avoid greater losses from Li Jingwan's troubles. Ha! Those people in the Li family are truly heartless. He knew very well that Li Jingwan was highly capable, and under her leadership, the Li family's company had been thriving in recent years. A few years ago, the Li family was on the brink of bankruptcy. If it weren't for Li Jingwan's efforts, they would probably be picking up trash on the streets by now. Li Jingwan had worked hard to bring the company back on track, and now, because of the Shin family's issues, those people in the Li family were burning bridges, which was truly disgraceful. Seeing Li Jingwan's lost and somewhat doubtful expression, Lin Chen felt a pang of sympathy. Although their relationship had never been very good, he had long regarded Li Jingwan as his woman. Now that his woman was in trouble, he had no intention of standing by and doing nothing. Jingwan, since the Li family has burned bridges and kicked you out of the company, why not start a new company of your own? Lin Chen suggested. Li Jingwan turned to him, starting a company requires a lot of money. I only have a few tens of thousands right now, which is not enough. I'll figure out the money, I'll get you $1 million within 3 days. Lin Chen said with a slight smile. What? Li Dingwan was momentarily stunned, doubting her ears. Uni, where are you going to get $1 million? You must not engage in any illegal activities, Li Jingwan immediately replied. Lin Shin laughed heartily, a mere $1 million is nothing to your man. You should take a good rest at home for these 3 days, you've worked too hard in recent years, so take this opportunity to recuperate. As he spoke, Lin Shin sat down next to Li Dingwan. The two were immediately close together, and this intimate posture made Li Dingwan a bit uncomfortable, prompting her to shift slightly away. What are you doing? We're husband and wife, are you really that disdainful of me? Lin Chen pretended to look hurt. Li Jingwan waved her hand. No, I didn't mean to disdain you. That night, I was grateful for your help, and because of me, I brought you a lot of trouble. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. That's all in the past, you should change your view of me. I have something to do outside, don't wait for me for lunch, she said, leaving that sentence behind as Lin Chen got up to leave. Just as he stepped out of the villa, the 5S store delivered the sports car he had purchased yesterday. Mr. Lin, your sports car has been delivered, all the paperwork is ready, you just need to sign here, the staff said with a beaming smile. Lin Chen remained calm and casually signed his name on the document. Thank you very much for your purchase, we wish you a pleasant life. If you need to buy a car in the future, feel free to contact us, the staff said with a smile. Lin Chen nodded casually, opened the car door, and got in. He pressed the accelerator, and the sports car roared to life with a sound like a beast's growl. The intense noise was quite shocking, instantly attracting the attention of countless passers-by. Wow, it's a Lamborghini. This car seems to be the latest model from Lamborghini, the Phantom series. I remember the price on the ground is a full $5 million. Anyone who can spend $5 million on a car must be wealthy, no wonder they can live in a villa. I wonder which rich second generation this is. Passers-by were discussing among themselves, each with eyes full of envy and jealousy. Lin Chen smiled slightly, just as he was about to set off, his phone suddenly rang. Looking at the screen, it was a call from Tang Yunyan. Hello, Lin Chen answered. On the other end, Tang Yunyan spoke hurriedly, her tone carrying a hint of shock. Dr. Lin, something big has happened. Last night, assassins infiltrated the Shin family villa and killed everyone in the Shin family. Lin Chen smiled. Oh, such good news? It seems I no longer need to worry about Jing Wan's situation. Yes, we suspect that the one who killed the Shin family members is Shin Shangchen's bodyguard, away. The entire Yunhai is in an uproar. With the Shin family wiped out, a large amount of wealth and market share is left behind. I'm afraid Yunhai will experience quite a stir. Tang Yunyan's tone was somewhat emotional. Listening to her words, Lin Chen appeared relaxed. Business matters have nothing to do with me. I'm not a person of the business world. Tang Yunyan smiled. Dr. Lin, are you free today? I'd like to invite you out for some fun. Oh, Lin Chen's eyes flickered slightly. With a beauty inviting him, he naturally wouldn't refuse. However, given Tang Yunyan's status and personality, she wouldn't casually invite him to do anything. Could it be that after he showcased his powerful medical skills last time, she wanted to get to know him better? Perhaps. No problem, I happen to have something to do today, so I'll come find you. Lin Chen replied. Great. Boom. Lin Chen pressed the accelerator, and the sky blue sports car shot out like an arrow, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Half an hour later, he arrived outside the Tang family villa, where he saw Tang Yunyan waiting at the entrance. Today, she wore a pure white fitted long dress, her slender waist perfectly showcased. Her long black hair cascaded down her back, and her exquisite light makeup enhanced her already stunning features. Lin Chen parked the car in front of her, smiling. Miss Tang, you look beautiful today. Thank you. Tang Yunyan smiled shyly. Get in the car. Tang Yunyan took the passenger seat, her eyes a bit surprised. I didn't expect Dr. Lin to drive a sports car. I thought someone like you would choose a more stable model. I'm also young, so of course, I have a flamboyant side. Lin Chen chuckled. With the sports car and a beauty, everything was perfect. Lin Chen quickly set off, the gentle breeze from the open window bringing a slight chill. Dr. Lin, where are we going? Tang Yunyan asked curiously. Jade Street. Lin Chen replied with 3 words. Half an hour later, a special commercial street appeared before them, lined with various jade shops. The dazzling array of jade made one's head spin. In addition to finished jade products, the shops on both sides also had unprocessed raw stones. The excitement in these raw stone shops was clearly much higher than in the jade shops, with each raw stone shop bustling with activity. Many people were excitedly gathered around the stone cutting machines, some even shouting with joy. It's gone up, ha ha ha, it's finally gone up. Someone exclaimed excitedly, holding a piece of cut raw stone, the jade color inside very distinct. Others around looked at him with envious eyes. This person is really lucky, the raw stone he bought for 10,000 actually yielded jade. Although the quality isn't great, it can still sell for at least 70 to 80,000. Yes, just flipping it for a sale can yield several times the profit. No wonder gambling on stones is so addictive, it makes me a bit eager to try. Come on, gambling on stones is a matter of life and death. What if you end up with worthless jade? That could wipe you out. Many people were discussing. Lin Chen and Tang Yunyao walked into the Jade Street and headed straight into a raw stone shop. Dr. Lin, are you thinking of gambling on stones? Tang Yunyao noticed Lin Chen's intentions. Lin Chen smiled. I've heard people say that gambling on stones is a way to get rich overnight. I still owe you a few million. I have to find a way to make some money. Tang Yunyao couldn't help but chuckle. Dr. Lin is joking. Even if you don't pay back that few million, it wouldn't matter. If you need money, I can lend you another 5 million. Goodness. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. No wonder she's a rich woman, casually offering 5 million. If it were someone else, they would have immediately accepted, but Lin Chen wasn't one to rely on others. He had a good grip on his own finances and preferred to earn his keep. He led Tang Yunyao into the store, and the combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman instantly attracted many gazes. Many men's eyes were fixed on Tang Yunyao, and when they looked at Lin Chen, their expressions turned envious. Who is that guy? He has such a beautiful girlfriend. Some watched with jealousy, wishing they could kick Lin Chen aside and take his place. These words reached Tang Yunyao's ears, causing a light blush to rise on her stunning cheeks. She glanced at Lin Chen, only to find his attention completely focused on the raw stones, oblivious to everything else. Lin Chen approached the raw stones, tapping on them like he was selecting watermelons, producing dull thuds. Ha ha ha, bro, raw stones aren't picked like that. Are you choosing watermelons here? A middle-aged man nearby couldn't help but laugh at Lin Chen's obviously novice actions. Lin Chen ignored him, squinting slightly as he continued to tap on the raw stones. To outsiders, his actions clearly indicated he was a complete amateur. Selecting raw stones with high-quality jade wasn't something that could be done this way. Tang Yunyao watched Lin Chen's serious demeanor without interrupting, but she felt a bit curious. It seemed Dr. Lin didn't understand gambling on stones. He wouldn't suffer a huge loss today, would he? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Lin Chen suddenly stopped in front of a piece of raw stone. He tapped on it a few more times, then nodded slightly. This one is good, it's the one. Saying this, Lin Chen picked up the raw stone and walked toward the cutting machine. Sir, you need to pay first before we can cut the stone. A shop attendant approached. How much? This piece is 20,000. The attendant smiled. Lin Chen lightly tapped his chin and took out a bank card. Swipe it. The middle-aged man watched this scene with a strange expression on his face. Little brother, this raw stone has been picked over many times. Looking at its color and shape, it's impossible for it to yield jade. Just playing around. Lin Chen replied calmly. Playing around? Goodness, casually spending 20,000 to play, is this kid that rich? The middle-aged man looked at Lin Chen with suspicion, sizing him up. He saw that Lin Chen's attire was ordinary, not like a rich second generation. However, when he saw the heavenly beauty of Tang Yunyao beside him, he suddenly realized. Damn! So he's a pretty boy. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with jealousy. How did he get such a beautiful and wealthy woman to like him? At this moment, Lin Chen had already walked to the cutting machine with the raw stone, and Tang Yunyao followed him closely, while many people around gathered curiously. Seeing Lin Chen choose such an ordinary piece of raw stone to cut, many faces around showed smiles. Youth is indeed youth, they want to try everything. He must be a novice, otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen such a rough stone. That's right, this rough stone clearly can't yield any good jade. Let alone good jade, I suspect this rough stone is just a piece of waste. It's always good for young people to suffer a little loss, consider it a lesson bought with money. The crowd buzzed with discussion, each person looking at Lin Chen with a mocking glint in their eyes. Lin Chen listened to their chatter, his expression unchanged. Tang Yunyao couldn't help but feel curious. She looked at Lin Chen, pondering. How could the divine doctor choose such a rough stone? Could it really be true, as others said, that he was a complete novice? Fortunately, this rough stone only cost 20,000, even if he lost, it wouldn't be a big deal. She decided to comfort Lin Chen well after the rough stone failed, to prevent him from feeling too downcast. At this moment, Lin Chen had already handed the rough stone to the cutting master. He picked up a piece of chalk and drew a line on the rough stone. Master, cut along this line, Lin Chen said. The cutting master glanced at the rough stone. He had been in this business for 7 or 8 years and had cut at least 8,000 rough stones. In his eyes, this rough stone absolutely couldn't yield any jade. This kid was bound to lose. However, he didn't speak up to remind him. After all, the customer had already made his choice, and he certainly couldn't ruin his boss's business. All right, the cutting master nodded. The machine quickly started, and a buzzing sound followed. Water flowed over the stone, wetting it, and the cutting will soon began to cut along the dotted line Lin Shen had drawn. A series of sounds echoed as some murky wastewater flowed down from the stone. All eyes were focused on the stone, and as the cutting will delved deeper, the small stone was soon cut in half. When the rough stone was completely split open, everyone focused their gaze, and a bright green hue suddenly appeared in their sight. "Oh, it's green! It actually came out green!" others exclaimed in surprise. The scene erupted in excitement, many were astonished, hardly believing their eyes. The cutting master was equally surprised. "Brother, you're really lucky. I didn't expect this rough stone to actually yield green. Look at the color and size, it's quite good. I estimate it can sell for at least 50,000. Someone immediately stepped forward. "Little brother, are you interested in selling this stone? I'll offer 60,000. Lin Shen looked at him and then nodded slightly. "Alright, let's transfer the money now." "No problem, brother, you're straightforward." The middle-aged man beamed. 60,000 quickly transferred to Lin Shen's account, and the other people in the shop looked at Lin Shen with envious eyes. "This young man is really lucky. I just saw him buy that rough stone for 20,000, and now he's selling it for 60,000. Yeah, in less than 10 minutes, he made 3 times the profit. It's simply good fortune." Many spoke with a strong tone of envy. Tang Yunyao was also surprised. She smiled slightly. The divine Dr. Lin really has a good eye, picking this one out of so many rough stones. Now he's made a remarkable debut. Lin Shen smiled faintly. Outsiders thought it was luck, but he knew very well that it was not luck at all. Having lived a second life, although his strength had dissipated, he still retained some abilities. His divine sense was the most powerful of these abilities, one that could only be possessed after reaching the golden core stage. Divine sense could see through all things in the world. How could a mere rough stone hide from him? For others, gambling on stones was a matter of luck and insight, but for him, it was truly picking up money. He needed to walk over and scan with his spiritual sense to easily know the internal situation of the raw stone materials. He only needed to select the best few pieces from countless raw stones. It's just luck. It doesn't count as having a sharp eye. Lin Shen smiled modestly. "It seems I'm really lucky today. I'll go pick a few more." As he spoke, Lin Shen intended to select a few more pieces, but at that moment, a voice suddenly came from outside. "Yun Yan?" The voice was unmistakably Wang Long. Tang Yunyan's previously smiling expression instantly stiffened, and she frowned slightly. "Wang Long, what are you doing here?" Wang Long strode forward, and when he saw Lin Shen, the smile on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a heavy gloom. "Yunyan, I want to ask why you're here, and why you're with Lin Shen." He suppressed his anger, looking at his fiancée who was out shopping with another young man. This scene was indeed a shock to Wang Long. "Tang Yunyan, don't forget what your identity is. You are my fiancé, and now you're out with a man. Do you even care about my feelings?" Wang Long said in a low, stern voice. Lin Shen walked over, surprised by Wang Long's appearance. "I invited Miss Tang over, is there a problem?" Lin Shen replied calmly. Wang Long's expression darkened to the extreme, his eyes fixed on Lin Shen, as if he wished he could devour him whole. "Lin Shen, you're flirting with a married woman, do you have no shame?" Wang Long questioned angrily. Lin Shen smiled mockingly. He had no good feelings towards Wang Long, remembering how this guy had tried to scheme against him last time. If it weren't for his own abilities, he might have fallen into the other's trap. "Miss Tang and I are friends. Can she not hang out with friends just because she's engaged to you?" Lin Shen retorted with a smirk. Wang Long was nearly exploding with rage. "Lin Shen, don't try to argue. Don't think I don't know what you're really thinking. I've already investigated your background. You're married, and you're just a son-in-law of the Li family. If I tell the Li family about this, guess what will happen to you?" He threatened with a cold laugh, thinking he had grasped Lin Shen's weakness. "Ha ha!" Lin Shen was not flustered. Instead, he laughed. "Are you threatening me? Then you probably picked the wrong target." Wang Long's face darkened to the extreme. If looks could kill, he would have wanted to tear Lin Shen apart right then. Alright, alright, alright. Saying alright 3 times was enough to show how furious Wang Long was. He took a deep breath to force down his anger. "Lin Shen, don't be too arrogant. I'm only letting it go for Yunyan's sake. You're just a useless son-in-law. What right do you have to show off in front of me?" Lin Shen scoffed. The angrier Wang Long got, the happier he became. He enjoyed this feeling of teasing and playing with his opponent. "That line should be said by me. You're just a rich second generation, relying on the Wang family behind you to act tough. Without the Wang family, what are you?" Lin Shen directly returned the words. Talking back? He had once debated with hundreds of cultivators in the cultivation world, and they couldn't retort. A mere Wang Long was far from enough. Wang Long instantly exploded with rage. He hated being called a good-for-nothing rich second generation, and Lin Shen's words hit his sore spot perfectly. "Lin Shen, you have some nerve. Wang Long's words were cut off as Tang Yunyan spoke up to stop him. Enough! Wang Long, I have a normal friendship with Dr. Lin, besides, we aren't married yet, so you have no right to control me. Tang Yunyan's tone was icy, not hiding her bias towards Lin Chen at all. Wang Long was so angry that he felt like his teeth were about to shatter. Suddenly, he saw the raw stone material in Lin Chen's arms, and his eyes lit up with a scheme. Lin Chen, are you gambling on stones? I didn't expect you to have such an interest. What a coincidence, I also like gambling on stones. How about we have a little game? Wang Long said coldly. Tang Yunyao immediately walked over to Lin Chen's side, lowering her voice to whisper in his ear. Lin Sheni, Wang Long is very cunning, you shouldn't agree to him. Lin Chen nodded and then said, sure, how do you want to play? Tang Yunyao. She was a bit angry, hadn't she warned him? Why did he still agree? Ha ha ha. Wang Long burst into laughter. Good, that's straightforward. Since it's a stone gamble, the rules are simple. We each select 3 pieces of raw stone material from this shop for analysis. Whoever's selected raw stone material is worth the most will be the winner. How about that? Goodness. Listening to Wang Long's rules, Lin Chen almost couldn't contain his laughter. Wasn't this just handing him a chance to win? Did this guy really think his stone gambling skills could match Lin Chen's ability to see through them? Alright, but since it's a game, there should be a stake. How about this? The losing side has to put up an amount of money equal to the value of the winning side's raw stone material. If you win and your 3 pieces of raw stone material are worth 10 million, then I'll owe you 10 million, and vice versa. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Tang Yunyao was taken aback. She quickly grabbed Lin Chen's hand. Lin Sheni, this bet is too big, you can't go on with this. Lin Chen smiled and patted Tang Yunyao's shoulder. Don't worry, I will win. Wang Long's eyes sparkled at his words. Ha ha ha. Alright, I accept your stake, but if you lose, I don't expect you to come up with enough money. After all, you're just a useless son-in-law. If you lose, then get out of Yunhai and never set foot in Yunhai again. Wang Long's lips curled into a smile as he looked at Lin Chen with a mocking expression. Okay. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Wang Long's grin widened. Yunyao, you will be the judge. I trust you to make a fair decision. Tang Yunyao frowned tightly, feeling helpless. No matter how she tried to persuade him, it was useless, and now it was truly troublesome. All right. Tang Yunyao nodded helplessly. Then let's start selecting. You have 10 minutes, so don't take too long. Wang Long said. After that, he immediately began to pick out stones in the shop. The others in the shop had heard the game between Lin Chen and Wang Long and many showed expressions of anticipation. Are these 2 young men competing for that girl? It seems that one young man has taken the other's fiancée, and now the victim has come to confront him. How did that young man manage to do that? What a skill! The crowd murmured, crossing their arms, ready to watch a good show. Lin Chen ignored the crowd. He put the raw stone material back in its place and began to select seriously. This game was a great opportunity for him to make money. If luck was on his side, it could earn him millions. He had been short on cash lately, and since he had encountered Wang Long, a money-giving fool, he couldn't miss this chance. Tang Yunyao walked over with an anxious expression, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. Lin Sheni, you are too impulsive. No need to worry, I will win. Lin Chen's face was filled with confidence. Tang Yunyao frowned even tighter. How will you win? Are you relying on luck? Your luck isn't always that good. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. What if I really am that lucky every time? How is that possible? Tang Yunyao could hardly believe it. Lin Chen smiled without speaking. Since Tang Yunyao didn't believe him, he naturally wouldn't explain himself repeatedly. Nothing is more persuasive than facts. Once Tang Yuyan secures victory, there will naturally be no doubts. His consciousness spread out, scanning the raw stones in the shop one by one. Lin Chen continued to pretend to pick watermelons, patting them as if he were an amateur. This demeanor made many people at the scene laugh. That young man doesn't know how to pick raw stones at all. It would be strange if he wins. Someone mocked with a laugh. Meanwhile, Wang Long was also paying attention to Lin Chen's actions. When he saw Lin Chen selecting raw stones in such an amateurish manner, he almost laughed out loud. What a fool! With such little ability, he dares to bet against me. I can't wait to see how he fails this time. Wang Long sneered. At that moment, someone quietly approached him. Boss, the raw stones have been selected. This piece was chosen by the shop's master, guaranteed to appreciate greatly. The person lowered his voice. Wang Long revealed a satisfied smile. Very good, continue to select 2 more good pieces for me. Sure thing. The person nodded repeatedly. Wang Long held the raw stone in his hand, his mocking smile reaching its peak. Lin Chen, you probably don't know that this shop is actually under my name, do you? Wang Long laughed wildly in his heart. Soon, he had selected 3 pieces of raw stone. On the other side, Lin Chen had made a round of the entire shop, touching most of the raw stones, and finally selected 3 pieces himself, then walked over to the cutting machine. Lin Chen, you're too slow, I've already selected my 3 pieces long ago. Wang Long taunted. Lin Chen glanced at him, you're so fast, you must have had someone help you pick them, right? This made Wang Long's heart skip a beat. He quickly feigned calmness. What nonsense are you talking about? These 3 pieces were all selected by me. He. Lin Chen sneered inwardly. Wang Long's little tricks might fool others, but could he really deceive someone with consciousness abilities like him? He had already covered the entire shop with his consciousness. Within that range, not even a mosquito could fly by unnoticed, let alone Wang Long's small actions. Go ahead, start cutting the stones. You first. Lin Chen crossed his arms. Wang Long scoffed, then let me go first. He stepped forward and handed the raw stone to the cutting master. Cut it in half. Wang Long instructed. The cutting master nodded and placed the raw stone on the machine. As the machine started, the grinding wheel began to spin wildly. Zzz. The grinding wheel cut into the raw stone, producing a buzzing sound. At that moment, the entire raw stone shop fell silent. All the customers and even the staff gathered nearby. Everyone focused intently on the cutting machine, filled with curiosity and anxiety. As the grinding wheel continued downward, a hint of green soon appeared in everyone's sight. It's green! It's showing green! Someone shouted excitedly. The atmosphere at the scene instantly lifted, and a brilliant smile appeared on Wang Long's face. Keep cutting! He waved his hand. The cutting master continued to control the grinding wheel downward, ultimately cutting the raw stone completely in half. Wow! As everyone focused, a wave of astonishment erupted. This is imperial green. What a large piece of imperial green. Although the quality and color are slightly lacking, the size is big enough. This young man's luck is incredible. This piece of imperial green is worth at least 300,000. The shop erupted in excitement, with everyone discussing fervently. Many present were experts in jade, and they quickly recognized the value of this jade. 350,000. Wang Long's smile widened. Good, everyone has sharp eyes. Since we all agree on 350,000, let's go with that number. Lin Chen, what do you think? 350,000 is too high. This piece of jade is worth at most 300,000, Tang Yunyan said. Wang Long, feeling quite displeased, retorted angrily, Yunyan, don't speak nonsense with your eyes wide open. Since you insist on treating me as the judge, then listen to me. I believe this piece of jade is only worth 300,000, Tang Yunyan replied. Wang Long was furious. Tang Yunyan, you? Lin Chen interrupted him, smiling with his arms crossed. He nodded. Wang Long is right, 300,000 is indeed a bit excessive. Let's round it up to 400,000. Ha! Everyone was astonished. Who rounds up like that? If 350,000 isn't enough, it actually goes up? Ha ha ha! Lin Chen, I think you've gone mad. 400,000 is what you said, so I'll record this piece of jade at 400,000. Next, let's cut the second piece of raw stone. Wang Long laughed heartily, his laughter echoing throughout the entire raw stone shop. Tang Yunyan in the crowd was almost in despair. Lin Shani, what on earth are you doing? Tang Yunyan felt utterly helpless, a sense of being dragged down by a useless teammate rising within her. She had even put on a stern face to help Lin Chen cheat, but unexpectedly, Lin Chen not only didn't appreciate her help but was now working against her. Tang Yunyan was furious. She couldn't help but reach out to pinch Lin Chen hard at his waist. But before she could touch him, he had already grabbed her hand. Miss Tang, don't touch me randomly, I'm a married man. Lin Chen teased. Tang Yunyan. She was exhausted. A useless teammate was truly unbearable. Tired, let it all be over, quickly. The second piece of raw stone was soon placed under the machine, and the stone cutter began to operate again, the familiar sizzling sound following. Murky water flowed from the cutting seam, and slowly the entire piece of raw stone was cut in half. It's gone up again, and it's a big increase. This piece of jade is of better quality than the last one. Someone exclaimed excitedly. The crowd was astonished. They hadn't expected Wang Long's eye for stones to be so sharp. Out of the 3 pieces of raw stone he selected, 2 had significantly increased in value. The first piece was worth 400,000, and this second piece was even better, 600,000. Soon, the crowd gave an approximate price. Good, the 2 pieces together make 1 million. Lin Chen, you see this number, right? I want to see if your 3 pieces of raw stone can compare. Ha ha ha, Wang Long laughed recklessly. Lin Chen still wore a smile, his expression unchanged throughout. There's one last piece. Let's cut it directly. Wang Long nodded in agreement, handing the last piece of raw stone to the cutter. Soon, this last piece was also cut open, revealing another patch of green. Hiss! Many people couldn't help but gasp in surprise. 3 pieces of raw stone, 3 big increases, this is a bit too outrageous, isn't it? Someone couldn't help but question, their gaze towards Wang Long becoming somewhat suspicious. Tang Yunyan immediately questioned, Wang Long, did you cheat? Even the top gambling stone experts couldn't have 3 pieces of raw stone all increase in value. Facing Tang Yunyan's doubts, Wang Long remained calm. Yunyan, if you're going to suspect me, you need to provide evidence, right? If there's no evidence, then on what basis do you say I cheated? Tang Yunyan was momentarily speechless. Let's measure it and see how much this last piece of raw stone is worth. Wang Long laughed happily. 1 million. The last piece of jade was valued at an astonishing 1 million. The total value of the 3 pieces of raw stone reached a staggering 2 million, which was no small number. Ha ha ha, Lin Chen, all 3 of my raw stones have been cut, totaling 2 million. Now, let's see your 3 pieces. Don't forget our earlier agreement, if you lose, you must leave Yunhai. Wang Long laughed unabashedly. Faced with the aggressive Wang Long, Lin Chen smiled and said, that's what I wanted to say too. If I win, don't forget to fulfill your promise. Wang Long burst into laughter, feeling as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Win against me? With those 3 pieces of scrap stone? Not even in your next life. Wang Long mocked. Lin Chen remained calm and handed the first piece of raw stone to the stonecutter. Let's begin, Lin Chen said. The stonecutter nodded and started operating the machine to cut the stone. ZZ. The shop, which had been buzzing with chatter, fell silent in an instant. Now was the time to determine the winner, and this was where the game truly shone. Tang Yunyan couldn't help but look over, feeling nervous and sweating for Lin Chen. It's green, it's green. Someone suddenly shouted. What? Everyone's attention was instantly drawn, and as they looked closely, they indeed saw green emerging within the stone. It really is green. I wonder what the quality is like. People began to feel tense. Wang Long spoke disdainfully, it's just luck, even if it's green, how much value can it have? At that moment, the raw stone was cut in half, revealing the jade inside to everyone. Emerald green, this is emerald green, and it has such a good hue. As everyone looked closely, they were taken aback. Inside the stone was a large piece of tender jade, its translucent color incredibly beautiful, clearly a high-quality jade. It's actually high-quality emerald jade, and such a large piece. Just this jade alone is worth at least 800,000. One person exclaimed excitedly. Others scoffed, 800,000 for this high-quality emerald jade? What a dream! This jade is worth at least 1 million. What? 1 million? Many in the shop were shocked, hardly believing their ears. The middle-aged man who had just claimed it was worth 1 million quickly stepped forward. Brother Lin, I wonder if you would consider parting with this high-quality emerald jade. I just opened a jade shop and need a treasure to attract customers. I'm willing to pay 1 million for this jade. Lin Chen smiled slightly, no problem. I'll sell it to you after this game ends. Great, Brother Lin is straightforward. The middle-aged man looked excited. Impossible. Wang Long exclaimed in shock, his expression filled with disbelief. You actually have such luck. The first piece of raw stone had yielded a high-quality emerald jade worth 1 million, completely beyond Wang Long's expectations, catching him off guard. The total value of his 3 pieces of jade was 2 million, and now Lin Chen had already caught up halfway, rivaling his last piece of jade. If the next 2 pieces also produced a top-quality one, he would lose this game. Impossible. Once was already enough of a miracle. I don't believe Lin Chen can pull off another. With that thought, Wang Long quickly calmed down. Cut the second piece of raw stone. Lin Chen took out the second piece. This piece was large, weighing dozens of pounds, comparable to a human head. ZZ. The sound of the grinding while cutting the raw stone continued, and the shop fell silent again. Tang Yunyan was still in shock. She hadn't expected Lin Chen to produce a jade worth 1 million. Was it luck? She couldn't help but look at Lin Chen, only to find a smile still on his lips. That confident demeanor, as if he had everything under control, was something she had only seen in some big figures. It's green again, it's green again. Suddenly, another exclamation broke Tang Yunyan's contemplation. Splash! Everyone around pushed forward, their eyes fixed on the second piece of raw stone. As the raw stone was removed, a piece of crystal-clear jade appeared before everyone. High-quality jadeite, it's actually high-quality jadeite again. Someone exclaimed in shock, clutching their heart as if they couldn't accept it. 2 million, this piece of jade is worth about 2 million. Boom! The atmosphere in the entire store exploded. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Lin Chen, what kind of trick did you use? The first piece was high-quality jadeite, and your second piece is also high-quality jadeite. You must have cheated. Wang Long shouted. He was losing control of his emotions, this piece of jade was even larger than the first, clearly worth more. There was no doubt that with just these two pieces of jade, he had already lost. Facing Wang Long's accusations, Lin Shin sneered dismissively, "Young Master Wang, don't speak carelessly. You say I cheated, do you have any evidence?" Lin Shin directly threw Wang Long's words back at him. Wang Long nearly spat blood in anger. "If it's not cheating, how could you possibly achieve this? It's simply impossible." Wang Long was furious. Lin Shin scoffed, "I've said it before, bring out the evidence." "You." Wang Long gritted his teeth. He didn't expect karma to come so quickly. Just moments ago, he had mocked Tang Yanya with this very phrase, and now it was Lin Shin using the same words to mock him. Tang Yanya stepped forward. "Lin Shin is right. If you doubt him, young Master Wang, then bring out the evidence of Lin Shin cheating." All right. You two are teaming up to bully me, right? I concede this match. I'll transfer 3 million to you later. Lin Shin, I remember you. Just wait. I will definitely wash away this humiliation." Wang Long gritted his teeth. He dropped this harsh remark and turned to leave. The people around him parted to make way, their eyes filled with a hint of sympathy. Poor guy. Not only was he cuckolded, but now he was also slapped in the face like this. It was truly tragic. Wait. But at that moment, Lin Shin suddenly spoke up. "Lin Shin, I've already conceded. What more do you want?" Wang Long was furious. Lin Shin chuckled mockingly. "Why are you in such a hurry, young Master Wang? I still have one piece of jade to cut. I've already conceded. What are you cutting for?" Wang Long exploded in anger. "Ha ha." Lin Shin laughed. "Of course I'm cutting it. Don't forget our stakes. The value of the jade I cut out must match the money you give me. The total value of my first two pieces of jade is 3 million. Guess how much value my last piece of rough stone can yield." Swish. At that moment, the entire jade shop fell silent. Everyone was speechless, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Wang Long's pupils constricted, and his voice couldn't help but change. "What do you mean by that? Are you saying your third piece of rough stone can yield an even higher value jade? What kind of joke is this? You've already had 2 strokes of luck, do you want a third?" Lin Shen looked at him with a mocking expression. "Why not give it a try? The game isn't over, you can't leave." Wang Long's face instantly turned red, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms, causing a sharp pain. All right. Saying all right 3 times was enough to show just how furious Wang Long was at that moment. "Lin Shen, you're really confident. I want to see what your last piece of rough stone can yield." Wang Long gritted his teeth. Lin Shen clapped his hands. "I won't let you down." As he spoke, Su Qing quickly brought out a piece of rough stone weighing over 100 pounds. Everyone looked at this piece of rough stone, their eyelids twitching uncontrollably. This rough stone weighed over 100 pounds. If it really yielded jade, how big would it be? "Master, please help me cut this." Lin Shen. The stone cutter nodded excitedly. He had been cutting raw stones for many years and had never cut out high-quality jade consecutively. Now, the third piece was right in front of him, filling him with anticipation. The raw stone was too large to fit into the cutting machine. The stone cutter took out a handheld grinding machine and began to work, the familiar buzzing sound of cutting stone filling the air once again. This time, everyone's mindset was different. Even Tang Yunyan was very curious. With Lin Shen looking so confident, what would this last piece of raw stone yield? A large amount of murky liquid flowed down continuously as the stone, weighing over 100 pounds, was slowly cut open. The entire process took a full half hour. Finally, when the stone was completely cut open and revealed, it instantly attracted the attention of everyone around. As they looked closely, a loud sound seemed to echo in their minds. Boom! The dazzling, gem-like luster shone brightly, the ice blue jade sparkled under the store's lights, its translucent beauty resembling the most striking color in the world. Most of the raw stone, weighing over 100 pounds, was this ice blue jade, and its brilliant glow nearly blinded everyone present. Extreme. Top-grade ice jade. Oh my god, it's actually top-grade ice jade. A person spoke with a trembling voice, his legs going weak as he nearly collapsed to the ground. The atmosphere in the room instantly boiled over, and everyone was in an uproar. To think it's top-grade ice jade. This is the best of the best. Such a large piece of top-grade ice jade is extraordinarily valuable. Over 10 million. This piece of top-grade ice jade is worth at least 10 million. I've never seen such exquisite jade in my life, it shines like a gem. This is the real top grade. The crowd erupted, the atmosphere explosive. Impossible. A huge exclamation suddenly drowned out everyone, leaving the previously excited crowd momentarily stunned. Wang Long rushed into the crowd, his lips trembling, his face showing extreme shock. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Lin Shen, you still say you didn't cheat. You've even cut out top-grade ice jade. How do you explain that now? This jade must have been prepared in advance. You deliberately set me up. Wang Long was almost mad. But as soon as he finished speaking, a voice came from inside the store. That young brother didn't cheat, this piece of raw stone has always been in the store. As a regular customer, I often come to see it. The person's words fell, and others in the store echoed. Exactly, I can testify. If I had known this raw stone contained top-grade ice jade, I would have bought it even if it meant going bankrupt. Several voices chimed in, as if giving Wang Long a hard slap in the face. Lin Chen smiled and stepped forward. Wang Xiao, do you have anything to say now? Do you want me to calculate how much my 3 pieces of jade are worth? Wang Long's face turned pale, nearly collapsing to the ground. I value this piece of top-grade ice jade at 10 million, plus the 300,000 for my previous 2 pieces, totaling 13 million. Lin Chen laughed heartily. Wang Long trembled slightly. Although he was a core member of the Wang family, taking out 13 million was definitely not a simple matter for him. 13 million? Lin Chen, you're deliberately setting me up. Do you dare take so much money from me? Aren't you afraid it will burn your hands? Wang Long shouted in anger. Tang Yunyan stepped forward. Wang Long, this game was proposed by you. Do you want to back out now? Wang Long was nearly driven to madness. Tang Yunyan, you are my fiancé, isn't my money your money? Now, giving 13 million to an outsider for nothing, how can you be willing? Wang Long scolded. Tang Yunyan's face was cold. Wang Long, your money has nothing to do with me. You must transfer 13 million to Lin Shini today. I hope you don't breach the contract. Dr. Lin, let's go. After Tang Yunyao finished speaking, she walked to Lin Shen's side. The 3 of them then left, taking with them 2 pieces of raw stone. The first piece was sold to the middle-aged man from before, directly bringing in 1 million. Watching the 2 leave, Wang Long's chest heaved violently, his expression constantly changing. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood and then collapsed to the ground, his eyes rolling back. He's dead, he died from anger. Quick, call 120. The scene erupted in chaos. Just before losing consciousness, Wang Long's gaze finally fixed on Lin Chen's smiling face, and then he instantly lost awareness. Lin Chen and Tang Yunyao left, placing the 2 pieces of jade in the Lamborghini. After getting in the car, Tang Yunyao couldn't help but speak up. Dr. Lin, you really opened my eyes today. I didn't expect that besides being amazing in medicine, Dr. Lin also has such a sharp eye. Each piece of raw stone was more astonishing than the last, and this top-grade ice jade is worth tens of millions, truly eye-opening. The look in Tang Yunyao's eyes as she looked at Lin Chen was filled with admiration. She had originally thought Lin Chen was overly confident, but she didn't expect him to truly have the skills. The 3 pieces of jade had delivered a stunning blow, not only shocking the others in the raw stone shop and Wang Long but also leaving her in awe. Tang Yunyao looked at him in astonishment, the light in her eyes impossible to ignore. It's just good luck, nothing much, Lin Chen humbly replied. Tang Yunyao smiled lightly. It's not just simple good luck. Dr. Lin's sharp eye is truly admirable. At this point, Tang Yunyao couldn't help but add, clearly, Dr. Lin has such outstanding abilities. Why? Though her words were left unfinished, the meaning was clear. She couldn't understand why Lin Chen, with such remarkable talent, chose to marry into the Li family. Did the Li family possess some magical charm? Or was Li Jingwan truly so attractive that Lin Chen was willing to marry in? Lin Chen didn't explain, only giving a mysterious smile. This smile left Tang Yunyao even more confused. It's getting late, let me take Miss Tang back. By the way, are you interested in these 2 pieces of jade? Lin Chen asked. Tang Yunyao's eyes lit up. I am. My Tang family also has dealings in the jade business, and we naturally welcome such top-grade jade. If Dr. Lin is willing to sell them to me, I can offer 13 million for the 2 pieces. Lin Chen nodded. No problem, I still owe Miss Tang 5 million, so you only need to give me 8 million. Alright, Tang Yunyao chuckled. Boom! Lin Chen stepped on the gas, the sports car's engine roared like a beast, quickly disappearing at the end of the street. He drove Tang Yunyao back to the villa, but just as Lin Chen was about to leave, Tang Yunyao suddenly called out to him. Dr. Lin, I feel a bit cold again, I wonder if I could ask you to massage me once more. Tang Yunyao said, her eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Chen smiled slightly. With such a request from a beauty, he naturally wouldn't refuse. After getting out of the car, Lin Chen followed Tang Yunyao into the villa, waiting for over half an hour before he finally came out again. Inside the room, after the massage, Tang Yunyao lay on the bed, her face flushed, completely naked except for a thin bath towel barely covering her. Her beautiful cheeks were filled with expressions of enjoyment and satisfaction, completely immersed in the lingering pleasure. After closing the door, Lin Chen drove away. He returned to his own villa, and just as he pushed open the door, he found Li Shui sitting on the sofa. Sister. Brother-in-law. Li Shui jumped up from the sofa like a startled deer, her face showing panic and nervousness, her palms sweaty. Lin Chen glanced around the living room and noticed that Li Jingwan was not there. "Where's your sister?" "She went out, saying she was going to borrow money to prepare to start a company again," Li Shui said. Lin Chen shook his head. It seemed Li Jingwan didn't really believe in his financial power. "Forget it, once the funds from Wang Long or Tang Yuyan arrive, I'll slap her face with cash then." "How have you considered what I told you yesterday? I gave you 3 options, you should have thought it over by now, right?" Lin Chen got straight to the point. Wo Li Shui suddenly started crying. "Brother-in-law, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have bullied you before, please forgive me." He. Lin Chen mocked with a sneer. "Is an apology useful? You used to humiliate me a lot, isn't just apologizing a bit insincere?" Li Shui cried. "But you've bullied me so many times already." "Not enough," Lin Chen said coldly. Li Shui's body trembled involuntarily, her face showing fear. "Then, what do you want?" "Of course, I want you to continue being my good little sister." Lin Chen grinned wickedly. He walked over and hugged Li Shui in his arms. The petite Li Shui had no power to resist in front of Lin Chen, being lifted like a doll. "Ah!" Li Shui couldn't help but struggle. Slap! Without saying a word, Lin Chen slapped her on the butt. Although Lin Chen had held back his strength, how could Li Shui withstand it? She almost cried out in pain, her struggle stopping instantly. "It hurts so much. Brother-in-law, don't hit me," Li Shui pleaded with tearful eyes. Lin Chen chuckled coldly, placing Li Shui on his lap, one hand around her slender waist, the other hand already climbing up to her perky peaks. "Ah, brother-in-law, no, this is the living room. What if my sister comes back and sees?" Li Shui was horrified, trying to push Lin Chen's hand away. Lin Chen only exerted a little force, and Li Shui immediately cried out in pain. Woo. Looking at Li Shui's aggrieved expression, Lin Chen felt a great sense of satisfaction. "You used to humiliate me a lot. Why are you so helpless now? I still prefer your rebellious self from before, please go back to that." Lin Chen's tone was teasing. Li Shui cried like a rain-soaked pear blossom. "Woo, brother-in-law, I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I promise I will never insult you again, and I will definitely listen to you from now on. Whatever you want me to do in the future, I will do it. Please don't bully me anymore, okay? And don't tell my sister about our matters." Li Shui pleaded pitifully, her delicate and cute face full of tears and grievance. Lin Chen smiled. "Of course, no problem. As long as you listen to me from now on, I won't bully you. But the premise is that you must obey all my orders. Woo, I promise you." Li Shui covered her face and cried. Ha. Lin Chen laughed heartily in his heart. He patted Li Shui's little butt. "That's more like it. If you had listened like this earlier, I wouldn't have had to teach you a lesson. Since your sister hasn't come back yet, why don't you serve me well for a bit?" "Ha!" Li Shui showed signs of resistance. "I slap." Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Chen's hand had already landed on her butt again. "Not listening, huh? How did you just agree to me?" Lin Chen looked at her coldly. Woo. Li Shui's face was full of grievance. Facing the domineering Lin Chen, she could only nod obediently. Lin Chen showed an expression of enjoyment, sitting confidently on the sofa, half reclining as he enjoyed Li Shui's service. Watching his former enemy now serve him like an obedient little dog, the thrill of revenge was simply irresistible. Li Shui's training has been initially successful. As long as I continue to train her, this girl will never escape from my grasp. But Li Shui is just the beginning. My mother-in-law is the real mastermind behind that incident. Lin Chen squinted. The figure of Guan Menu flashed through his mind, and he was already thinking about how to train her. That evening, a weary Li Jingwan returned home, her hair a bit disheveled, sweat on her face, looking like she had just come from a long journey. If it were someone else, they might think she had been up to something. Lin Chen's expression was calm. He knew very well that with Li Jingwan's character, unless forced, she would never betray him. "Jingwan, you're back." Lin Chen greeted her. Li Jingwan seemed a bit absent-minded as she replied, I'll go make dinner for you, just wait a moment." "No need, I've already made dinner. You should go wash up in your room, I'll heat the food." Lin Chen smiled slightly. Li Jingwan nodded somewhat numbly and went upstairs to her room. Lin Chen turned and entered the kitchen, and soon, a tempting aroma of food wafted out. When Li Jingwan finished her shower and came out of her room, she found a lavish spread laid out on the dining table. The enticing smell filled the air, and the dishes were all visually appealing and fragrant, making her appetite surge just from the aroma. "Did you make all this?" Li Jingwan asked, surprised. In her impression, Lin Chen's cooking skills didn't seem to reach this level. While it was edible, it was only at a basic level. The meal before her could easily rival that of a professional chef. Could it be that he ordered it from a restaurant? Such thoughts crossed Li Jingwan's mind. "I made all of it. I've been practicing my cooking lately. Come and try it," Lin Chen said with a slight smile. Li Jingwan didn't call him out on it. She walked over, sat down, and picked up her chopsticks to take a piece of braised pork. The taste was tender and soft, causing her eyes to light up. Not bad. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. If you like it, eat more, you must be tired after a long day. Did you fail to borrow money? Li Jingwan asked, a bit silent, her gaze dimming slightly. Seeing her expression, Lin Chen could easily guess the outcome. He smiled gently and took out a bank card, placing it in front of Li Jingwan. What is this? I don't want your money. Li Jingwan shook her head without hesitation. Lin Chen smiled, there's 10 million in here. What? At this, Li Jingwan was taken aback, doubting her ears. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a high-end bank card, which could only be issued with a deposit of over 10 million. How could you possibly have 10 million? Where did you get this money? Li Jingwan's expression changed dramatically. She was very clear about Lin Chen's capabilities. He could never have obtained 10 million. If he could, he wouldn't have needed to marry into her family in the first place. Jingwan, as the saying goes, a scholar should be treated with respect after 3 days apart. We've been married for nearly 2 years now. I'm not the same as I was before, you can't still look at me with the same eyes. I've learned some skills recently, this 10 million is what I earned in the Jade market. I sold a piece of top-grade ice jade to Miss Tang Yuyan from the Tang family. If you don't believe me, you can ask Miss Tang. Lin Chen shrugged. Li Jingwan was shocked. Tang Yuyan from the Tang family? I've met her. They say she has a congenital illness and her body is always very cold, even wearing thick clothes in the heat. The Tang family has hired countless famous doctors for her since she was a child, but none have worked. Lin Chen nodded, that's her. What you just said is true. Li Jingwan asked, uncertain. Lin Chen nodded, if you don't believe me, you can call. I believe you. There's no need to call Miss Tang, after all, it's already so late. But I still can't take this 10 million, you have many places where you need the money. Li Jingwan shook her head again. Lin Chen chuckled silently. Li Jingwan was indeed as he had guessed. Li Jingwan was very independent, and she would not accept his money. In that case, let's put it another way. I'll invest this 10 million in you, we can start a company together. I'll contribute capital, and you'll contribute your expertise. You'll manage the company, and I just need to receive dividends every year. What do you think? Lin Chen said. Upon hearing this, Li Jingwan showed a serious expression. Since you need to borrow money anyway, accepting my investment would be more appropriate. Lin Chen. Li Jingwan was moved. She nodded seriously. Okay, I accept your investment. You'll hold 70% of the company shares, and I'll hold 30%. No problem. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Li Jingwan's smile returned, and the gloom that had been hanging over her head vanished without a trace. She couldn't help but look at Lin Chen seriously. Uni, you've really changed. Is that so? People always have to change. Lin Chen. Li Jingwan fell silent. She naturally knew Lin Chen's background and past. When she chose to enter a marriage of convenience with Lin Chen, it was not only because he was stable and honest but also out of a bit of sympathy. But she didn't expect that in just 2 short years, Lin Chen would undergo such a significant transformation. Now, needing Lin Chen to fund her company to this extent made Li Jingwan feel a bit awkward. She suddenly became alert. Now that she had accepted Lin Chen's investment, in a certain sense, he had become her investor. Previously, she had been the one in charge of this household, but could that still be the case in the future? Wouldn't their identities and statuses be reversed? Moreover, he had previously disregarded the fact that she had saved him, and when calculated, she already owed Lin Chen 2 significant favors. One was a life-saving grace, and the second was almost as much. How would she repay that in the future? Thinking of this, Li Jingwan couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. It was at this moment that she realized the balance of power between them had changed so dramatically without her even noticing. Lin Chen clearly saw the changes in Li Jingwan's expression and couldn't help but chuckle softly. The more flustered she became, the more she would align with his plans. They had spent 2 years together, and he understood Li Jingwan's character very well. Following this trend, it wouldn't be long before Li Jingwan would completely become his. At that time, wouldn't it be wonderful for the sisters to fly together? Even further, they could. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile, a bold idea sprouting in his mind. After dinner, Li Jingwan was eager to return to her room. She felt very uncomfortable being near Lin Chen, and her hurried steps even looked a bit like she was trying to escape. Lin Chen understood the principle of balance. If he pushed too hard, it might backfire. After cleaning up the dishes on the table, Lin Chen tidied up the kitchen and returned to his room to rest. Meanwhile, in a certain villa, Wang Long, who had been unconscious for a day, finally woke up slowly. He opened his eyes and saw the familiar ceiling of his bedroom. Young Master Long, you're finally awake. A loyal lackey hurried over. Wang Long's memory gradually returned, and he quickly recalled what had happened during the day. Lin Chen. Wang Long's anger surged uncontrollably, his eyes blazing with fury like a volcano ready to erupt. The lackey quickly tried to calm Wang Long's emotions. Young Master Long, take a breath, there's no need to let a Lin Chen ruin your health. The doctor said you fainted today due to anger, so you need to take good care of yourself to avoid any problems. Wang Long gritted his teeth. I lost all my face in front of Tang Yunya today. A mere useless son-in-law actually slapped me in the face like that. How can I calm down? That woman, Tang Yunya, has always looked down on me, and now with what happened today, she probably thinks even more that I am just a useless person. No, I'm even worse than a useless person. Wang Long clenched his fists, his heart ablaze with anger, wishing he could tear Lin Chen to pieces on the spot. The lackey tried to soothe him. Young Master Long, today Lin Chen was just lucky. It was just a failure. I believe it can't possibly defeat you. He's just a useless son-in-law. How could he possibly turn the tables in front of you? You just need to show a little of your skills, and you can easily toy with Lin Chen. Wang Long rolled his eyes in annoyance. Enough, your flattery is too forced. Lin Chen is not someone to be trifled with. He is not a useless son-in-law at all. He has already demonstrated powerful medical skills. Even Shueshini is no match for him. Who knows where he learned such medical skills? It's not easy to deal with him. Wang Long's expression was quite dark. The lackey thought for a moment and lowered his voice. Why don't we hire a killer to take care of Lin Chen directly? As long as we get rid of him, everything else will be fine. Wang Long was somewhat tempted but quickly shook his head. No. If we kill him directly, wouldn't that be letting him off easy? I want to defeat him and then slap his face hard. Only then can I vent my anger. When Wang Long said this, he was gritting his teeth, his tone filled with such hatred that it seemed to condense into something tangible. This made the lackey feel helpless. It was not an easy task to slap the face of someone with medical skills so powerful that even Shui Shanglin felt inferior. By the way, young Master Long, I have already transferred that 13 million to Lin Chen. The lackey said. Wang Long's eyes widened. Who told you to transfer it? But Miss Tang has been calling this afternoon, urging me. She was almost about to come to find you. I had no choice but to take the initiative, to avoid her coming to disturb you. The lackey looked aggrieved. Slap. Wang Long directly slapped the lackey's face. Useless thing, that was 13 million. Do you think it's 1300? Wang Long felt his heart bleed. He didn't have much real power in the Wang family, so the money in his hands was limited. Giving away 13 million basically meant he was drained. He probably wouldn't even have money left for entertainment later. The lackey felt wronged but didn't dare to argue with the furious Wang Long at that moment. Just then, Wang Long's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was a call from Lu Nanshan. Wang Long's eyes lit up, and he answered the call. Lu, what's the matter? Lu Nanshan's voice came through the phone. Young Master Wang, I've encountered some trouble recently. Didn't you ask me to consolidate the martial arts world in Yunhai? I had already defeated most of the martial arts schools, but unexpectedly, I ran into a tough opponent a few days ago. Wang Long's expression darkened. Lu, didn't you say your Lu family's boxing is powerful and invincible in Yunhai? Why are you in trouble now? Lu Nanshan's expression turned somewhat awkward. Young Master Wang, it's inevitable for unexpected events to occur. Do you remember the woman who infiltrated your villa last time? This incident was caused by her. Lu Nanshan recounted the entire situation, emphasizing Lin Chen's involvement. Everything was going smoothly until a wild card appeared, a person named Lin Chen. His strength is formidable. My entire Nanshan martial arts school was defeated by him, Lu Nanshan said. What? Upon hearing the name Lin Chen, Wang Long seemed to suffer from PTSD, nearly jumping out of bed. Lin Chen? You mean the person who defeated you is named Lin Chen? Is he in his 20s, about 1.8 meters tall? Wait, send me a photo of Lin Chen. Wang Long immediately said. Okay. Lu Nanshan was surprised. He didn't expect Wang Long to have heard of Lin Chen and to react so strongly. He quickly sent a photo to Wang Long's phone, and as Wang Long looked closely, his eyes turned red. Good for you, Lin Chen, stealing my woman, slapping my face, and now obstructing my plan to unify the Yunhai martial arts world. Wang Long gritted his teeth, the killing intent in his eyes boiling to the extreme. Seeing this, a sycophant nearby had an idea and quickly said, Young Master Long, this is a good thing. I didn't expect Lin Chen to be part of the martial arts world. Since that's the case, we can take advantage of this opportunity. As long as we find a master and let him challenge Lin Chen in the name of the Nanshan Martial Arts School, Lin Chen will have no choice but to fight. This way, we can legally and reasonably kill Lin Chen in the arena, and no one can find fault with it, the sycophant said excitedly. Upon hearing this, Wang Long's eyes lit up. Good idea. Wang Long couldn't help but feel excited. as if he could already see Lin Chen being killed in the arena. Just thinking about that situation made Wang Long tremble with excitement. Chang, I'll leave this matter to you. Go find me a master. I want Lin Chen to die in the arena, and I want Tang Yuyan to personally come and watch. Ha ha ha, Wang Long laughed excitedly. Chang nodded without hesitation. Young Master Long, don't worry. A brother of mine happens to know a martial arts master whose strength is definitely enough to kill Lin Chen. Wang Long nodded in satisfaction and then told Lu Nanshan about the plan. Lu Nanshan on the other end also agreed without hesitation. The next day, Li Jingwan got up early, and with enough funds in hand, she couldn't wait to re-establish her new company. She first made breakfast, then left a note and hurried out. Li Jingwan skillfully completed the paperwork for the new company and then headed to the old company. She drove to the front of the company's gate, where the security guard immediately recognized her. President Li, I'm no longer your superior, so you don't need to call me President Li, Li Jingwan said, then walked into the company. She walked straight in, and everyone in the company saw her. President Li, President Li. The employees in the company made way for Li Jingwan. The news of her dismissal had already spread throughout the company, and many employees had their grievances, especially since the company had been struggling before Li Jingwan took over. It was Li Jingwan who had developed the company to its current state, but unexpectedly, the board of directors had turned against her and directly kicked her out. Li Jingwan calmly nodded as she made her way to the door of the executive meeting room. She knocked on the door, and soon a voice came from inside. Come in. Li Jingwan pushed the door open and walked in, only to find the entire company's executives present. Seeing that the person who entered was Li Jingwan, many faces showed surprise. Sitting at the head of the table was Li Shi. Jingwan, what are you doing here? You've been fired from the company. You have no right to attend this meeting. Li Shi frowned, his tone not very polite, even somewhat wary. He turned his head to look at Guan Menu. Sister, hurry up and let Jingwan leave, don't disturb our meeting. Guan Menu stood up. Jingwan, didn't you hear what your uncle said? Hurry and leave, don't you know how important this high-level meeting is? Why are you here to disturb us at this time? Li Jingwan frowned slightly, feeling a bit dissatisfied, but one was her mother and the other was her uncle. Both were her elders, so she didn't want to say much in response to their attitudes. I just came to say a few words, and I'll leave right away. I won't disturb your meeting, Li Jingwan said. Li Shi said irritably, then hurry up, considering the contributions you've made to the company, I'll allow you to say a few words. Li Jingwan ignored Li Shi and turned to look at the other senior executives in the company, some of whom she had promoted herself. Everyone, I have established a new company, and now I invite you to join me in creating a new future at the new company. I can assure you that the benefits will remain unchanged. Is anyone willing to follow me? Li Jingwan's words were shocking. What? The room erupted in an uproar. Everyone was taken aback by Li Jingwan's words. Is this poaching? Who would poach people in someone else's high-level meeting room? Bang! Li Shi was instantly furious. He slammed the table and stood up. Li Jingwan, what are you doing? You actually poached my people. Do you even see me as your uncle? Guan Menu, control your daughter, she's simply gone mad. Li Shi was almost driven to madness. Guan Menu also had an angry expression. Jingwan, you really have no respect. Now the company is under your uncle's control. How can you come to your uncle's company to poach people? And where did you get the money to start a new company? Starting a company isn't something that can be solved with just a few tens of thousands. Uni gave me 10 million. Li Jingwan's expression was calm. Impossible. Guan Menu immediately denied it. That waste Lin Chen can come up with 10 million? That's simply impossible. It's a fact, Uni is already different now, thanks to him for helping me this time. Besides, this company was developed by me. I didn't say anything when you crossed the bridge and tore it down. Now you won't even allow me to say a word? Guan Menu was furious. What's wrong with you, girl? I say something and you actually retort. Do you still see me as your mother? Li Jingwan didn't want to speak at that moment. At this time, someone in the meeting room stood up. President Li, I am willing to follow you to the new company. The person's words surprised the others, but upon closer inspection, everyone suddenly realized. I remember Lu Mei was promoted by President Li, and President Li has shown her kindness, so it's not surprising that Lu Mei stands up now. Someone couldn't help but whisper. Li Jingwan smiled. Good, I won't let you down. Are there any others? Another person stood up, followed by another. In a short time, 4 people had stood up. Seeing this scene, Li Shi and Guan Menu were both nearly furious. Li Jingwan, get out, you get out. Li Shi shouted angrily. Li Jingwan remained calm and then directly left with her people. Half an hour later, when Li Jingwan walked out of the company, there were already more than 10 people with her. Everyone, go back for now, I will establish the company within 7 days at most, and I will contact you then. Your salaries will start from today, and I will not treat anyone unfairly in the future," Li Jingwan said. In the villa, Lin Chen had a long sleep and then lazily got out of bed, stretching. Although the spiritual energy on Earth is thin, this leisurely and safe environment is incomparable to the cultivation world. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. He remembered that when he was just reborn into the world of cultivation, he lived in constant fear for over a decade, which was completely different from his current situation. After changing into a new set of clothes and coming downstairs, Lin Chen quickly saw a note on the table. He couldn't help but smile slightly, then took out the breakfast prepared by Li Jingwan from the cupboard. He heated the breakfast up, ready to eat, when suddenly the phone rang. Picking it up, he was surprised to see it was a call from Guan Menu. "Hello, Lin Chen, Jingwan said you gave her 10 million to start a company. Is this true?" Guan Menu's tone was immediately accusatory. Lin Chen chuckled inwardly, not expecting Guan Menu to find out about this so quickly. It must have been from Li Jingwan. "That's right, is there a problem?" Lin Chen nodded. Guan Menu was instantly furious. "Where did you get 10 million? And if you have money, why didn't you give it to me? I don't need to report to you where I got the money. And didn't I give it? I just gave it to Jingwan, is there really a difference?" Lin Chen shrugged. Guan Menu was seething. Of course there's a difference. That girl Jingwan has really become rebellious. Just now she barged into the company and poached people right in front of your uncle. And she took away nearly 20 key employees from the company. She's really gone too far, it's infuriating. If you hadn't given her money, how would she have the guts to do such a thing? Guan Menu directly blamed all the responsibility on Lin Chen. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Clearly, Guan Menu still didn't understand that things had changed. She still thought she was the same submissive waste of a son-in-law as before. Suddenly, he had a thought and his eyes shifted. "Hey, Mom, I didn't expect this situation to arise. Jingwan is my wife, and I saw she was unhappy these past few days, so I gave her the money. I didn't think she would actually confront you." Lin Chen sighed, his tone seemingly filled with regret. Upon hearing this, Guan Mengyu quickly said, "Then you need to call Jingwan right now and tell her to return the money to you, and then you can give it to me." He. Lin Chen almost laughed out loud at her words. Guan Mengyu was really greedy. This was 10 million, and this woman really dared to ask for it. "That won't work. I've already given the money to Jingwan. Once the money is given, how can it be taken back?" Lin Chen showed a troubled expression. Guan Mengyu was a bit anxious. "Why can't it be taken back? Jingwan is your wife, can't you control her? Why are you so useless?" Lin Chen replied helplessly, "Mom, I'm just a son-in-law. How can I manage Jingwan's affairs? Don't you know what her personality is like?" Guan Mengyu thought carefully and seemed to agree. Lin Chen had always had no standing in the family, so what could be done? This was 10 million. Just thinking about losing 10 million made Guan Mengyu feel heartbroken, as if a piece of her flesh had been cut off. Suddenly, Lin Chen said, "Mom, you don't need to worry. I still have another 10 million. "What?" Guan Mengyu was taken aback. "What exactly did you do to have so much money? You already gave Jingwan 10 million. How can you have another 10 million? Lin Chen smiled. "I naturally have my ways, Mom, don't ask so many questions. It's just a pity that Jingwan knows about this 10 million too. She definitely won't allow me to give you the money." Guan Mengyu's eyes revealed a greedy look. "That's not acceptable. That money must be given to me. If Jingwan asks about it later, just say the money has already been given to me, and let her come find me." Lin Chen was laughing inwardly but appeared troubled on the surface. "That won't work. If Jingwan finds out the money is gone, she will definitely be very unhappy. How about this, you write an IOU. That way, with the IOU, I can explain it to Jingwan later." Guan Mengyu hesitated for a moment, then nodded, "Okay, I'll come find you right away." After hanging up the phone, Guan Mengyu rushed out in a hurry. 10 million was not a small amount for her. The total assets of the Li family barely amounted to 100 million. 10 million was already 1/10 of the Li family's total assets, and Guan Mengyu's entire fortune added up to only 2 or 3 million, most of which was fixed assets. Guan Mengyu drove towards the villa, her face already showing signs of anticipation and excitement. She had already imagined how she would spend the 10 million once she got it. In the villa, after Lin Chen hung up the phone, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. The fish is hooked. Guan Mengyu is indeed as greedy as ever. Just a casual 10 million was enough to reel her in. Lin Chen laughed heartily. For Guan Mengyu, 10 million was a substantial amount, but for Lin Chen, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Spending 10 million to trick Guan Mengyu was very worthwhile for him. He didn't care about such a small sum, With his capabilities, acquiring a few tens of millions more was an easy task. How could a billionaire care about the loss or gain of a few dollars? He patiently waited on the sofa, even thoughtfully preparing paper and pen. Before long, Guan Menu hurriedly walked in from outside. She was breathing heavily, her face slightly flushed with excitement. Today, she wore a black professional outfit, with a women's suit on top and a fitted skirt with black stockings on the bottom. It must be said that although Guan Menu had a low character, her appearance was quite outstanding. In her 40s, she resembled a ripe red apple, her voluptuous and mature figure exuding charm. She possessed excellent looks, otherwise, she wouldn't have given birth to daughters like Li Dingwan and Li Shui. "Uni, where's the money?" Guan Menu immediately asked about the money. Lin Shen smiled slightly and handed her the IOU. "First, sign this IOU." Guan Menu took it and saw that it was indeed an IOU, but the amount on it was completely wrong. "Why does it say 30 million? Isn't it 10 million? Guan Menu was taken aback. Lin Shen shrugged and explained, "It's written this way to look better. If Jingwan asks about it later, I can just show her the IOU. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome if Jingwan made a fuss." Guan Menu nodded. She knew her daughter well. That stubborn and serious daughter would indeed give her a headache if she caused a scene. Guan Menu took the pen Lin Shen handed her and signed her name on the IOU. The borrower was him, and the lender was Lin Shen, with a loan amount of 30 million and a repayment period of 1 year. "Alright, I've signed the IOU. Where's the money?" Guan Mengyu's tone was excited and urgent. The ample peaks on her chest rose and fell with her breath, somewhat attracting Lin Shen's gaze. TSK. No wonder Li Shui developed so well at such a young age, it must be hereditary. "Here, this card has 10 million in it. I suggest you try to establish a company, otherwise, if you just take this 10 million, your uncles will definitely try to take it from you," Lin Shen reminded her. Upon hearing this, Guan Mengyu fell into deep thought. "You make a good point. If my uncles find out I have 10 million, they will definitely want me to use it to develop a company. At that time, the old man will surely demand the same. I want to establish my own company and then separate from the family business. That way, they won't be able to do anything to me." Guan Mengyu became excited. Listening to her words, Lin Shen's smile grew even wider. The fish was hooked. Well said. As the saying goes, a woman can be as capable as a man. Once you develop the company, even surpassing the family business, they will definitely look at you differently. Lin Shen's words were flattering. This made Guan Mengyu's eyes light up, and her emotions became even more excited. "Good. Uni, I didn't expect you to be so capable. I really misunderstood you before. If you make money in the future, you must give it to me, and don't tell that child Gingwan, understand? I am your mother-in-law, so as your son-in-law, you must treat me well." Guan Mengyu's face broke into a radiant smile, and she felt that Lin Shen looked much more pleasing to the eye. Lin Shen nodded without hesitation. "Mom, don't worry, I will definitely treat you well in the future." "So obedient. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. You stay at home and take care of yourself." After leaving this sentence, Guan Mengyu couldn't wait to leave. Seeing her hurried steps, Lin Shen's smile grew even wider. "Enjoy your moment of pride, it won't be long before you kneel before me. Don't worry, when that time comes, I will definitely treat you well." Lin Shen emphasized the word treat, and the expression on his face was even more meaningful. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang again. "Shui Changlin?" Looking at the caller ID, Lin Shen squinted his eyes. He answered the call. "Old Master Shui." "Mr. Lin, I wonder if you are free recently. There will be a medical exchange conference in Nanjing City tomorrow, and perhaps Mr. Lin would be interested." Shui Changlin smiled. "A medical exchange conference?" Lin Shen felt somewhat uninterested upon hearing this. Shui Changlin's medical skills were indeed outstanding in Jiangnan, but to him, it was just that. He thought that this so-called medical exchange conference probably wouldn't be much better. Just as Lin Shen was about to refuse, he heard Shui Changlin say, "Besides medical exchanges at the conference, some people will also bring rare medicinal materials for trade. You might be able to buy some extremely rare materials." "Oh, rare medicinal materials?" Lin Shen's interest was instantly piqued. "My current strength is already at the mid-stage of the innate realm. Although I am still some distance from the foundation building stage, it's always good to prepare in advance. I've been to various medicinal shops in Yunhai City these past few days, but I couldn't gather the materials to refine the foundation building pill. Without the foundation building pill, considering the concentration of spiritual energy on Earth, I basically cannot break through to the foundation building realm. Perhaps I can find the materials I need at this medical exchange conference." Lin Shen squinted his eyes. Although it was just a possibility, it was still worth a trip. After all, he had nothing to do at home these days, so he might as well go. Alright, I'll head to Nanjing City this afternoon. Shui Changlin laughed heartily. Good, then I will await Mr. Lin's arrival. Call me when you arrive in Nanjing, and I will send someone to pick you up. Lin Chen nodded, then booked a ticket to Nanjing and called Li Jingwan to inform her that he would be going to Nanjing for a few days. Nanjing City, Nanjing East Station. The place was bustling with people. Although it was already evening, the station was still lively with people coming and going. Looking around, the station was crowded, making it seem a bit cramped. Lin Chen walked out of the station with a backpack, dressed in simple casual sportswear, looking quite ordinary. Outside the station, a red sports car was parked quietly, and in front of the car stood a mature and stunningly beautiful woman, her exquisite face and figure attracting countless passers-by. Both the car and the beauty were enough to draw attention, let alone when combined. Shuiru's gaze was fixed on the station's exit, seemingly searching for something. She quickly spotted a familiar figure, and a joyful smile appeared on her beautiful face. Mr. Lin. Shuiru happily waved her hand from a distance. Lin Chen smiled as he walked over, instantly drawing the attention of many men around him. Damn! A pretty boy. If looks could kill, then the jealous gazes of the men around would be enough to slice Lin Chen into 1,000 pieces. Lin Chen's eyes roamed over Shuiru, and they couldn't help but brighten slightly. Compared to before, Shuiru's outfit today was clearly much more mature, showcasing her advantages to the fullest. Her mature and voluptuous attire exuded charm. Although her figure was still somewhat slender, the rounded peaks and her stunning beauty completely offset the disadvantage of being too thin. How have you been lately, Miss Shui? Lin Chen smiled. Shuiru slightly bowed. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your miraculous treatment last time. My health has improved a lot. Lin Chen nodded. It was no problem for him to personally help Shuiru with her health issues. However, with his current strength, he was still not able to completely cure her. To achieve that, he would need to reach the foundation establishment stage. After sitting in the car for 5 hours, I'm a bit hungry. Let's find a place to eat, Lin Chen said. Shuiru smiled. Okay, I know a restaurant where the chef's dishes are quite good. Please get in the car, Mr. Lin. Lin Chen nodded and got into Shuiru's red sports car. With a roar of the engine like a beast, the fiery red sports car vanished from the sight of the onlookers by the roadside. Shuiru drove all the way and soon stopped in front of a high-end restaurant. The two got out of the car and entered the restaurant together. Miss Shui, your private room is ready. Please follow me. A waiter greeted them. It was clear that Shuiru had made a reservation in advance, which was somewhat unexpected. They walked into the restaurant, and the waiter smiled as he handed the menu to Shuiru. She casually passed the menu to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, please feel free to order whatever you want. You saved my life, Mr. Lin, so please don't be polite. Shuiru smiled lightly, her eyes curving like crescent moons. She gently brushed her hair behind her ear, and this alluring gesture inadvertently captivated the nearby waiter for a moment. Lin Chen, seasoned in the ways of the world, was not so easily flustered by such charm. He took the menu and casually ordered a few dishes, and soon, one dish after another was served. The dishes were visually appealing and fragrant, making one's appetite soar just from the smell. Lin Chen wasted no time and began to feast heartily. After eating and drinking to his fill, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. It's getting late, please take me to the hotel. We can talk about anything tomorrow, Lin Chen said. Shuiru was slightly taken aback. Mr. Lin, it's only 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock is not early, I prefer to sleep early, Lin Chen replied. Seeing that he had said so, Shuiru could only nod and then took Lin Chen to the South River Hotel, booking the best room. As she escorted Lin Chen to his room, her face turned slightly red. Mr. Lin, the massage you gave me last time was very comfortable. I feel like my body is still a bit uncomfortable. I wonder if you could help me with another massage? Shuiru's face showed an expression of anticipation. At the same time, there was a hint of shyness in her eyes. Lin Chen looked at her deeply. With his insight, how could he not see that Shuiru had deep feelings for him? The age-old saying that a hero saving a beauty is the best way to win her heart certainly applied to Shuiru as well. With such thoughts in her mind, she would certainly not refuse. No problem, but since it's a massage, you'll need to wash up first. Please go take a shower in the bathroom, Lin Chen said. Shuiru's gaze was slightly shy, and seeing Lin Chen agree, she felt a surge of joy. Okay. Shuiru nodded without a second thought. She walked straight into the bathroom, while Lin Chen waited outside. Sitting on the sofa, he glanced towards the bathroom, a playful expression appearing on his face. It turned out that the bathroom in this hotel was separated from the outside by only a layer of translucent glass. From the outside, Shuiru's movements inside the bathroom were clearly visible. Although the specific figure was not discernible, the general outline and actions could be seen. This hazy feeling added a touch of intrigue. The room design understands romance. Lin Chen chuckled to himself. He leisurely sat on the sofa, beginning to appreciate the beauty's unique dance. Inside the bathroom, Xueru was completely unaware that she was performing a live show for Lin Chen. She took off her clothes, revealing her entire figure before Lin Chen's eyes. Her curvaceous body was undeniably tempting. If it were another man here, he might have already rushed into the bathroom to claim Xueru right then and there. Before long, the sound of rushing water echoed from the bathroom. TSK TSK TSK. Lin Chen enjoyed the scene of the beauty bathing, his gaze gradually becoming more heated. At that moment, Xueru had no idea that a pair of fiery eyes were watching her from outside the bathroom. She carefully washed her body from top to bottom. But then, Xueru suddenly remembered that she hadn't brought any change of clothes. Oh no! Realizing this too late, she knew she couldn't wear her previous clothes. She would either have to go naked or wrap herself in a bath towel. It was hardly a choice. Xueru reached out to grab the towel from the rack, but just then, her foot slipped, and she fell headfirst onto the bathroom floor. Ah! The fall was quite hard, causing Xueru to involuntarily let out a painful groan. Seeing this scene from the sofa, Lin Chen immediately got up. Miss Xue, are you okay? Xueru lay on the floor, trying to get up despite the pain, but as soon as she exerted herself, a more intense pain shot through her. She had been weak and sickly since childhood, resembling a delicate porcelain doll, and could hardly withstand such a fall, unable to even get up. Woo! Xueru couldn't help but shed tears from the pain, and she said, Mr. Lin, I fell and can't get up. Could you please help me? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen quickly pushed the door and entered the bathroom. There, he saw a completely naked beauty lying on the floor with a face full of grievance, a truly tempting sight. Lin Chen swiftly reached out and picked Xueru up, but she stumbled and fell into his arms. Ah! As their bodies made intimate contact, Xueru suddenly remembered that she was wearing nothing, and her face instantly turned bright red. Mr. Lin, could you please hand me the bath towel? Xueru's face was flushed, and she couldn't help but shyly close her eyes. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh at her somewhat dazed appearance. His laughter only made Xueru feel more embarrassed and awkward, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Lin Chen grabbed a nearby towel and covered Xueru's body, allowing her to finally breathe a sigh of relief. My foot hurts so much. Did I break my leg? Xueru endured the pain. She dared not put any weight on her foot, her body weakly leaning against Lin Chen. This was her first time having such intimate contact with a man, and the strong masculine scent made her head feel a bit dizzy. Although they had been in the bathtub together before, they had been under the influence of medication then, making it completely different from the current situation. Lin Chen lifted Xueru in his arms, carried her out of the bathroom, and placed her on the bed. After checking her leg, Lin Chen reassured her, "Don't worry, it's just a slight twist. I can help you with a massage, and you'll recover. Your body is far from normal, you must be careful every day. A regular person might be fine after a fall, but for you, it could lead to serious problems," Lin Chen said. Xueru lowered her head like a child who had made a mistake, her face already flushed crimson, and she dared not open her eyes. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Xueru was extremely shy. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. Xueru was already in her 30s, yet she was still so bashful, like an unmarried girl. This stark contrast not only made Xueru endearing but also made Lin Chen unable to resist her shy demeanor. Lin Chen held Xueru's injured right leg in both hands, a stream of true energy emanating from his palms, slowly penetrating the injured area. Xueru immediately felt Lin Chen's hands begin to warm, the heat of his hands caressing her ankle, and the sharp pain she had been feeling vanished at a visible speed. How amazing! As expected of Mr. Lin, his medical skills were truly impressive. Even her father couldn't achieve this level. Xueru was filled with curiosity. In her mind, Xue Changlin was the most skilled doctor, but Lin Chen's abilities were evidently even more outstanding. He was so young, not even half her father's age, yet he could easily do such things. Unable to resist, Xueru slightly opened her eyes and saw Lin Chen's hands holding her right ankle, rhythmically massaging it. The comfort radiating from her foot made Xueru somewhat entranced. In this moment, her heart couldn't help but stir with emotions. This overwhelming sense of comfort made Xueru lose herself, her eyes closing involuntarily, her face flushed. A soft moan escaped Xueru's lips. Ha! Lin Chen noticed Xueru's reaction and was taken aback. Was she really that excited just from a massage? The sight of Xueru's flushed face surprised him. He chuckled inwardly, his hands slowly wandering over Xueru's leg. Ah! Miss Xue, what's wrong? Did I hurt you? Lin Chen feigned innocence in his inquiry. Shuiru's face turned even redder, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Oh my! I actually made such an embarrassing sound in front of Mr. Lin, he must misunderstand me. No. I'm fine, it just hurt a little earlier. Shuiru hurriedly replied, her voice trembling, unsure if it was from shyness or pain. Lin Shin smiled inwardly but didn't expose Shuiru's pretense. Sorry, then I'll be gentler. Next, I'll start massaging you, your body is indeed too weak. For your safety, I'll give you a massage every day, it will be good for your health. Lin Chen said. Upon hearing this, Shuiru immediately agreed without hesitation. Okay, then I'll trouble you, Mr. Lin. No problem. Next, I'll use some special techniques to stimulate your body, so you might have some reactions, but you need to endure it, otherwise, it will reduce the effectiveness of the massage. Lin Chen said with a mischievous smile. Shuiru nodded, okay. Lin Chen smiled and immediately began to act. He had already noticed that these legs were definitely one of Shuiru's sensitive areas. Yang attribute true energy surged from Lin Chen's hands, his fingers dancing over Shuiru's body like playing a piano. The pure Yang true energy stimulated Shuiru's body, and wherever it touched, she felt an intense fire igniting within her, burning continuously. How could it feel this good? Shuiru's shyness reached its peak, she gently bit her lip, trying not to make any sound. But as time passed, the feeling of comfort in her body grew stronger. Upon closer inspection, Su Qing's hands had unknowingly and slowly moved up from Shuiru's legs, almost reaching her waist. When Lin Chen's hands touched her, he merely pressed lightly. Ah! The intense stimulation at her waist made Shuiru unable to hold back any longer, and she let out a muffled groan. Miss Shuet, didn't I say to hold it in and not make any noise, or the massage effect will decrease? Lin Chen pretended to scold her seriously. Shuiru quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I couldn't hold it in. It's alright, I will endure well from now on, please continue, Mr. Lin. Shuiru tensed her body, biting her lip tightly. Lin Chen almost couldn't help but laugh at her posture. He resumed the massage, and this time Shuiru nearly lost control again, her entire body tensed up like a drawn bowstring. Miss Shuet, if you're so tense, it will reduce the massage effect, you need to relax a bit, Lin Chen said. Woo woo. Shuiru felt like crying inside. If she didn't tense up, she couldn't hold it in, but if she did, she couldn't continue the massage, putting her in a dilemma. If Miss Shui really can't hold it, why not bite the blanket? If you have something in your mouth, you won't make any noise, Lin Chen suggested. Really? Shuiru asked, surprised. Lin Chen nodded seriously. Shuiru immediately followed his advice, and indeed, it worked quite well. Joy filled her heart as she bit down on the blanket, enduring the continuous waves of comfort coursing through her body. In just a short while, Shuiru was drenched in sweat, looking as if she had just been pulled out of water. Lin Chen's hands roamed over Shuiru's body, although her physique was too frail, her delicate skin made up for some of the sensation, still making him reluctant to let go. Shuiru endured, her beautiful, mature face flushed with crimson. Lin Chen enjoyed the touch of the mature beauty's body while admiring the expression on her face. Shuiru held back the comfort in her body, daring not to make a sound. Her expression was truly amusing, satisfying Lin Chen's wicked sense of humor. The massage lasted a full half hour, and when it finally ended, Shuiru could no longer hold back and reached her peak. After an unknown amount of time, Shuiru slowly came to her senses, only to realize how disheveled she was. What had just happened? Shuiru felt a bit dizzy, completely lacking any adult knowledge as a young lady from a noble family. Miss Shuet, the massage is over, how do you feel? Lin Chen approached her. Shuiru's face was extremely flushed. I want to take a bath. I've already prepared the bathwater for you, you can just go in directly, Lin Chen said. I have no strength. Just as Shuiru finished speaking, a pair of strong hands immediately lifted her up. Suddenly airborne, Shuiru panicked and instinctively wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's neck, causing the bath towel on her body to slip off and fall to the ground. Instantly, her bare body was fully revealed before Lin Chen. She exclaimed again, her face turning as red as if it would bleed. But inexplicably, she didn't speak. Instead, she closed her eyes and buried her head in Lin Chen's embrace. Lin Chen smiled slightly and carried the beauty into the bathroom. He placed Shuiru into the bathtub filled with warm water, and the comforting warmth made her face reveal an expression of enjoyment. Alright, take your time bathing, Lin Chen said before turning to leave the bathroom. Shuiru kept her eyes closed, unable to regain her composure for a long time, and only after a while did she slowly open her eyes. I'm so embarrassed. It feels like Mr. Lin has seen all of me. Shuiru's mind was a bit hazy. She blushed, momentarily at a loss, as Lin Chen's figure involuntarily flashed through her mind, making her face even redder. Inside the room, Lin Chen patiently waited. It was half an hour before Xueru finally emerged from the bathroom. Xueru's face still bore a hint of redness as she spoke. Mr. Lin, thank you for saving my life again just now. If it weren't for your help, I probably would have died in the bathroom. There was gratitude in Xueru's tone. Lin Chen smiled. It's just a small matter. Besides, this is my room. How could I not help you when you're hurt here? It's already 10 o'clock. Let me take you back. Xueru was a bit surprised. Has it really been 2 hours? I feel like it's only been a short while. It is indeed 10 o'clock. Put your clothes on, I'll take you back, Lin Chen said. Okay. Xueru nodded. She returned to the bathroom to put her clothes back on, and the two of them went downstairs. Lin Chen escorted Xueru back to the villa, and soon a maid of similar age hurried out from the villa. Miss, you're finally back. The maid sighed in relief. Xueru lightly nodded, turning to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, I will come to pick you up tomorrow. We'll go to the medical exchange conference together. All right. Lin Chen nodded. Shall you, please take Mr. Lin back to the hotel? Xueru instructed. Xiaoyu replied, yes. After they got in the car, they quickly left, and Xueru stood at the villa's entrance, reluctantly withdrawing her gaze only after Lin Chen's figure completely disappeared. Back inside the villa, Xueru soon saw Xue Changlin. Dad! Seeing Xueru return, Xue Changlin's tone was somewhat reproachful. Xiaoru, why did you come back so late? Where's Mr. Lin? I arranged for Mr. Lin to stay at the Nanjing Hotel. Xueru explained. Why at the Nanjing Hotel? You should have brought Mr. Lin back. How can he stay in a hotel when he comes to our Nanjing? Xue Changlin said irritably. Xueru lowered her head, showing a posture of admitting her mistake. Seeing her like this, Xue Changlin's anger vanished without a trace. Having a daughter later in life, he had always doted on Xueru, cherishing her as if she were a fragile treasure, never willing to scold or hit her. So, did you go out to have fun just now? Xue Changlin asked. After a slight hesitation, Xueru nodded, her face a bit flushed, not mentioning what had happened in the hotel. I took Mr. Lin around Nanjing, Xueru said. Xue Changlin nodded in satisfaction. Good, it's Mr. Lin's first time in Nanjing. As hosts, we should certainly show him some hospitality. Mr. Lin's medical skills are extraordinary. Although he is currently unknown, gold will shine eventually, and a true dragon will soar. It won't be long before Mr. Lin makes a name for himself. With his medical abilities, he will soar to great heights sooner or later, and befriending him will be beneficial for us. As he spoke, Xue Changlin seemed to think of something, saying, the only thing that puzzles me is that Mr. Lin, despite having such strong abilities, is actually a son-in-law of a small family in Yunhai. That confuses me. Son-in-law? Mr. Lin is really married? Xueru was taken aback, her expression changing dramatically. Yes, he has been married for 2 years, but I feel there must be some underlying reasons. I asked a friend in Yunhai to help me investigate Mr. Lin. The reason he became a son-in-law of the Li family is that Mr. Lin's parents died in a car accident, and his company went bankrupt, leaving him with millions in debt. I think at that time, Mr. Lin's medical skills were not as advanced as they are now, so he had no choice but to marry into the Li family. But I heard the Li family does not treat him well and often looks down on him, Xue Changlin said with a tone of lament. Indeed, all geniuses must go through hardships, but now that Mr. Lin has mastered his medical skills, he won't have to suffer like this anymore. Xueru exclaimed in shock, her expression turning furious upon hearing that Lin Chen was suffering at the Li family's hands. The Li family is going too far. Mr. Lin is such a good person. Why do they bully him? What about Mr. Lin's wife? Doesn't she care? Xueru was fuming. Xue Changlin shook his head, not too clear. These are all Mr. Lin's family matters. It's best for outsiders like us not to interfere. With Mr. Lin's current abilities, a mere Li family is nothing. The Li family is truly foolish. They don't even realize they missed out on a true dragon. Xue Changlin scoffed. Xueru's gaze flickered slightly, lost in her thoughts. The next day, Lin Chen had just finished breakfast when he received a call from Xueru. Mr. Lin, have you gotten up yet? Yes. Then I'll have Xiaoyu come pick you up right away. She is my personal maid and has taken care of me for 10 years. You can trust her. Xueru said. Lin Chen didn't have to wait long before a red sports car sped over. The car door opened, and Xiaoyu stepped out. She slightly bowed. Mr. Lin, Miss sent me to pick you up. Please get in. Okay. Lin Chen nodded and got into the car, heading to the medical exchange conference. Xiaoyu pressed the gas pedal, and the red sports car shot out like an arrow, speeding down the road. Although she drove quickly, it was also very steady, with no shaking or bumps. clearly showcasing her exceptional driving skills. The red sports car soon arrived at the entrance of a villa, where the words Nanjiang Villa shone brightly in the sunlight. After the two got out of the car, Lin Chen followed Xiaoyu into the villa. Xiaoyu took out an invitation, and the security at the entrance let them through without hesitation. Clearly, this medical exchange conference was not open to just anyone. Those without a certain status in the circle probably couldn't even enter the villa. The interior of the villa was elegantly decorated, presenting a classical style, with architectural designs combining modern elements and those from the Tang and Song dynasties. The person who designed this villa was evidently a master, as the various styles were excellently blended, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Lin Chen maintained a calm expression as he followed Xiaoyu deep into the villa. Soon, a lively scene appeared before him. Various stalls were set up, each filled with all kinds of medicinal herbs. Many people gathered here, making the atmosphere quite bustling. "Wait a moment, I want to look around here for a bit," Lin Chen said immediately. "Then I'll go inform the miss," Xiaoyu replied. Lin Chen casually nodded, his gaze already drawn to the herbs at the stalls. His spiritual sense spread out as he slowly searched each stall, hoping to find materials for refining foundation building pills. Soon, a purple herb caught his eye. Xiang grass. Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he walked towards that stall. "Looks like my luck is really good. I didn't expect to find one of the materials for the foundation building pill so quickly. Although Xiang grass isn't the main ingredient, it's one of the most important auxiliary herbs." Lin Chen smiled broadly. Without hesitation, he walked over and picked up the Xiang grass. But just as Lin Chen was about to speak to buy the herb, a voice suddenly interrupted. "I want this herb. I want this herb." Lin Chen and another person spoke almost simultaneously, causing the stall owner to pause in surprise. Lin Chen frowned slightly and turned around to see a handsome young man dressed in luxurious clothing walking over from not far away. Without saying much, he reached out to take the Xiang grass from Lin Chen's hand. Slap! Lin Chen didn't say a word and slapped him. "Ah!" The handsome young man couldn't help but let out a cry of pain, and his hand immediately swelled up. "Who are you? You dare to hit me?" The handsome young man's expression instantly turned cold, and there was a hint of chill in his gaze as he looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen replied coldly, "This herb is mine. Just because you say so? I was the one who spoke first." The handsome young man was filled with anger. "The herb is already in my hands, and I asked for it, so of course it's mine. And who are you to dare to rob me?" Lin Chen was unyielding. Swish, swish, swish. The entire small market heard the argument between the two, and immediately, all eyes turned to them. "Hey, isn't that Xiao Shang? Who's the young man arguing with him? He looks unfamiliar." That young man is probably an outsider, otherwise, he would not know Xiao Shang. Anyone in the Southern River medical community knows Xiao Shang's great name. Interesting, are they arguing over a herb? That young man really has guts to directly hit Xiao Shang. Probably a naive newcomer, an outsider dares to be so arrogant. Doesn't he know that a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake? Haha, I doubt he's even a strong dragon, and Xiao Shang is no local snake, he's a coiling dragon. Many people were discussing among themselves. Hearing these words, Lin Chen realized he had provoked a big shot in the Southern River medical community. My luck is so bad? I just arrived in Southern River and already caused trouble? He felt somewhat speechless but had no regrets. The Xiang grass, as an important auxiliary medicine for the foundation establishment pill, was not something he could let go of once encountered. Moreover, he wasn't one to have a good temper. This person named Xiao Shang had already come to bully him, so was he supposed to retreat? Shang Zhengping's gaze was icy. "Do you still not know who I am? Hand over the herb in your hand, and then break one of your own hands, then I can pretend nothing happened." He. Lin Chen scoffed, "What a big talk. I don't know who you are, but you are not qualified to flaunt your power in front of me." Hiss. Lin Chen's words made many people present gasp in shock, looking at him with astonished eyes. Who is this young man? He actually dares to confront Xiao Shang like this? Does anyone here know him? Someone asked. The crowd looked at each other, shaking their heads. Some people suddenly showed a playful expression. Those who came to attend today's medical exchange meeting were basically people of some status in the Jiangnan medical community. But among so many people in the market, not a single one recognized this young man. Either he was a nameless nobody, or he wasn't from Jiangnan, or he simply wasn't even part of the medical community. I am not worthy, I'm curious about your identity, to be so confident. Shang Zhengping sneered. Now, it's too late to apologize, this matter isn't over. If you don't give me an explanation, you won't be able to leave this villa. As his words fell, footsteps immediately sounded from outside, and the people entering the market were the villa's security. Xiao Shang, what happened? The security captain approached with a smile. Shang Zhangping coldly said, "This person attacked me in the market, and my hand is already swollen from his hit. This is the best evidence." The security captain was startled and immediately looked at Lin Chen. "Sir, fighting is prohibited here. We may have to ask you to come with us. Take him away." Several security personnel immediately stepped forward, taking out their batons. Lin Chen coldly watched this scene, and just as he was about to make a move, Shui Ru's voice came from outside. "Stop!" The sudden voice left everyone stunned, and the crowd automatically parted. As they focused their eyes, they saw that the person walking in was none other than Shui Ru. "Miss Shui?" Many people on the scene recognized her, while some were somewhat unfamiliar. "Who is this Miss Shui?" someone asked curiously. A bystander explained, "Miss Shui is the daughter of old Master Shui, but she has been frail and sickly since childhood, so she has rarely been seen outside." "Xiao Ru, you actually came?" Shang Zhangping was somewhat surprised, but his gaze unhesitatingly fell on Shui Ru. Faced with Shang Zhangping's somewhat heated gaze, Shui Ru instinctively frowned. She ignored him and walked directly in front of Lin Chen. "What are you all doing?" "Mr. Lin is an important guest of the Shui family. Why are you bullying him?" Shui Ru scolded. "What?" Her words left many people present in shock. They never expected this young man to have a connection to the Shui family. "Interesting." Many people revealed amused smiles, crossing their arms, ready to watch a good show. Several security personnel couldn't help but show a troubled expression. They couldn't afford to offend the Shui family's guest, but on the other side was Shang Zhangping, whom they also couldn't afford to offend. This was troublesome. Shang Zhangping also frowned, thinking to himself, "No wonder this young man is so arrogant. It turns out he is a guest of the Shui family. But what is his identity that qualifies him to act this way?" With this thought, Shang Zhangping's previously dismissive attitude immediately changed, and his gaze towards Lin Chen became much more serious. "Who exactly are you?" Shang Zhangping asked in a low tone. Shui Ru turned to Lin Chen. "Mr. Lin, what exactly happened?" "I had my eye on this medicinal herb. I had already taken it in hand and was about to buy it when that person tried to snatch it from me." Lin Chen recounted what had just happened. Upon hearing this, Shui Ru's face immediately showed anger. "Shang Zhangping, aren't you being a bit too much? Since Mr. Lin has already chosen this medicinal herb, how could you forcefully take it?" Shui Ru said sternly. She unhesitatingly showed her stance, clearly standing firmly by Lin Chen's side. Facing Shui Ru's reprimand, Shang Zhangping remained calm and even smiled. "What he just said is merely his side of the story. I could also say that I was the one who saw the herb first. Why don't we ask the stall owner for the specifics?" After saying this, Shang Zhangping turned his gaze to the stall owner. "Stall owner, please help us settle this. Who saw the medicinal herb first?" The stall owner was instantly dumbfounded. He never expected that selling a medicinal herb would lead to such a situation. On one side was Shang Zhangping, and on the other was Shui Ru, both representing two major forces in the Southern River medical community. While he was just an ordinary herbalist, he couldn't afford to offend either side. The stall owner fell into a deep dilemma. As he turned his head, he saw Shang Zhangping's half-smiling, half-threatening expression, which was evident to anyone. The stall owner felt very helpless, stammering for a long time without being able to speak. Shang Zhangping still wore a smile. "Stall owner, just say what you want to say, you don't need to worry about offending anyone. Whether it's me or Miss Shui, no matter which side you choose, the other side will definitely not retaliate against you." Shui Ru looked at the stall owner. "That's right, just tell us the truth." She didn't notice the threat in Shang Zhangping's words towards the stall owner. The stall owner glanced back and forth between the two, finally gritting his teeth and saying, "This medicinal herb was first offered to me by Mr. Shang." Shui Ru was taken aback, unable to believe it. How could this be? Shui Ru couldn't help but look at Lin Chen, seemingly asking for his opinion. "Ha ha ha." The man across from them, Shang Zhangping, burst into laughter, his demeanor exuding smugness. "Miss Shui, you heard what the stall owner said, right? I was the first to offer to buy this herb. Since I spoke first, the herb is naturally mine." Shui Ru was momentarily at a loss. She clearly had never encountered such a situation and could only look at Lin Chen for help. Lin Chen squinted slightly, giving Shang Zhangping a deep look, a flash of cold light passing through his eyes. He was not like Shui Ru, an inexperienced young lady. He could easily see through Shang Zhangping's tricks. "Fine, since you bought the herb first, take it." Lin Chen spoke coldly. As he spoke, he directly threw the Xiang grass in his hand towards Shang Zhangping. Shang Zhangping's expression of triumph grew even more pronounced as he watched Lin Chen's actions. However, the moment he caught the Xiang grass, it instantly shattered in his hand, breaking into dozens of pieces that fell to the ground. The smile on Shang Zhangping's face froze instantly. "Are you playing me? You actually destroyed my herb," Shang Zhangping fumed. Lin Shin sneered coldly, "What nonsense are you talking about? Everyone saw me throw the Xiang grass to you, it was perfectly fine when I threw it, and it broke in your hands. This is obviously your problem." "Bullshit. You clearly used some trick." Shang Zhengping was furious. Lin Shen's trick was clearly a protest and dissatisfaction against him. The herb was damaged in his hands, which meant that no one got the Xiang grass. Wow! Many people around couldn't help but discuss, their gazes towards Lin Shen changing. How bold! Since he couldn't get the Xiang grass, he simply destroyed it so that no one could have it, which was completely against Shang Zhengping. As expected, Shang Zhengping's face darkened to the extreme, his gaze towards Lin Shen filled with piercing coldness. Lin Shen's gaze was equally icy, but as someone who had navigated the cultivation world for hundreds of years, the situation had not yet reached the point of losing his reason. "Miss Xue, let's go," Lin Shen said directly. At this moment, Xue Ru was still a bit dazed, completely unaware of what had just happened. However, although she was inexperienced, she wasn't truly foolish and realized that something was off about the situation. "Stop." Seeing Lin Shen about to leave, Shang Zhengping would never agree. "Did I allow you to leave?" Shang Zhengping said coldly. Lin Shen retorted sarcastically, "Do I need your permission to leave? Who do you think you are?" Hiss. Lin Shen's words were so explosive that many people present couldn't help but gasp. "Who is this young man? His words are too wild. He actually dares to directly insult young Master Shang in front of so many of us. Yeah, they say a strong dragon doesn't suppress a local snake. Perhaps his background is indeed quite powerful, but don't forget this is Nanjiang, where the Shang family is one of the 4 great families. Who would dare to disrespect them?" Many people couldn't help but discuss, their gazes towards Lin Shen filled with astonishment. However, more people were eager to watch the show, their faces revealing expressions of interest, and some even made way, clearing a space in the middle. What a bold statement. In all these years on this land of Nanjiang, you're the first to dare speak to me like this. I'm very curious about who you are to have such a big mouth. Shang Zhengping laughed in anger, his eyes sharp as blades. So what if I said it? What can you do about it? Lin Shen scoffed, mocking him as he confronted Shang Zhengping head-on. You stole my purple sungrass and still dare to show off in front of me? I think you are the one who is truly audacious. Shang Zhengping laughed heartily, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. The entire venue fell silent, the atmosphere tense due to the confrontation between Lin Shen and Shang Zhengping, and anyone could sense the impending storm in the air. Silence. In that moment, it felt as if time itself had quieted down. The venue was so still that one could almost hear a pin drop. Just then, a sound of footsteps approached, followed by a group of people walking out from inside. What happened? A strong, steady voice rang out. Vice President Shang, Vice President Xue has arrived. Someone shouted, and the crowd quickly parted to make way. A group of people emerged, led by 2 elderly men with white hair, one of whom was Xue Changlin, while the one who had just spoken was the other. Grandpa. Shang Zhengping immediately stepped forward to the old man's side. Dad. Xue Ru also called out, quickly walking over to quietly inform Xue Changlin of what had just happened. Shang Zhangliang listened to Shang Zhengping's complaint and stepped forward from the crowd, his sharp gaze like that of an eagle, fixed on Lin Shen. Who are you? This is the Southern River Medical Exchange Conference, not a place for you to act recklessly. Someone, throw this troublemaker out. Shang Zhangliang commanded without hesitation. The nearby security team looked somewhat awkward at the situation. Stop. Xue Changlin stepped forward. Vice President Shang, Mr. Lin is someone I personally invited. Wow. At this statement, many people were taken aback. Although Xue Ru had already mentioned that Lin Shen was her guest, people had not taken it too seriously, thinking Lin Shen was just a friend of Xue Ru's, but they never expected he was actually invited by Xue Changlin. What kind of status does Xue Changlin have, and what kind of ability does this young man possess to be worth such an invitation? Shang Zhengliang's aged face narrowed his eyes. Vice President Xue, today's medical exchange conference is not something just anyone can join. Only those from the medical field are qualified, and this person just disrupted the venue, seriously disturbing the order of this exchange conference. It is entirely reasonable for me to have him thrown out. In response to Shang Zhengliang's words, Xue Changlin remained calm. As the vice president of the Jiangnan Medical Association, I have the right to invite anyone as a special guest to every medical exchange conference. This year, my special guest is Mr. Lin. At this, Shang Zhengliang's expression changed slightly. Who exactly is this young man to be so defended by Xue Changlin? He looked deeply at Lin Shen, his gaze profound. Alright, since he is a special guest of Vice President Xue, I will no longer question his eligibility to participate. The exchange conference is about to begin, and I hope Mr. Lin can showcase some skills later and not disappoint everyone. With that, Shang Zhangliang turned and left, a group of people following him, taking away half of the attendees. The conflict seemed to have ended abruptly, but everyone was very clear. It was not that Shang Zhangliang had retreated, rather, the real show was yet to come at the exchange conference. Lin Chen glanced at the departing Shang Zhangliang and his grandson, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Shui Changlin approached, his aged face showing a hint of apology. Mr. Lin, I apologize for what happened just now. Unlike the naive Shui Ru, Shui Changlin was astute and surely understood the nature of the dispute over the purple sungrass. It's nothing, I've seen too many people like Shang Zhengping. Lin Chen smiled. He did not lie, in the world of cultivation, there have been countless people like Shang Zhengping over the hundreds of years. Aside from the initial period when he lacked strength and had to endure, such people were basically dealt with by him later on. Today would be no exception. Shui Ru's expression was filled with guilt as she lowered her head, her eyes reflecting regret and grievance. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I wrongly accused you just now. Listening to Shui Changlin's words, she understood that Lin Chen was innocent. Just thinking about how foolish she had acted earlier made Shui Ru feel extremely embarrassed. Her appearance as a little wronged girl made Lin Chen unable to suppress a laugh. Perhaps because she had been overly protected since childhood and had little contact with outsiders, Shui Ru, though over 30, still had the temperament of a 15 or 16-year-old girl, often displaying some childish behaviors. If such demeanor were seen on an ugly person, it would be seen as a nuisance, but on a beauty like Shui Ru, it became an unusual charm, making one want to bully her fiercely. Old Master Shui, what will the process be like at the exchange conference later? What tricks do you think that grandfather and grandson will play? Lin Chen asked. Shui Changlin felt approving. Lin Chen could directly see through the tricks of Shang Zhengping and his grandson, which showed his rich experience in handling matters. In contrast, his silly daughter seemed innocent and adorable. He showed a serious expression. The exchange conference doesn't have a strict process. It's basically everyone discussing some recent difficulties encountered in the medical field. At the same time, some people will bring patients over, and then everyone will treat them together, discussing ways to cope, exchanging ideas, and making progress together. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Such an exchange conference was quite good, as any technique requires discussion and exploration to improve. From what I know about Shang Zhangliang, he will definitely throw out some difficult questions to challenge you, Mr. Lin. You don't need to worry, I will help you smooth things over, Shui Changlin said with a smile. Lin Chen smiled silently. Although he wasn't specialized in the medical path, he would undoubtedly be far ahead on Earth, and a mere Shang Zhangliang couldn't trouble him. The two simply discussed a bit before entering the venue of the exchange conference. This was in the deepest part of the villa, in a garden where many doctors had already gathered. Most of them were local doctors from Jiangnan, with a few from other regions who had come out of admiration. Groups of people were gathered together discussing, just as Shui Changlin had said, with some doctors bringing patients for a group consultation on site. Shui Changlin led Lin Chen to a core position in the garden, and as soon as they sat down, they saw Shang Zhangliang and his grandson approaching from a distance. They are here. Shui Ru's tone was somewhat tense, and she couldn't help but move closer to Lin Chen. Shang Zhangliang's actions quickly drew the attention of many people in the garden. The doctors who had been discussing the medical path all turned their gazes toward them. Some recounted what had just happened outside, letting others understand the earlier conflict. Shang Zhangliang's aged face wore a smile, while Shang Zhengping looked smug and full of mischief, directly gazing at Lin Chen with a strong sense of provocation in his eyes. Mr. Lin, as a specially invited doctor by Vice President Shui, I believe your medical skills must be outstanding. I have many areas in the medical field that I do not understand, and I have come specifically to seek your guidance. I hope you won't mind. Shang Zhangliang opened with a direct approach. Shui Changlin frowned. Vice President Shang, Mr. Lin still belongs to the younger generation. Isn't it a bit bullying for you, as an elder, to seek advice from a young person? Ha ha ha. Shang Zhengping laughed heartily beside them. Why is Vice President Shui in such a hurry? It's just a normal inquiry and discussion. Isn't that the theme of today's exchange conference? To learn martial arts, one must first find a master. I believe Mr. Lin, as a specially invited physician, must possess some extraordinary skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't qualify to participate in today's exchange conference, would he? With that, he directly put Lin Chen on the spot. Shui Changlin wanted to say something, but at that moment, a voice suddenly came from outside. Miss Feng is here. Someone shouted, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Everyone turned to look, including Shui Changlin and Shang Zhangliang. Lin Chen also glanced over and saw a frail young girl being supported as she entered. The girl appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, with a delicate face and graceful figure. Clearly at a beautiful age, she seemed devoid of spirit, her stunning cheeks pale, needing the assistance of a maid even to walk. Miss Feng! Miss Feng! The crowd parted to make way. Lin Chen lowered his voice to ask Xueru beside him, "Who is this Miss Feng?" Xueru stood on her tiptoes, holding onto Lin Chen's arm as she stepped forward. Miss Feng is the only daughter of Feng Shiming, the lord of Jiangnan. It is said that she fell ill with a strange disease 3 years ago, and since then her health has deteriorated. No matter how many famous doctors she has seen, nothing has worked. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, glancing at the arm Xueru was holding. It was the height of summer, so Xueru's clothing was quite thin, and with her holding onto his arm, he could clearly feel the soft touch. He had to admit that although Xueru was slender due to her innate deficiencies, the parts that had developed were quite impressive, and the sensation of her proud peaks was astonishing, making one want to indulge in the experience. Xueru quickly noticed where Lin Chen's gaze was directed, and her face flushed bright red, realizing that she and Lin Chen were a bit too close. However, she did not let go of Lin Chen's arm. Instead, she held on tighter, almost pressing her entire body against him, her ample curves completely squished and deformed, while she lowered her head, looking shy. Lin Chen looked at her youthful demeanor and chuckled softly in his heart. He enjoyed the softness of the beauty beside him, but his gaze shifted to the approaching Feng Yuru, and his expression quickly turned strange. This girl was not sick at all. With a sweep of his consciousness, no demon or ghost could escape Lin Chen's perception. On the girl, there was a ghostly spirit, greedily feeding on Feng Yuru's life essence. This spirit had been nurtured by Feng Yuru for a full 3 years, and its form was nearly taking shape. In another 6 months, it would likely reach a level capable of killing. He never expected that in Earth's spiritual environment, a ghost could actually be born. Lin Chen was astonished. Miss Feng. Shang Zhengliang and Shui Changlin approached her. Feng Yuru's pale, weak face broke into a sweet smile. Sorry, I'm interrupting again. I wonder if there's any way this year to cure my strange illness? In response to Feng Yuru's words, both Shang Zhengliang and Shui Changlin furrowed their brows tightly. Someone in the garden was puzzled, and another explained, 3 years ago, Miss Feng fell ill with a strange disease. Lord Feng traveled all over the country looking for a cure, but since then, every year at the medical exchange conference, Miss Feng comes to the site. Because each medical exchange conference gathers many people, perhaps there might be some extraordinary person. That person's words left others speechless. This was a case of desperate measures. If there were truly someone capable of curing such a strange illness, they would have long since made a name for themselves. How could they possibly attend such an exchange conference? Shui Changlin showed a helpless expression. Miss Feng, we really have no way to help you with your strange illness. We have never encountered such a situation, and we can't even determine the cause with various methods. Shang Zhengliang nodded as well, and at that moment, Shang Zhengping suddenly said, "Wait a minute, perhaps I have a way." His words instantly drew everyone's attention to him. What way? Feng Yuru's face lit up with hope. Shang Zhengliang was startled and quickly scolded, "Zhengping, this is not a place for your nonsense. Don't talk nonsense." "Grandpa, I'm not talking nonsense, I just have some ideas and want to give it a try. I've recently learned an ancient method of massage called Luyang Shou, which can activate the life energy in the human body. If it works, there is a possibility it could solve Miss Feng's problem. I've verified its effectiveness on others, but I can't guarantee it will work for Miss Feng, so I'm just saying we can try." Shang Zhengping said. Luyang Shou? There's such an ancient method? Many people present showed skeptical expressions. Feng Yuru hesitated slightly, while in the crowd not far away, Lin Chen almost laughed out loud. Damn Luyang Shou! If it weren't for Lin Chen's spiritual awareness, which allowed him to sense that Shang Zhengping had no true energy at all, he might have almost believed it. The way the other party spoke so confidently could easily deceive the ignorant. Feng Yuru's condition was not any kind of illness that could be cured with medicine. There was only one way to resolve her issue. That was to expel the malevolent spirit that was entangled with her. As long as the spirit was dealt with, Feng Yuru would naturally recover without any medicine. Conversely, no matter how many tonics she took, it would have no effect. Although Lin Chen saw through Shang Zhengping's intentions, the others present did not. Shang Zhengping acted convincingly, his confident demeanor suggesting that he could easily handle it. But Lin Chen had already figured out that this kid just wanted to take advantage of Feng Yuru under the pretext of massage. All eyes were on Shang Zhengping, each filled with suspicion. Shang Zhengliang frowned slightly and leaned closer to Shang Zhengping, lowering his voice. "Zhengping, what is Luyang Shou? I don't know about it. How confident are you?" Shang Zhengping's face was full of confidence. "Don't worry, Grandpa, I have enough confidence." "Is that so?" Although Shang Zhengping said so, Shang Zhengliang still felt somewhat unconvinced. After all, he knew his grandson's capabilities very well. Miss Feng, I can't guarantee that I can cure you, but I think you have no other options right now. Perhaps you can choose to give it a try. If it really works, then you can be free from the torment of illness. Shang Zhengping smiled. His words swayed Feng Yuru. She couldn't deny that she was somewhat tempted. Shang Zhengping's words did have some truth, as he said, trying it out wouldn't hurt, and if it succeeded, it would be the best outcome. Her current condition was deteriorating day by day. Even with a large amount of tonics, her body was growing weaker. This was still because she was nourishing her body every day, otherwise, someone else would have already died. Thinking of this, Feng Yuru gritted her teeth and finally nodded. Okay, I'm willing to give it a try. Great. Hearing this, Shang Zhengping was overjoyed. His greedy gaze couldn't help but fall on Feng Yuru's body. Despite her poor condition from the torment of the malevolent spirit, her curvaceous figure still held a fatal attraction for him. Coupled with her extraordinary status, it excited Shang Zhengping even more. Just thinking about being able to toy with such a beauty filled his heart with anticipation. Seeing Feng Yuru agree, many people present began to feel hopeful. What exactly is Lu Yang Shou? Can it really cure Miss Feng's strange illness? One person couldn't help but ask. The people nearby shook their heads in response. Feng Yuru stepped forward to stand in front of Shang Zhengping, and she looked at Shang Zhangliang. Vice President Shang, please arrange a room for me next. Sure. Shang Zhangliang nodded with a smile. Shang Zhengping was overjoyed, suppressing his excitement as he prepared to take Feng Yuru away. However, at that moment, an untimely voice interrupted his actions. Wait! The sudden voice instantly attracted everyone's attention. They all turned to see Lin Chen stepping out from the crowd. Who is this young man? Everyone present found Lin Chen's face very unfamiliar. Shui Changlin and his daughter Shuiru looked at Lin Chen as he walked out, their hearts skipping a beat. Shuiru was a bit anxious. She hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Lin Chen's arm. Mr. Lin, Miss Feng is the daughter of the Lord of Jiangnan. We better not offend her. Her eyes were filled with worry, clearly concerned that Lin Chen might act irrationally out of revenge against Shang Zhengping. Lin Chen smiled slightly, and at that moment, Shang Zhengping turned around. Upon seeing Lin Chen, he immediately sneered. Lin Chen, what are you trying to stop me for? Do you want to prevent Miss Feng from seeing a doctor? Miss Feng's current health condition urgently needs treatment. If you delay her and her condition worsens, can you take responsibility if something happens? Shang Zhengping's words were a heavy accusation directed at Lin Chen. Shuiru was furious. She scolded, Shang Zhengping, what nonsense are you talking? Mr. Lin doesn't mean that. Seeing Shuiru so intimately holding Lin Chen's arm, her ample curves pressing against him, Shang Zhengping's eyes flashed with jealousy towards Lin Chen. Who knows if Lin Chen has any bad intentions? Otherwise, why would he stop me? Shang Zhengping mocked. Shuiru was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to explain for Lin Chen. Lin Chen stepped forward, patting Shuiru's shoulder as he came out. Shang Zhengping, I have no intention of causing trouble. I'm just curious about what this Lu Yang hand you mentioned is. What a coincidence. I also understand the Lu Yang hand. I wonder if we are talking about the same thing. A smile curved on Lin Chen's lips. What? As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Everyone looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. This person also knows the Lu Yang hand? Feng Yuru was equally surprised, her gaze involuntarily falling on Lin Chen. Shang Zhengping was taken aback but quickly laughed inwardly. This fool, he actually thinks he can trick me. The Lu Yang hand is just something I made up. It doesn't exist at all. How could you possibly know anything about the Lu Yang hand? Ha ha ha. Shang Zhengping laughed out loud. Lin Chen, I think you are simply talking nonsense. The Lu Yang hand has been lost for hundreds of years. I only obtained the cultivation manual by chance. How do you know about the Lu Yang hand? I see you just want to make a fuss. He laughed heartily, not hiding the sarcasm and mockery in his words. Is that so? That's exactly what I wanted to say. As far as I know, only I can perform the Lu Yang hand. Where did you learn it? Since we both claim to have the Lu Yang hand, why not have a contest to see who is the real deal? Lin Chen said playfully. He could directly slap Shang Zhengping's face and expose that the so-called Lu Yang hand was nothing but a fabrication. But doing so would be a bit boring. Since a toy had finally appeared before him, he certainly wanted to have some fun with it. Shang Zhengping raised an eyebrow. How do you want to compete? Their exchange captured everyone's attention. No one expected such an exciting duel to occur at today's medical exchange meeting. True or false Lu Yang hand? Interesting. Many people crossed their arms, ready to watch a good show. Shuiru, however, looked anxious, her worry evident to anyone who could see. Lin Chen said, the method of the competition is very simple. The 6 Yang hand is a technique of massage and acupressure, but it works extremely quickly. Even just massaging the arm can produce remarkable effects. How about we each give it a try? If your sixth young hand is genuine, you should be able to alleviate Miss Feng's strange illness symptoms. Do you want to play? Upon hearing this, Shang Zhengping's expression changed slightly. He knew his own capabilities. He didn't know anything about the sixth young hand, so how could he possibly relieve Feng Yuru's symptoms just by massaging her arm? If he really started to massage, wouldn't he instantly expose himself? No! The sixth young hand is something I made up. I don't know it, and Lin Chen definitely doesn't either. In that case, the result of our competition will surely be a draw, and I can claim that the sixth young hand has no therapeutic effect. After all, I never made a definitive statement before, so no one can find fault with me. Damn Lin Chen! Shang Zhengping was furious. Originally, he planned to enter the room with Feng Yuru, make a move on her, and then use the pretense of massage to enjoy himself with this beauty. But now, in front of so many people, how could he dare to do such a thing? If the massage had no effect, then his subsequent plans would be completely ruined. Thinking of this, Shang Zhengping's mood darkened completely, wishing he could tear Lin Chen apart right then and there. Fine, I agree. Miss Feng, what do you think? Shang Zhengping asked Feng Yuru. Feng Yuru looked at Shang Zhengping and Lin Chen with a strange expression, a flicker of unusual light passing through her eyes. Alright, I'll give you a chance. Mr. Shang, you start first. Feng Yuru nodded and then extended her delicate, snow-white arm, resembling a lotus root. Shang Zhengping took a deep breath and pretended to adopt a massage posture to begin. His technique appeared very professional, showcasing a clear method in his movements. Everyone watched his actions, and soon someone frowned. Is this the sixth young hand? It looks quite ordinary, seems nothing special. One person couldn't help but say. Shui Changlin also frowned. Shang Zhengping, is this really the sixth young hand? The crowd's comments made a drop of sweat fall from Shang Zhengping's forehead. He suddenly remembered that everyone present was a highly skilled doctor, most of whom were well-versed in massage techniques. His methods might fool those unfamiliar with medicine, but trying to deceive these seasoned doctors was like dancing with a big knife in front of Guan Gong. The techniques of the sixth young hand are profound. I have only learned a part of it. Shang Zhangliang stepped forward. My grandson is inexperienced. I apologize for the embarrassment. Seeing Shang Zhangliang speak, everyone unanimously stopped questioning. Time passed second by second, and Feng Yuru sat in the chair, her brows gradually furrowing. Is it done? I don't feel anything at all, Feng Yuru said. Upon hearing this, Shang Zhengping showed a helpless expression. I'm sorry, Miss Feng, it seems my sixth young hand has no effect on you. I sincerely apologize for disappointing you. Hearing this, Feng Yuru couldn't help but show deep disappointment on her face. She sighed inwardly, her hopes shattered. It's okay, you already stated it was just an attempt, and failure is normal, Feng Yuru said generously. Shang Zhengping smiled. Thank you for your understanding, Miss Feng. After saying this, he turned to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, my treatment is over, and you can see the results. Now it's your turn. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Chen walked straight up, and as he reached in front of Feng Yuru, he caught a faint, strange fragrance emanating from the beautiful woman before him. This scent. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This familiar exotic fragrance stirred something in his heart. His consciousness immediately probed into Feng Yuru's body, and a look of joy quickly appeared on his face. The purple rhythm spiritual body. To his surprise, he encountered another special constitution so quickly. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. He never expected to be this lucky. It had been less than a month since his rebirth, and he had already come across 3 types of special constitutions. This was the 4th. He had to win this woman over. The purple rhythm spirit body was no less impressive than the 3 types he had encountered before. If he could secure this woman, his strength would increase even faster. With 4 spirit bodies providing him with spiritual energy in turn, his cultivation would accelerate significantly. No wonder Feng Yuruwa survived for so long after being entangled by the Yin spirit. No wonder the Yin spirit has grown so well. It's all because of the purple rhythm spirit body. What a waste! Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The spiritual energy within Feng Yuruwa had been completely drained by the Yin spirit, a total loss. Mr. Lin? Feng Yuruwa called out after noticing Lin Chen had been silent for a while. Sorry, I was just observing your physical condition. Lin Chen snapped back to reality, smiling. Miss Feng, your body is very weak, your life is like a candle in the wind. If nothing unexpected happens, you can last at most another month. Feng Yurua's body trembled slightly, a flash of fear crossing her eyes. Shang Zhengping scolded. Lin Chen, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm just stating the facts. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged. Alright, I'm going to start the treatment. No one should say anything unnecessary. Ha ha ha. Shang Zhangping laughed heartily, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Treatment? The 6 yang hands were just a fabrication of his, how could he not know whether it would be effective? Lin Chen ignored the mocking laughter of Shang Zhangping, secretly forming a hand seal with both hands, then grasped Feng Yurua's arm and began to massage her. At the same time, strands of true energy were transformed into pure life force, slowly entering Feng Yurua's body. Watching Lin Chen methodically massage Feng Yurua, Shang Zhangping couldn't help but laugh. Lin Chen, your 6 yang hands are completely fake, it's impossible to have. However, before Shang Zhangping could finish his sentence, Feng Yurua suddenly became excited. I can feel it. I can feel it. There's a warm energy in my body, I can feel it. Excitement and joy appeared on Feng Yurua's delicate face. What? As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap, as if a deep water bomb had been thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up towering waves. Impossible. Shang Zhangping was the first to deny it, the 6 yang hands did not exist, and how could Lin Chen's treatment possibly be effective? The others quickly gathered around, each one looking shocked. Shui Changlin rushed forward, shouting, everyone, don't move. No one can disturb Mr. Lin while he treats Miss Feng. His reprimand instantly silenced the crowd, and all eyes in the garden were on Lin Chen, filled with astonishment and disbelief. Is it really possible to feel something? How can this be? So many doctors have been helpless against Miss Feng's strange illness, how could this mere kid possibly do it? One person couldn't help but say. Others nodded in agreement, sharing the same thoughts. Shang Zhangping and Shang Zhangliang, the grandfather and grandson, were equally shocked, their expressions filled with incredulity. At this moment, Lin Chen's fingers were massaging Feng Yurua's arm, life force flowing into her body. For Feng Yurua, it felt as if Lin Chen's fingers were burning hot, warming her originally cold body wherever they touched. A look of enjoyment appeared on Feng Yurua's face, but at that moment, Lin Chen suddenly stopped. Why did you stop? Feng Yurua, who was enjoying the moment, immediately opened her eyes. Lin Chen smiled, just massaging your arm isn't enough. I need to perform a full body massage for better results. No problem, let's go to the room. Feng Yuru nodded without hesitation, then stood up and took Lin Chen's hand, eagerly pulling him toward the room. The others watched the two figures, and everyone consciously made way. Wait! Shang Zhangping quickly spoke up. He was furious, his gaze seemingly wishing to tear Lin Chen apart. This was the woman he had his eye on, and now she was being snatched away by Lin Chen. How could he endure this? Miss Feng, don't be deceived by Lin Chen. What whole body massage? He clearly just wants to use that as an excuse to take advantage of you. Shang Zhangping accused first. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen shrugged. It seems Mr. Shang has misunderstood me. If that's the case, then this treatment will end here. I'm leaving. Lin Chen offered no explanation and turned to leave. Wait. Feng Yuru, like a drowning person grasping a life-saving straw, had been tormented by a strange illness for 3 years, suffering to the point of despair. Not only was her health deteriorating, but she also often had nightmares at night. After 3 years of torment, the hope of healing was finally in front of her. How could she just give up? Mr. Lin, please don't leave. Feng Yuru rushed forward, and in front of everyone, she excitedly hugged Lin Chen's arm, pressing her whole body against him and holding on tightly. She turned her head and angrily scolded Shang Zhangping. Shang Zhangping, what nonsense are you talking about? Dr. Lin's treatment is effective for me. It's not about taking advantage of me. I haven't even counted the matter of the 6 yang hand against you yet. Don't you and Dr. Lin both understand the 6 yang hand? Why did your 6 yang hand have no effect? Perhaps you are the one who truly wants to take advantage of me? After being scolded by Feng Yuru, Shang Zhangping felt a sense of panic in his heart. He quickly explained, I didn't. Miss Feng, you must believe me, I absolutely had no intention of offending you. Then why did your 6 yang hand have no effect? Feng Yuru coldly questioned. Shang Zhangping stammered, unable to come up with a reason. Shang Zhangliang stepped in to mediate. Miss Feng, please calm down. Zhangping just lacks skill, which is why the 6 yang hand had no effect. Zhangping only wanted to give it a try, there was no intention to offend Miss Feng. Feng Yuru shot Shang Zhangping a cold glance and huffed, apologized to Dr. Lin. Shang Zhangping's body trembled involuntarily, feeling utterly humiliated. Apologizing to Lin Chen in front of everyone? Wouldn't that leave him with no face? Zhangping, hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lin. Shang Zhangliang scolded. Shang Zhangping's face turned bright red, he felt all eyes were on him. Just a moment ago, he had been flaunting his power, humiliating and mocking Lin Chen, and now he was being slapped in the face so quickly. Truly, the tides had turned. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I misunderstood you earlier. Please forgive my offense. Shang Zhengping said these words with immense humiliation, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Lin Chen smiled slightly as he watched all of this, feeling overjoyed. This idiot Shang Zhengping still wanted to compete with him. He was truly naive. I accept your apology. Miss Feng, let's go, Lin Chen said. Feng Yuru breathed a sigh of relief, her tone eager. Let's go to the room. Saying this, she hurriedly pulled Lin Chen away. The others watched the two leave, especially Shang Zhengping, who clenched his fists, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Watching the woman he liked pull Lin Chen into the room, Shang Zhengping's anger surged like a volcano erupting. Lin Chen, I won't let you off. Shang Zhengping roared in fury in his heart. On the other side, Xueru also watched, feeling a bit jealous, a sour taste rising in her heart. Cough cough. Shui Changlin coughed, breaking the tranquility of the courtyard. Everyone, let's continue our exchange meeting. All right. The crowd nodded in agreement, quickly shifting their attention. A man and a woman, Lin Chen and Feng Yuru, swiftly entered the room prepared by Shang Zhengliang, slamming the door behind them, leaving only the two of them in the room. The room was not large. Apart from a bed, there was a bathroom, and the decor was quite simple. Dr. Lin, what should I do? Feng Yuru asked eagerly. Lin Chen smiled slightly, his gaze on Feng Yuru resembling that of a big bad wolf looking at Little Red Riding Hood. Miss Feng, your condition is somewhat complicated. It can't be cured in just one day. I plan to divide the treatment into 12 sessions, once a week, to be completed in 3 months. Today is just the first session. You will need to come to me every week for treatment, and after 12 consecutive sessions, you can be completely cured, Lin Chen said. Excitement sparkled in Feng Yuru's eyes. Really, will I be completely cured after 12 sessions? That's right. Lin Chen nodded. That's great. I've been tormented for 3 years. What's 3 months? Let's get started, Feng Yuru said, clearly unable to contain her eagerness. Since the beauty was so looking forward to it, Lin Chen naturally would not refuse. It's best to do the massage without clothes, otherwise, it will be hard to gauge the situation. You should go take a shower first. Lin Chen smiled. Feng Yuru was slightly taken aback, biting her lip, then nodded, a blush rising to her cheeks. Okay. She quickly walked into the bathroom, and soon the sound of running water could be heard from inside. Lin Chen patiently waited outside, and Feng Yuru did not keep him waiting long. In less than 10 minutes, she emerged again. The long dress she had been wearing was gone, replaced by a short white towel wrapped around her. Lin Chen couldn't help but look over, his eyes lighting up. The towel on Feng Yuru was quite short. The sight of the beauty emerging from the bath was so alluring that Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement. Why? Is this towel so short? Feng Yuru said, her tone filled with helplessness. Lin Chen couldn't help but admire her a few more times. Come lie on the bed, our treatment is about to begin. Lin Chen quickly adopted a serious demeanor, though his eyes continued to wander over Feng Yuru. At that moment, her face was flushed, standing in such a shy posture in front of a man she had just met, which was clearly a bit too stimulating for him. However, thinking about finally being able to rid herself of the strange illness that had tormented her for 3 years, Feng Yuru's shyness dissipated significantly, replaced by strong anticipation. She took the initiative to step forward and lay down on the bed. Dr. Lin, I'm ready, you can start. Feng Yuru even urged him. Seeing her so anxious, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He stepped forward to stand in front of Feng Yuru, gently placing his hands on her head. The moment Lin Chen's hands touched Feng Yuru, she instinctively tensed up, clearly still a bit nervous. If it feels comfortable, close your eyes, relax your body, and don't resist my strength, Lin Chen instructed. Feng Yuru took a deep breath, trying to relax as much as possible. Lin Chen stood behind her, forming a hand seal. The true energy within him quickly transformed into vitality, gradually entering Feng Yuru's body as he massaged her. A look of enjoyment soon appeared on Feng Yuru's face. This feeling was so wonderful. She felt both curious and delighted, quickly becoming immersed in it. Her body had been tormented by the evil spirit for 3 years, and expelling it was very easy for Lin Chen, but he did not plan to drive the evil spirit out of Feng Yuru today. If the problems with Feng Yuru were resolved in one go, the other party would definitely not come looking for him again. A warm current surged under Lin Chen's control, and his hands could hardly contain themselves, gradually beginning to roam over Feng Yuru's body. As the daughter of the Lord of Jiangnan, Feng Yuru had been pampered since childhood, her skin well cared for, and the sensation of touching her far surpassed that of the other women around him. The only drawback was that Feng Yuru's body had been tormented by a malevolent spirit for 3 years, leaving her quite thin. This emaciated body undoubtedly affected the sensation, but even so, Lin Chen found it irresistible. At first, Feng Yuru tried to suppress herself, but as the comfortable feeling intensified, she completely let go of her dignity, and the room echoed with her sounds. If someone were eavesdropping outside at that moment, they would surely guess what the man and woman inside were doing. The melodious sounds lasted for a full half hour, reaching a peak before Feng Yuru finally calmed down. She gasped for breath, her body drenched in sweat, looking as if she had just been pulled from the water. The sheets beneath her were soaked with her perspiration. Lin Chen admired the expression of the beauty after her peak of pleasure and casually pulled over a nearby blanket to cover her. After a while, Feng Yuru slowly began to recover. Is it over? There was still a hint of reluctance on her face. The treatment is over, and you have 10 more sessions to go. Once all the treatments are completed, you will be completely healed. Lin Chen smiled. Feng Yuru felt a surge of excitement and couldn't help but sit up, causing the towel covering her to slip off. Ah! She couldn't suppress a startled cry, her cheeks instantly flushed. Lin the divine doctor, could you please step outside for a moment? I want to take a bath and clean myself. Feng Yuru said, her face red. Sure, I'll wait for you outside. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. He turned and left, his steps not pausing at all. Seeing Lin Chen leave so directly, Feng Yuru let out a sigh of relief, and a hint of affection rose in her heart. She was well aware of how much her body attracted men, and she hadn't expected Lin Chen to leave so decisively. Little did she know that Lin Chen had already admired her body thoroughly just moments ago. Lin Chen stepped out of the room and returned to the garden, where all eyes immediately turned to him, focusing on his figure. Mr. Lin! Shui Changlin and his daughter Shui Ru hurried over. Mr. Lin, how did the treatment for Miss Feng go? Shui Changlin asked urgently. Lin Chen smiled slightly. The treatment was very successful, and Miss Feng is currently resting. I believe she will be out soon. If anyone doubts it, they can naturally ask Miss Feng when she comes out. As he said this, Lin Chen's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Shang Zhengping not far away, and it was clear who he was referring to. Wow! As soon as Lin Chen spoke, the garden erupted in a commotion. There really is a treatment effect. How did he do it? Yes, neither Vice President Shang nor Vice President Shui nor anyone else could do anything about Miss Feng's strange illness. I didn't expect this young man to solve it. For 3 years, the Lord of the Feng family has taken Miss Feng to see countless famous doctors, all of whom were helpless. What ancient method does this young man use with his 6 young hand to achieve such miraculous results? The crowd in the garden buzzed with discussion, their faces filled with astonishment and intense curiosity. Shuiru didn't know when she had walked up to Lin Chen's side. She quietly leaned in and took a gentle sniff, and indeed, she caught the scent of Feng Yurua's body fragrance from Lin Chen. Shuiru felt a bit uncomfortable, as if something important had been taken from her. She bit her lip, suppressing the urge to ask questions. On the other side, Shang Zhengping's expression was extremely grim. He didn't realize when he had clenched his fists, if looks could kill, he would have loved to tear Lin Chen apart right then. Damn it! Who exactly is Lin Chen? I must investigate him thoroughly later. After a while, Feng Yurua, who had finished her shower, walked out of the room. Everyone's gaze immediately fell on her, and it was hard to look away. Before the treatment, Feng Yurua had been pale and weak, as if a gust of wind could blow her over, but now she was radiant, her complexion glowing. It had only been a little over an hour, yet the difference was shocking. Miss Feng, are you alright? Shang Zhengping hurriedly stepped forward with concern. Feng Yurua's expression was cold. I'm fine, please don't stand so close to me. Shang Zhengping's face turned red, his expression extremely awkward. Ahem! Shang Zhengliang quickly stepped in to smooth things over for his grandson. Miss Feng, please don't mind, my grandson is just overly concerned about your health. Congratulations, Miss Feng, on your new lease on life. Feng Yurua's attitude towards Shang Zhengliang was slightly warmer, and her gaze quickly turned to Lin Chen. Dr. Lin, I wonder if you are free tonight. I've made a reservation at the Nanjing Hotel, and I hope you can honor me with your presence. Feng Yurua smiled as she stepped forward. Then I shall gladly accept. Lin Chen nodded. Feng Yurua's smile became even sweeter and happier. She didn't linger in the garden for long and soon left. As soon as she departed, everyone's eager gazes turned to Lin Chen. Lin Chen had no interest in staying longer either. He found an excuse and then left the exchange meeting. With Feng Yurua's connection, it was clear that no one dared to stop him. Mr. Lin, I'll go with you, Shuiru said, quickening her pace to catch up with Lin Chen. The two figures soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Shang Zhengping watched Lin Chen's departing back, his expression dark to the extreme, the coldness in his eyes boiling like a river. Lin Chen and Shuiru arrived at the outside of the trading fair, and his appearance once again attracted a lot of attention. The previous conflict seemed fresh in everyone's minds, and everyone instinctively made way for Lin Chen. He walked straight ahead and then stopped in front of a stall. Upon closer inspection, this stall was indeed the one that had sold the Xiang grass earlier. Mr. Lin, Miss Shui. The stall owner, seeing the two, wore an extremely helpless expression. I couldn't do anything about what happened earlier. The stall owner wanted to explain something, but Lin Shin interrupted him with a wave. I'm not here to cause trouble. I just want to ask where you got that Xiang grass from. Do you have another one? Seeing this, the stall owner let out a huge sigh of relief and quickly said, I don't have another Xiang grass, but I can take you to the place where I harvested it. As for whether you can find it again, I can't guarantee that. All right. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. The growth conditions for Xiang grass aren't particularly harsh, but that's only in the context of the cultivation world. He was also curious that there was an environment on Earth that could support the growth of Xiang grass. The stall owner quickly packed up, and the three of them left the small trading fair. They made their way to the outskirts of the mountain villa, and Lin Chen looked at Shueru. Miss Shui, we will be going into the mountains to gather herbs later. The mountain paths are difficult to navigate, so you should head back first. It's okay, I'm not some delicate young lady, it's just a mountain path. Shueru confidently patted her enormous mountain peak, instantly creating a wave of turbulence. Alright then. Seeing that Shueru was determined to accompany him, Lin Chen decided not to dissuade her. If all went well, he would have some trouble later. The two got into the car and followed the stall owner as they left the villa. The stall owner drove ahead, leading the way, with two cars following closely behind. Soon, they had already exited the urban area of Nanjing City. The stall owner continued to drive away from Nanjing City without stopping. After driving for a full hour, the surrounding buildings gradually diminished, and the terrain became more remote. Eventually, the two cars entered a mountain village and stopped in front of a two-story small house. Dad! A girl of about 15 or 16 joyfully ran out from the house, her curious gaze scanning Lin Chen and Shueru as she noticed guests had arrived. Sister, you're so beautiful. The girl's eyes lit up. Shueru smiled and said, thank you. The stall owner got out of the car. Xiaoli, go pour tea for the guests. Okay. Xiaoli bounced back into the house. Mr. Lin, Miss Shui, my humble abode is a bit simple, please don't mind. The stall owner was very enthusiastic. The two entered the house, and the girl quickly poured a cup of tea for each of them. Boss Wu, when are we heading into the mountains? Lin Chen took a small sip of tea. The stall owner replied, I'll change into some proper clothes, and we can set off right away. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, and soon Wu Chang was ready. He changed into long sleeves and long pants, holding a stick in his hand. Wu Chang's gaze fell on Shueru, seemingly hesitant to speak. Miss Shui, your outfit may not be suitable for the mountains. There are no roads near my home, it's all mountain paths and grass. That short skirt and short sleeves of yours might cause you a lot of trouble later. Wu Chang couldn't help but say. Shueru waved her hand, it's fine, I'll just be careful. Seeing Shueru's insistence, Wu Chang stopped pressing the issue. Shueru's response was very straightforward, but she quickly regretted it. As the three entered the mountains, the environment quickly became as Wu Chang had described. The terrain was complex, and weeds grew everywhere. Walking in such a forest in a short skirt, it didn't take long for Shueru to be in a mess. The flesh-colored stockings on her legs were soon torn to shreds by the sharp leaves of the grass, leaving small cuts on her legs. Shueru gritted her teeth against the pain in her legs and followed the two without a single complaint. Lin Chen glanced at her, feeling somewhat speechless. Wu Chang had already advised her, but she refused to listen, and now she was indeed in trouble. Miss Shui, you should go back down the mountain. In your condition, you probably won't be able to continue. Lin Chen said. Shueru bit her lip. I'm fine, it's just a few minor injuries. If you keep pushing yourself, by the time we come back, your legs might not look the same anymore. Lin Chen said, half amused, half exasperated. Shueru's face showed resistance. It was clear she was determined not to go back. Forget it. Lin Chen squatted down. Come on, I'll carry you. The grass isn't that high. If you lie on my back, you won't have to worry about getting cut by the grass. Shueru's cheeks flushed instantly, but this time she showed no hesitation and quickly stepped forward to lie on Lin Chen's back. Lin Chen lifted her up, her sexy and hot body pressing tightly against him. He immediately felt the softness of her form, and the sensation of her curvy figure was quite nice. Shueru's pretty face turned completely red as she buried her face in Lin Chen's back. Let's go, Lin Chen said. Wu Chang nodded, a hint of ambiguity appearing on his face as he finally understood why Shueru had insisted on following them. Mr. Lin's romantic luck was truly flourishing. Such a beautiful woman was actually taking the initiative. Without Shueru's burden, their pace clearly quickened. Even though Wu Chang sped up, Lin Chen could easily keep up with him. Shueru wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's neck, her body completely leaning against his back. With the bumps from Lin Chen's walking, her body swayed gently. Shuiru's pretty face was already as red as if it might bleed. She had never been this intimate with a man while fully conscious, especially since it was summer. Their clothes were already thin, and in this contact, she could clearly feel his body temperature. Ah, why am I being so bold? Mr. Lin wouldn't misunderstand me, would he? Shuiru felt an extreme shyness, and she was already regretting it in her heart. For a mature woman in her 30s who had never experienced such things, being carried on a man's back was indeed a bit too stimulating for Shuiru. She bit her lip to suppress any sounds, but the strange sensations in her chest were impossible to ignore. Lin Chen quickly sensed Shuiru's unusualness on his back and chuckled inwardly. This woman was indeed unsatisfied. If it weren't for Wu Chang being beside them, he would have definitely taken Shuiru right there. Suppressing the restless fire in his heart, Lin Chen quickened his pace. After walking for half an hour through the mountains and crossing several hills, the three of them ventured deep into an uninhabited forest. Finally, a valley appeared before Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, I found the Xiang grass in this canyon. Wu Chang wiped the sweat from his forehead. Walking under the scorching sun for over half an hour in the mountains was clearly not easy for him. But when he saw Lin Chen, he was surprised to find that the latter looked completely fine. Not only was he not sweating, but even his breathing was steady. It seems I've grown old. Wu Chang couldn't help but feel a sense of lament. Lin Chen patted Shuiru's bottom. Wake up, we've arrived. Ah! Shuiru, lost in her own thoughts, snapped back to reality. Her face was flushed as she got off Lin Chen's back, lowering her head and not daring to look into his eyes. Lin Chen ignored this woman full of desire. His consciousness quickly spread out, conducting a thorough search of the entire valley. Within the range of his perception, it was impossible for a spiritual herb like Xiang grass to escape his notice. Lin Chen soon searched the valley but did not sense any presence of Xiang grass. This is troublesome. There's no second Xiang grass. Lin Chen frowned slightly, a hint of murderous intent rising in his heart towards Shang Zhengping. If he couldn't find the second Xiang grass today, then Shang Zhengping would undoubtedly die. Just then, in the deepest part of the valley, a faint wave of spiritual energy flickered by. Found it! Lin Chen's face broke into a smile, the frown from earlier replaced with joy. He walked straight over, and when he returned, he held a purple herb in his hand. This Xiang grass was well hidden, lurking in the deepest part of the valley. If it weren't for Lin Chen's perceptive abilities, he might have missed it. We've got what we came for, let's go. Lin Chen placed the Xiang grass into a prepared box. Wu Chang let out a sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried that Lin Chen wouldn't find the Xiang grass and would vent his frustration on him. Since they had found what they wanted, that was the best outcome. Lin Chen put Shuiru back on his back, and the three of them left the forest. The return journey was much quicker, and they were back in the village in less than half an hour. Mr. Lin, Miss Shui, would you like to come to my house for a rest? Wu Chang asked. Lin Chen waved his hand. No need, we'll be leaving shortly. Boss Wu, let's exchange a phone number. If you find any strange herbs in the future, feel free to contact me, and I will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Wu Chang's eyes lit up, and he agreed without hesitation. No problem, I will definitely contact Mr. Lin. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, then got into the car with Shuiru and left. 2 hours later, Lin Chen drove back to the South River Hotel. As he got out of the car, he was ready to return to his room to rest. Wait a minute! Shuiru called out from inside the car. What is it? Lin Chen asked, puzzled. Shuiru's face was flushed, and she seemed a bit shy, as if it was hard for her to speak. I would like Mr. Lin to help me with a massage again. By the time Shuiru said this, she had completely lowered her head and dared not look into Lin Chen's eyes. Her cheeks were covered in a rosy hue, and even her ears were flushed. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. It seemed his training of Shuiru had been quite successful. He had no doubt that if he agreed, he could directly indulge in the beauty before him in the room later. However, it felt a bit too boring to indulge so quickly, so Lin Chen directly refused. He said seriously, the interval between massages is too short to have any effect. Let's wait until next time. After leaving this sentence, Lin Chen turned and left. Ha! Shuiru was stunned for a moment, watching Lin Chen's departing figure, feeling both shy and angry. Why did he refuse me? Is it because of Feng Yuru? Shuiru couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. She lowered her head to glance at her own sexy and mature body, then compared it to Feng Yuru in her mind, and her confidence suddenly surged. That night, Lin Chen set off for his appointment. He took a taxi to the South River restaurant, and just as he got out of the car, a waiter approached him. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin? Yes, I am. The waiter smiled. Miss Feng is already waiting for you in the private room, please follow me. Under the waiter's guidance, Lin Chen walked into the restaurant and made his way to the private room on the third floor. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door of the private room, then pushed it open and walked in. Inside the room sat a stunningly beautiful woman. Tonight, Feng Yuru was wearing a light blue long dress, the fitted dress hugging her body and accentuating her exquisite curves. Her beautiful face was lightly made up, making her already delicate features even more enchanting. Dr. Lin. Feng Yuru greeted with a sweet smile. Lin Chen stepped forward. How do you feel? Very good. With Dr. Lin's miraculous hands, I no longer feel that bone-chilling cold. Feng Yuru's tone was filled with excitement and joy. For 3 years, she had suffered daily, enduring the feeling of coldness in her limbs and an overall weakness that tormented her heart. After Lin Chen's treatment today, she had finally escaped from that suffering, and her gratitude towards the man before her was immeasurable. Mr. Lin, I told my dad about today. He wants to come over later to personally thank you. Feng Yuru said. Oh, Lin Chen was slightly surprised, but his expression remained unchanged. Although the governor of Jiangnan had a high status, it was not enough to make him feel anxious or in awe. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. A steady and powerful sound of footsteps followed, and then the door to the private room was pushed open. A tall, imposing middle-aged man walked in. Accompanying him was another person, whose sharp eyes and powerful movements exuded an impressive aura. A martial artist? Lin Chen recognized at a glance that this person had traces of cultivation. With a sweep of his consciousness, Lin Chen clearly saw the man's background. There were no signs of internal energy cultivation. He was a pure physical martial artist, with strength equivalent to the late stage of the acquired realm. The cultivation world also has body refining techniques, but they are generally auxiliary practices, typically only pursued by cultivators when they are weak. Even when one reaches the limit of their cultivation, they can only attain the peak of the foundation establishment stage, making it difficult to achieve great recognition. Yet, this man before me has managed to cultivate body refining techniques to the peak of the acquired stage in such a place as Earth, where spiritual energy is so thin, it seems he has his own methods. Dad! Feng Yurua called out sweetly upon seeing the middle-aged man, immediately smiling as she approached. The man, who had just exuded an air of authority, instantly revealed a kind and gentle smile, then turned his gaze to Lin Chen. I presume this is Mr. Lin, who saved my daughter. I didn't expect Mr. Lin to be so young. It is often said that heroes emerge in their youth, and this saying fits Mr. Lin perfectly. I am Yurua's father. My name is Feng Shiming. Feng Shiming smiled as he stepped forward. Lin Chen returned the smile. Mr. Feng is too kind. Today, thanks to Mr. Lin's miraculous skills, my daughter's life has been saved. Ever since Yurua fell 3 years ago, I have traveled all over, seeking out renowned doctors, and I don't know how many medical experts I consulted, all of whom were helpless against her strange illness. As a father, I could only watch my only daughter suffer every day, growing thinner, and my heart ached terribly. Fortunately, with Mr. Lin's help today, Yurua's strange illness can finally be cured. The gratitude of my daughter and I will be forever etched in our hearts. Feng Shiming warmly grasped Lin Chen's hand. As he spoke, a glimmer of tears appeared in the corners of his eyes, his tone filled with deep emotion. Dad! Hearing her father's heartfelt words, Feng Yurua was also moved. Lin Chen observed the tender scene between the father and daughter, choosing not to interrupt. Feng Shiming quickly regained his composure and smiled. Mr. Lin's great kindness, if there's anything you need help with in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Upon hearing this, the body-refining martial artist at the door couldn't help but turn his head, casting an envious glance at Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled slightly, his expression nonchalant. Mr. Feng is too kind, I'm just trying my best. Currently, Miss Feng's strange illness hasn't been completely cured yet, she will need 11 more treatments. Lin Chen said. Feng Shiming nodded without hesitation. Mr. Lin, please feel free to proceed. If you need any medicinal materials, just let me know. As long as it's something I can obtain, I will do everything I can. Good. That's exactly what I was waiting to hear. Lin Chen finally smiled. As the Lord of Jiangnan, Feng Shiming could accomplish many things with just a word. With his assistance, he might easily gather the materials for the foundation establishment pill. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about the materials anymore. Soon, one by one, attendants entered with dishes, each plate a feast for the senses, the aroma alone making one's appetite soar. A table full of exquisite dishes was prepared, and Feng Shiming warmly invited Lin Chen to sit down. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, the dinner was a joyful occasion for both host and guest. Both Lin Chen and Feng Shiming drank quite a bit, yet their faces showed little change. One was accustomed to drinking, while the other, as a congenital cultivator, was not afraid of regular alcohol. Mr. Lin truly has a great capacity for alcohol, Feng Shiming exclaimed in surprise. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Mr. Feng is too kind, I just had a little advantage. Ha ha ha, no matter what method you used, that's still Mr. Lin's skill. I imagine with your medical expertise, you must have cultivated internal energy by now? Feng Shiming smiled. Lin Chen did not deny it. I have indeed cultivated internal energy, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to cure Miss Feng. Receiving a definite answer from Lin Chen, a look of shock flashed in Feng Shiming's eyes. He certainly knew about inner energy. Every medical family basically had to cultivate it from a young age, but very few could actually achieve it. Looking across the entire Jiangnan region, there wasn't a single person, and without exception, they were all elderly with white hair. Yet here was Lin Chen, still so young, and he had already cultivated inner energy, simply unbelievable. Not far away, Feng Yuru was full of curiosity. She had already experienced Lin Chen's inner energy and naturally had no doubts. I would like to ask Mr. Lin a question. Feng Shiming suddenly became serious. Lin Chen smiled faintly. I believe Mr. Feng wants to inquire about the truth behind Miss Feng's strange illness, right? Exactly. Feng Shiming's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light as he looked earnestly at Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, my daughter's strange illness shouldn't be a real disease, right? TSK. Lin Chen was surprised. He didn't expect Feng Shiming to guess it. That's right. In fact, the reason Miss Feng's body is so abnormal is entirely due to external forces and has nothing to do with illness. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Feng Shiming was a smart man. He knew the other party would definitely ask him. After all, any illness must have a cause, and so many medical experts had been helpless against the strange illness plaguing Feng Yuru, even failing to identify its cause, which was clearly abnormal. Mr. Lin, I want to know the exact reason, Feng Shiming said earnestly. Feng Yuru couldn't help but lean in to listen. She also wanted to know what had tormented her for 3 years. Lin Chen pursed his lips, organizing his thoughts in his mind. Mr. Feng, have you heard of Yin spirits? Lin Chen asked. Both Feng Shiming and Feng Yuru were instantly stunned. What does this have to do with ghost legends? Mr. Lin, don't tell me Yuru's strange illness is caused by a Yin spirit? Feng Shiming's face was filled with disbelief. That's right, it is a Yin spirit. Lin Chen nodded seriously. I know this explanation may be shocking, but it is the truth. Feng Shiming frowned. I'm sorry, I don't doubt Mr. Lin, I just find it hard to believe. Yin spirits are merely superstitions, they don't exist at all. He. Lin Chen laughed. He knew Feng Shiming would definitely not believe it. Given the concentration of spiritual energy on Earth, it was extremely difficult to form an Yin spirit. Perhaps throughout history, very few had truly appeared. Yin spirits were rare, so naturally, they wouldn't be taken seriously. Since Mr. Feng doesn't believe it, I can let you see for yourself, Lin Chen said. Hearing is one thing, seeing is believing. No amount of explanation could compare to witnessing it firsthand. Alright, then I'll trouble Mr. Lin. Feng Shiming nodded, though he still had doubts in his heart, but Mr. Lin had cured Feng Yuru, which could not be faked. Even if the idea of ghosts and spirits seemed absurd to him, he was willing to give it a try. Wait, I want to see too, Feng Yuru said. No, the form of a Yin spirit is terrifying, you can't handle it. Lin Chen refused without a second thought. He wasn't trying to fool anyone, and the appearance of Yin spirits was always horrifying. A young lady like Feng Yuru, at 17 or 18, had never seen such a thing. He didn't want to leave her with psychological scars. But, Feng Yuru frowned slightly. Yuru, listen to Mr. Lin, Feng Shiming said. Alright. Feng Yuru had no choice but to nod. Lin Chen formed a hand seal with both hands, then pointed his fingers, striking Feng Shiming's forehead. A surge of true energy instantly flowed into Feng Shiming's eyes, making him feel a warm current rising within. Alright, I've temporarily opened your spiritual eyes. You can open your eyes now, Lin Chen said. Feng Shiming slowly opened his eyes and immediately noticed that the world before him appeared somewhat unclear. A faint mist seemed to be everywhere in the air. Dad! Feng Yuru called out. Feng Shiming's gaze was immediately drawn over, and upon seeing it, his eyes erupted with fury and a fierce glare. Beside Feng Yuru, a hideous black evil spirit was entangled around the girl, its body mostly inside her. With a green face and sharp fangs, it exuded waves of dark energy. What are you? Get away from my daughter! Feng Shiming's sudden roar startled Feng Yuru. It was the first time she had seen her father look so fierce. Dad! Feng Yuru said, a bit scared. It was only then that Feng Shiming regained his composure, realizing he had been too agitated and had lost his demeanor. Mr. Feng, please don't be alarmed. This evil spirit is temporarily bound by me. It cannot harm Miss Feng at the moment, Lin Chen said. Feng Shiming took a closer look and noticed the fine golden chains binding the black evil spirit, forming a wall-like barrier. Is this an evil spirit? Feng Shiming was shocked, not expecting such things to exist in the world. Lin Chen nodded. Evil spirits are extremely rare, you could say 1 in billions. Most people will never encounter one in their lifetime. But once encountered, unless a cultivator intervenes, it is certain death. Conventional medicine has no effect on evil spirits. Feng Shiming felt both astonished and fearful, glancing at the evil spirit still clinging to Feng Yuru. He couldn't help but ask, Mr. Lin, can't we remove this evil spirit immediately? Of course not. This evil spirit has been with Miss Feng for 3 years. Removing it directly would be too violent and could harm her. Lin Chen casually fabricated an excuse. With his abilities, he could easily eliminate the evil spirit before him, but doing so would leave no excuse to train Feng Yuru. Feng Shiming took a deep breath, suppressing the emotions surging within him. Feng Yuru felt uneasy under his gaze. Dad, what does the evil spirit look like? Is it really on me? Cough. Feng Shiming coughed and reassured her, Yuru, don't be afraid. The evil spirit is just beside you, it has been bound by Mr. Lin's technique and cannot harm you at all. Feng Shiming told a lie. He couldn't directly tell the girl that the evil spirit was wrapped around her. Feng Yuru's face turned pale as she quickly looked to her side but saw nothing. The effect of the spiritual eye soon faded, and Feng Shiming's eyes returned to normal. Mr. Lin, you have great skills. May I ask where your master is and what is his title? Feng Shiming looked at Lin Chen with a different light in his eyes. With such abilities at such a young age, his master must be an extraordinary person. My master is called Qinji Angzi, he lives in seclusion and does not accept any outsiders. Lin Chen casually fabricated another excuse. Feng Shiming felt a sense of regret but quickly composed himself. The atmosphere in the private room became more relaxed and pleasant. Feng Shiming, being astute, occasionally hinted at wanting to learn about Lin Chen's background and some mysterious information. Lin Chen was no ordinary person. He had spent hundreds of years in the cultivation world and was not just idly passing time. If it came to shrewdness, even 10 Feng Shiming combined would not match him. He smiled slightly, skillfully diverting Feng Shiming's inquiries. The dinner soon came to an end, and the group got into their cars to leave. Feng Shiming had the driver take Lin Chen back to the restaurant. Mr. Lin, would you be interested in developing in Nanjing? With your abilities, you are bound to make a name for yourself. Feng Shiming extended an invitation. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. I have some matters to attend to in Yunhai. Once I finish, I will come to Nanjing. Good, then I will await your arrival in Nanjing. Feng Shiming's attitude was warm. Lin Chen got out of the car and quickly disappeared from the sight of the father and daughter. Feng Shiming watched Lin Chen's departing figure, unable to help but exclaim, indeed, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. This person is so young yet possesses such abilities. His future is limitless. Feng Yuru nodded in agreement, a smile appearing on her face. Dad, when Mr. Lin comes to Nanjing later, you must help him out. After all, Mr. Lin saved my life, we can't be ungrateful. Ha ha ha, don't worry, even if he hadn't saved your life, someone like him is worth befriending. By the way, Feng Shiming suddenly remembered something. Good daughter, what was the treatment process Mr. Lin gave you at the medical exchange conference today? I heard it was an ancient massage technique called Lu Yang Shou. In an instant, a blush appeared on Feng Yuru's delicate face, her expression shy. Dad, why are you asking this? It was indeed a massage, but Mr. Lin was just treating my illness. Seeing his daughter's demeanor, Feng Shiming couldn't help but feel a vain throb on his forehead, as if his precious cabbage was being spoiled by someone. He didn't do anything inappropriate to you, did he? Feng Shiming hurriedly asked. His daughter was like a celestial being, and how could a young man in his prime resist? Although they were patient and doctor, they were also a girl and a young man. Dad, don't jump to conclusions, Mr. Lin is not that kind of person. Feng Yuru blushed with anger, unable to resist punching Feng Shiming's shoulder. Feng Shiming still had some doubts on his face, but seeing his precious daughter really getting angry, he quickly changed the subject. After some coaxing, Feng Yuru finally regained her smile. Ashan, let's go back. Feng Shiming said to the man in front. Yes. Ashan's tone was low, he seemed to have heard nothing. The next day, Lin Chen had already gotten up early. He took out paper and pen to write a list of medicinal materials, then took a photo and sent it to Feng Yuru. The list contained quite a lot of items, with over 100 types of medicinal materials written down. Lin Chen was unreserved, directly listing all the materials needed for the foundation establishment pill. Feng Shiming was a smart man, he would definitely realize that Lin Chen was taking advantage of the situation. However, precisely because Feng Shiming was smart, Lin Chen knew he would find a way to gather the materials. With Feng Shiming's ability, as long as these materials exist in Jiangnan, he will definitely be able to gather them. Although my strength is currently at the mid-stage of the innate realm, 2 small realms away from foundation establishment, it's always good to prepare in advance. Lin Chen smiled. Ding! Just as he sent the list, Feng Yuru quickly replied. Feng Yuru, I've received the list, I'll have Dad gather the materials as soon as possible. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, the phone rang. It was a call from Shui Changlin. Mr. Lin, the medical exchange conference will continue today. Are you coming to participate? Shui Changlin asked. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. I won't be attending, I'm planning to return to Yunhai today. So soon? Shui Changlin was surprised, his expression becoming somewhat awkward, quickly realizing it must be because of Shang Zhengping. Since Mr. Lin has other matters, I won't keep you. Next time you come to Nanjing, I'll extend my hospitality. All right. The two quickly hung up. Lin Chen tidied up briefly and then left the hotel. Collecting the medicinal materials couldn't be done in a day or two. His purpose for coming to Nanjing this time was to find the materials needed to refine the foundation establishment pill. Since he now had Feng Shiming to help, there was naturally no need to attend the medical exchange conference, to avoid trouble from Shang Zhengping. Although he wasn't afraid of the other party, he had no interest in watching a fly buzzing around in front of him. Lin Chen booked a return ticket, and with 4 hours left until departure, he decided to take a trip to the Jade Market. A few hours later, he walked out of the Jade Market with a faint smile on his face. By the time Lin Chen arrived at Yunhai, the sky had already darkened. He had just stepped out of the bus station when he spotted 2 figures waiting by the roadside not far away. They were a tall and a short beauty. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Li Shui and Li Jingwan. Lin Chen quickly walked over, a smile spreading across his face. Have things over in Nanjing been taken care of? How come you're back so soon? Li Dingwan asked gently. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. The matter is settled, and there's no need to stay in Nanjing any longer, so I came back. It's been 2 days, did you miss me? Li Jingwan shot Lin Chen a glance. Xiao Shui is right next to us, so behave yourself. This made Lin Chen unable to suppress a laugh. He glanced at Li Shui, who quickly averted her gaze. The 3 of them got into the car and left, with Li Jingwan driving in front and Lin Chen sitting in the back with Li Shui. Sitting next to Lin Chen, Li Shui couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Suddenly, she felt a hand that she didn't know when had reached her thigh. Looking down, she realized the mischievous hand belonged to Lin Chen. Li Shui almost gasped. As she turned her head, she saw Lin Chen looking at her with a half-smile. Li Shui clenched her teeth, feeling a surge of anger. This guy Lin Chen was too bold. Her sister was driving in front, and he dared to make a move on her. Didn't he fear being discovered? Meanwhile, Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged, his demeanor casual. If it weren't for his hand, one would hardly imagine he was playing with a girl in the back seat. Although his face was calm, Lin Chen was already laughing inside. With Li Jingwan driving in front, how could he miss this opportunity to interact with Li Shui? His left hand had unknowingly slipped under Li Shui's short skirt, exploring. Li Shui was in a panic, wishing she could slap Lin Chen right then and there. She reached out to firmly hold Lin Chen's hand, not giving him a chance to be mischievous. He. Lin Chen chuckled inwardly. Even at this point, she still thought she could stop him. She probably didn't have the strength for that. He suddenly reached out. Ah! Li Shui let out a startled cry. Xiao Shui, what's wrong? Li Jingwan, driving, couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. Li Shui was now sweating profusely. Lin Chen's sudden move had nearly made her heart leap out of her chest. Facing Li Jingwan's inquiry, Li Shui quickly waved her hand. No, it's nothing. I just got bitten by a mosquito. Are there still mosquitoes in the car? Just bear with it a little longer. We'll be home soon, Li Jingwan said. Lin Chen smiled. Yeah, how can someone your age still act like a child? Just bear with it a bit. He emphasized the word bear, and while Li Jingwan couldn't catch the underlying meaning, how could Li Shui not know? She was furious. That scoundrel Lin Chen actually dared to humiliate her in front of her sister. Amidst her anger, she also felt wronged. She struggled to stop Lin Chen's mischievous hand but found it utterly ineffective. She turned her head, looking at Lin Chen with pleading eyes, but he completely ignored her. Boo-hoo! Li Shui's eyes instantly filled with tears, feeling utterly wronged. That jerk Lin Chen only knew how to bully her. Li Jingwan's driving skills were very steady, and half an hour later, they successfully returned to the villa. As they drove into the garage, the 3 of them got out of the car. We're home, get out, Li Jingwan said. With a bang, the car door opened, and Li Shui seemed to escape, quickly slipping out of the car. Sha Shui, why is your face so red? Li Jingwan looked at her sister's flushed cheeks, a bit puzzled. Li Shui's face flashed with a hint of panic as she quickly explained, it's too stuffy in the car. Is that so? But I had the air conditioning on, Li Jingwan said, confused. Li Shui felt nothing but embarrassment, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. She wanted to immediately report Lin Chen's crimes to Li Jingwan, but such words could never be spoken, it would only lead to mutual destruction. It's the air conditioning in the back seat that's broken. Li Shui came up with a terribly flimsy excuse. Li Jingwan was puzzled, but at that moment, Lin Chen walked over and interrupted the sisters' conversation. What are you two standing around for? Hurry up and let's eat. I've been in the car for hours and I'm starving, Lin Chen said. Okay, for dinner, I'll make your favorite sweet and sour carp. Li Jingwan smiled slightly and turned to the living room. Only Lin Chen and Li Shui were left in the garage, and Li Shui hurriedly tried to leave, but Lin Chen was quick and grabbed her. Where are you running off to? Are you that tired of me? Lin Chen teased with a smile. He pulled Li Shui over and directly hugged her. The strong scent of a man immediately enveloped her, making Li Shui's face turn even redder. She struggled desperately, but how could she escape Lin Chen's grasp? Brother-in-law, let go of me quickly, it would be a problem if my sister saw, Li Shui said anxiously. Lin Chen chuckled, don't worry, Jingwan is in the kitchen. I went on a business trip to Nanjing, didn't you miss me at all? Li Shui forced a smile that looked worse than crying. How could I not? I missed you a lot, brother-in-law. TCH. Your acting skills are getting worse and worse, your performance that night was quite good, so why are you so terrible now? Lin Chen mocked. This comment left Li Shui speechless. Sensing that Li Jingwan was coming out of the kitchen with the food, Lin Chen finally let go of Li Shui. He patted her on the rear. Come on, let's go eat. Remember to come to my room after dinner. Li Shui's expression changed drastically. She wanted to refuse, but at that moment, Lin Chen had already left. How can it be like this? She already apologized before. Li Shui felt wronged. The dining table in the living room was already filled with a sumptuous spread, each dish looking and smelling delicious, making one's appetite soar just by looking at it. Jingwan, your cooking is really impressive, even the chefs at regular restaurants can't compare to you. Lin Chen couldn't help but praise. Thank you, Li Jingwan smiled gently. How did your business in Nanjing go? Lin Chen chuckled, of course, I solved the problem, and I also made a new connection. Li Jingwan nodded slightly. She was curious about what Lin Chen had gone to Nanjing for, but she didn't ask further. If Lin Chen wanted to say something, he would naturally bring it up. The three of them sat together for dinner, and just then, the doorbell suddenly rang from outside. I'll go answer the door. Li Shui stood up. In a short while, she returned with Guan Menu. Mom, what are you doing here? Li Jingwan stood up. Since you're here, let's eat together. Li Jingwan invited, although the relationship between mother and daughter had become somewhat strained due to the previous company incident, it hadn't reached the point of hostility. I've already eaten, but I'm here to discuss something with you, Jingwan, Guan Menu said with a smile. Li Shui was a bit curious. Mom, what do you want to discuss with my sister? You're still young, don't worry about it, it's a business matter, Guan Menu replied. Hearing it was a business matter, Li Jingwan frowned slightly. Mom, are you here to scold me today? Li Jingwan's tone was somewhat displeased. Guan Menu smiled. Jingwan, you misunderstood your mother, you're my daughter, how could I harm you? The last time the company kicked you out was because you caused trouble, we had no choice. The company is our hard work and the foundation for our family. If anything happens to the company, we all might end up on the streets. Upon hearing this, Li Jingwan fell silent. Guan Menu continued, the company's matters are in the past, so let's leave them behind. I'm here today for something else. Didn't you just start a company yourself? What a coincidence, I also started a company. We are mother and daughter, I think our companies can collaborate and help each other grow. Guan Menu's words surprised everyone. Li Jingwan showed a look of astonishment. Mom, when did you start a company, and where did you get the money to do it? Guan Menu couldn't help but glance at Lin Chen, who was eating at the dining table. I borrowed it from a friend, Guan Menu said. Li Jingwan frowned tightly. Mom, you're not cut out for running a company, and starting one requires a lot of money. If it fails, you won't be able to pay it back. As soon as these words were spoken, Guan Menu's expression turned displeased. Jingwan, what do you mean by that? Are you questioning your mother's abilities? Is it wrong for your daughter to start a business? Isn't it a good thing? Why can't you say anything nice? Li Jingwan sighed and explained. Mom, that's not what I mean. Of course, it's good that you have the ability, but you don't understand how a company actually operates. The reason the family business couldn't run well before was that you all didn't know how to manage a company." Guan Menu's face darkened further. Her daughter's questioning of her abilities made her feel quite embarrassed. The atmosphere between mother and daughter instantly became tense. Seeing that things were off, Li Shui hurriedly stepped in to mediate. "Mom, sister, let's not argue. We're all family, let's sit down and talk nicely," Li Shui said. "Humph." Guan Menu snorted in displeasure. "I see your sister has grown up and become independent. Your father left us early, and I raised you all with great difficulty. I didn't expect your sister to hate me now. A few days ago, she even went to the family company to poach people, completely disregarding us elders." Li Shui's face was filled with helplessness. She knew about the family matters, but both sides were family, and she really had no way to intervene. After a rather unpleasant conversation, Guan Mengyu said little before turning to leave, her figure quickly disappearing before the two sisters. Lin Chen watched Guan Mengyu's departing back, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. This woman, Guan Mengyu, was indeed arrogant. But arrogance is good. Only with Guan Mengyu's weaknesses could he find a way to manipulate her, ultimately having her in the palm of his hand. "Let's eat," Lin Chen spoke to ease the atmosphere. After finishing the meal, the three of them washed the dishes and tidied up the kitchen together. Once the chores were done, Li Jingwan returned to her room. Seeing Li Jingwan leave, Li Shui suddenly felt unsafe and wanted to sneak away without saying a word. Before she could make a move, Lin Chen caught her. "Where are you going?" "Where am I going? Come over and keep me company." Lin Chen smiled. Li Shui immediately made a bitter face. "Brother-in-law, I know I was wrong. Please don't torment me, okay?" Her pitiful and adorable appearance made one feel sorry for her. Lin Chen sneered inwardly. He was a hard-hearted person, so how could he just let Li Shui go? "Either come with me, or I'll go find your sister and confront her. Choose." Lin Chen crossed his arms. Li Shui panicked. "Don't tell my sister." "Woo woo. I'll just follow you." Li Shui's eyes were filled with tears. Lin Chen smiled, and the two quickly went upstairs, one in front and the other behind. His room was not adjacent to Li Jingwan's, there were several walls in between, so as long as they didn't make too much noise, there was no need to worry about disturbing Li Jingwan. A night without conversation. The next day, after Lin Chen got up and washed up, he went downstairs and saw that breakfast was already prepared in the living room. Li Jingwan had gone to the company early as usual, leaving Lin Chen alone in the large villa. After eating the noodles made by Li Jingwan, Lin Chen took out his phone and made a call. Beep beep beep. The call was quickly connected, and Tang Yunyan's voice came through. "Dr. Lin," Tang Yunyan said cheerfully, "have you returned from Nanjing?" "Yes, I went to Nanjing to attend a medical exchange conference and broadened my horizons," Lin Chen replied with a smile. Tang Yunyan chuckled softly. "With Dr. Lin's abilities, I'm sure you shone brightly at the conference." "I wouldn't say I shone brightly, I just gained a bit of recognition." "Do you have time now? I have a batch of jade stones, and I wonder if you might be interested," Lin Chen said. "Oh," Tang Yunyan's eyes widened in surprise. "A batch? Are you planning to enter the jade industry, Dr. Lin?" Tang Yunyan asked, puzzled. "No, I just happened to visit the jade market while I was in Nanjing, so I bought some jade stones back. You can take a look at the quality of the jade stones first." Lin Chen didn't elaborate much. Such matters are hard to explain over the phone. It's better to let Tang Yunyan see the specifics directly. "No problem." Tang Yunyan nodded without hesitation. They agreed on a time and place, and then Lin Chen headed to the appointment, setting the location at Xingye Villa. He drove there and soon met Tang Yunyan in a private room at the villa. Today, Tang Yunyan was still wearing a white long dress, and her simple makeup highlighted her elegant demeanor, making her look like a refined lady stepping out of an ancient painting, exuding tranquility and gentleness. "Dr. Lin," Tang Yunyan smiled. With a clap, Lin Chen walked over and sat across from her, then placed a black wooden box on the table. "Open it and take a look," Lin Chen said. Tang Yunyan, curious, reached out to open the box, and immediately dozens of jade stones of various sizes appeared before her eyes. Upon closer inspection, each piece of jade was crystal clear, although uncarved. The quality of these stones was at least top grade, worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. The assorted jade stones filled the entire box to the brim. Jadeite, ice jade, imperial jade. Hiss! Seeing so many top-quality jade stones, Tang Yunyan was taken aback, involuntarily gasping. "Dr. Lin, where did these raw jade stones come from? Did you buy all of them in Nanjing?" Tang Yunyan's eyes were filled with shock. She couldn't help but recall what had happened before when they were gambling on stones in the Jade Street. 3 pieces of jade, and the last one was even a top-quality ice jade. How could these stones have come about? That's right, All these jade stones were mined from raw materials by me. Lin Chen said. Impossible. Tang Yunyan instinctively rebutted, so many jade stones, and all of them are top quality, how could they be so easily mined? I explored the entire Jade Street in Nanjing, basically sweeping through the whole street, so it's not surprising to have so many jade stones. These uncarved raw jade stones are of no use to me, I plan to sell them all to you. Just give me a price. Lin Chen said. The information in Lin Chen's words was so overwhelming that Tang Yunyan momentarily couldn't react. She originally wanted to ask how Lin Chen managed to do it, but then realized that it must be his secret, and it wouldn't be appropriate to ask so directly. Everyone has their secrets, and it's best not to pry into others' secrets. Tang Yunyan focused her attention on the jade stones in the box, taking them out one by one and arranging them. After a few minutes, she had counted all the jade stones. A total of 32 pieces of top-quality jade stones, mainly jadeite, followed by ice jade. Tang Yunyan introduced the situation of these jade stones as if she were recounting a treasured collection. Just tell me the final number, I'm not interested in jade stones. Lin Chen interrupted the other party's thoughts. Tang Yunyao felt somewhat helpless. The Tang family was the dominant force in the jade industry in Yunhai, controlling a third of the entire jade market in Yunhai City. She had been dealing with various jades since childhood and had a considerable fondness for them. However, she did not possess any unique ability to distinguish jades. In contrast, Lin Chen in front of her could pick out the piece containing jade from numerous stones but had no interest in jade itself, merely viewing it as a tool for making money. How unfair could heaven be? She couldn't help but complain inwardly, then took out her phone and opened the calculator. After a moment, Tang Yunyao raised her head again. Dr. Lin, after my calculations, the total value of these 32 pieces of jade is approximately 34 million. I am willing to offer 35 million to buy this batch of jade. Lin Chen nodded. No problem, transfer 35 million to my account, and these jades are yours. Great. Tang Yunyao smiled happily. These jades were quite valuable. With proper processing, they could easily double in price when sold. The 35 million quickly arrived in Lin Chen's account, and he glanced at the message from the bank, nodding in satisfaction. With this 35 million, he wouldn't have to worry about money for a long time. Miss Tang, I would like to ask you for a favor. Lin Chen stated the second matter of the day. Tang Yunyao gently brushed her hair by her ear and smiled slightly. Dr. Lin is too polite. As long as it's something I can do, I will do my utmost. My mother-in-law, Guan Menu, lent me 10 million to start a company, and I want Miss Tang to help me make this company go bankrupt. Lin Chen expressed his thoughts. Tang Yunyao couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Make her mother-in-law's company go bankrupt? Could it be? Tang Yunyao recalled that in her previous background check on Lin Chen, he hadn't lived well with the Li family. So that was it. Tang Yunyao nodded without hesitation. I understand Dr. Lin's intention, leave this matter to me. If Dr. Lin is willing, I can also use my family's influence to take action against the Li family. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head. No need for the Li family, they have no grievances with me. At least not for now. After the matter was settled, Lin Chen did not linger and quickly bid farewell to Tang Yunyao before leaving. He felt very assured leaving Guan Menu's matter to Tang Yunyao. She was very clever, and she had already grasped his meaning. Given the Tang family's power, making Guan Menu's company go bankrupt would be a piece of cake. With that foolish woman's brain, I estimate Tang Yunyao won't have to exert much effort to deal with her. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. He had already begun to think about how to train Guan Menu afterward. TSK. This was different from training Li Shui. Exciting! After Lin Chen left, Tang Yunyao quickly began to take action. She made a phone call to have her subordinates investigate Guan Menu and her company. By evening, the information from the investigation had reached Tang Yunyao's hands. In her villa, Tang Yunyao lay leisurely on the bed in a silk nightgown, holding a tablet that displayed the data sent by her subordinates. The semi-transparent silk nightgown clung to her body, and upon closer inspection, she was completely bare underneath. Her exquisite figure was faintly visible. If a man were to see this scene, who knows how many would be left breathless. This Guan Menu was a bit too foolish. She actually used Dr. Lin's 10 million like this, Tang Yunyao remarked with a strange tone. From the information available, Guan Menu established a trading company, primarily focused on jade, but compared to a giant like the Tang family, her company could only be considered a small fry. The entire jade market in Yunhai is already occupied by the Tang family, and small companies like Guan Menus can basically only handle some scraps. Tang Yuyan squinted her eyes, already contemplating how to bring Guan Menu's company to bankruptcy. Soon, she had an idea. Even without using the Tang family's resources, it would be easy for her to manipulate Guan Menu with the power she currently held. After pondering for a moment, Tang Yuyan immediately took out her phone and made a call. The next day, early in the morning, Guan Menu had already gotten up and headed to the company. She drove to the office, and at that moment, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Guan Menu called out. The secretary hurriedly entered from outside. "President Guan, good news. The general manager of Shanghai Jade Company just called, saying they want to collaborate with us." Shanghai Jade? Guan Menu was momentarily taken aback. What kind of company is Shanghai Jade? Shanghai Jade is a well-known company in the jade industry of our Yunhai city, with total assets exceeding 200 million, owning more than 10 physical stores, and it is said that Shanghai Jade is continuously expanding, the secretary explained. The other party just called and said they would come over soon to discuss cooperation. It seems Shanghai Jade is interested in us and wants to collaborate. President Guan, this is great news for us. If we can establish a business partnership with Shanghai Jade, it will be a tremendous opportunity for our company, the secretary said excitedly. Guan Menyu's eyes lit up. She never expected Shanghai Jade to have such strong capabilities. 200 million is no small number. The total assets of the Li family are barely under 100 million. She couldn't believe such a large company wanted to collaborate with her. If she could really connect with Shanghai Jade, it would undoubtedly bring her immense benefits. 2 hours quickly passed, and a representative from Shanghai Jade arrived. After hearing the news, Guan Menu immediately went to the building entrance to greet them. A black business vehicle drove up and finally stopped at the office building's entrance. The door opened, and a man in a suit stepped out of the car. "I am the representative of Shanghai Jade, Li Fei. I am here to discuss business cooperation with your Menu Jade," Li Fei said with a smile as he approached. Guan Menu greeted him warmly. "Mr. Li, you are too kind. Please, come in." She enthusiastically invited Li Fei into the company office, and the secretary quickly prepared a cup of tea for him. Li Fei remained calm. He took out a document from his briefcase and placed it in front of Guan Menu. "This is the proposed cooperation contract. President Guan, please take a careful look. We are planning to invest in a large jade store on New Jade Street and need someone to invest in it. I wonder if President Guan is interested. If you can accept it, we can collaborate. If you find anything unsuitable, feel free to bring it up," Li Fei said. Guan Menu took the contract and examined it carefully but soon realized she couldn't understand it at all. She handed the contract to a nearby salesperson, who began to read it thoroughly. "There are no issues with the contract. It mainly entrusts us with managing a portion of the market share, and they will take a commission from it. Although the commission rate is a bit high, it offers us significant benefits, not just in profit but also in gaining a lot of experience," the salesperson said as he approached Guan Menu. He lowered his voice and carefully explained the terms of the contract and the cooperation details to her. Guan Menu listened carefully, and the light in her eyes quickly became a bit hazy. "Wait, just tell me directly if this collaboration can be done," Guan Menu interrupted the other person. "It can be done," the salesperson replied somewhat speechlessly. Guan Menu, as the boss, didn't really understand the jade industry at all. She was completely an outsider. He thought this company would probably be doomed sooner or later. As the highest leader of the company, not even understanding the company's revenue projects, wasn't that a sign of impending failure? The subsequent complaints from the salesperson were not voiced, and Guan Menu nodded in satisfaction. "Mr. Li, we are willing to cooperate. I wonder if your company's leadership is available. I would like to invite him to dinner to discuss the details of the collaboration more thoroughly," Guan Menu said. Li Fei shook his head. "Sorry, the general manager has been very busy lately. There probably won't be an opportunity for dinner. Maybe next time." "Alright then." Guan Menu felt a bit disappointed. However, she quickly regained her spirits. If there was no opportunity this time, there would definitely be another next time. After all, both parties had established a collaboration opportunity, and they could definitely contact each other in the future. Guan Menu picked up a pen nearby and signed her name on the contract. The cooperation between the two parties was thus confirmed, and then Guan Menu handed over the collaboration to her subordinates to operate. As the general manager of the company, she believed that she only needed to be responsible for overall planning. Specific technical issues could be handed over to her subordinates. The company's funds are currently very sufficient. Even if there are some problems, they can be resolved. Once the collaboration with Yunyan Jade is thoroughly deepened, making money will be easy. A broad smile couldn't help but appear on Guan Menyu's face. Just as she finished speaking, the secretary walked in from outside. "Manager Guan, the cooperation with Shanghai Jade has officially started, but we need a sum of money to purchase Jade, and we need your signature." The secretary handed the document to Guan Menu. Guan Menu took it and glanced at the amount written on the document. her eyes widening in shock. What's going on? Why do we need so much money? The document clearly stated that a full 10 million was required. She had received 10 million from Lin Chen, and with her own savings, she only had about 12 million in total. The company had already spent quite a bit of money in recent days, and if she took out another 10 million all at once, the company's liquidity would be completely gone. The secretary replied helplessly, "Manager Guan, the price of jade is not cheap at all. To meet Shanghai Jade's requirements, we need to purchase this jade. That mall location is great. As long as the Jade store opens, it will definitely make money. Alright, anyway, as long as the business runs, making money won't be a problem. Some initial investment is indeed necessary." Guan Menu nodded, not thinking too much, and directly signed her name on the document. The secretary quickly left, leaving Guan Menu alone in the office. For the next period, Guan Menu kept a close eye on the company's affairs. With a heavy investment of 10 million, she couldn't afford to relax even a little. If this 10 million was lost, she would be completely finished. Soon, the Jade store was ready, and that day marked the opening of the Jade store in the mall. Early in the morning, Guan Menu had already gotten up and headed to the Jade store. On such an important day as the store's opening, she, as the boss, of course had to go and take a look herself. Guan Menu rushed to the Jade store and began directing the employees to get busy. Meanwhile, a sky blue sports car drove up and parked in the mall's parking lot. The car door opened, and Lin Chen and Li Jingwan got out of the car. "This is the mall. The location here is pretty good. Your mom's decision to open the Jade store here is indeed the right choice." Lin Chen looked around at the environment. Li Jingwan also nodded. From her perspective, the location and environment of the mall were indeed quite good. As long as the Jade shop operated normally, making money would definitely not be a problem. "Let's go in and take a look," Lin Chen said with a slight smile. The two entered the mall and made their way to the deepest part, where a Jade shop finally appeared before them. "Mom!" Li Jingwan called out. Guan Menu, her face glowing, walked out of the Jade shop. "Jingwan, Yui, you finally made it. Come and see my shop. It feels pretty good, right?" There was an obvious hint of pride in Guan Menu's tone. Given her abilities and connections, it was practically impossible for her to obtain the operating rights for a shop here. This was also something that puzzled Li Jingwan. She was well aware of Guan Menu's capabilities, and obtaining a shop in such a mall was not something just anyone could achieve. She glanced inside the Jade shop. The overall area wasn't too large, but it was about 50 square meters. In such a large mall, a shop of around 50 square meters was already quite decent. The preparations in the store were all complete, with the counters filled with various Jade products, and now they just needed to wait for the opening. "It really is nice. As long as you manage it well, Mom, this Jade shop will be enough for your company to operate very well." Li Jingwan nodded in agreement. Guan Menu's smile grew even more radiant, and she couldn't help but appear quite pleased with herself. "Of course. Just look at who I am. Doing this well is naturally not a problem. Once we start making money, I plan to open more branches, and turning the Jade shop into a chain store in the future is definitely not impossible," Guan Menu said confidently. Li Jingwan was a bit curious. "Mom, how did you manage to get this shop? It's not easy to secure a shop in such a mall. Although this location isn't the best in the mall, it's not too bad either. How did you do it?" In response to Li Jingwan's inquiry, Guan Menu just smiled and didn't say much. "I naturally have my connections. You don't need to ask too much about this," she waved her hand. Seeing that Guan Menu didn't want to elaborate, Li Jingwan decided not to press further. At that moment, a secretary walked over. "Manager Guan, it's time. The store should be opening now," the secretary said. "Alright, let's open." Guan Menu waved her hand. With a whoosh, the shop's door officially opened, marking the start of the Jade shop's operations. It was still around 8 in the morning, and there were very few people in the mall, far from the peak hours of foot traffic, so there weren't many people outside. "Mom, what kind of shop is across from us?" Li Jingwan pointed to the shop opposite. She noticed that the shop across was still closed, and several other shops had not opened either, unsure if it was because they were still under renovation or for other reasons. "I don't know, it might be a clothing store. This mall has just been built not long ago, so some shops haven't been opened yet. There's nothing strange about that." Guan Menu waved her hand. Lin Chen and Li Jingwan didn't stay for long. After seeing the Jade shop operating normally, they quickly left. The Jade shop opened without any celebratory firecrackers or other festivities, as it was inside the mall. However, soon enough, people started to come in. With the first customer came the second, and then the third. Before long, the day passed. In the company office, Guan Menu looked at the day's revenue and broke into a beaming smile. Her eyes sparkled. She hadn't expected the Jade shop's revenue for just one day to be so astonishing. 100,000. This is just for one day, and the revenue is already so impressive. If it can be like this every day in the future, then my monthly revenue could reach 3 million. Guan Menu was extremely excited, her face slightly flushed from the exhilaration. She took out her phone and made several calls. The next evening, the Li family gathered at the old family home. Lin Chan and Li Jingwan also arrived at the old house. As soon as they walked in, they saw Guan Menu boasting loudly about her success, her face glowing with pride. Hearing that Guan Menu had earned 30,000 in just 3 days, Li Shi and Wang Fan, the couple, were taken aback. You actually made 30,000 in just 3 days? Is that pure profit? Wang Fan exclaimed in disbelief. Guan Menu replied proudly, of course it's pure profit. My shop is doing exceptionally well, and I've already gained quite a reputation. If I keep this up, I can make over 4 million a year. Hiss. This figure was astonishing, causing Wang Fan to gasp. Li Shi was also shocked, not expecting Guan Menu's Jade shop to be so profitable. As Lin Chan and Li Jingwan walked in from outside and looked at them, Li Shi's expression darkened immediately. Jingwan, how can you still show your face here? I thought you no longer recognized yourself as a member of the Li family. Li Shi's tone was sarcastic, and anyone could hear his dissatisfaction. Wang Fan's expression was equally grim, and just as it seemed a quarrel was about to break out, Li Shanming, seated at the head of the table, tapped his cane. Alright, everyone be quiet. Of course Jingwan is a member of the Li family. Last time, it was you, Ashur, who went too far with the company matters. It's only natural for Jingwan to be unhappy. Li Shanming stepped in to mediate. Humph. Li Shi snorted coldly. Now you two mother and daughter are really thriving. Both have established your own companies. Dad, you're just spoiling them. I think their companies should be merged into the parent company, Li Shi said, his tone dripping with greed. Before Li Jingwan could respond, Guan Menu had already objected. Eldest brother, what do you mean by that? My company was built entirely by me. I didn't rely on the family, so why should I merge into the family company? Guan Menu's expression was displeased. Li Shi was furious. Menu, you weren't like this before. I see that now you only care about money and have forgotten the family. Do you know the family company has been facing troubles these days? I say it's because you and Jingwan aren't united. If you two were willing to come back, how could the company not thrive? Guan Menu coldly retorted, what does the family company have to do with me? I'm already independent now. I don't need you to manage how I do things. You. Li Shi was infuriated. The siblings began to argue directly. Not far away, Lin Chen watched the scene and almost laughed out loud. Guan Menu's transformation was indeed rapid. Previously, she had stood on the same side as Li Shi, both watching as Li Jingwan's influence in the family company grew. To avoid being marginalized, the siblings had collaborated to push Li Jingwan out of the family company. But now that Guan Menu had the ability to earn money, her attitude had completely flipped, making the contrast quite amusing. The meal was hastily eaten, with Guan Menu continuously flaunting her Jade shop, her tone filled with pride and arrogance. Clearly, tonight's dinner was a showcase for Guan Menu, aimed at impressing the other family members. Lin Chan and Li Jingwan decided to leave halfway through the meal. Back at the villa, Lin Chen noticed Li Jingwan frowning slightly, her mood seemingly low. Jingwan, what are you worried about? Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. Li Jingwan spoke with some concern. Mom's company is set up so strangely. I looked at her shop before, and those jades require at least several million or even tens of millions to purchase. So much money, I have no idea where she got it from. I checked her bank account, and someone transferred her 10 million just half a month ago. That's not a small amount. Plus, she got a store location in that mall. I suspect this might be a trap set for her. Ha! Lin Chan was astonished. Was Li Jingwan's intuition really that accurate? Just from this information, she deduced that someone was plotting against Guan Menu. Wow! Li Jingwan's business sense was so sharp? Jingwan, you might be overthinking this. Your mom has managed to develop herself to this level. We should be happy for her. At least she's doing quite well now. There aren't that many conspiracies in this world. Perhaps you're just overthinking it. Lin Chen laughed heartily. Li Jingwan still frowned, the worry in her eyes not diminishing much. Sigh. She sighed. I hope I'm just overthinking it. Li Jingwan quickly returned to her room, and Lin Chen watched her leave with a faint smile on his face. He didn't expect Li Jingwan to figure out so quickly that Guan Menu was being schemed against. However, he had no intention of halting his plans. He was determined to take revenge on Guan Menu, and even if Li Jingwan pleaded, it would be of no use. He wanted to repay every slight. Guan Menu had humiliated him many times before, and that night's scheme was entirely designed by her. He was well aware of how miserable his past life had been. Guan Menu's plotting had directly ruined him. Now that he had been reborn, he naturally had to settle the score with Guan Menu. If heaven wants to destroy you, it will first make you mad. Let this woman enjoy her triumph for a few days. When she reaches her peak, I will let her fall to the bottom. That will be the true beginning of this game. A smile curled at the corners of Lin Chen's mouth. The next day, early in the morning, someone called. Lin Chen picked up the phone and was surprised to see it was Tao Yuyan calling. Uni, the Nanshan martial arts school is causing trouble again. Can you come over? Tao Yuyan said. Lin Chen lazily lay in bed. What about Away? If it's not a big deal, just let him handle it. Sorry, Away can't handle this. He's already been beaten into the hospital. Tao Yuyan's words were shocking. Ha! Hearing this, Lin Chen's expression became serious. I'll be there right away. He hung up the phone, washed up, quickly changed clothes, and drove to the Tao family martial arts school. Tao Yuyan sent Lin Chen the address of the new martial arts school, and soon he arrived at the location. It was not far from the Nanshan martial arts school, with only about 100 meters separating the two schools. Creak! Accompanied by the screeching sound of brakes, the sports car door opened, and Lin Chen stepped out. Uni! Oh, is this your new sports car? Tao Yuyan was a bit surprised and curious. This sports car was clearly not cheap. Was Lin Chen really that wealthy? He had already given her 5 million before, and now he could afford such a high-end sports car. Lin Chen smiled and walked forward. Let's go into the martial arts school first. Under Tao Yuyan's guidance, Lin Chen entered the school, noticing that it had been renovated for the most part and would likely open soon. What exactly happened? Lin Chen asked. Tao Yuyan recounted the events of the past few days. It all started 3 days ago when the Nanshan Martial Arts School sent us a challenge letter. They want to defeat us and reopen normally. Since you instructed not to disturb you unless necessary, I let Away handle the challenge from the Nanshan Martial Arts School. I thought Away could easily deal with them, but I didn't expect Lu Nanshan to bring in a master from Nanjing. That person's strength is quite formidable. In less than 30 moves, he severely injured Away, who is now still in a hospital bed. Because we were defeated, Lu Nanshan's Nanshan Martial Arts School can operate again, and they demand that we fight them again within 3 days, or they will take our plaque. Tao Yuyan recounted the situation in detail. Oh, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Defeating Away in less than 30 moves indicates that the challenger is undoubtedly a true martial artist who has cultivated internal energy. Yun-yi, it seems I will have to trouble you to step in once more. Tao Yuyan looked at Lin Chen with eager eyes. Her tone carried a hint of pleading, mixed with a touch of embarrassment. She was well aware that her own strength was too weak. This was already the 3rd time she had asked Lin Chen for help. Lin Chen looked at her. Yuyan, your strength is really too weak. You can't expect me to step in every time someone comes to challenge, can you? Tao Yuyan's expression grew even more awkward. She lightly bit her lip, then stepped forward and actively sat on Lin Chen's lap. I know what you mean. Today, I'll keep you company. You can do whatever you want. Is that satisfactory? Tao Yuyan said eagerly. As she spoke, she nestled into Lin Chen's embrace. A slight blush appeared on her delicate face as she shifted her body slightly, allowing Lin Chen to take the lead. She was very clear that aside from her body, she had nothing else to offer that would please Lin Chen. If she wanted his help, she had to make him comfortable first. Lin Chen indulged in his desires, and due to years of training, Tao Yuyan's figure was exceptionally well-toned. Everything was just right, and holding her felt incredibly pleasant. The only downside was that her skin, due to exposure to the elements, was not as delicate as that of a pampered young lady, which slightly diminished the tactile experience. Tao Yuyan immediately realized what was about to happen next. Her pretty face turned even redder, and she made no effort to resist. Lin Chen laid the beauty on the bed and swiftly removed her clothes. Be gentle, it's my first time, Tao Yuyan said shyly, completely abandoning her usual bold demeanor, closing her eyes in embarrassment and not daring to look at Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled gently and rolled over, pinning the beauty beneath him. Ah! Moments later, a cry of pain echoed in the room, marking Tao Yuyan's transition from girlhood to womanhood. An hour later, the intense battle came to an end, and Lin Chen lay lazily on the bed, with a sweaty Tao Yuyan in his arms, slightly panting, still with her eyes closed. A hint of blush remained on her cheeks, and after a while, she slowly opened her eyes. She shifted her body, finding a more comfortable position in Lin Chen's embrace. The room was in disarray, clearly a testament to the battlefield they had just shared. Yuyan, later I will officially teach you martial arts. Your strength is too weak, you need to improve. After all, I can't come to your aid every time you encounter trouble, Lin Chen said. Upon hearing this, Tao Yuyan frowned in distress. I want to work hard to improve, but I am a woman. No matter how much I train, I can't possibly defeat a man. Who says women can't defeat men? What I am going to teach you is true martial arts. Lin Chen smiled slightly. True martial arts? Tao Yuyan couldn't help but be taken aback, not quite understanding what Lin Chen meant. Whoosh! Lin Chen flicked his finger, and in an instant, a stream of true energy shot from his hand, shattering a cup on the table 3 meters away. Bang! The cup exploded on the spot, spilling water all over the table. What is going on? How did you do that? Tao Yuyan was utterly astonished, hardly believing her eyes. Soon, she thought of something, and her emotions became extremely excited. Is this what inner energy is? I've heard that true martial artists can cultivate a power called inner energy through breathing techniques, gaining strength that surpasses ordinary people, and those strong enough can easily take on 10 or even 100 opponents. Tao Yuyan was thrilled. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. That's right, it's inner energy. In fact, inner energy does exist, it's just that Yunhai City is too small, and there are no experts here. As long as you can cultivate inner energy, sweeping through the Yunhai martial arts world will be no problem. Tao Yuyan was immensely excited, nodding repeatedly and directly offering a kiss. With a beautiful woman kissing him, Lin Chen naturally would not refuse. If it weren't for the fact that he was concerned about Tao Yuyan's recent loss of innocence and that it was not suitable for her to engage in further battles, he would have enjoyed it again. After the two of them lingered in bed for a while, they got up to take a shower, and Lin Chen began to teach Tao Yuyan how to cultivate inner energy. The martial arts technique I'm going to teach you is called flowing cloud technique. This technique is very suitable for women to practice, as it can better shape the body, making your physique more flexible, allowing you to perform extraordinary movements. Next, remember the key points of practicing the flowing cloud technique. Lin Chen carefully explained the basic knowledge of martial arts. The flowing cloud technique was an ordinary method he had selected. It was a common existence in the cultivation world, as basic as it could get. For Lin Chen, the flowing cloud technique held almost no value. After all, it was merely an acquired technique, and giving it to Tao Yuyan was no big deal. His relationship with Tao Yuyan was purely a physical transaction, and considering her devoted service to him, he didn't mind giving her a little favor. Tao Yuyan studied earnestly, her face filled with excitement as she seriously learned the techniques Lin Chen taught. The path to becoming stronger was right in front of her, and for Tao Yuyan, it was simply a deadly temptation that she could not refuse. She memorized all the content and then began to practice under Lin Chen's guidance. After 2 hours of practice, Tao Yuyan had memorized all the basic movements and key points of the flowing cloud technique, but she did not sense any inner energy. Yuni, I haven't sensed any inner energy. Tao Yuyan was puzzled. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Do you think cultivating inner energy is that easy? Even if you have the inner energy technique, it still requires time and effort to cultivate it. Tomorrow, I will bring you a batch of pills. From now on, every time you practice the flowing cloud technique, take a pill to assist your cultivation. As long as your talent isn't too poor, a month should be enough for you to cultivate inner energy. A month? Tao Yuyan nodded. She could completely accept that time frame. Not to mention a month, even a year would be no problem for her. I will cultivate inner energy as soon as possible. I will definitely not disappoint you. Tao Yuyan said earnestly. Lin Chen nodded. Since you are practicing the flowing cloud technique, you will be considered my person from now on. Your Tao family's martial arts hall will be renamed the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall. Tao Yuyan nodded without hesitation. Lin Chen guided Tao Yuyan for a while longer before leaving, and soon it was the next day. Today, Lin Chen drove back to the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall, and when they met, he took out the prepared body refining pills and handed them to Tao Yuyan. There are 30 body refining pills in here, take one each day. This bottle of body refining pills is enough for you to cultivate inner energy. If you finish them and still haven't cultivated inner energy, it can only prove that your talent is too poor, and I will no longer offer you any help. Lin Chen said. This made Tao Yuyan a bit nervous. She solemnly accepted the body refining pills, her expression serious. I will definitely work hard. Let's go. We are going to Nanshan Martial Arts Hall to see what kind of expert Lu Nanshan has invited. Lin Chen said. Tao Yuyan then led the way, and the two headed straight for Nanshan Martial Arts Hall. They had just entered the Nanshan Martial Arts Hall when the receptionist gasped. Quick, inform the hall master, the people from the Tao Family Martial Arts Hall have arrived. The receptionist's face was filled with panic. Due to the recent victory of the Nanshan Martial Arts Hall, according to the rules, it could operate again. Although it was only 10 in the morning, many students had already come to the hall. As soon as Lin Chen appeared, several students recognized him. He's here, that great master is back. Some couldn't contain their excitement. A newcomer, confused, asked, why is everyone so excited? What's wrong with that young man? Why do you call him a master? A nearby student explained, that young man is the one who defeated the entire Nanshan Martial Arts Hall. The hall was closed for half a month because he single-handedly took us down. 2 days ago, the hall reopened, and I heard it was because Nanshan Martial Arts Hall wanted to regain its reputation, but that master didn't seem to be present. This time, he's probably here to challenge us again. The person's voice was loud enough for everyone in the hall to hear clearly. The hall instantly buzzed with excitement, all eyes on Lin Chen. There was curiosity, surprise, excitement, and even hostility. Everyone was focused on Lin Chen, and for a moment, even the stunning Tao Yuyan was overlooked. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed, and a group descended from the second floor, led by Lu Nanshan. Lin Chen, you finally showed up. A few days ago, you weren't at the Tao Family Martial Arts Hall. I thought you were too scared to appear. Lu Nanshan was smug, his tone laced with hostility. In response, Lin Chen crossed his arms, his expression calm. Scared to show up? Your Nanshan Martial Arts Hall isn't qualified to make me hide. The reason I didn't appear a few days ago was simply that I was busy with other matters, and your hall is just a minor player, not worth my attention. I'm here today to resolve this matter once and for all. Lin Chen's tone was casual, as if stating a fact. Wow! His words caused an uproar among many in the hall. Lu Nanshan was furious. Lin Chen, you're too arrogant. Don't think that just because you have some strength, you can act recklessly. My Nanshan Martial Arts Hall is no longer what it used to be. Since you've come today, I'll make sure you leave crawling. His eyes glinted coldly, then he turned to someone beside him. Go bring Master Wu here. Yes, Hall Master. The person immediately set off. Lin Chen did not stop him but patiently waited. His purpose for coming today was precisely to see the helper Lu Nanshan had summoned. He wanted to see just how strong that person was. Before long, the person who had just left returned, this time accompanied by a tall middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked to be in his 40s or 50s, with a stern face and a commanding presence. A powerful aura emanated from him, causing everyone along the way to instinctively step aside. Master Wu. Lu Nanshan approached with a beaming face, his expression eager to please. In response to the enthusiastic Lu Nanshan, Wu Deyuan merely nodded indifferently, his gaze fixed on Lin Chen. You are Lin Chen? You're surprisingly young. Wu Deyuan frowned slightly. Lu Nanshan quickly reminded him, Master Wu, don't underestimate Lin Chen just because he's young, his strength is formidable. All the masters of our Nanshan Martial Arts Hall were defeated by him. Wu Deyuan squinted, sizing up Lin Chen. However, no matter how he looked, Lin Chen appeared unremarkable, showing no signs of any internal energy. A person with internal energy is completely different from one without it. The former can be seen just from their appearance, their spirit and vitality far stronger than that of an ordinary person, exuding a faint yet powerful aura. However, Lin Chen before him clearly lacked this internal energy. Humph, you're just showing off some superficial skills, what a waste of my time. I thought you were a true martial artist, but it seems I overestimated you. Wu Deyuan did not hide his disdain and disappointment towards Lin Chen. Watching Wu Deyuan belittle her man, Tao Yuyan felt displeased, but she knew she was no match for Wu Deyuan and could only turn to look at Lin Chen. Lin Chen appeared calm and unhurried, showing no anger, but instead a smile. He could see through Wu Deyuan's strength at a glance. It was merely at the early stage of postnatal development. Such power was something he could easily crush, hardly worth his attention. Would a person be angered by the taunts of an ant? Of course not, because the gap in strength between the two sides was too great. He stepped forward, leaped onto the stage, and beckoned to Wu Deyuan with a finger. Come up, I don't have much time to waste with you. Let's finish this quickly, I have things to do, Lin Chen said. Wu Deyuan's expression changed slightly, he detected a casualness in Lin Chen's tone. What an arrogant kid. You haven't even stepped into the door of martial arts, yet you dare to look down on me. I want to see just how much strength you have to be so arrogant. Wu Deyuan's gaze instantly turned cold. His eyes glinted with a chilling light, and the murderous intent was so palpable that even Lu Nanshan beside him couldn't help but shiver. Wu Deyuan leaped up, also jumping onto the stage, then removed his outer clothing to reveal a body sculpted like steel. Wow! Many students present were astonished. They hadn't expected Wu Deyuan, who looked ordinary, to reveal such a formidable physique once he took off his clothes. Lu Nanshan couldn't contain his excitement. He knew just how strong Wu Deyuan was. Facing a true martial artist, Lin Chen was definitely no match. As long as he thoroughly defeated Lin Chen, the status of Nanshan martial arts in Yunhai City would be unchallenged. Let's get started, Lin Chen said calmly. Humph. Wu Deyuan snorted coldly, and in the next moment, he stepped forward, appearing before Lin Chen in the blink of an eye. His speed was incredibly fast, his fist shooting out like a cannonball, accompanied by powerful internal energy. To an ordinary person, Wu Deyuan's speed was indeed swift, but in Lin Chen's eyes, it was no different from that of a snail. He merely took a small step back, and Wu Deyuan's fist brushed past Lin Chen's nose. What? That punch actually missed. Wu Deyuan's face showed shock. He was quite confident in his punch. How could such a sure hit be dodged by Lin Chen? Kid, you managed to dodge my punch by luck, but luck can't always be on your side. Wu Deyuan sneered. He was convinced that Lin Chen had only relied on luck to evade him. As soon as his first punch landed, the second punch followed closely. The fist aimed directly at Lin Chen's face, moving even faster than the first. This time, Lin Chen again stepped back, dodging Wu Deyuan's punch once more. Impossible. Wu Deyuan's expression changed dramatically. If the first punch was luck, what about the second? Was it still luck? After cultivating internal energy, he had become a true martial artist, and under the enhancement of internal energy, his strength had completely surpassed that of ordinary people. For a non-martial artist to dodge one of his punches was already quite difficult, let alone two in a row. I didn't expect you to have such strength. No wonder the entire Nanshan martial arts is no match for you. It seems I need to take this seriously and show my true strength. Wu Deyuan revealed a serious expression. Boom! He stepped forward, charging at Lin Chen like a wild bull. This time, Wu Deyuan unleashed all his strength. The impact was immense and heavy, possessing not only powerful force but also incredible speed. At such a close distance, he was confident that Lin Chen could not possibly evade him again. However, in the next moment, Lin Chen slightly tilted his body and once again dodged Wu Deyuan's charge. Impossible! Wu Deyuan missed his target, and his expression changed dramatically. The way he looked at Lin Chen was different now. How on earth did you do that? You actually managed to evade my charge at such close range. Wu Deyuan's eyes were filled with disbelief. A martial artist without any internal energy could actually dodge his full-force charge. It was simply unfathomable. Below the stage, Lu Nanshan and the others from the Nanshan martial arts school were equally shocked, hardly believing their eyes. When Wu Deyuan arrived at the Nanshan martial arts school, he had already beaten all of them. They knew very well how strong Wu Deyuan was. They never expected that after 3 consecutive attacks, he couldn't even touch the hem of Lin Chen's clothes. Lin Chen's strength is actually this formidable? Has he cultivated internal energy like Master Wu? Impossible. If Lin Chen had cultivated internal energy, Master Wu would definitely be able to tell. But if he hasn't cultivated internal energy, how could Lin Chen be this strong? The crowd from the Nanshan martial arts school was abuzz with discussion, each face showing deep confusion. On the stage, Wu Deyuan shared the same doubts. How did you do it? You must have cultivated internal energy, otherwise, you couldn't have dodged my attacks. Wu Deyuan asserted. Lin Chen wore a teasing expression. Your strength is too weak. I can't be bothered to explain this to you. You attacked me 3 times just now. Now it's my turn to counterattack. This statement made Wu Deyuan tense up instantly, every muscle in his body tightening, his eyes fixed on Lin Chen's movements, afraid to miss any detail. Under the gaze of Wu Deyuan and everyone else, Lin Chen made his move. He struck out with a palm. It looked light and airy, but the speed was at its peak. Wu Deyuan didn't even have time to react before Lin Chen's palm landed on him. Ah! Wu Deyuan let out a piercing scream, his body flying back like a rag doll, crashing heavily onto the stage. Poof! Even while still in the air, he was already spitting blood, and by the time he hit the ground, his face was pale. You! How could you be this strong? Wu Deyuan coughed violently, struggling to rise despite the pain, his gaze towards Lin Chen filled with shock and fear. Boom! The Nanshan martial arts school erupted in a frenzy. Everyone was in disbelief, hardly able to believe their eyes. 1 palm. Just 1 palm, and Wu Deyuan was defeated. What kind of outrageous strength could create such a vast disparity between the two? Good! Tao Yuyan exclaimed joyfully, her delicate features brimming with delight and excitement. On the other side, Lu Nanshan's face turned ashen, despair evident on his face. Defeated, he was actually defeated. Lin Chen's voice rang out, Master Lu, what else do you have to say about your Nanshan martial arts school? Are there any other experts? Silence. In that moment, the entire Nanshan martial arts school fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone exchanged glances, and for a moment, no one spoke. Seeing the crowd at a loss for words, Lin Chen said, since you won't speak, let me do the talking. The Tao Family Martial Arts School is officially renamed the Luyun Martial Arts School. 1 month from now, Luyun Martial Arts School will open, and everyone is welcome to come and learn martial arts. Besides that, all the coaches at Nanshan Martial Arts School, if you're interested, you can also go to Luyun Martial Arts School to learn or even join. I welcome you with open arms. As for Nanshan Martial Arts School, I think it's best not to open again. Until you defeat me, Nanshan Martial Arts School is not allowed to operate. With that, Lin Chen directly took Tao Yuyan and left. The two figures quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Even after they had completely left, the Nanshan Martial Arts School remained silent. Master, I want to withdraw my membership fee. I won't be learning martial arts at Nanshan anymore. A student stepped forward. As soon as he finished speaking, a second student followed, then a third. In a short time, more than half of the students withdrew their membership fees and left Nanshan Martial Arts School. It was clear to everyone that Nanshan Martial Arts School was finished, as a martial arts school, lacking sufficient strength was evidently not acceptable. Everyone came to learn martial arts, why not go to a more powerful school? Lu Nanshan and the others watched this scene, their faces turning ashen. Lin Chen! Lu Nanshan clenched his fists, so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms, causing a sharp pain. The Nanshan Martial Arts School was his life's work, and he absolutely would not allow it to fall. Returning to the depths of the school, Lu Nanshan took out his phone and dialed a number. Beep beep beep. After a short while, the call was connected, and Wang Long's voice quickly came through. Master Lu, how's the situation on your side? Wang Long sounded very relaxed. Facing Wang Long's inquiry, Lu Nanshan's expression was awkward. Young Master Wang, things have failed. Wu Diyun has already been defeated by Lin Chen. I've sent someone to take him to the hospital. What? This statement changed Wang Long's expression. He doubted whether his ears were malfunctioning. What nonsense are you talking about? Wu Diyun is a martial arts expert I invited from Nanjing. He has even cultivated internal energy. How could he possibly be defeated by Lin Chen? Wang Long simply did not believe it. Lu Nanshan forced a smile. Young Master Wang, this is true. We underestimated Lin Chen. He has also cultivated internal energy, and his strength is even greater than Wu Diyun's. How is that possible? Shock appeared on Wang Long's face. Although he had not practiced martial arts, he understood the difficulty of cultivating internal energy. Whether one could cultivate internal energy was the standard that separated practitioners from true martial artists. Once internal energy was cultivated, a martial artist's strength would undergo a tremendous change, allowing them to easily defeat practitioners armed with weapons even in barehanded combat. The effects of internal energy are so powerful, yet those who can cultivate it are exceedingly rare. Talent, perseverance, and opportunity are all essential. Lin Chen is only in his 20s, how could he possibly have cultivated internal energy? But Lu Nanshan's tone showed no hint of joking, and the other party clearly wouldn't be foolish enough to deceive him with such words. Lin Chen, you really are hiding deep. I didn't expect. I truly underestimated you. No wonder you dared to flaunt your power in front of me and compete for women. Wang Long's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with cold light. He took a deep breath to suppress his anger, and at that moment, Lu Nanshan continued, Young Master Wang, what should we do now? Wu Diyun has already been defeated, do you think you can? Before he could finish, Wang Long interrupted him directly. What are you thinking? It took a lot of effort to invite Wu Diyun to act. Do you think it's easy to get a true martial artist to help? From today on, don't contact me. You can figure out how to deal with the trouble from Lin Chen yourself. With that, Wang Long hung up the phone. Lu Nanshan in the martial arts school listened to the busy tone coming from the phone, his expression somewhat stiff. He wasn't a fool, he understood that Wang Long had already given up on him. Now that Lin Chen's strength was too formidable, Wang Long felt it wasn't worth continuing to invest in him, so he simply abandoned him. Without Wang Long's help, it was utterly impossible for him to seek revenge on Lin Chen. It's over, everything is over. My Nanshan martial arts school has no chance of rising again. Lu Nanshan fell to his knees with a thud, his face filled with despair. On the other side, Wang Long hung up the phone, his expression slightly gloomy. I didn't expect that a mere waste of a son-in-law would have such strength. How did Lin Chen manage to do this? Confusion flickered in Wang Long's eyes. Beside him, a Chang approached with a flattering expression. Young Master Wang, Lin Chen is definitely not your match. This time it was just his luck. Wang Long shot him a glare. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Chen is no longer a minor character. He is a martial artist and possesses powerful medical skills. The strength he has shown so far is enough to make me wary. I didn't expect a true dragon to appear in Yunhai without anyone noticing. A Chang dared not speak further. Seeing Wang Long's displeased expression, he quickly lowered his head to avoid drawing Wang Long's attention, lest he vent his anger on him. Wang Long gritted his teeth, feeling a deep threat from Lin Chen, especially since Lin Chen was quite close to Tang Yuyan, which infuriated him even more. Tang Yuyan had long been the woman he had his eyes on, and they were even engaged. Now, to find out that Tang Yuyan was entangled with Lin Chen was like being cuckolded. He had been born with a golden key. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Damn it! I absolutely cannot swallow this anger. Wang Long's heart burned with rage. He clenched his teeth, a thought emerging in his mind. I am already engaged to Tang Yuyan, it's only a matter of time before we marry. Once we are truly married, if she dares to do anything, I won't even need to act, the Tang family won't allow her to do so. Wang long narrowed his eyes, looking at Chang. Chang, I have a task for you. You need to find someone to follow Tang Yuyan and capture evidence of her secret meetings with Lin Chen. Since I can't deal with her for now, let the Tang family handle her. I want to see if the Tang family will allow her to act so recklessly. Wang Long sneered, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. Chang's eyes lit up. Young Master Wang, you are brilliant. Your marriage to Tang Yuyan is a political alliance. The Tang family will definitely not let this engagement run into problems. Once we capture evidence of Tang Yuyan meeting with another man, we won't even need to act. The Tang family will naturally take care of her. Ha ha ha. Wang Long laughed heartily. This was indeed his plan. Initially, he hesitated to expose this matter for the sake of his own face, but since he couldn't deal with Lin Chen now, he had to let go of some pride. Leave this to me. I will definitely capture evidence of Lin Chen and Tang Yuyan's secret meetings as soon as possible, Chang said confidently. He quickly left to carry out this task, leaving Wang Long alone in the room. Tang Yuyan, since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. A few days later. Today, Guan Menu came to the Jade shop for her usual inspection. She drove to the mall and headed straight to the depths of the shopping center. Boss. The staff in the Jade shop, upon seeing Guan Menu, wore expressions that showed they were no longer surprised. These days, Guan Menu came by every day, as if afraid they would slack off. Guan Menu smiled and nodded. As the saying goes, a person in good spirits is happy when good things happen. With a Jade shop that laid golden eggs, how could she be in a bad mood? Boss, the shop across from us is about to open. I heard it's today. The store manager walked over. Oh, Guan Menyu's attention was caught, and she immediately looked over. Sure enough, the door of the shop across was half open. From the looks of it, it was clearly the day to open. Do you know what they sell over there? Guan Menyu asked. The store manager shook his head. I don't know, but judging by the scale of the shop, it's likely luxury goods, maybe gold jewelry or something like that. Gold jewelry. Guan Menu let out a slight sigh of relief. Her shop sold various jade items, and if the shop across was selling luxury items like gold jewelry, it wouldn't pose a competition for her. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a sudden clattering sound came from across the street. The originally half-open door of the shop was fully swung open, revealing the interior of the store. Guan Menu focused her gaze and her expression changed dramatically. A jade shop? She was taken aback, her face suddenly filled with astonishment. The shop across was indeed a large jade store, and upon closer inspection, they not only sold jade jewelry but also various gemstones and gold jewelry. The entire space exceeded 300 square meters and looked quite grand, with high-end and sophisticated decor. Comparing her shop to the one across, the difference was stark, akin to a small inn versus a five-star hotel. The large door of the shop displayed the shining words "Yu Jewelry." What are they doing? This is clearly malicious competition. I already have a jade jewelry store here, how dare they open a similar business? Guan Menu was furious. She stormed directly across the street. Welcome! The sales staff of Yunyu Jewelry smiled and stepped forward to greet her. Guan Menu immediately reprimanded, "Where is your store manager? Bring him out right now. I am the owner of the Mengyu Jewelry store across, and I want to see your store manager." The staff maintained their smile. "Please wait a moment, I will go get the manager." Guan Menyu's face darkened to the extreme as she impatiently waited in place. After a short while, a middle-aged man with a smile walked out from the store. "Hello, ma'am, I am the manager of this jewelry store. How can I help you?" The manager wore a gentle smile. Guan Menyu, filled with anger, replied, "What do you mean how can you help me? Don't you know the unspoken rules of the business world? I already opened a Mengyu jewelry store across. Why are you still opening a jewelry store here? Your actions are clearly malicious competition. I demand that you close your shop immediately. You can sell anything else, but selling jewelry is not allowed." Guan Menyu shouted, her angry reprimands echoing throughout the jewelry store. Swish, swish, swish. The sales staff turned their heads to look, their expressions somewhat strange as they focused on Guan Menyu. The jewelry store manager faced Guan Menyu's accusations with a smile still on his face. "Ma'am, that statement is incorrect. As far as I know, your Mengyu jewelry store is the latecomer, while my store was confirmed and began renovations a month ago. You opened your store without checking properly. You are the one engaging in malicious competition." The manager smiled. "Moreover, this is a shopping mall. There's no such thing as malicious competition here. Didn't you carefully read the relevant documents before opening your store?" "What? Upon hearing this, Guan Menu was taken aback. She had never considered this matter. After signing the contract, she had eagerly moved into the mall to prepare for opening, without any prior investigation at all. How is this possible? Fake, it must be fake. I want to find the person in charge of the mall to investigate. Guan Menu was somewhat out of control, her teeth clenched and her face filled with anger. The store manager shrugged, feel free. Guan Menu took out her phone and made a call, and soon the mall's management personnel arrived. She immediately walked over quickly. I want to file a complaint. This store is engaging in malicious competition with me. They know I have already opened a Jade shop, yet they still opened one right across from mine. The mall management personnel looked at Guan Menu as if she were an idiot. This is a mall. There is no such thing as the malicious competition you speak of. Moreover, the Yenyun jewelry store settled in a month ago, while your store opened later. If there is really such a thing as malicious competition, you are the one engaging in it, the mall management personnel said irritably. Please do not cause a scene here. Your actions are disrupting the normal operations of others. If you continue to make a scene, I have the right to close your store. After saying this, the mall management personnel turned and left. He had no interest in dealing with Guan Menu, who had recklessly entered the market without even understanding the basic situation of opening a store. It was simply insane. Guan Menu was dumbfounded, her expression somewhat dazed. The words of the mall management personnel were undoubtedly a heavy blow to her. Ma'am, if you are not buying anything, please leave. Do not cause a scene in our store, or we will call security, the store manager said. Guan Menu's expression stiffened, and she dared not stay any longer, quickly fleeing back to her store across the street. How could this happen? Guan Menu found it hard to accept. The store manager hurried over. Boss, what's the situation? Guan Menu's face was rigid. It's our problem. The jewelry store across the street settled in a month ago. We have no reason to blame them. The store manager's expression changed dramatically. Then aren't we doomed? The store across the street is clearly better than ours, both in the quality and quantity of Jade jewelry. If this competition continues, we have no chance of winning. As soon as the store manager finished speaking, a passerby walked by, seemingly ready to buy Jade jewelry. The person had already reached the entrance of their store, and the sales assistant was about to go over to assist, but the person abruptly turned away. This store isn't good, it doesn't compare to the one across the street. Let's go check that one out, the person's companion said. The two immediately changed direction and walked straight into the Yenyun jewelry store. Seeing this scene, Guan Mingyu's expression became even more rigid. Sure enough, the thing she feared the most had happened. With both stores facing each other, there would be no problem if they sold different items, but if they sold the same items, fierce competition would inevitably arise. The weaker store would not be able to withstand it unless they were willing to lower their prices, otherwise, they would have no competitive edge at all. The store manager approached and quietly suggested, Boss, why don't we lower our prices and offer discounts? Otherwise, we have no advantage. No way. Lowering prices means reducing profits. Let's hold on a little longer. I refuse to believe we have no competitive edge at all. There must be customers willing to come to us. Guan Mengyu shook her head without hesitation. At that moment, the Yenyun jewelry store across the street hung up a rolling electronic banner. Yenyun jewelry store grand opening, all jewelry and accessories 20% off in the first month. The electronic banner instantly made Guan Mengyu's eyes widen. How dare they? Who opens a store and starts offering discounts right away, especially for a whole month? Guan Mengyu couldn't help it. She quickly left and took out her phone to call Shanghai Jade. The phone was quickly connected, and Guan Mengyu couldn't wait to say, Managerly, this is Guan Mengyu. Half a month ago, I had a business collaboration with your company. Do you remember me? Li Fei's voice came through. Of course, is there something you need, General Guan? Of course there is. At that time, we collaborated to open a store. Your company provided me with connections and plans, while I provided the funding and personnel. We jointly opened a shop, and everything has been running well these days, but why didn't you tell me that right across from my store, there is actually a larger and better quality jewelry store? That jewelry store opened today. I just went over to take a look, and the quality of the jewelry and the scale of the store across from me far exceed mine. How can we compete face to face like this? Now, no customers are willing to come to my store to buy Jade jewelry. All the customers have been drawn away by the one across. Managerly, you must give me an explanation for this. Guan Mengyu's tone was filled with anger. In response to Guan Mengyu's accusations, Li Fei remained calm. General Guan, I'm afraid I can't give you any explanation. Our collaboration was clearly outlined from the beginning, and isn't it normal for multiple stores in the mall to operate the same projects? Haven't you ever shopped in a mall? Since your store's scale and quality are inferior to the one across, then you should find a way to improve your competitiveness. Do I really need to teach you this? Are you the one opening the store or am I? Li Fei's voice clearly showed his exasperation. Guan Menu was momentarily at a loss for words after being rebuffed by Li Fei. But if this continues, my store won't be able to compete at all. Won't I go bankrupt then? I've invested over 10 million. Guan Menu's tone was urgent. Li Fei replied indifferently, General Guan, if your competitiveness is lacking, then find a way to enhance it. I can't help you with that. Our Shanghai Jade Stone is not responsible for this aspect. Your store's lack of competitiveness is your problem, unrelated to Shanghai Jade Stone. After saying this, Li Fei hung up the phone. Hello. Hearing the busy tone on the line, Guan Menu shouted several times, but there was no response from the other end. Filled with rage, Guan Menu slammed her phone down on the chair. She was furious, feeling as if she had been fooled. Shanghai Jade Stone had clearly concealed this information from her. It was her fault for not investigating thoroughly beforehand, naively falling into their trap, and now realizing that this was not a windfall but a heavy burden. No, I can't just sit here and wait. I must find a way to get the store up and running. I've invested over 10 million. I absolutely cannot let the store go bankrupt. Guan Menu gritted her teeth. She returned to the store and found the store manager. From now on, all Jade jewelry in the store will be discounted. We need to enhance the competitiveness of our products, Guan Menu said. No problem, the store manager nodded, but there was worry in his heart. Competing with a large company as an individual store was clearly quite difficult. The scale and quality of the store across were above theirs, and it was too challenging to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. The store manager quickly went to prepare, and Guan Mengyu realized that staying there was of no use, so she left the store. Villa. Lin Chen had just gotten up not long ago. After washing up, he went to the living room for breakfast. Ring. The phone rang, and when he picked it up, it was a call from Tang Yunya. Looks like there's good news. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. He answered the call, and Tang Yunya's voice came through. Dr. Lin, I have good news to share with you. The task you asked me to do went very smoothly. Your mother-in-law has successfully fallen into the trap. She invested all her money into the Jade shop, but now that the Jade shop is under my scrutiny, if things don't go well, it won't be able to operate anymore. Tang Yunyan's words were light, with a hint of laughter in her tone. Good. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. He knew that entrusting this matter to Tang Yunyan was definitely the right choice. With the connections and skills Tang Yunyan possessed, dealing with Guan Menu would be a piece of cake. Thank you. After this is over, I'll treat Miss Tang to a meal, Lin Chen said with a smile. Tang Yunyan beamed back. Dr. Lin, you're too polite. Compared to how you saved me from the abyss, this little favor is just a small effort on my part. Next, I have another plan to implement. Please, Dr. Lin, go to the Jade shop tomorrow to watch the show. Oh, Lin Chen became a bit curious. Did Tang Yunyan have some tricks up her sleeve? Otherwise, how could she be so confident? The two quickly ended the call, and the next day arrived. Lin Chen rarely got up early, but he was very much looking forward to the surprise Tang Yunyan had mentioned. He was curious about how she would deal with Guan Menu. Driving to the mall, Lin Chen parked his sports car and entered the building. He made his way to the back of the second floor, where Guan Menu's Jade shop was located. Welcome! As soon as Lin Chen walked in, the sales assistant rushed over with enthusiasm. May I ask what kind of jade jewelry you're looking to buy? For your girlfriend perhaps? I can recommend some options. The sales assistant was very eager. Lin Chen smiled slightly, casually brushing off the sales assistant's offer, and wandered around the Jade shop. At that moment, someone walked in from outside. It was none other than Guan Mengyu. Boss! The sales assistant approached her. Guan Mengyu's expression was not good. How were the sales yesterday? The sales assistant awkwardly replied, not great. Most of the customers went to the shop across the street. Our total sales yesterday didn't even reach 3,000. What? Guan Mengyu was taken aback. Didn't I tell you to lower the prices? Why are we still not attracting customers? The sales assistant looked helpless. We did lower the prices, but the shop across the street, Yun Yun Jewelry, also lowered their prices, and their discounts are just as good as ours. Plus, the quality over there is clearly better, and the decor is more impressive, so most customers have gone there. Guan Mengyu. Her face darkened instantly, and at that moment, she spotted Lin Chen not far away. Yuni, what are you doing here? In a bad mood, Guan Mengyu vented her anger on Lin Chen. Lin Chen had heard their conversation clearly and was already laughing inwardly. Tang Yunyan indeed had her methods. With just one move, she had pushed Guan Mengyu to this extent. Previously, this shop's sales exceeded 50,000 a day, and now they couldn't even reach 3,000. One could imagine the extent of the gap. Such sales figures would undoubtedly be insufficient to cover the rent, and if this continued, the Jade shop would go bankrupt due to losses. It was just a matter of time. However, the time required for this was too long. Tang Yunyan must have better methods, otherwise, she wouldn't have asked him to come today to watch the show. Lin Chen stepped forward. Of course, I came to take a look. The business in the shop today seems to be struggling, Lin Chen remarked, hitting a sore spot and making Guan Menu's expression even darker. She immediately scolded, "Don't talk nonsense, it's really bad luck. My shop is doing just fine, don't jinx it." Lin Chen teased, walking up to Guan Menu, "Have you forgotten something? The money you used to open this shop was given by me. Without the money I lent you, how could you open this store? I am your creditor, so be a bit nicer to me." Guan Menu said nonchalantly, "Uni, we are family. I am your mother, and your money is my money, right? There's no need to speak as if we are strangers. Once I make money, I will definitely pay you back." He. Lin Chen sneered inwardly. He could see that Guan Menu had no intention of repaying the money. But it didn't matter, they had signed a loan agreement, and Guan Menu wouldn't be able to avoid repayment. He didn't say much more to her, quietly anticipating the so-called good show that Tang Yuyan had mentioned. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Just as this thought crossed Lin Chen's mind, a hurried sound of footsteps came from outside. A group of uniformed management personnel walked in, and the leader was none other than the head of the mall. "Who is the manager of this store?" "I am Lu Ming, the head of the mall." "I need to see your store manager." Lu Ming strode into the Jade store. The commotion startled the sales staff inside, and Guan Mengyu's expression changed slightly. She had no idea what was happening. Guan Mengyu quickly walked over. "I am the owner of this store, Guan Mengyu. What seems to be the problem?" Lu Ming looked Guan Mengyu up and down and then said, "We received reports from customers that there are counterfeit Jade items in your store. We need to conduct an inspection of your Jade items." "What?" This statement shocked Guan Mengyu, followed by anger. "Who reported that my store's Jade items are counterfeit? This is clearly nonsense. All the Jade items in my store are genuine. There is absolutely no counterfeiting." Guan Mengyu was furious. Lu Ming's expression was cold. "Whether there is counterfeiting or not is not for you to decide. We have received numerous customer reports, so we must come to investigate. If your Jade items are genuine, then you have nothing to worry about." Guan Mengyu snorted coldly. "Fine, go ahead and search. If you find no issues, you must apologize to me." Lu Ming nodded. "No problem. Search." He waved his hand, and the people behind him immediately entered the store, accompanied by professionals responsible for testing Jade items. These people began testing the Jade jewelry in the store, and Guan Mengyu watched from the side, showing no signs of worry. "Someone must be framing me, using this method to deliberately tarnish my store. It must be the Yen Yun jewelry store across the way." Guan Mengyu was furious, her gaze involuntarily drifting to the opposite side. The commotion attracted a lot of attention. Many shoppers in the mall turned to watch, each one eager to see the spectacle. "What happened?" someone couldn't help but ask. Others replied, "It seems someone reported that this store's Jade jewelry is counterfeit, and now the mall's management is inspecting it." "What? Counterfeit Jade jewelry?" The people around were shocked, and a series of gasps erupted. Many crossed their arms, preparing to watch the show, their faces displaying expressions of keen interest. Among the crowd, Lin Chen was right there. A smile had already begun to form on his face. "So this is the good show that Tang Yuyan mentioned. TSK, it really is as she said." Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. He immediately guessed that the Jade jewelry sold to Guan Mengyu by Shanghai Jade must have been genuine, otherwise, there would be nothing to uncover today. It seemed that the Yen Yun jewelry store across the way was merely one method of suppressing this store, while today's counterfeit Jade incident was the real killer move. The technical staff in the store were still conducting tests, and Guan Mengyu was starting to become impatient. "Are you done checking? My Jade jewelry will absolutely not have." Before Guan Mengyu could finish her sentence, a voice suddenly interrupted her. "Found it. This piece of Jade jewelry is fake, it's completely a glass craft," a technician said. "What?" This sudden statement caused an uproar among the people present. Swish, swish, swish. Eyes turned towards the source of the voice, and Guan Mengyu herself was taken aback. She was instantly furious. "Impossible, there are absolutely no fakes in my Jade shop." The technician brought over a piece of Jade jewelry. "I have already checked. This piece of Jade jewelry is not made of real Jade at all. It is merely a glass product." "What are you talking about? How could this be a glass product? This is clearly Jade." Guan Mengyu was enraged, feeling completely wronged. At that moment, another voice rang out. Found another one, this piece of jade jewelry is also a glass product. Wow! The crowd outside the store erupted in astonishment. Before anyone could speak, a third voice appeared, followed by a fourth, a fifth. One piece of jade jewelry after another was identified as glass products, and within a short time, the mall's technicians had detected more than a dozen fake jade pieces, causing the atmosphere on site to boil over. Lu Ming waved his hand, "Bring all the fake jade products over." The technicians hurriedly gathered the jade pieces together. Guan Menu rushed over, picking up a piece of jade to examine it closely. Although she didn't know much about jade, she had basic identification skills. To her disbelief, she found that the piece in her hand seemed to really not be genuine jade. Impossible! This absolutely cannot be! Guan Menu was shocked, hardly able to believe what she was seeing. Lu Ming's expression was serious. "Ms. Guan, your jade jewelry store has a large number of fake products. You are selling counterfeit goods, which is a serious violation of the contract you signed with our mall. Your store needs to close immediately, and in addition, you will need to pay for the breach of contract. The lawyer will contact you this afternoon, so be prepared." Boom! This statement was like a thunderclap for Guan Menu. Her face turned pale, and she stood there like a statue. "Impossible, my jade is not fake, I could never fake it." Guan Menu mumbled to herself. She seemed dazed, repeatedly uttering this phrase, clearly overwhelmed to the point of being unable to accept it. The onlookers outside, upon hearing this result, immediately began to criticize and curse Guan Menu. Heartless merchant, actually passing off inferior goods as good ones. Exactly, using worthless glass products to impersonate jade. This woman looks so beautiful, but her heart is so dark. This is a case of a beautiful face hiding a beastly heart, looking glamorous on the outside but completely lacking in humanity. The mall manager is right, such unscrupulous merchants should not be allowed to continue operating, lest they harm more people. The atmosphere on site was boiling. Everyone was pointing fingers, and many were cursing Guan Menu. She instantly became the target of public scorn, her face shifting from green to white, looking as if it were changing like a running light. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Guan Menu found it hard to accept and directly sat down on the ground. Faking jade, closing the store, breaching the contract. Not only did she have to face compensation, but she also had to pay the mall an exorbitant breach fee. It's over. Guan Menu couldn't bear such a huge blow. Her vision went black, and she fainted on the spot. "Ah, that woman has fainted," someone exclaimed. The people near Guan Menu quickly scattered. Among the crowd, Shin stepped forward, looking at Guan Menu, who had fainted from the shock, and he almost laughed out loud. Unexpectedly, Guan Menu's ability to endure was so weak that his revenge had only just begun, and the other party had already fainted. He took out his phone and dialed 120 for emergency assistance. His revenge was not yet complete. He couldn't let Guan Menu fall here. Soon, an ambulance arrived, taking the unconscious Guan Menu to the hospital, and the shop was sealed and closed by the mall. Shin immediately called Li Jingwan and her sister Li Shui to inform them that Guan Menu had fainted and was in the hospital. In the hospital ward, the Li sisters rushed in a panic. As they pushed open the door, they saw Shin sitting in front of the hospital bed. "Yuni, brother-in-law, how is my mom?" Li Jingwan's tone was filled with deep concern. Although the relationship between mother and daughter was somewhat strained, as a daughter, how could Li Jingwan not worry about Guan Menu's condition? Shin smiled, patting Li Jingwan's shoulder to calm her down. "Don't worry, the doctor said it was just a temporary shock due to excessive stimulation. She will wake up soon." Hearing this, the sisters let out a huge sigh of relief. Li Jingwan furrowed her brows tightly. How could mom suddenly faint? "Yuni, what exactly happened? What kind of stimulation did she suffer?" Sighing, Shin pretended to be helpless. "There was an issue at the jade shop. Your mom's jade shop was selling fake products, passing off glass items as jade jewelry, and as a result, it was reported by the seller. After the mall received the report, they sent someone to investigate, and they found over a dozen pieces of jade in the shop that were actually glass products. The mall announced the closure of the shop and will terminate the contract with your mom. Since it was your mom's unilateral issue, she will have to bear the penalty and fines. Your mom couldn't handle such a huge blow and stimulation, so she fainted in the shop. Fortunately, I was there at the time and immediately took her to the hospital." As he spoke, Shin's tone sounded very helpless and regretful. "I didn't expect your mom to earn such dirty money, using glass products to replace jade jewelry. This kind of thing would eventually be exposed. How could she be so foolish?" Shin sighed. "What?" Li Jingwan was shocked, not expecting it to be for such a reason. "How is that possible? How could she be so stupid?" Li Jingwan found it hard to accept. Li Shui, beside her, was also astonished and somewhat angry. What is Mom doing? How could she do something so foolish? This is a complete disaster. The sisters felt helpless. At that moment, the unconscious Guan Menu slowly woke up. Mom! The sisters rushed forward. Guan Menu slowly opened her eyes, seeing the hospital ceiling. As her consciousness returned, she heard Li Shui's voice beside her. Jingwan, Shui. Guan Menyu's expression changed slightly, and then the memories before she fainted slowly surfaced in her mind. I'm finished, my hard work, who the hell is responsible for this? Once she regained her senses, Guan Menu immediately began to curse, crying and scolding, losing control of her emotions. Li Dingwan looked helpless, while Li Shui hurried to comfort her. Guan Menu almost fainted again, her face filled with pain. Jingwan, you must help me this time. That Jade shop is my hard work, I can't just lose it like this. Guan Menu sat up and grabbed Li Jingwan's hand. Li Dingwan frowned slightly. Mom, how can I help you with this? I have no experience in the jade industry, I know nothing about it. I already told you before to be careful, but you completely ignored my advice. Li Dingwan spoke earnestly, but to Guan Menyu's ears, it sounded like complete blame. Her expression darkened instantly. Jingwan, what do you mean by all this? Do you really think it's all my fault? I was clearly set up. It must be those from Shanghai Jade. I said, why would such a big company come to collaborate with me? Turns out they wanted to sell me fake jade. They just wanted to trick me. I was careless, and that's how they deceived me. As she spoke these words, Guan Mengyu was gritting her teeth. At that moment, her phone rang. She took it out to see it was a call from her secretary. Hello, President Guan, there's been an incident. The person in charge at the mall just sent someone to notify us. Because we sold fake jade at the mall, it has caused serious damage to their reputation. They not only want to terminate our partnership but also shut down our store. Including the penalty and the compensation for reputational damage, we have to pay a total of 5 million. The secretary's tone was filled with urgency. What? Guan Mengyu's face changed dramatically. The staggering figure of 5 million nearly made her faint again. Have they gone mad? They actually want me to pay 5 million? Where would I get that much money? Guan Mengyu's face turned red with anger, her teeth clenched, and her expression was filled with rage. Li Dingwan and her sister Li Shui were also taken aback by the number. 5 million was no small amount, even for the entire Li family. It wasn't something they could just pull out. The secretary continued, this is the figure given by the mall. They said if we don't pay this amount within 3 days, they will sue us. Moreover, the store has already been sealed. We can only retrieve the jade from the store after we pay the compensation. Upon hearing this, Guan Mengyu could no longer contain her fury. She slammed her phone onto the ground, and the phone, worth over 10,000, shattered into pieces, becoming scrap. Crazy. These guys are simply insane. Demanding 5 million from me? I will absolutely not pay such a huge sum. Guan Mengyu was furious, her roar echoing throughout the hospital room. A nurse pushed the door open and entered. Ma'am, please do not shout in the hospital. Doing so will disturb the patients in other rooms. Li Jingwan stood up to apologize. I'm sorry, we'll be more careful. The nurse nodded and left. Watching the furious Guan Mengyu, Li Jingwan helplessly tried to calm her down. Mom, please calm down. Getting angry won't solve anything. Right now, we need to find a way to investigate the cause and effect of this matter. At the very least, we need to understand what happened. Li Jingwan was very calm, keenly sensing that there might be some hidden-hand at work behind this incident involving Guan Mengyu. Clearly, Guan Mengyu had been set up, otherwise, it wouldn't have turned out this badly. Under Li Jingwan's soothing, Guan Mengyu gradually calmed down and then recounted the entire sequence of events. From the beginning when Shanghai Jade approached her for collaboration to the visit from the mall staff today, she described all the details. Fortunately, her memory was quite good, so she was able to describe the entire process clearly. In the hospital room, Lin Chen sat silently beside them, watching Guan Mengyu's frantic state, nearly laughing out loud. This plan to bring Guan Mengyu down had succeeded, but it was only the first step. To truly begin to teach this woman a lesson, she first needed to hit rock bottom. And right now, it was clear that Guan Mengyu had not yet reached that point. No rush, soon she would understand what despair truly meant. A faint smile curved at the corners of Lin Chen's mouth. After listening to Guan Mengyu, Li Jingwan's brows remained tightly furrowed. If nothing unexpected happens, this incident is probably related to the issue with Shanghai Jade. The batch of jade in your shop clearly has problems. It's likely that Shanghai Jade deliberately sold it to you under the pretense of cooperation, with the aim of targeting you. Mom, think carefully. Do you have any conflicts with the higher-ups at Shanghai Jade? Otherwise, they wouldn't go to such lengths just to deal with you, Li Jingwan said. Upon hearing this, Guan Mengyu fell into deep thought, her mind racing. but she quickly shook her head. No, Shanghai Jade is much larger than our entirely family. How could I possibly offend such a big player? I only learned about Shanghai Jade not long ago. I could never have offended them. Guan Menu frowned. Li Jingwan was even more puzzled. If it weren't because you offended someone at Shanghai Jade, why would they target you? That doesn't make sense. Mom, think about it again, Li Jingwan urged. Guan Menu grew a bit impatient. What are you thinking? Do you not believe me? I'll say it again, I have never offended anyone at Shanghai Jade. There must be some misunderstanding. Tomorrow, I will go find the manager of Shanghai Jade, Li Fei. I must get an explanation from him. When Guan Menu said this, her entire demeanor was filled with anger. Li Jingwan nodded upon seeing this. I'll go with you tomorrow. Okay, Guan Menu replied. Half an hour later, Guan Menu came out of the hospital. She had only fainted due to the shock, and after a short rest, her body had already recovered. Just as Guan Menu stepped out of the hospital, a police car drove up from a distance, and then the car door opened, with several police officers getting out. The police walked straight towards the hospital, their eyes quickly landing on Guan Menu. Hello, are you Ms. Guan Menu? One officer took out his badge. Guan Menu's expression changed instantly as she felt a bad premonition rise in her heart. Yes, I am Guan Menu. You are suspected of commercial fraud. Please come with us, the officer said. Guan Menu's face changed dramatically. I am innocent. I have been framed. Please come to the police station to discuss this, the officer replied. Guan Menu was taken away, and Li Jingwan followed her into the car. The group headed to the police station and stayed there for several hours before finally coming out. By the time they returned to the villa, it was already dark. Guan Menu looked dispirited, far from her previous spirited self. She appeared to have aged several years, her eyes filled with deep fatigue and fear. Mom, you must be tired after a long day. Go take a shower and get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to Shanghai Jade. Li Jingwan looked at Guan Menu with a twinge of sympathy. Oh, Guan Menu nodded numbly and then went to the guest room to rest. In the living room, only Lin Chen and a few others remained. Li Jingwan couldn't help but sigh, while Li Shui looked somewhat worried. Sister, Mom isn't going to prison, is she? Don't worry, it's just a commercial dispute. It won't reach the level of criminal charges. But civil compensation is definitely unavoidable. I hope Mom can learn from this experience. Li Jingwan's tone was filled with helplessness. Li Shui was at a loss for words. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. Guan Mengyu's current state was somewhat reminiscent of her own past experiences, having gone through significant ups and downs, being bullied severely by Lin Chen. She couldn't help but glance at Lin Chen, only to see that he wore no expression of sadness or helplessness, but rather a smile on his face. This guy. Li Shui couldn't help but feel angry, but soon realized that for Lin Chen, watching Guan Mengyu have bad luck was indeed something to be happy about. Wait. Could this incident involving Mom have anything to do with Lin Chen? This thought flashed through Li Shui's mind, but as soon as it appeared, she immediately dismissed it. The mastermind behind this incident was clearly Shan Haiyusher, and she didn't think Lin Chen had any connection to Shan Haiyusher. After all, that was a company worth 200 million. Although Lin Chen had some abilities now, he was obviously not related to such a large company. I must be overthinking it. How could this guy Lin Chen have such capabilities? Li Shui slapped her face lightly and quickly withdrew her gaze. Lin Chen noticed her look and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He wasn't worried at all that his scheming against Guan Mengyu would be exposed. Even if he stood up and admitted it, neither Li Jingwan nor Li Shui would believe him. The three of them had a simple dinner and then returned to their respective rooms to rest. After Lin Chen got back to his room, he took out his phone and made a call. The call connected quickly, and Tang Yanya's voice came through. Dr. Lin, today's show should have been quite a spectacle. I wonder if it met your expectations. Tang Yanya's tone carried a hint of amusement. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Miss Tang's methods are truly outstanding. You have indeed put on a good show for me. Thank you for your help this time. Just keep it going from here, Tang Yanya said with a light laugh. Rest assured, Dr. Lin, this matter is in my hands. I owe Dr. Lin so many favors. It's only right that I help out now. At this point, she paused, a blush creeping onto her face. I've been feeling a bit cold again these past couple of days. I wonder if Dr. Lin could come over tonight to give me a massage. There was a note of anticipation in Tang Yanya's voice as she said this. With such a request from a beauty, Lin Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. Moreover, since Tang Yanya had helped him a lot today, it was only fair to give her a little reward. No problem, Miss Tang, just book a hotel room, and I'll be right over. Lin Chen nodded. Great, Tang Yanya replied joyfully. After hanging up, she couldn't wait to book a room at Yunhai Hotel. She sent the room number to Lin Chen and then set off. Tang Yunya drove straight out of the villa, and just as she left, a young man wearing a baseball cap was hiding in a corner across the street. The young man was holding a camera. Click, click, click. The young man in the cap took several photos in quick succession and then immediately hopped on his motorcycle to follow Tang Yunya. Tang Yunya drove all the way to Yunhai Hotel, picked up her room key, and headed straight to room 602 on the top floor. She was completely unaware that a tail was following her closely. At the corner of the stairs, the young man in the cap was full of excitement. I didn't expect that the young lady of the Tang family would come out to a hotel in the middle of the night. I've caught important information so quickly. If I send this news to young Master Wang, I could make a fortune. The young man in the cap was thrilled, and at that moment, the elevator doors opened, and a young man walked out. The young man was none other than Lin Chen, who glanced at the young man in the cap and frowned slightly. Why is this guy dressed so strangely? Lin Chen scanned the young man in the cap from head to toe but didn't pay much attention and headed straight for room 602. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Chen knocked on the door, and soon Tang Yunya's voice came from inside. Coming! With a light creak, the door opened, and it was Tang Yunya who answered. Looking at Lin Chen at the door, Tang Yunya had a joyful smile on her face. Dr. Lin, come in quickly. There was a hint of impatience in her tone. Lin Chen squinted slightly, catching a glimpse of the end of the corridor out of the corner of his eye. No rush, I'll deal with a certain tale first. After saying that, he immediately turned and walked toward the other end of the corridor. Tale? Tang Yunya was taken aback, quickly understanding what Lin Chen meant. At the corner of the corridor, the young man in the duckbill cap realized that Lin Chen was approaching and immediately understood he had been discovered. Without any hesitation, he turned to leave. Just as he took a few steps, Lin Chen's voice rang in his ear. Where do you think you're going? What? The young man in the duckbill cap was shocked, turning his head to find Lin Chen right behind him. Their eyes met, and a strange force shot out from Lin Chen's eyes. The young man felt a wave of dizziness wash over his brain, and his consciousness began to blur. What's your name? Yang Ming. What's your purpose here, and who sent you to do this? It was Wang Long from the Wang family who asked me to do it, to capture evidence of the Tang family's young lady, Tang Yunya, having an affair with a wild man. Under the influence of Lin Chen's mesmerizing technique, Yang Ming revealed everything Lin Chen wanted to know. Hearing this, Lin Chen stroked his chin, a cold smile appearing on his face. It seems Wang Long isn't stupid, he actually sent someone to follow Tang Yunya. Luckily, I discovered this guy, or if he had managed to capture something, it would definitely cause trouble. Lin Chen casually took the camera from Yang Ming's hands. A quick glance revealed photos of Tang Yunya, and he was also captured in them. Tang Yunya coming to Yunhai Hotel late at night was clearly abnormal, and with his own figure in the photos, once these images were exposed, it was easy to imagine the uproar they would cause. He narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing through them. You go outside to the street and find a car to run you over. Lin Chen said. Yes. Yang Ming nodded drowsily, then turned and took the elevator down. When the elevator door opened, he walked straight out of the hotel and dashed toward the road outside. Just then, a car sped toward him, and before the young man could react, it crashed into him. Bang! With a dull sound, Yang Ming's body flew up like a kite with a broken string, ultimately crashing hard to the ground. Ah! Someone's been hit! A chorus of screams erupted on the road outside. Lin Chen stood by the window in the corridor, taking in the scene until he saw Yang Ming being killed by the car, then he turned and left. With just a simple mesmerizing technique, he easily killed Yang Ming. No matter how outsiders investigated, it would be futile, and the final result would only be that Yang Ming committed suicide. This is the power of cultivators. In front of them, mortals are as weak as ants. Lin Chen returned to room 602 with the camera. Dr. Lin, has the situation outside been resolved? Tang Yunya asked nervously. Don't worry, the tale has been dealt with. Lin Chen said, then took out the camera and handed it to Tang Yunya. As she received it and took a look, her expression immediately stiffened. Someone was secretly taking pictures of me. Was it Wang Long? Or someone else from the family? Tang Yunya was clever. The moment she saw the photos in the camera, she immediately had her suspicions. She raised her head apologetically. Dr. Lin, I'm very sorry for involving you in this matter. Because of me, I've caused you trouble. I will find a discreet place for our massages from now on. I will handle today's matter and won't bring you any trouble. Lin Chen smiled slightly. That's fine. I've already interrogated that tail. He's one of Wang Long's people. I suspect Wang Long has noticed our relationship and sent the tail over to gather evidence. Tang Yunyan's expression was not good. She took a deep breath to suppress the anger within her. Wang Long is being a bit excessive. I haven't even married him. What right does he have to control me? Tang Yunyan's tone was icy. She quickly calmed down and set the camera aside. Dr. Lin, let's deal with Wang Long's matters later. For now, let's focus on the massage treatment. Lin Chen nodded. Tang Yunyan walked into the bathroom with ease, and soon the sound of running water filled the air. She didn't take long. After finishing her shower, she wrapped herself in a towel and stepped out. Tang Yunyan, just out of the bath, was undoubtedly captivating. What could be more alluring than a beauty emerging from the water? The white towel wrapped around her body only covered half of it, and the glimpses of her figure inadvertently caught Lin Chen's gaze, making it hard for him to look away. TSK. This woman seems to have completely let go. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile inwardly. Tang Yunyan was clearly lost in the comfort brought by the massage, primarily because his pure young true energy was a deadly temptation for her. This had nothing to do with psychology. As long as Tang Yunyan's ice spirit body remained unresolved, his pure young true energy was something she could not refuse. In fact, as the treatment continued, Tang Yunyan would become increasingly infatuated with his true energy, and since he was the owner of that energy, the aura he emitted would further captivate her. This physiological obsession would make it impossible for Tang Yunyan to extricate herself. At that point, she would completely belong to him, and with just a beckon of his finger, he could easily control her. Dr. Lin, I'm ready, Tang Yunyan said, her face slightly flushed. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement as she looked at Lin Chen with a longing gaze. After saying this, Tang Yunyan voluntarily lay down on the bed. Lin Chen smiled slightly and walked over. Snap! He turned off the lights in the room, and the large space was instantly engulfed in darkness. Soon, the sounds of Tang Yunyan's moans filled the room. At first, the sounds were restrained, but as time passed, her emotions became more intense, and the moans were no longer suppressed, completely released. The sultry sounds lasted for half an hour before finally subsiding. When the lights in the room turned back on, Tang Yunyan lay on the bed, her body soft and panting heavily. She had her eyes tightly closed, her exquisite and beautiful face flushed, completely immersed in the lingering pleasure, unable to pull herself away. When she slowly regained her composure, she realized Lin Chen had left at some point, leaving only a note on the table. Massage treatment completed. The next session is in 5 days. Looking at the note, Tang Yunyan let out a long sigh. The events that had just transpired began to surface in her mind. How embarrassing. How could I make such shameful sounds? Tang Yunyan helplessly patted her face, feeling a wave of embarrassment at the thought of her earlier disgraceful state. After stepping into the bathroom to wash herself thoroughly, Tang Yunyan changed into a fresh outfit and then left the hotel. The next day, early in the morning, Li Gingwan and Guan Menu had already gotten up. Guan Menu was clamoring to go to Shanghai Jade Company to demand an explanation, and she knocked on Lin Chen's door. Uni, hurry up and get up. Jingwan and I are going to Shanghai Jade Company, you should come with us. Bang bang bang. Guan Menu knocked hard on the door. Lin Chen opened it. What do I need to go for? You two can just go. He already knew the outcome of Guan Menu's visit to Shanghai Jade, so he naturally had no interest in making the trip. We're here to cause trouble today. What if the people from Shanghai Yusher take action? You're Jingwan's husband, of course you should come with us. Guan Menu said confidently. Alright, Lin Chen nodded. Although he was pleased to see Guan Menu getting beaten, he would definitely not stand by if someone bullied Li Jingwan. After the three had breakfast, they drove over and soon arrived at the entrance of Shanghai Yusher Company. The three got out of the car, and Guan Menu strode over aggressively. Seeing this, Li Jingwan quickly stopped her. Mom, don't be so agitated. Whatever you do, don't get into a fight or argue with anyone. We're not here to quarrel. Guan Menu was furious and completely ignored Li Jingwan's words. She walked straight into Shanghai Yusher Company and headed directly to manager Li Fei's office. Bang! Guan Menu kicked open the door to Li Fei's office, startling the people inside. Manager Li, regarding my Jade shop, you must give me an explanation today. Guan Menu shouted angrily. In the office chair, Li Fei looked at the furious Guan Menu without a hint of worry or panic on his face. He remained calm. Guan, what do you mean by that? Your Jade shop has a problem. What does that have to do with me? This immediately infuriated Guan Menu. Manager Li, stop pretending. The counterfeit goods in my Jade shop were provided by you, right? You sold me the counterfeit goods, which caused the problems in my Jade shop. You must take responsibility. Ha ha ha, Li Fei laughed out loud. Guan, don't make baseless accusations. You say our company sold you counterfeit goods. Do you have any evidence? When you received the goods, your people checked them, and at that time, you found no issues. Now that something has gone wrong, you come here and blame me. That's unreasonable. Li Fei's words were quite justified. Li Jingwan, who had just walked in, frowned but couldn't find any way to refute him. Li Fei was indeed correct. since Guan Menu had already checked the goods, any subsequent issues had nothing to do with Shanghai Yusher. Therefore, in terms of reason and emotion, Guan Menu's disturbance today was completely unjustified. Hearing this, Guan Menu was furious, her teeth clenched, her expression filled with rage. Li Fei, do you still have any shame? That Jade shop is my hard work. You from Shanghai Yusher have deceived me, and no matter what, you must give me an explanation today. Guan Menu shouted angrily, her voice echoing throughout the office. Mom, calm down. Seeing Guan Menu lose control, Li Dingwan hurriedly intervened. Guan Menu ignored her and continued to yell at Li Fei. Li Fei sneered, security, we have someone causing a disturbance here. In no time, several uniformed security personnel walked in from outside. Manager Li, said the security captain. Li Fei crossed his arms, these people are causing trouble, throw them all out. Understood. The security captain nodded, his gaze directly landing on Guan Menu. Lin Shin stepped forward and pulled Li Jingwan, let's go. We have no justification in this matter today, causing a scene won't benefit us at all. He appeared to be persuading Li Jingwan, but inside he was almost dying of laughter. Watching Guan Menu create a scene like a shrew, he could barely contain his expression. Guan Menu shouted angrily, get away, all of you. I want to see who dares to touch me today. You from Shanghai Yusher are too much. You've cheated me out of my money, and now you want to lay hands on me? Li Jingwan looked anxious. Mom, please stop. Continuing like this won't do us any good. At this moment, Guan Menu was completely overwhelmed, completely ignoring Li Jingwan's attempts to persuade her. She was furious, her gaze towards Li Fei filled with rage. The thought that her tens of millions had been swindled by the very Li Fei in front of her made Guan Menu unable to hold back any longer. My 10 million, give my money back to me. Guan Menu lunged at him. She clawed wildly with her hands, her sharp nails leaving several bloody wounds on Li Fei's body. Li Fei was both shocked and angry, a strong fury surging within him. Slap! He suddenly stood up and slapped Guan Menu across the face. Crazy woman, you dare to lay a hand on me. You're insane, you're absolutely insane. When did I swindle you out of 10 million? Stop spouting nonsense. He looked at the security guards. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and throw this crazy woman out. Call the police immediately, call the police and have this crazy woman arrested. Li Fei was furious, swinging his hand to deliver 3 slaps to Guan Menu. Ah! Guan Menu screamed in pain, half of her face swelling up immediately. The pain on her face brought her back to her senses for a moment. You hit me? You actually hit me. This is outrageous. You from Shanghai Jade have swindled my money, and now you dare to hit me. Guan Menu cried and cursed, sitting down on the ground like a shrew. Several security guards rushed over, each grabbing one of her arms, dragging her out of the company. Ouch! Guan Menu fell to the ground, her appearance utterly disheveled, her hands and feet scraped and bleeding profusely. Get lost, crazy woman. Don't cause trouble in our Shanghai Jade company, or don't blame us for being rude. The security guards cursed. Mom! Li Jingwan hurried over to help Guan Menu up from the ground. Guan Menu was both aggrieved and furious, unable to hold back any longer as she buried her face in Li Jingwan's arms and cried loudly. Woo woo! My 10 million! Damn Shanghai Jade company, you swindled me out of 10 million and made me miserable, and now you even hit me. Guan Menu wailed. A woman crying on the street immediately attracted the attention of many passers-by nearby. Many people turned to look, pointing and whispering. Li Jingwan could hardly bear it any longer. She tried hard to lift Guan Menu and take her away, but Guan Menu struggled fiercely, making it impossible for her. Uni, come help me, get my mom in the car and leave. Li Jingwan had no choice but to seek help from Lin Chen. Hearing her words, Lin Chen, who had been watching from a distance, finally walked over. He picked up Guan Menu and carried her away. Let go of me. Guan Menu struggled angrily. How could her strength possibly match Lin Chen's? He simply carried her and shoved her into the car, closing the door behind her. Guan Menu was locked in the back seat, her hair disheveled, looking like a complete shrew, far from the elegant woman she usually was. Mom, enough already. How long are you going to make a scene? Li Dingwan could no longer tolerate it. Guan Menu was too disappointing. She had warned her before coming not to make a fuss and to try to resolve the matter peacefully. Unexpectedly, Guan Menu didn't listen at all, and the situation ended up so messy. Not only had she been beaten, but she had also lost all face. As Guan Menu was scolded by Li Jingwan, her face was filled with anger. Jingwan, you dare to scold me? Do you think I'm useless too? Are you going to bully me as well? Li Jingwan was both angry and helpless. Mom, I didn't mean that. If you want to resolve this matter, you must calm down. Calm down? I clearly did nothing wrong in this matter, It was the people from Shanghai Jade who harmed me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fallen to this extent. Guan Menu gritted her teeth. Li Jingwan's eyes were filled with deep disappointment upon hearing this. Enough! I don't want to argue with you anymore. With a gloomy expression, Li Jingwan spoke and then pressed the accelerator, driving home. The three returned to the villa, where Li Jingwan dropped off Lin Chen and Guan Menu before driving to work. Only Guan Menu was left in the villa. At this moment, she appeared extremely agitated. How heartless. I raised her all this time, and now she dares to show me a cold face. Guan Menu was furious. At that moment, her phone rang again. It was a call from her secretary. President Guan, the mall just called to urge us to compensate 5 million as soon as possible. There's only 1 day left in the 3-day deadline. If we can't pay the 5 million by tomorrow, not only will the store be completely sealed, but they will also take us to court. The secretary's words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing Guan Menu. Just moments ago, she had been furious, but now her face turned pale. Where am I supposed to get 5 million in such a short time? Guan Menu's face was extremely pale, and her eyes were filled with panic. 5 million was no small amount. If she couldn't repay it, she might end up in prison. The thought made her panic even more intense. At that moment, Li Shi called. Menu, what happened at your Jade shop? Why did something go wrong all of a sudden? Li Shi's tone was filled with confusion. Guan Menu quickly recounted the events, leaving Li Shi shocked. Brother, I need money right now. I can't come up with 5 million at the moment. I want you to lend me some money, at least to pay off this 5 million, or I might end up in prison. Guan Menu's tone was somewhat frantic. Upon hearing this, Li Shi immediately refused without a second thought. Menu, where would I get the money? You know the situation with the family business. Ever since Jingwan took away some of the elites, the business has been declining. Forget about 5 million, the company can't even come up with 1 million now. You'll have to figure it out yourself. After saying this, Li Shi hung up the phone. Hello, brother. Brother? Guan Menu listened to the busy tone, her anger boiling over. How heartless. Without my help, can you run the company? Now you won't even lend me 5 million. Guan Menu gritted her teeth in anger, breathing heavily, her face flushed with rage. 5 million felt like a heavy stone pressing on her chest, making it hard for her to breathe. Guan Menu made several more calls, but as soon as the other party heard it was about borrowing money, they all found various excuses to refuse. After half an hour, she had only managed to borrow less than 100,000, which was still far from 5 million. It's over. What am I going to do? If I can't come up with 5 million the day after tomorrow, the mall will definitely sue me, and I might really end up in prison. Guan Menu's face turned deathly pale, her expression completely panicked. The thought of going to prison and losing her freedom filled her with dread. 5 million was no small amount. At the very least, she would be facing several years in prison, and even after serving time, she would still owe money. By the time she got out of prison years later, her family might even kick her out. No, I must find a way to gather this 5 million. Guan Menu gritted her teeth. She kept thinking about who could lend her 5 million. But after thinking for a long time, she couldn't find a suitable candidate. Suddenly, a figure appeared in her mind. Lin Chen. That guy somehow got money last time. He first lent 10 million to Jingwan, then another 10 million to me. Maybe he still has money now. Guan Menu's eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, she changed her clothes and immediately went out, heading to Li Jingwan's villa. Bang! 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 She knocked on the villa door, and after a short while, Lin Chen's voice came from inside. Who is it? It's me. Uni, hurry up and open the door. Guan Menu said bluntly. Creak. Lin Chen opened the door, and Guan Menu walked straight in. Mom, why did you come here? Jingwan doesn't want to see you right now. If she sees you here, she'll definitely be angry. Lin Chen shrugged. His gaze fell on Guan Menu, and a smile couldn't help but curve at the corners of his mouth. Guan Menu was furious. Don't mention the child Jingwan, she's simply unfilial. As a mother, I run into trouble, and she doesn't help, but now she's even angry with me. He. Guan Menu's words made Lin Chen snicker. Li Jingwan was definitely not a heartless person. The reason she was so angry this time was entirely because Guan Menu was too foolish. Now that she was in a fit of anger, she didn't want to deal with Guan Menu. Guan Menu looked at Lin Chen, her face breaking into a smile. Uni, do you still have any money? Lin Chen sneered inwardly, but his face showed a helpless expression as he spread his hands. Where would I have any money? I lent Jingwan 10 million before, and I lent you another 10 million, that's already 20 million. I don't have a money printer. How could I possibly have more money? How is that possible? Guan Menu showed a doubtful expression. You really have no money? You wouldn't be lying to me, would you? I don't want much, I just want 5 million. As long as you give me this money, I will never blame you for anything again. I need help right now, don't forget I'm your mother-in-law. Now that I'm in such trouble, won't you help me? Guan Menu frowned. I really have no money, I've spent all my money. And I need money too. When are you going to pay me back the 10 million I lent you last time? Lin Chen said. Guan Menu's expression changed instantly. I still need money, and you're asking me for money? Where am I supposed to get money for you? Moreover, wasn't that 10 million a gift from you to me? Why should I pay it back? The words from Guan Menu's mouth were enough to prove how thick-skinned she was. It was likely that from the very beginning, she had no intention of paying back the money. Lin Chen sneered inwardly, but he wasn't surprised. He knew exactly what kind of person Guan Menu was, he never expected her to pay him back. Then I can't help it. I don't have much money either, and I can't take out more, Lin Chen said. As soon as he said this, Guan Menu's gaze turned towards him. Alright, you really are lying to me. Quick, tell me, how much money do you have now? And where did your money come from? Didn't your parents' company go bankrupt long ago? How could you still take out 20 million? Guan Menu immediately questioned. Lin Chen spread his hands. That money was left to me by my parents, I only found out recently. That money is in an overseas account, but I won't take it out. Guan Menu's gaze became aggressive. So, Lin Chen, you actually hid money from us. I was wondering how you could take out 20 million before. It turns out it was left to you by your parents before they passed away. Hurry up and take out the money. Don't forget your identity. It was my Li family that took you in. Everything you have belongs to my Li family, including the money your parents left you. Guan Menu's gaze instantly turned cold, and she looked at Lin Chen with a sneer, her words leaving no room for politeness as she directly demanded money from him. No way, I won't give you another penny. I've already given you 10 million, that's my bottom line. Do you still want more money? Not a chance. Lin Chen flatly refused. Guan Menu was furious. Lin Chen, are you really trying to turn the world upside down? I'll give you one last chance, give me the money in your parents' overseas accounts. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing through them. In an instant, he transformed from his earlier weak demeanor, his entire presence shifting dramatically. What? If I don't give it to you, do you think you can just take it by force? Lin Chen's expression turned icy as he walked directly towards Guan Menu. Her face changed drastically, she could hardly believe her eyes. In her impression, Lin Chen had always been weak and easily bullied. Whatever she asked him to do, he had to comply. When had he ever been so assertive? The aura emanating from Lin Chen now was worlds apart from before. If it weren't for his unchanged appearance, she might have thought he was a different person. Lin Chen's powerful presence made Guan Menu involuntarily retreat, eventually sitting down on the sofa. A hint of panic appeared on her face, and cold sweat dripped from her forehead. Don't come any closer, Lin Chen. What do you want to do? Don't forget I'm your mother-in-law. Do you really want to fight me? Guan Menu's tone was laced with panic and fear. Seeing her frightened expression, Lin Chen couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This woman, Guan Menu, was indeed one who bullied the weak and feared the strong. In the past, he had no power, so he couldn't stand up to her, and she bullied him mercilessly. Now that he had been reborn, their strengths had completely reversed, and their positions had naturally flipped 180 degrees. Guan Menu, times have changed. Don't think you can still manipulate me like before. I do have money now, but I won't give it to you, Lin Chen said coldly, smiling. As he spoke, he took out his phone and showed her the balance in his bank account. Guan Menu stared in disbelief, her eyes nearly popping out. Impossible. How could your parents leave you so much money? You have over 20 million in your bank account? How could you possibly have that much money? Guan Menu was utterly shocked, hardly believing what she was seeing. Lin Chen's lips curled into a smile. That's none of your business. This money is just for you to see. You think you can get your hands on it? Guan Menu's expression changed, a strong greed surging from her heart. 20 million, this was over 20 million. If she could get this money from Lin Chen, she could not only resolve the issues at the mall but also make a comeback. But seeing Lin Chen's vigilant demeanor doused her hopes, making her realize that getting 20 million from him was completely impossible. Damn it! This guy clearly has 20 million but won't even give me 500,000. Guan Menu gritted her teeth, filled with anger and hatred. Her eyes darted around, and suddenly she had an idea. Yun-Yi, how about we negotiate? If you give me this money, I'll help you win over Jingwan. What do you think? Guan Menu said. I know you really like Jingwan, but she doesn't feel the same way about you. However, if I'm willing to help you, getting Jingwan won't be a problem at all. After all, I'm Jingwan's mother, she will definitely listen to me. I can speak well for you. Guan Menu's words laid bare her ugly face, making one feel nauseated. Lin Chen suppressed the urge to kill her. Such a disgusting person was rare. He didn't want to kill Guan Menu so soon. He hadn't even had the chance to toy with her yet. Killing her now would only make it too easy for her. I'm not interested in making any deals with you. Want money? Dream on. Lin Chen scoffed, tossing that remark over his shoulder as he turned and went upstairs. Lin Chen! Guan Menu shouted in anger, but Lin Chen completely ignored her. Seeing Lin Chen's attitude, Guan Menu's heart was filled with extreme rage. 20 million! This is a full 20 million. I will never give up. A strong greed surged in her eyes. She quickly left the villa, completely unaware that Lin Chen was watching her from the balcony of the second-floor room. Watching Guan Menu's departing figure, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. As expected, she's taken the bait. With Guan Menu's greedy nature, knowing I have 20 million, this woman will definitely not give up. Next, she will surely think of every possible way to get that 20 million from me. Lin Chen's expression was full of mockery. I've already thrown out the bait. Now I just need to patiently wait for the fish to bite. Lin Chen took out his phone and called Li Shui. Before long, Li Shui arrived. Brother-in-law, what do you need? Li Shui was clearly a bit fearful, stopping 2 meters away from Lin Chen. Lin Chen rolled his eyes in annoyance and walked up to her, pulling her into his arms. Brother-in-law, don't move. Li Shui protested weakly. What are you afraid of? There's no one else in this villa. Come on, let's go to the bank. Lin Chen said. Li Shui was a bit confused. Are we withdrawing money? You could go alone. Why did you specifically call me? Lin Chen didn't explain and took Li Shui to the bank. He went straight to the VIP channel, and the bank manager quickly came out. Mr. Lin. The bank manager smiled. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? If you have any dissatisfaction with our bank, feel free to mention it, and we will definitely correct it. Lin Chen waved his hand to interrupt the bank manager. No need to say more. I need to withdraw that 20 million. I called ahead to make an appointment. You must have prepared it by now. Seeing that Lin Chen insisted on withdrawing the money, the bank manager could only nod helplessly. The money is ready. If Mr. Lin wants to deposit money in the future, please choose our Yunhai Bank. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to respond, while Li Shui was already a bit dazed. 20 million? What 20 million? She quickly understood what the 20 million meant. She watched as the bank staff took out stacks of money, and 4 staff members began counting the bills, the sound of cash counting echoing throughout the room. A stack of bills was 10,000, so 20 million was a total of 2,000 stacks of cash. The 2,000 stacks piled together formed a small mountain. What? What is going on? Brother-in-law, where did you get so much money? At this moment, Li Shui finally came to her senses, completely stunned, hardly believing her eyes. Lin Chen smiled slightly. I have my ways. Come on, help me pack all this money into the suitcase. Hiss. Li Shui couldn't help but gasp. 20 million in cash right in front of her was an astonishing visual impact. Li Shui was almost dumbfounded. She couldn't believe Lin Chen actually had 20 million in savings. How did he manage that? Wait, didn't he just give his sister 10 million? How could he take out another 20 million now? Li Shui was in a daze. Soon, all the 20 million in cash was packed into the suitcases, filling up 4 suitcases completely. Lift the suitcases, and let's go, Lin Chen said. Li Shui's hands and feet trembled as she walked over to lift the suitcase filled with 100 yuan bills. She felt her heart quaking. 1 suitcase was 5 million, and 2 suitcases added up to 10 million. She had never seen so much money in her life. Leaving with a full 20 million, 4 suitcases were placed in the sports car. Lin Chen stepped on the gas, and the car shot out like an arrow, quickly disappearing at the end of the highway. The two returned to the villa, and Lin Chen placed the money in the room. Brother-in-law, are you just going to leave the money here? Isn't that too unsafe? Aren't you going to get a safe or something? This is a full 20 million. What if someone steals it just sitting out here? Li Shui couldn't help but say. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Don't worry, this is my home. It's not that easy for outsiders to come in and steal. Although he said that, Li Shui still felt a bit uneasy. Alright, the money is moved, so you can go now. You are not allowed to tell anyone about this 20 million except for your mom and your sister. Lin Chen said. Li Shui rolled her eyes. Don't worry, I'm not an idiot. How could I tell anyone? Unable to resist, Li Shui glanced at the 4 suitcases. The cash inside was so shocking that she was still a bit dazed. After she left, she couldn't help but take out her phone. Hey, sister, you absolutely won't believe what I just did. Li Shui was extremely excited. 20 million, brother-in-law actually has 20 million. She told Li Jingwan about the 20 million, and Li Jingwan, who was at the company, was momentarily stunned, her face showing disbelief. Yun-yi? Where did he get 20 million? Li Jingwan exclaimed. I don't know either. Brother-in-law is very mysterious now, completely different from before. Li Shue's tone was somewhat excited. When she said this, Li Shue herself didn't realize that her attitude towards Lin Chen had already undergone a tremendous change. After hanging up with Li Jingwan, Li Shue called Guan Menu. She was clearly a bit excited. What? Lin Chen took out 20 million? Guan Menu was taken aback. Oh, Mom, you know brother-in-law has 20 million? Li Shue was somewhat surprised. At this moment, Guan Mengyu was no longer in the mood to listen to Li Shue. Her mind was filled with thoughts about the 20 million. Lin Chen actually took 20 million out of the bank and put it at home. What was he planning to do? Did he want to transfer the money to another bank? If that's the case, then this is an opportunity for me. A bright idea flashed in Guan Mengyu's mind. 20 million, that's a full 20 million. If I miss this opportunity, I will never have a chance to get this money again. With that thought, a bold idea emerged in Guan Mengyu's mind. I must get this 20 million. I have no way out now. I don't want to go to jail. To break the deadlock, I must get this 20 million. A hint of madness surged in Guan Mengyu's eyes. She took a deep breath and called Li Shue again. Xiao Shue, where are you now? Mom wants to talk to you. Guan Mengyu. As night fell, time unknowingly reached evening. In the villa, Lin Chen was leisurely lying on the sofa watching TV. He glanced at the time on the wall, seemingly waiting patiently for something. Suddenly, a phone rang. Picking up the phone, it was Li Shue calling. Here it comes. A glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Hello, brother-in-law. Li Shue's voice came from the phone, and upon closer listening, her tone seemed a bit off. What's wrong? Miss me? Lin Chen chuckled. Li Shue stammered, seemingly unsure of what to say. Brother-in-law, did you have dinner tonight? Li Shue asked. Lin Chen replied, not yet. Are you inviting me to dinner? Yes, I booked a table at a restaurant. Come over, and after dinner, how about we go shopping? Li Shue suggested. Okay, give me the address, and I'll be right over. Lin Chen hung up the phone and immediately squinted his eyes. He got up and drove to the location that Li Shue had mentioned. In no time, he arrived at the entrance of a restaurant. He went straight to the private room number 4 on the second floor and pushed the door open. Inside the room, Li Shue was indeed there, but upon closer inspection, she seemed a bit off, visibly restless in her seat. Sister. Brother-in-law. Li Shue quickly stood up. Why are you sweating so much? What happened? Lin Chen squinted at her. Faced with this question, Li Shue stammered, soon breaking into a sweat. She clearly wanted to say something but seemed unsure if she should. Lin Chen moved closer and sat down opposite her, saying lightly, just say what you want to say directly, don't beat around the bush. Li Shue bit her lip, unable to hold back any longer, and burst into tears. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. I really couldn't help it. It was Mom who asked me to invite you out. She wants your 20 million. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have told her about the 20 million. Li Shue ran over and threw herself into Lin Chen's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Lin Chen smiled and patted her back. Good, you didn't let me down. If you don't tell your mom about this now and instead choose to collude with her, you will definitely not have a good life in the future, Lin Chen said with a smile. What? Li Shue was taken aback. Brother-in-law, how do you know Mom would try to steal your money? Li Shue was shocked. He. Lin Chen sneered. What if I told you that this whole thing was a trap I set up, and that 20 million was intentionally taken out and placed at home? Hiss. At this, Li Shue gasped in shock. She wasn't foolish, she quickly understood what Lin Chen meant. You deliberately took out that 20 million, even having me accompany you, just to use my mouth to tell Mom about it at home. Your goal was to make her steal the money? Li Shue's mouth fell open. Lin Chen smiled slightly. It seems you're not stupid. Why? Why would you do this? Li Shue found it hard to accept. She never expected that the matter of the 20 million was actually Lin Chen's scheme. Let's go back and talk about it, Lin Chen said, patting Li Shue's backside before leading her away. Li Shue felt stiff all over, a bad premonition rising in her heart. Brother-in-law, you're not planning to use this to threaten Mom and then make her. Li Shue's mind exploded with a loud bang. She recalled the scene when Lin Chen had threatened her before, and she couldn't help but shiver. She immediately started crying and pleaded, Brother-in-law, please, don't do this. Mom only acted foolishly this time, I beg you to let her go. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but sneer. Do you think that's possible? This is 20 million, not 2,000. If you want me to let Guan Menu go, have you considered that if this matter wasn't my design, wouldn't I be losing 20 million? Have you thought about what it feels like to lose 20 million? Lin Chen looked at her coldly. Li Shue. She was instantly speechless. Xiao Shue, that night you climbed into my bed, you already intended to ruin me once. That incident was something you and Guan Menu planned together. At that time, I only punished you, while Guan Menu temporarily escaped. Today, I set this trap to catch her. If she hadn't been greedy, how could she have fallen into the trap I set? Lin Chen's voice was icy. His words left Li Shui feeling cold all over, and she was at a loss for words, unable to find any rebuttal or explanation. And you need to give me an explanation for what happened today. I thought you had changed, but unfortunately, you've made the same mistake again. You can't even take care of yourself, and you still have time to manage her? You should really think about how to explain this to me. Lin Chen's voice was icy to the extreme. His words, filled with coldness, pierced directly into Li Shui's heart like a sharp blade. I'm sorry. Li Shui began to cry. Lin Chen ignored her tears and drove back to the villa, soon noticing signs that the villa's door had been opened, as he had accidentally caught a strand of hair in it when he left. Lin Chen did not get out of the car but took out his phone instead. When he opened it, a surveillance video appeared on the screen, and upon closer inspection, the footage was not from his room but somewhere else. At that moment, in the surveillance footage, a woman was sneaking around in his room, rummaging through things. She quickly found 4 boxes under the bed, and an excited expression appeared on her face. Upon closer look, the woman was none other than Guan Menu. She opened the boxes, and countless bills almost dazzled her eyes. Guan Menu was ecstatic at the sight of the money, so much so that her cheeks flushed with excitement. Money, so much money. I'm rich now. With these 20 million, I can solve all my problems. From now on, this money is mine. Guan Menu was overwhelmed with excitement. She quickly closed the boxes, then carried 2 of them to her car, before returning to get the other 2 boxes. However, just as Guan Menu was bringing back the other 2 boxes, she was shocked to discover that the 2 boxes she had placed in her car were missing. Where's my money? Guan Menu could hardly believe her eyes. 4 boxes in total, each containing 5 million, how could half of it just disappear? Impossible. I clearly put those 2 boxes in the car. Where could they have gone? Guan Menu hurriedly searched. She turned the entire car inside out but found no trace of the 2 boxes. This is impossible. Someone must have taken my money. Guan Menu was furious, her gaze fierce enough to devour someone. From the moment she set down the boxes to when she went back to get the other 2, the whole process took less than 5 minutes. Who could have taken her boxes in such a short time? Guan Menu was baffled, and just then, the sound of a car engine caught her attention. She focused her gaze and her expression changed dramatically. Lin Chen is back. That useless girl, Xiao Shui, wasn't she supposed to keep Lin Chen occupied? How could he be back so soon? A hint of panic flashed in Guan Menu's eyes. She hurried to get in her car to leave, but once inside, she realized her car keys were missing. Without the keys, she couldn't start the engine. At that moment, Lin Chen had already driven over. Oh, what are you doing here? Lin Chen rolled down the window, looking at Guan Menu with a puzzled expression. Guan Menu forced a smile that was uglier than crying. I came to find you about something. I just arrived and didn't expect you to be home. Oh, it seems I came back just in time. Let's go inside and talk, Lin Chen said. The 2 got out of the car. At this moment, Guan Menu felt trapped and could only follow Lin Chen into the villa with a stiff upper lip. You sit for a moment, I'll go change my clothes, Lin Chen said. As Lin Chen went back to his room, Guan Menu's heart raced, fearing he would discover that the boxes filled with money were missing. Just as she feared, Lin Chen returned to the room and soon rushed out. Money! My money is gone. Where are the 4 boxes I filled with money? Mom, have you seen the 4 boxes where I stored the money? Lin Chen's eyes were filled with urgency. Guan Menu quickly waved her hand. I didn't see anything. How is that possible? My money is missing. That's a full 20 million. Right, I remember I installed a tracking system in the boxes. I'll check where they are now, Lin Chen said. What? Hearing the words tracking system, Guan Menu was instantly stunned. Her expression changed drastically. She never expected Lin Chen to be so cautious as to install tracking systems in all 4 boxes. It's over. Once Lin Chen activates the tracking system, he will immediately know the boxes are in her car. At that point, she would have no way to explain. Wait! Guan Menu hurriedly tried to stop him. But at that moment, Lin Chen had already activated the tracking device, and 4 small dots appeared on the screen. Lin Chen quickly followed the device's signal and soon arrived at the front of Guan Menu's car. Lin Chen's body trembled slightly, and a look of incredulity appeared on his face. Mom, can you explain what's going on? Why does the tracking system show my boxes are in your car? Lin Chen's tone was shocked, as if he couldn't believe this situation was happening. Guan Menu's face showed clear panic, and a cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Impossible, It must be a problem with your tracking system. How could my car have your money boxes? Lin Chen looked at her deeply, and this time a meaningful smile appeared on his face. So, you're saying you didn't take the boxes with my 20 million? Guan Menu retorted directly, of course not. How could I possibly steal your money? I am your mother-in-law, and you actually don't believe me. Guan Menu pretended to be angry, trying to stabilize Lin Chen. Lin Chen's expression instantly turned cold, and he said directly, I don't believe you. Open the car door, I want to check. Impossible. Guan Mengyu refused without a second thought, her anger flaring up. Lin Chen, what do you mean by that? Are you suspecting me? You actually suspect that I stole your money? Do you even see me as your elder? Bang! Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with her, he directly punched and shattered the car window. Upon closer inspection, the 4 boxes were quietly lying on the back seat. No way! Guan Mengyu's face changed drastically. Mom, how do you explain this? Why are the 4 boxes containing 20 million in your car? Lin Chen said coldly. Guan Mengyu's hands couldn't help but tremble, but at this point, she still held her ground. It's fake. Someone must have set me up and deliberately put the boxes in my car. Guan Mengyu shouted. Lin Chen still wore a cold smile. So you've never touched my 4 boxes, right? Of course not. Guan Mengyu replied. Lin Chen smiled and took out a UV light. I coated the handles of the 4 boxes with a special luminescent powder. It's invisible to the naked eye but will show up under UV light. Lin Chen shone the light, and as he said, the handles of the 4 boxes glowed. Then he shone the light on Guan Mengyu's hands, and the same glow appeared. This time, Guan Mengyu completely lost her composure. Impossible. You actually prepared so much. Guan Mengyu stepped back several times, her face turning pale. Guan Mengyu, what else do you have to explain? This is a full 20 million, and you actually wanted to steal my money, Lin Chen scolded.